Who is it? Witnessing the sheer, devastating might of those ice blades, Owen couldn't help but crane his neck, scanning the surroundings. A figure, tall and powerfully built, materialized before him. In the next breath, that silhouette vanished, shifting over 20 meters in an instant blur. Then, with a single, fluid flick of his spear, the force was absolute. Owen watched, stunned, as the thick-skinned, armored rhinoceros crumpled, reduced to nothing more than scattered fragments of bone and sinew in a heartbeat. It was undeniable. This figure was none other than Ethan, the undisputed champion of the freshman competition from the year 2052. Yet, despite his victory, Ethan appeared profoundly wary, a man who looked as if he had spent too long navigating the grimy depths of an underground world. "My apologies," Ethan said, a faint air of regret accompanying his words. "I didn't mean to encroach on your quarry. How about we split the value of this crystal?" He had simply seen the glittering promise of evolution points and couldn't resist making a move. As for the blue star coins afterward, that was secondary. While they spoke of splitting it, the truth was he could have simply claimed everything in front of him. The system notification chimed softly, confirming a substantial haul from defeating the Tier 3 low-rank ferocious beast, the armored rhinoceros, and gaining 3,600 evolution points. Ethan, it's you." Owen's recognition was immediate, laced with an unmistakable spark of awe and excitement. "Wes." Ethan smiled faintly, observing the look in Owen's eyes, a gaze that bordered on devoted admiration. "Brother Ethan, are you heading back?" "I'm going too. Let's go together." Owen extended a warm, inviting gesture. He was simply desperate to witness firsthand the true strength of a low-tier third-grade beast. Now that his objective was achieved, and since he couldn't manage the situation further for the moment, returning home was the logical next step. "Wes," Ethan nodded in agreement. "All right then." A flash of light erupted from the spatial ring on Owen's finger and a sleek SUV materialized before them. Ethan froze, his initial shock quickly giving way to internal calculation. A spatial ring with such immense capacity. It must be astronomically expensive. This person must be incredibly wealthy. After both of them settled into the car, Ethan finally spoke. "By the way, I still don't know your name." Owen smiled easily, replying, "My name is Owen. If nothing unexpected happens, I should also be one of your team members in the prestigious freshman competition from the 4 top universities." "Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you." Ethan extended his hand for a handshake. He knew the university competition was a 5-person team effort. He had identified the top 4 himself: Clara, Dami, Marcus. Therefore, the unfamiliar person before him must be the 5th-place winner. After a brief exchange, Ethan settled into Owen's SUV as it pulled away at an increased speed. Moreover, within the confines of this off-road vehicle, Ethan could finally close his eyes, relax his mind and recover some much-needed rest. A day later, Owen's SUV rolled into Aethelberg's citadel. Its presence immediately drew the attention of a cluster of nearby students, sparking immediate murmurs and discussions. Ethan and Owen stepped out of the vehicle. After resting, Ethan looked significantly better. His entire demeanor had regained its radiant luster. Their faces, or rather, Ethan's face, were instantly recognizable to many students. "Brother Ethan, look at you. You've become a veritable star," Owen teased with a grin. Ethan offered a wry smile. "If I could choose, I would prefer not to be the subject of so much talk, even if it is positive." Leaving the underground world and returning to the surface, the two headed toward the loot exchange point to trade their spoils. "Hello, you two. Are you here for an appraisal?" The staff member at the counter greeted them with noticeable enthusiasm. He muttered in reply. Owen suggested that Ethan go first. He was intensely curious about what treasures had left him so utterly exhausted. "Since Owen wants to see it, let him see." Ethan smiled faintly, and a flash of light emanated from the ice-blue spatial ring on his hand. Then, an astonishing cascade of spoils tumbled into the large basin designated by the staff. "Fool." The staff member gasped, and Owen himself was momentarily stunned. Ethan had killed so many ferocious beasts. I still have a few more in my spatial ring." Ethan chuckled, scratching his head. He gathered the remaining items and placed them on the ground. "You possess quite an impressive haul. I will call 2 more people to assist us with the count." The staff member murmured, visibly taken aback. "Thank you for your help," Ethan replied smoothly. Brother Ethan, you are truly something else, eh? Owen exclaimed in open admiration, giving a vigorous thumbs up. Ethan simply smiled and remained silent. Soon, 3 staff members arrived. One of them was the same man who had appraised Ethan's spoils after the freshman competition. A second-tier high-level ferocious beast crystal, the blue-spotted tiger penis. The 3 men began counting the bounty brought by Ethan. Suddenly, the staff member who knew him best halted his work and stared at Ethan with utter disbelief. He exclaimed in profound astonishment, "Such a massive crystal. This is the crystal of a Tier 3 high-level ferocious beast. And its color is ice blue. Could this be the Frost Lion's core?" Having spent years inspecting war spoils, he was certain of his assessment. But it was truly unbelievable that a freshman who had just completed the competition managed to slay a Tier 3 upper realm Frost Lion. "Brother, you have an exceptional eye. You can identify this," Ethan responded with a casual smile. Hearing those words, the other 2 staff members did not seem surprised, as they were unaware that he was merely a freshman. Owen, however, felt a flush of heat crawl up his neck at the sudden intensity of the appraisal. "Did I hear that correctly? Brother Ethan, a Tier 3 upper realm ice lion." After he confirmed the staff member's assessment, Owen was even more dumbfounded. A newcomer slaying a beast at the upper echelon of the 3rd tier. How could those 2 facts coexist? Ultimately, after the staff completed their inventory and set aside compensation for Owen's half-crystal share, Ethan walked away with an astounding 9.3 million blue star coins, nearly double what he had earned during his last foray into the underground world. As Ethan walked out of the building with Owen, his gaze snagged on a figure waiting just outside the threshold. A girl, tall and striking with hair the color of polished silver, stood motionless. Her expression was an absolute void of perfect, glacial stillness that suggested she was carved from pure ice. Around her, several male students milled about. Their movements feigned carelessness. In truth, they were merely orbiting her, desperate for a glimpse of her breathtaking beauty. Ethan instantly recognized the silver-haired girl Sarah, the formidable captain of the Silver Wolf team, and currently the undisputed strongest student at Aethelgard Academy. The moment she came into view, Owen's face erupted in a burst of delighted surprise. "Sister, what are you doing here?" he cried out, abandoning all pretense as he rushed toward her. They both share the surname Jiang, Ethan mused internally, watching them approach. So they must be siblings. But their appearances couldn't be more different. It's unlikely they share blood. He lowered his head slightly, letting the thought settle in his mind. When he had heard Owen's name earlier, this question had surfaced. The shared surname was a puzzle. Yet now Owen had so openly addressed her as sister, the truth felt suddenly inevitable. Meanwhile, Sarah's arrival caused a ripple of excitement among the surrounding students. She continued, her voice taking on a tone of gentle admonishment. "Tell your family before you venture into the deep vaults next time, so they don't worry themselves sick." As she spoke, Sarah handed Owen the number she had used to call his aunt. "Olivia," he murmured into the phone, his voice thick with genuine remorse. "I am so sorry. I was genuinely panicked when I couldn't reach you all day. I never imagined you would be in the deep vaults." The first thing Owen's mother said upon connecting was an apology. "I'm sorry, Mum," he replied softly, "for making you worry. I promise I will let you know before I go into the deep vaults again." A wave of shared emotion passed between them. After exchanging a few more words, the mother and son ended the call, switching to the convenience of QQ chat. The phone, after all, still belonged to Sarah. Once the matter was settled, Sarah departed with her cousin trailing close behind. "Sister," Owen began, his tone shifting to one of playful curiosity. "Do you who I met in the deep vaults?" Though Owen had awakened an S-level poison ability, his personality lacked the sinister edge of the dangerous practitioners described in novels. He was, instead, vibrant and lively. "Ethan," Sarah stated, her tone coolly detached. When they emerged, Ethan stood right beside his cousin, making him impossible to miss. Owen let out a theatrical chuckle. "Hee, sis. Stop pressuring me to cultivate. Now it's your turn to get serious with your training too." He nudged Ethan playfully. "Brother Ethan, you're already soloing Tier 3 high-level beasts. You'll surpass me soon enough." "You speak as if you are quite proud of yourself," Sarah countered, a faint hint of amusement touching her voice. "Why do you worry about others?" she asked, though the question was laced with concern. "The freshman competition from the 4 top universities starts in just over a week. How is your training progressing?" Despite her composed exterior, a flicker of disbelief crossed her face. Her bluish-purple pupils trembled slightly. "How long has it been?" Only 1 month into the semester, and Ethan had already managed to kill a Tier 3 high-level ferocious beast. Later, Ethan headed to the mission center to submit his tasks, successfully upgrading his mission level to 3. This achievement immediately drew the attention of many students within the hall. The sudden display of power sent a palpable shock wave through their young minds, tinged with a sharp pang of professional envy. After filling his stomach, Ethan returned to his dormitory. He recalled that all students selected by advisors enjoyed complete freedom in choosing their courses, ranging from various weapon disciplines and elixirs refining to potion manufacture and body tempering techniques. Students choose, or even opt out entirely. Ordinary students had some limited choice, but skipping classes completely was impossible. Ethan himself had been assigned by instructors from the Ice Department Academy, yet he still technically enrolled in a course. Coincidentally, it was his class time. The dormitory wing was deserted. Ethan ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor, took a shower, and entered his room. In the quiet of his bedroom, Ethan summoned the system panel. His name was the Fan. He possessed 60,000 evolution points. His spirit strength measured 654 Hz. His quiet blood capacity amounted to 1,391 calories. His realm level stood at upper 2nd tier, with an upward arrow indicating potential growth. His skills included marksmanship, which he had mastered, melee combat, which was intermediate and showed potential for improvement, ice shard ring, which was advanced but only at a D rank and also showed potential for improvement. Ice Flash, which was intermediate and showed potential for improvement, Ice Blade, which was intermediate and showed potential for improvement, Frozen Shield, which was intermediate and showed potential for improvement, Ice Blast, which was intermediate and showed potential for improvement, Detective Skill, which was advanced and showed potential for improvement, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing RA, which was beginner level but possessed a double S- rank, and also showed potential for improvement. His body bring technique was Profound Nether Ice Soul Body, rated S and currently at 2nd level, with upward arrow indicating potential growth. Realm, add some points. The evolution points dropped by 16,000. His realm advanced from upper 2nd tier to lower 3rd tier. After consuming 16,000 evolution points, an unprecedented surge of massive ice elemental energy erupted within his body, feeling like a tidal wave of cold power. Nearly 3 hours later, Ethan slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he registered was the palpable increase in his own attributes. He summoned the panel again and studied the numbers. His spirit strength had risen to 764 Hz. His ki and blood capacity now amounted to 1,651 calories. "It cost me so many evolution points," Ethan murmured softly, but thankfully, the improvement is substantial. With 40,000 evolution points remaining, he focused his intent on his body tempering technique. Add points. Add points to everyone. The evolution points dropped by 20,000. His mysterious ice soul body advanced from 2nd level to 3rd level. In an instant, Ethan frowned, feeling as if every single meridian in his body, large and small, was being flash frozen by ice. Because human endurance has its limits, the sensation was not unbearable, but it was intense. The meridians that had been frozen solid began to melt away, only to freeze again. Through this relentless cycle of freezing and thawing, the impurities within Ethan's circulatory system were washed clean. He was tempered to an extreme degree. When the process finally ceased, no pain remained, replaced instead by a profound sense of ease. He checked his attributes once more. His mental scale measured 824 Hz. His QI capacity amounted to 2,051 calories. My Ki and blood capacity has exceeded 2,000 calories. Ethan's eyes lit up with genuine excitement. He now felt as if he could flick a cow away with nothing more than a single finger. 20,000 evolution points remain, but a slow, determined smile spread across his face. Add points to everyone. Having of the torrent of memories, Ethan realized with a jolt that his maximum displacement distance had surged to 40 meters. It was a staggering 60% improvement. The accumulation of power was relentless, the points continued to drain away. These skills were all a level, and the leaps from intermediate to advanced proficiency represented a monumental surge of power, an estimated 80 to 90% increase in capability. Then came the final expenditure. This ice explosion technique had once been a devastating move, one Ethan could only unleash once, even after draining every last drop of internal energy. But with the expansion of his body's energy capacity, and the assimilation of the far more potent SS rank skill, extreme ice illusion killing RA, what was once a desperate measure now felt almost trivial. Though it remained a powerful trick, Ethan could wield it freely. After fully integrating these memories, he found himself breathless. As expected of an S-rank ability, the proficiency level had risen by a staggering 120%, even though only a single tier advanced. It was utterly terrifying. Finally, Ethan allocated points to his most devastating skill, at present the SS level, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Having officially broken through to the lower third tier of cultivation and significantly boosting his body tempering technique, Ethan's capacity for ice elemental energy had swelled exponentially. He could now unleash the full might of the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, even at an intermediate proficiency level. Even advancing from beginner to intermediate with a skill-rated SS level resulted in a 70% improvement, a truly remarkable feat. At this moment, Ethan had reached an almost unbelievable zenith. A satisfied, almost predatory smile curved Ethan's lips as he looked at the screen before him. He genuinely did not know how the other teams in the top 4 universities' freshman competition were supposed to cope. After his mind had processed the memories multiple times, a profound wave of exhaustion washed over him. He collapsed to the large bed, closed his eyes, and surrendered himself to a deep, restorative sleep. When Ethan finally awoke, the morning sun was already high in the sky. The moment he sat up, he almost reflexively reached for his phone beside the pillow. The time read 7:49 a.m. A message from his teacher, Thomas, flashed across the screen. The principal had requested that Ethan report to the main office before 9 o'clock. And Thomas was relaying the message on his behalf. Plenty of time remained, they had over an hour. As Ethan headed toward the nearest cafeteria for a late breakfast, several familiar faces appeared one after another. There was Marcus, who had challenged him earlier, Daniel, his opponent from the freshman competition, and Owen, whom he had met in the deep vaults. Upon spotting Ethan at a corner table, they all instinctively gravitated toward him, taking seats around him. As the saying went, no fight, no friendship, but today, it felt more like an immediate reunion. After a few minutes of catching up, their familiarity grew quickly. The groupie began mimicking Marcus's habit, calling Ethan Brother Bears X and Brother XX in rapid succession. Soon, a peculiar, self-proud 4-person sworn brotherhood had formed within the bustling cafeteria. The atmosphere was suddenly disrupted by the arrival of 2 graceful young women who walked into the hall, drawing the attention of nearly every male student. One girl possessed an average, delicate beauty. The other was stunningly gorgeous, with a figure and long legs that made it impossible for any teenage boy to look away. These were Clara and her best friend, Amelia, who were heading toward the principal's office. Feeling the intense weight of countless gazes, Clara shook her head slightly, sighing inwardly. Sigh. Being too beautiful isn't always a blessing. After purchasing their meals, Clara spotted Ethan and his group. Her almond-shaped eyes brightened instantly. She took Amelia by the arm and approached the table. "Hello, may I sit here?" she asked softly. The group answered in unison, "Wes, of course you can." After a brief exchange, it became clear that all 5 of them were scheduled to be called to the principal's office. It was an obvious deduction that Clara would also be summoned. There was a comfortable gap between Daniel and Ethan, enough for 2 people to sit easily, so Clara took the opportunity to settle there. As for Amelia, she paused thoughtfully before deciding to take a seat directly across from him. After breakfast, the group proceeded toward the principal's office together, while Amelia headed off to the teaching building. Knock, knock. Ethan, leading the way, rapped lightly on the door of the main office. "Come in." Robert's voice boomed through the hall, echoing clearly for all to hear. Upon hearing his reply, Ethan opened the door, and the group filed inside one by one. "Is it common now for you all to come in groups?" unlike his usual dignified bearing. Robert smiled faintly this time. He then continued, "Do you know why I called the five of you here?" Without hesitation, Ethan replied, "You've gathered us to discuss the freshman competition teams from the 4 prestigious universities. Haven't he? The 5 people present were indeed the top 5 contenders in the national freshman competition." It was an inescapable conclusion. "Good." Robert nodded slowly and continued, "The 4 famous universities' freshman competition is fast approaching. You should all have cultivated enough strength by now. Now, it is time to form teams and conduct specialized inter-team training." He paused, his gaze sweeping over them. "As for who the captain shall be, that decision rests with the 5 of you. I will not interfere." The moment Robert finished speaking, the other 4 people except Ethan all pointed at him, indicating that he should assume the role of team leader. "The captain has made his choice, Ethan. You will be responsible for developing the team's combat tactics. Here is a document outlining the previous training plan." Robert immediately added Ethan on QQ and forwarded the file. "Yes, Principal Robert." Ethan's eyes were steady and resolute. Robert offered further instructions, directing that Ethan and the other 4 could proceed straight to the venue for the 4 famous universities' freshman competition training. Ethan nodded, absorbing the directive. Once they left the principal's office, the group arrived at the sprawling grounds of the prestigious freshman competition. The hall was immense, a cavernous space echoing with potential energy. Before them, behind them, and to their sides, 5 designated chairs stood ready for entry into the virtual world. This arrangement perfectly mirrored the required team size for the elite university competition. Above these 20 seats, a massive rectangular display screen faced 4 cardinal directions, clearly intended for spectators. Flanking the central area were tiered rows of seating, ascending height the grand viewing gallery for the audience. From Robert's explanation, Ethan understood that all permissions for this venue had been granted. This was no mere temporary identity space like the Crystal Spire Hall here. Their registration established a true, permanent digital existence. It was the full-fledged registry system. After signing in, they could even link up with others as friends, sharing the same virtual expanse. "Let's get in first," Ethan suggested, his voice steady. "Good," Mibruk chorused, moving to find their seats and settling down. On the screen that flickered to life, 5 distinct flags appeared: a brilliant red flag, a star-spangled banner, a 12-pointed emblem, a 6-star Union Jack, and a deep forest green standard. They represent the 5 global superpowers currently dominating Earth. This virtual reality was not merely an experiment. It was a joint creation of these 5 colossal powers. The system displayed a welcome message to virtual reality. "Scanning you." As expected, unlike their previous experience, user identification required a rigorous scan. Identity confirmed. Ethan's country of origin was the Edoria Dominion, and his identity number was recorded. Once his identity was successfully verified, Ethan's consciousness slipped into the digital space. Notifications appeared. Clara had sent him a friend request, and Daniel had also sent him one. While he waited to figure out how to bring the others into sync with him, notifications for his 4 teammates appeared sequentially. It was crucial to remember that Clara, Daniel, Marcus, and Owen all hailed from immensely wealthy families. They were accustomed to virtual reality, their homes housed dedicated VR chairs, and they had logged in countless times. Naturally, they possessed an intimate knowledge of the system's inner workings. Ethan accepted each friend request without hesitation. Clara requested access to his space, and Daniel also requested access to his space. The requests continued until he agreed to all of them. Instantly, the figures of his teammates materialized before him. They had already changed into their respective battle suits within their own private spaces beforehand. "Brother Ethan," Marcus began, raising and clashing his fists together in a practiced motion. "Tell us, how should we approach our training?" "No need to rush," Ethan advised. "The most vital element of any team is its formation. Let's establish that first." Ethan waved his hand, and instantly, a sheet of parchment and a pen appeared in his grasp. "Now that we are officially teammates, there can be no secrets. We must all reveal our abilities, nothing held back. Knowing each other's strengths will streamline our cooperation and allow me to make the most informed decisions." His tone was solemn, carrying the weight of strategy. Marcus took the lead, introducing himself with confidence. I awakened the S-class ability Vajra Profound Earth, currently at the lower level of the second tier. I wield a large sword, and my abilities are geared toward defense. Daniel adjusted his glasses, a faint smile touching his lips. As he spoke, one of his pupils briefly flashed a light green hue. And me. I awakened the S-class ability Storm Eye, also at the lower level of the second tier. I favor the Longsword, my abilities lean toward speed. Next, the Fern's turn. I awakened the S-class ability Bone Corroding Toxin, lower level of the second tier. Daggers are my preferred weapon, and my skills specialize in sneak attacks, or rather, precise thrusting. Owen stepped up next. I awakened the S-class ability Natural Spirit, grass type, also at the lower level of the second tier. A longsword works well, but a staff is equally effective. My abilities are primarily supportive. Finally, Clara introduced herself with an air of open generosity. While she possessed offensive capabilities, compared to the three who had spoken before her, her output was less pronounced. However, her support skills were vastly superior. What I awakened as the S-class ability Ice Crown, ice type, lower level of the third tier. A spear suits me best, and my abilities, well, are quite balanced all around. Since they were now a unit, there was no need for pretense. Moreover, Ethan had never been one to conceal his own strength. He spoke calmly, as if detailing something trivial. But the others exchanged looks of profound shock. The lower level of the third tier represented an entire developmental tier above them. During the freshman competition, he had only registered as a second-tier student. Clara's almond eyes held a flicker of sheer wonder. She was unaware that when Ethan first arrived at the school, he was merely an awakened one, not even a superpowered one. Yet now he stood leagues ahead. Only Owen managed to mask his surprise with a knowing smile. After all, he knew Ethan had once single-handedly taken down a third-tier high-level ferocious beast. "Captain," Owen teased, a wide grin spreading across his face. "With you here, shouldn't we just sweep the opponents aside? What is the point of training?" Ethan remained silent for a beat, merely casting a cool glance at Owen. "I was only joking," Owen quickly chuckled, suddenly self-conscious. While his teammates were exchanging introductions, Ethan had been quietly scribbling and sketching on the parchment. When he finally presented the paper, he began, "Since this is a team competition, we were never to face squad battles. The formation I've devised is as follows." The arrangement was not static. Ethan immediately proposed 3 different formations, each with its own tactical approach. This was purely theoretical for now. They would need to adapt their judgment based on the actual battlefield. "All right," Ethan concluded, a faint smile touching his lips. "Let's begin training." He waved his hand once more. The next moment, 5 ferocious beasts materialized before them. There was the speed-focused Gale Wolf, the Shadow Bat with terrifying ambush capabilities, the armored Rhinoceros boasting immense damage resistance, and a mutated female baboon, whose roar could amplify the fighting spirit of other monsters, while simultaneously disrupting their abilities. At the very heart of this monstrous formation stood a blazing tiger. Of course, to achieve the desired training effect, Ethan did not unleash his ultimate skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. But he also held nothing back. The arena was vast enough that by the time one wave of beasts fell, another would spawn in its place. Thus, the ensuing team training proved to be utterly comprehensive and brutal. The morning bled into afternoon. The first day of rigorous training had reached its simple conclusion. From now on, could we train from 9 in the morning until noon? Ethan inquired, his voice bearing a note of hopeful exhaustion. A chorus of affirmative cheers rose from the group. "Yes! Yes! Brother Ethan, I'll do whatever you say." The collective nod was unanimous. Once the physical demands subsided, the students slowly regained their composure and lifted their helmets. With that, they filed out of the training hall. As they passed, Clara caught up to Ethan. "By the way, Ethan, I made an excess batch of croissants this morning. I can't finish them. They're still in my dorm. Would you like some?" "Oh really? That's wonderful. Thank you so much." Ethan accepted her offer with genuine gratitude. It had to be admitted that the snacks Clara habitually prepared always struck a chord with Ethan's palate. Though every bite was delicious, he felt too self-conscious to ask for them directly. Clara seemed to possess an intuitive understanding of his fondness for food, and was always ready to share her bounty. For someone who cooked often, receiving such casual recognition from others was a profound encouragement, a quiet joy that settled deep in the chest. Observing this exchange, Daniel rested his chin on his hands, his expression suddenly thoughtful. The memory of the freshman competition flashed through his mind. Soon, a knowing smile spread across his face. He seemed to have all the answers. He blinked rapidly at Owen beside him. Owen instantly understood the silent signal and returned a matching, conspiratorial grin. You too? Why are you blinking so much? Are you unwell? You were perfectly fine just moments ago. The honest, straightforward Marcus failed to connect with their subtle exchange. Well, Owen sighed dramatically, conveying that Marcus was utterly incorrigible. Look, Owen and I have companion beasts who are feeling under the weather. So we really must take our leave now. Daniel spoke in a rush, projecting an air of urgent necessity. Owen quickly followed suit, adopting an equally frantic tone. Yes, my cooker is having a rough time and hasn't been eating properly lately. I need to go check on him. Sidkako was Owen's scorpion companion. Before they could finish their fabricated excuses, the two men executed a hasty retreat. During this brief flurry of activity, Marcus racked his brain until he finally pieced together what was happening. He watched them go and followed in their wake. Clara blinked, slowly coming to her senses. She realized that when they had first emerged, there were 5 people present, but now only she and Ethan remained. Where did they all go? She asked, a note of genuine curiosity in her voice. They all had something else to attend to, Ethan replied calmly. A low, unmistakable rumble echoed from Clara's midsection. Her pretty face instantly flushed crimson. She lowered her head, suddenly overcome with acute embarrassment and unsure how to address the sound. Ethan didn't think it was a big deal. No one entirely controls such bodily functions. He reached into his spatial ring and retrieved a packaged compressed biscuit, offering it gently to Clara. Having recovered from her awkwardness, Clara had initially intended to retrieve food from her own supplies. Seeing Ethan's gesture, she accepted the biscuits, whispering softly, "Thank you." Ethan smiled, acknowledging her thanks with a simple nod. That afternoon, Ethan traveled to his teacher Thomas's residence. When he had first broken through to the master level of marksmanship, he had been captivated by the skills that his master claimed could only be mastered at this advanced tier. The first skill was comparable to his own, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, an SS-level masterpiece. Just as Ethan approached the house, a familiar figure intercepted him. It was his senior brother, Michael. He had just stepped out of Thomas's residence, skipping and hopping with an unadulterated, beaming joy. "Senior brother Michael, good afternoon. What has you so happy?" Ethan greeted him, curiosity coloring his tone. Michael laughed heartily. My skill. I finally broke through to the advanced proficiency level. My mentor already taught me Ice Blast." After exchanging a few words of congratulations, Ethan entered Thomas's residence. "Ethan, what brings you here to see your master this time?" Thomas asked from his sofa, an air of keen interest about him. He was simultaneously brewing himself a pot of tea. "Teacher," Ethan began, "my marksmanship has reached the master level." He paused, then continued, "You mentioned before that once my skill reached this level, you would grant me an SS-level skill book to learn." He rubbed his hands together, displaying an expectant eagerness. Thomas's twinkled. "You advance so quickly. Show me a few moves." Next, Ethan and Thomas moved to the backyard. Ethan raised his Cold River sky-splitting spear, demonstrating his technique. His marksmanship was exceptionally sharp, radiating palpable killing intent. In the span of 1 second, he thrust out 5 distinct shots in rapid succession. "Excellent. Excellent. Truly excellent. This is indeed master-level marksmanship." Thomas praised him 3 times in quick succession, his appreciation evident. "Then, teacher." Ethan's pupils widened slightly. "Come with me." Thomas didn't keep the suspense any longer and led him to the door of his bedroom. Half a minute later, Thomas emerged from the room and handed the promised skill book to Ethan. Ethan examined it closely. The thick tome bore 4 large, gleaming golden characters, "Frosty Spears Strike Repeatedly. A Frost Spear Combo, SS-level skill. After use, you enter a special state where the damage dealt by the spear is increased, and the more combos you perform, the greater the increase." Then, prompted by Thomas, Ethan turned to the next page. It can also materialize the ice-type elemental energy within the body into an enhanced version of the ice spear and fire it. The first 2 pages meticulously summarized its effects. To materialize the ice-type elemental energy within the body into an enhanced version of the ice spear. Ethan blinked, considering the text. This seemed like a superior alternative to his existing skill, Ice Blade. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't quite so. Although the power was immense, at least the Ice Blade maintained a longer attack range than this new spear technique. "Thank you, teacher," Ethan said, ensuring he expressed his gratitude. "You are welcome, you deserve it." Thomas waved a dismissive hand. After departed, Thomas murmured to himself, "Ethan seems to have already reached the 3rd tier." He was indeed taken aback by Ethan's extraordinary pace of advancement. But then again, this was his disciple, a truly miraculous existence. It seemed far more reasonable now. Moreover, they were all his disciples, the stronger, the better. Tonight, Ethan bypassed the Crystal Spire Hall. Instead, he remained cocooned in the quiet solitude of his bedroom, the glow of his laptop illuminating the desk before him. "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated," the adage echoed in his mind, though his 3rd tier cultivation felt robust enough to face any challenge. Caution was not merely advisable, it was paramount. His current focus was a deep dive into the potential competitors of the other 3 prestigious universities for their freshman competitions. While such information would never grace an official school website, the digital footprint of ambition was inescapable. Students, fueled by adrenaline and excitement, inevitably plastered every thrilling moment from the arena onto social media. Platforms like EchoStream and WhisperNet were flooded with videos and photos detailing the rival schools' freshman contests. Some posts boasted staggering likes. It was a harsh truth: in this world, one could not afford to play ignorance simply to gain an advantage. The stronger you were, the more resources and attention you would accrue. Participating in these 4 top-tier university competitions required no effort from him, yet the stakes were immense. Not only did securing first place restore a school's reputation, but it subtly dictated the flow of student recruitment for the following year. Furthermore, the winning team received a substantial reward jointly funded by all 4 institutions, a tradition as immutable as the turning of the seasons. With a decisive click of the mouse, Ethan began his methodical sweep through endless streams of video footage. More than an hour dissolved into the glow of the screen. Finally, he compiled their names onto a sheet of paper: Andrew, Madison, and Jackson. Based on the collective evidence from various platforms, these 3 represented the apex of freshman talent from the rival schools. From Skyreach Institute, there was Andrew. His ability manifested as grass-type supernatural power, specializing in control. Ethan noted a comment thread that revealed Andrew's father was Tang Shan, a master whose A-level blue-gold grass had been eclipsed by Andrew's S-level purple-gold grass, a truly magnificent feat of lineage. This achievement reached its zenith when Andrew clinched first place at Summit Academy. The spectacle was undeniable. Next, Madison from Riverbend Institute. She possessed a rare psychic ability, allowing her to manipulate objects remotely. In one video clip, she had effortlessly neutralized an opponent's weapon with a mere surge of mental force, striking when the rival's guard dipped lowest. And finally, Jackson of Golden Gate College. He wielded the Dragon Soul Body, an S+ level combat-type superpower. His fighting style was pure ferocity. The footage showed him using what appeared to be nothing more than a boxing glove. His punches were devastatingly powerful, and hyper-realistic at one point. A single blow had shattered a large sword forged from D-grade alloy. "I hope your performance on the field doesn't disappoint me too much," Ethan mused, a faint, calculating smile touching his lips. The soft chime of the dormitory doorbell broke his concentration. "Master." Hara's voice drifted out as the smart management assistant announced the visitor. Who could it be? Ethan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of genuine curiosity crossing his features. He descended the spiral staircase to the ground floor and opened the door. Standing before him was a figure bathed in cool moonlight: Clara. Her hair was still damp, delicate strands clinging to her neck, carrying the faint, clean scent of her recent shower. The ethereal quality of the moonlight seemed to amplify her beauty, leaving Ethan momentarily breathless. "Ethan," Come try these egg tarts. Clara noticed his pause but offered no explanation for it. With a gentle smile, she handed him the freshly baked treats. Ethan's brow furrowed slightly. He realized this was becoming a pattern, Clara frequently sharing her baking with him, yet he found no displeasure in it. Good. He accepted them. He plucked one tart and brought it to his lips. The moment his teeth grazed the flaky crust, the thin layers dissolved instantly on his tongue, releasing an intoxicating wave of buttered aroma. The custard filling was perfectly balanced, sweet and creamy, offering a warmth that was neither too rich nor too intense. Only the delicate crispness of the pastry and the tender sweetness of the filling remained, intertwining in a perfect mouthful. It's delicious, Ethan admitted, speaking his truth. As long as you like it. Clara chuckled, her smile radiating the brightness of spring sunshine. As she prepared to leave, she paused, concern coloring her tone. Ethan, we have training tomorrow. You should get some rest. You too, Eva replied, his voice steady. Even Clara herself was unaware that a subtle current of care seemed to be growing between them, pulling her closer and closer to him. The next day, the group arrived at the designated hall well ahead of schedule. Wow, everyone's here with such enthusiasm. Ethan greeted them. Thank goodness I made it. Daniel adjusted his glasses, adopting his usual composed manner. Good morning, Ethan. Clara offered a warm greeting. Marcus and Owen followed suit, each offering their own unique acknowledgement. Ethan smiled faintly, gesturing for the group to gather closer. They complied instantly. Next, he retrieved the marked paper from his pocket and unfurled it completely, presenting it to all of them. Brother Ethan, this is. Owen's expression was a mixture of surprise and confusion. Daniel's right pupil shifted from black to a pale emerald green. He reached into his own pocket and produced a piece of paper. The writing upon it mirrored Ethan's almost exactly. A shade of pang smile passed between Ethan and Daniel. The connection felt like meeting a true kindred spirit. But the moment vanished. Ethan's smile faded, replaced by an intense strategics as he analyzed the situation. Andrew's abilities lean heavily toward control. He is grass type. Marcus, you must be vigilant against any attempts at manipulation. Among group, Marcus possessed the lowest agility, and his own grass-based ability was susceptible to earth-type countermeasures. Brother Ethan, I understand. Marcus nodded in acknowledgement. Madison is a psychic user. Everyone maintain your focus and be wary of any weapons used against you. Don't laugh at me, Owen, he warned. Owen immediately dropped his frivolous demeanor, scratching the back of his head. Jackson has awakened an S+ combat type ability. He is a powerhouse in close quarters. We cannot confront him head-on. We must prioritize neutralizing his teammates first. Wes. The group murmured their agreement, nodding in unison. All right, and concluded. That concludes the theoretical analysis. Now, let's enter the virtual reality and begin today's training. The group settled onto their respective seats, their consciousness gradually sinking into the manufactured depths of the simulation. Days bled into nights, days stacked one upon the next. Mornings were spent in grueling training with my 4 companions. Afternoons and evenings found me pushing my limits within the Crystal Spire Hall. Time ceased to be measured by clocks, but by sweat and exhaustion. Soon it was more than a week later, the day the freshman competition among the 4 most prestigious universities was set to begin. Days prior, Aethod Academy had transformed itself into a monument of meticulous preparation. Every banner hung with precision, every corner gleamed. The shrubbery wasn't merely trimmed, it was sculpted into flawless, geometric squares indistinguishable from polished cuboids. Fallen leaves were swept away until the ground shone clean. Every detail mattered. This competition held immense weight for the school's reputation, and no slackening would be tolerated. Ethan, Clara, and the others wore smiles of confident anticipation. The day they had waited for had finally arrived. The path of cultivation was a marathon, but it became infinitely more thrilling with formidable opponents lining the track. On this day, not only the 5 participants felt the electric buzz of excitement, but the entire student body did too. Why? Because during the period of the 4 great universities' freshman competitions, the whole campus enjoyed a holiday. To witness the brilliance of nationwide top-tier geniuses, to cultivate independently and surpass rivals, or simply to stay in the dorms and sleep until sunset. None of these options held the same allure. the vast majority of students would inevitably choose to gather, drawn by the spectacle, the sheer admiration for power. Watching a match earned credits, yes, but more profoundly, it fed an insatiable curiosity for strength. According to my understanding, this competition was purely a contest between individuals with superpowers. Companion beasts were not required. Yet, I wouldn't be so cruel as to leave Piper hunting alone in the underground world at such a critical juncture. As a contestant myself, ensuring Piper had a prime seat among the spectators would be effortless. My mind soured and the control panel materialized before me. It displayed my spirit rating of 854 Hz, and my blood calories count of 2,171. During this period, I had maximized my intake of second-tier frozen yuan gathering liquid until my body protested. My attributes naturally rose in tandem. As for the skill Frost Spear combo, I hadn't even mastered it yet. Consequently, it remained blank on the panel, unupgradable. As soon as I dismissed the control panel, my phone vibrated wildly, followed by a ringing call. Unlocking the screen revealed it was my mother. Mum. What is it? I answered, keeping my tone casual. Das Yuan, is this competition for the 4 top universities starting soon? Be careful. Her voice crackled through the line, laced with genuine concern. It's fine, Mum. Don't worry. I will be careful, I affirmed smoothly. In truth, I had already informed her that the venue was a virtual reality simulation. Even death there would have no lasting impact on my physical self. But dealing the mother meant anticipating resistance, the need for me to say, I clearly said. Or, how could you forget? No, it wasn't worth the effort. My own had endured enough hardships. Her concern was genuine. If I ignored it, so be it. It wasn't a big deal. Why not just play along? She would be happy, wouldn't she? Okay. Xiaoan, I am very relieved that you are so sensible. Eleanor sounded pleased before hanging up. Around 8:30 a.m., several unfamiliar cars and buses rolled into Aethergate Academy, followed by a steady stream of coaches. Yet, the security guards waved them through without question, because these vehicles carried teachers, contestants, and spectators from the other 3 prestigious universities. They were guided to the central playground. Their 4 distinct sections of seating were arranged in neat rows, each marked with a label designating its corresponding school. The attendees settled into their seats. A grand assembly was scheduled before the official competition could begin, a ceremony akin to an opening address. It felt like going through motions. As soon as I sat down, Owen grew restless, turning around to scan his surroundings. On the far left is the team from Summit Academy, 3 men and 2 women. One of the women has quite fair skin, but alas, she seems a bit robust. To the left, the Golden Gate College squad, 4 men and 1 woman. Is that girl's musculature really that defined? Seeing this, Owen couldn't help but shake his head in mock disbelief. The single female member of the Golden Gate College team displayed a physique that ranked second among the 5 members, only surpassed by the team leader, Jackson. And on the right, the Reborn Institute team, 2 men and 3 women. A tall, mature woman in black stockings would look incredible, and there's also a cute little girl with twin ponytails. Not bad. They're all my type, hee. A slightly lewd smile crept across Owen's face. That was it, the gleam of a man admiring beautiful women. Owen, what you looking at? Daniel approached with an overly bright smile. Nothing, I didn't see anything. Owen chose to play the fool, refusing to admit his gaze. Just a friendly reminder. They are from Riverbend Institute. After speaking, Daniel turned back, his expression hardening slightly. Riverbend Institute of Extraordinary Power Bar. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Upon realizing the implication, Owen shuddered in genuine fright, regret flashing across his pupils. He let out a long sigh. A few minutes later, I realized they were simply students from Riverbend Institute. It didn't mean they hailed from the province itself. Brother Daniel. Owen chuckled, a smile that suggested he saw through all of Daniel's pretense. You still try to mislead me. The conference continued. A representative for this year's competition addressed the gathering. The event would span 4 days. As for the specific schedule, the official kept it vague, promising details tomorrow. After all, contestants had traveled great distances and deserved a day of rest. Tomorrow was when the real battle began. Next, safety protocols were emphasized. Soon after, the team leader stepped onto the stage to speak. Ethan, Andrew, Jackson, Madison. Their words were brief, Yet they resonated with an unwavering confidence, a palpable surge of vigor and high spirits. Finally, Robert, the principal of Aethelgard Academy, announced the conclusion of the conference. After the conference, everyone was advised to take a day of rest to recharge their energies. Just as Ethan turned to leave, a voice sliced through the air, sharp and accusatory. "He doesn't come here with good intentions." The thought flared in Ethan's mind. He pivoted his head away, only to find 3 men and 2 women approaching them. Leading the group was none other than Andrew, captain of the Summit Academy team. A mocking smile stretched across Andrew's face. "Ethan, do your best tomorrow. Don't let me down." His lips curled into a lingering smirk, laced with unmistakable contempt, making him unbearably irritating. Everyone has their own brand of personality, Ethan thought wryly. Perhaps it's simply inherited from his father. "Don't worry," Ethan countered smoothly, meeting the challenge head-on. "I will definitely not let you down. I plan to make you despair." As the saying went, courtesy demanded a response. And if Andrew had chosen to jump straight into confrontation with such harsh remarks, Ethan would naturally meet him on that same level. "Really?" And waved a dismissive hand, radiating an air of utter nonchalance. He then turned and left with his team captain. Whispered Emma beside her. "Andrew seems incredibly arrogant. Isn't he using the grass element? It should be countered by Ethan's ice element, yet he still acts so cocky." Madison waved a hand, her expression shifting into that of an amused spectator watching a play unfold. "Never mind him. Just wait and see the show tomorrow." Owen stepped closer, her brow furrowed with puzzled concern. "Captain, Andrew definitely knows you wield the ice element, yet he still dares to be so presumptuous." Daniel to deep thought, observing the exchange. Ethan shrugged, his demeanor casual, and addressed Emma. "Isn't it normal to have a trump card? These days, who doesn't keep some hidden cards up their sleeve? Just deal with whatever comes our way." "That's true." Owen rested her chin on her hand, murmuring softly, "Emma." A smile touched Ethan's lips. While others might not know Emma, every member of their team did. "Captain is now a 3rd-tier lower-rank realm," he mused. "His spirit and key blood attributes must be terrifying." With the captain present, Owen's only expectation was the jaw-dropping expression that would bloom across Andrew's face after witnessing his true strength. The next day, an hour before the first battle, the seats from the 3rd row onwards were already packed. The front row belonged to the principal and the mentors of the 4 great famous schools contestants: Thomas, Ethan's teacher, Xia Zhuan, Clara's aunt, and others like them. The second row was reserved for the team's companion beast: Ethan's beast, Clara's beast, Grace, and the others. The 5 companions: snake, dragon, eagle, bear, and scorpion sat together, chatting, and wow, the companion beast is so cute. The sight of him interacting caused the eyes of a girl sitting behind them to sparkle. Every time a team walked in from outside, it was met with a loud roar from the audience. "Crystal Academy! Crystal Academy, you're the best! Crystal Academy, you're the strongest! Go Vela College! Vela College, you will win!" It felt as if whoever shouted the loudest would claim the championship title. The students from each school poured their energy into the cheers, creating a rising tide of sound like a landslide or a tsunami. Yet, since this was Grand Citadel Academy, the crowd naturally leaned toward their own university's fervor. By the sheer volume of shouts, Grand Citadel Academy ultimately emerged as the victor. "Wow, I heard it's 4 days this time, a full day longer than usual. This is even better. Didn't you hear me when I was acting like an audience member at the conference yesterday? Wait a minute. Is that the beautiful lady walking over there? Senior Sister Jiang." The 2 boys were whispering to each other. Her exceptionally beautiful silver-white hair was simply too captivating. Just as one boy prepared to answer, he noticed her approaching from a distance, her figure swaying with effortless grace. "Don't dream about it. Senior Sister Jiang hasn't been here for 2 years. "Wait, really, is Senior Sister Jiang?" The other boy initially doubted his eyes, but then glanced again, and his pupils widened in disbelief. "Oh my God. If I could get together with Senior Sister Jiang, I'd be willing to drive luxury cars and live in mansions." "What, be so greedy? You want everything good, huh? What else is there to say? Draw your sword, brother." Slowly, many people turned their attention towards Sarah's arrival, sparking a fresh wave of excited chatter. It was perfectly natural, after all. Sarah was the student with the highest academic ranking at Grand Citadel Academy. Sarah was already accustomed to this reception. Her expression remained calm and composed as she settled into the second row. The results from the previous 2 years had been underwhelming. She was nowhere near the peak of her former glory. Instead of merely spectating, why not go the trial spire and undergo the trials herself? However, Ethan's heaven-defying performance had piqued her interest. This made her attend the audience for the first time ever. Capability: a Tier 3 high-rank vicious beast. Junior Ethan, Sarah's blue-purple pupils held a flicker of light. I wonder if you are truly as strong as my cousin claims to be. Good morning, fellow contestants, mentors, and students watching the competition. A booming voice echoed through the arena. Welcome everyone to the 2052 Four Great Schools Freshman Competition. I am the principal in charge. Noah appeared on a floating platform. With a wave of his hand, images instantly materialized across 4 massive screens above them, commanding everyone's attention. The Four Great Schools Freshman Competition will last for 4 days. The overall person in charge detailed the rules. On the first and second days, 2-on-2 matches will be randomly selected. The losers will enter the losers bracket. Day 1 features a morning match and an afternoon match. On day 2, the losers will compete to advance, and those who fall in the losers bracket will be eliminated. On the third day, 3 teams will simultaneously face a formidable vicious beast within the virtual reality simulation, and the top 2 teams will advance. Finally, on the fourth day, the last 2 remaining teams will face off. He paused for dramatic effect. Furthermore, each match consists of 5 one-on-one matches plus 1 team match. A single win is worth 1 point, a team victory is worth 2.5. The team with the highest total score after 6 matches wins the overall match. The detailed schedule for the 4 days was displayed on the screen. I think adding the Vicious Beast matchup this year is a particularly brilliant feature. Someone murmured. Actually, having one more day would be pretty good. Seeing this, many students watching couldn't help but mutter in unison. Now, Noah announced, his voice carrying across the vast arena, that a representative from one of the 4 great famous schools would approach the stage to draw lots. The space ring adorning his finger pulsed with a faint light. Moments later, 4 identical slips of paper materialized in Noah's hand. These were no ordinary pieces of parchment. They were specialized mental energy shielding papers, crafted from rare materials and immensely costly. They were also marvelously versatile, free to assemble, and writable with pure mental force. Yet, their most critical function lay in their ability to cloak external psychic energy from perception, rendering the instructors on stage blind to any magical probing. Ethan is the team captain, Robert suggested gently to Thomas. It would be more prudent for instructor Thomas to draw. Indeed, the other mentors, agreeing with the sentiment. Thomas felt a sudden warmth bloom in his chest. Without even knowing if he would have to participate, he wouldn't bother attending. My judgment was flawless, he thought, a wave of smug satisfaction washing over him. This student is worth every bit of attention. Captain, Owen asked, a playful smile gracing his lips. Which opponent do you think Instructor Thomas will draw for us? Ethan's expression remained utterly unreadable. Perfect the most. I have no idea, he replied flatly. And frankly, I don't care. Andrew, standing to the side, crossed his arms over his chest, a faint, predatory smile playing on his lips. Ethan, you are awfully boastful. Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? You'd better pray you don't run into Summit Academy. The others exchanged glances, showing no sign of being provoked. In fact, they regarded Andrew as if he were a fool. Ethan, however, acted as if the words had never been spoken, his demeanor unchanging. His strategy was pure, icy indifference. To Andrew's eyes, this profound lack of reaction was far more intimidating than any outburst. Ethan, Andrew murmured, letting the challenge hang in the air. Do you truly believe your ice element is potent enough to fell a 3rd-tier lower-ranked player? Does the blazing flame tiger realm guarantee victory? Andrew did not raise his voice, he merely chuckled. He had already prepared a trump card, a move that would leave Ethan utterly defenseless. Then we shall see how you manage your laughter. While the 2 sides exchanged their barbed words, the mentors from each school moved to the stage and drew their lots from Noah's hands. After retrieving their slips, the groups unfolded them, displaying them openly for the cameras. The slips marked one belonged to Magic Capital University of Supernatural Abilities and Riverbend Institute. The slips marked two belonged to Grand Citadel Academy and Summit Academy. The meaning was self-evident. Excellent. Noah waved a hand, and the display screen instantly updated day 1 morning. Magic Capital University of Supernatural Abilities versus Riverbend Institute day 1 afternoon. Grand Citadel Academy versus Summit Academy. Men, please return to your seats. The competition is about to begin, Noah concluded. We've actually been paired together. Andrew scoffed with disdain. Ethan. Across the way, Owen and Marcus high-fived in triumphant celebration. Clara's brows relaxed, and a genuine smile returned to her face. Since Andrew had so brazenly challenged Ethan, she had been clenching her fists with intense displeasure. Now, by sheer fortune, they were matched. This is perfect, she thought fiercely. I can finally teach them a lesson in true strength. Strength is the only language that silences arrogance. Now, No called out. Please bring forward the teams from Modu University of Supernatural Abilities and Whisperwind Valley. Team members from both schools stepped onto the stage. The 10 students from Grand Citadel Academy and Peking sat on the benches, their gazes fixed intently on the screen. Ethan, in particular, watched everything with meticulous intensity, searching for any weakness or tell that either side might reveal during the match. The battle was about to erupt. First would be the singles matches. Both sides had to select players without knowing their opponent's choices. Crucially, once a player participated, win or lose, they were removed from individual combat. This structure injected an unpredictable element into the entire competition, thrilling even the spectators in the stands. Unfortunately for the audience, the Toucans did not face off as singles competitors. A collective sigh of disappointment swept through the school's sections. 5 single matches had been fought. The current score stood at 3-2, giving Magic Capital a slight edge. But Ethan knew that whether it was 3-2 or 2-3, the margin mattered little. As long as they won the final team battle, victory was assured. Only a massive deficit, a 1-4 score, for instance, would truly threaten their momentum. Madison's individual talent is too formidable, and his will is unbreakable. Madison, the captain of Riverbend Institute, murmured to her teammates. My mentality won't penetrate him easily. We should focus on his teammates first, saving him for last. The group nodded in agreement. On the opposing bench, Jackson simply gathered all his teammates behind him like a shield. The team battle began. Several students who had been scrolling through their phones looked up sharply. This was infinitely more compelling than any one-on-one duel. Behold my fireball. Lightning, strike me down. After initial probing exchange, the combat escalated into fierce intensity. Dragon Soul form. Jackson muttered the command. This was Jackson's full unleashing of his supernatural might. In the next instant, every person present seemed to hear a primal dragon's roar. Even among the weaker students in the stands, tremors ran uncontrollably through their bodies. Several small, golden dragon phantoms drifted erratically around Jackson. Rising Dragon Fist. Jackson spotted a target, strode forward, and threw a devastating punch. A phantom image of a scarlet dragon materialized behind his fist. The man was instantly hurled back, collapsing to the ground in a spray of blood, barely clinging to life. Simultaneously, a student from Magic Capital University was ambushed and felled. After a brutal struggle, only Jackson, Madison, and the little girl remained standing. Yet, judging by Jackson's posture, he had not expended his full strength. In stark contrast, Madison was visibly gasping for breath. Finally, Jackson stood on the stage, breathing evenly, a few beads of sweat tracing paths down his forehead. As rank ability is indeed terrifying. I am not afraid of being outnumbered in a 1-on-2 scenario. The team victory signaled a triumphant start for Magic Capital University of Supernatural Abilities. Jackson's bodying technique appears to be at the triple level, Ethan observed, a glint flashing in his eyes as he thought to himself. He is definitely a worthy opponent. The morning's matches had finally concluded, leaving a palpable residue of adrenaline in the air. A thunderous wave of screams and applause washed over the stands, vibrating through the very foundations of the arena. For many young women, their hearts felt as if they were physically overflowing from their chests. The overwhelming majority of this fervor was directed toward one individual, Jackson, the captain of Awakener College. He stood tall and powerfully built, a physique honed by rigorous training. Yet, he wasn't merely brute strength, his movements possessed the liquid grace of a striking serpent. In the end, facing two opponents at once, all he managed to secure was a slightly dirty hem, a meager victory that still sparked gasps of admiration. The 10 participants slowly surfaced from their virtual reality haze, blinking into the mundane light. "Captain, he's too strong," whispered a girl from the Silverstream College team, her voice laced with awe and disbelief. "Yeah," Madison sighed, shaking her head in defeat. "I feel completely wiped out." "Sigh. Let's just pray we manage to scrape by in the loser's bracket tomorrow," she murmured. Among them was another teammate who remained silent. His slightly trembling pupils betrayed a profound shock. He was the one sent flying by Jackson's punch, and the impact still seemed to echo through his bones. With the morning spectacle over, lingering felt unnecessary. It was lunchtime. "Classmate Ethan, hurry up. If we don't move, the cafeteria's going to be a nightmare," Clara called out, her voice clear and melodious as a struck silver bell. Given the sheer volume of spectators, students from their own school mixed with rivals from across the city, they would all inevitably converge on the nearest dining hall. Ethan agreed, falling into step beside Clara as they left the area. Not far away, Andrew watched the pair depart, a mask of disdain settling over his features. "It seems," he mused, a bitter edge creeping into his thoughts, "Ethan and that beautiful woman share quite the rapport." A predatory smile touched his lips. "When the official matches begin this afternoon, I'm going to make Ethan lose face completely. In the end, only you can be the one who receives all the applause." After lunch, a short nap was taken. When he awoke, the clock read 2:30 p.m. Many people had arrived early for breakfast, determined to stake out prime seating spots. The crowd today surpassed even the morning's turnout. After all, this was a competition featuring students from their own institution. Even if they are limited, they stood shoulder to shoulder, forming an electric mass of anticipation. Were the matches this morning exciting? Wonderful. Not enough. No, spoke with a leading, dramatic tone addressing Emma. He waved his hand sharply. Nearby cannons fired in rapid succession. Emotion, he knew, was contagious. The sudden bursts of noise sent the crowd into a frenzy of screams, ratcheting up the atmosphere tenfold. Flanked to the fervent gazes of students from Grand Citadel Academy and Summit Academy, the two teams appeared on stage, taking their designated seats and donning their helmets. Simultaneously, the 10 participants' consciousnesses were drawn back into the virtual reality. On the massive screen overhead, 10 figures materialized. Just then, Thomas received a message, a distinct ripple in his mental energy. The transmission was profoundly secretive. Only someone at least 2 great realms above him could detect it. Upon receiving the telepathic signal, Thomas's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the first row of seats belonging to Summit Academy. The sender was none other than Andrew's father, William. A history, a little-known chapter flashed through his mind. Thomas and William had once been roommates at Grand Citadel Academy, over 20 years ago. They had formed a battle team, with one as captain and the other as vice-captain. But during an underground world event, fearing for his own life, William had abandoned the team and fled alone. To their astonishment, Thomas and several others survived miraculously. When the group finally returned alive, William had attempted to rationalize his betrayal. It was at that point they parted ways. It was known that Emma William now taught at Summit Academy. Thomas felt a complex wave of emotion. He never expected to see William again, least of all here, at the 4 great schools' freshman competition. As for the content of Mental Energy's audio transmission, "Hey Dragon, long time no see. How about we make a bet?" William's voice echoed in his mind. "What kind of bet?" Thomas raised an eyebrow and returned the question via telepathy. "Let's wager whether Valor College or Skyreach Institute will win this competition. Are you willing to play?" William quickly sent the message. "Why are you so eager to gamble? Tell me, what are the stakes?" The fact that William initiated the bet suggested a deep confidence in his son, Andrew. But Thomas was not afraid. His composure stemmed from an even greater certainty. He had more faith in Ethan. "How about we wager 2S grade resources? Whoever loses forfeits 2S grade resources," William proposed. What is so valuable about S-level resources? At most, they are worth tens of millions. Even combined, it's hardly a fortune. If you intend to gamble, go big, Thomas countered. To them now, 2 S-grade items were negligible. The bet was utterly pointless and insufficient to make William feel any real pinch. Then what else do you propose? William challenged. Since you are so confident, if I lose, I will hand over the blood-activating pill I possess. If you lose, I will give you an SS rank resource. Shall we bet on that? Thomas threw out his counteroffer. Hearing this through mental energy, William's brow furrowed slightly. Who would have expected Thomas to be so ruthlessly bold? He knew that a single Emma, or even an SS's rank resource, was worth at least several hundred million, often over $1 billion. More crucially, they were priceless and unobtainable by mere purchase. The blood-activating pill, while precious, was available, though not easily. After taking Esper, one's blood became unusually active. This opportunity could allow a person to almost break through to the 4th level of body tempering technique within a week. However, the pill could only be used on an Esper during their initial flesh and blood tempering. Therefore, its true value was at the SS level impressive, but still less potent than genuine S-rank resources. What does he need the blood-activating pill for? Could it be related to his disciple? It seems he truly cares about his student. William realized Thomas's underlying motive. But what good was recognition? Thinking of his son Andrew's hidden trump card, William's lips curled into a slight, confident smile. He used mental energy to transmit his voice, the tone brimming with exhilaration. You haven't changed at all, still as adventurous as ever. I accept. This time you won't be so lucky as before. It is rare for you to be so agreeable. Don't go back on your word later. Go back on my word. A grandmaster like me reneging on a promise. Wouldn't that damage my reputation? As for you, don't even think about backing out of this bet. A promise is a promise. Finally, the 2 streams of mental energy ended with Thomas's soft, triumphant chuckle. The natural Deret-Do was unleashed in its full, breathtaking glory. After a flurry of exchanged messages via mental energy, the tension snapped taut. The rivalry between Grand Citadel Academy and Summit Academy had finally begun. Ethan, Thomas observed, his gaze steady. Whether you secure that blood-activating pill depends entirely on your own hands. The first phase was the individual competition. Both schools selected their champions, and only after the lineup was set could the true secrets be revealed. For Grand Citadel Academy, Owen stepped forward. More accurately, he had volunteered with an almost reckless enthusiasm, radiating boundless energy. Ethan merely let him take his place. He thought as long as they did not lose all 5 members, the team battle, which was worth 2.5 points, was the true key to victory. Across the ring, a female member from Summit Academy took her stance. Owen had previously teased her, noting her fair skin while gently suggesting she carried a little extra weight. Beautiful. He called out with a smirk, his voice laced with playful arrogance. I won't hold back. The opponent offered no reply to the banter. Her face was an impassive mask of focus. She thought that enough talk, let us begin. The battle erupted. But before Owen could fully commit to a taunt, his carefree smile dissolved, replaced by a sudden, solemn gravity. He remembered the opponent who wielded metal-based superpowers. Gold was notoriously potent against poison. This inherent resistance meant she possessed an unnerving immunity to toxic damage. He cursed internally, realizing the formidable challenge before him. A wave of immense pressure washed over Owen. A cold sweat broke out along his spine. As predicted, after she deployed her A+ rank skill, metallization, his own signature attack, Rain of Poison, rained down relentlessly upon her. The simulated raindrops created dazzling special effects, but they failed to inflict true damage. Then the tide turned. After more than a dozen rounds of intermittent combat, Owen found himself cornered. Her longsword pressed cold and absolute against his neck. With that single move, Summit Academy claimed victory in the first individual match. Brother Ethan. Owen stumbled off the ring, looking genuinely crestfallen. Ethan quickly placed a hand on his shoulder, offering silent comfort. The second singles match saw Clara take the stage. A wave of cheers erupted from the male students in the audience. Her beauty had captured attention even before she entered the arena. The crowd was diverse, drawing students not just from Grand Citadel Academy, but from many other institutions, all eager to witness her performance. Back in the ring, a profound silence settled over the combatants. It was a clash between an S-rank grass element and an S-rank wind element, a stalemate of attributes. Aventua's superior swordsmanship gave her the edge. She executed a sudden feint, striking unexpectedly to sever the opponent's arm. The crowd remained oblivious to the fact that pain perception was deactivated in this virtual reality. Otherwise, experiencing such trauma would risk lifelong psychological damage and severely impact their cultivation. The score stood at 1-1. Classmate Ethan. Clara chuckled softly. Initially, the boys in the audience cheered her success, but when that smile bloomed across her cheeks, a different emotion gripped them, a deep, simmering resentment. Now only 3 competitors remained on each side. In the third round, Grand Citadel Academy selected Daniel. On the opposing side, an Esper specializing in fire was chosen to enter the fray. "Brother, take it easy," Daniel said, his smile still warm and reassuring. The moment the battle began, Daniel swung his longsword with blinding speed, sweeping out a massive wind blade. The opponent reacted instantly, dodging the initial strike. But Daniel had played a subtle trick, shifting the trajectory of the wind blade, just enough to sever one finger. Crucially, it was the right hand that fell away. With the initiative seized, the remaining combat became effortless for Daniel. Within minutes, his longsword brought down the opponent. "Not bad." "He conceded with a non. I got it! Captain, keep it up!" Daniel stepped off the ring, meeting his teammates' high five. After 3 grueling rounds, Grand Citadel Academy held the advantage. "Brother Marcus," Ethan asked casually, "shall we go first, or should I?" The opposition had 1 remaining combatant, a team leader of the grass element, Andrew, and a girl with light-based abilities. "I'll go first," Marcus declared, gripping his broadsword and shield. "The captain on your side will probably save himself for last, so leave it to me." Unexpectedly, Andrew did not choose to appear last. He positioned himself second to last. This meant the highly anticipated clash of the 2 captains would not happen. The result spoke for itself. After Andrew unleashed his superpower, purple gold grass, a colossal vine erupted from his body, whipping wildly at Marcus. Forget fighting, Marcus couldn't even get close enough to engage. Even knowing that his opponent was restraining him, Marcus's gaze remained sharp. He refused to yield. After nearly 10 minutes of struggle, Marcus finally collapsed. With 4 matches concluded, the score was tied. The final match involved Ethan from the realm Tyre. Without even needing to exert full effort, after just 1 series of ice blades, the light elemental girl on the other side could not withstand the assault. As the opponent fell in the virtual reality arena, the individual competition officially concluded. Grand Citadel Academy and Summit Academy were tied at 3-2. The team competition was set to decide everything. Go Grand Citadel Academy. Go Ethan. Crystal Academy is the strongest. Crystal Academy is the strongest. The roar from the audience swelled, a massive wave of sound like a landslide and a tsunami combined. The players took their positions on the field, forming their battle formations. The moment the whistle blew, Clara closed her eyes and unleashed her full power, natural spirit dew. From her hair, her upper body, her thighs, short branches and delicate flowers burst forth. The vines stretched out in every direction with incredible resilience, while tiny white blossoms scattered across the field, all enveloped by a faint, sweet fragrance of grass and wood, achieving a perfect harmony with nature itself. When she opened her eyes, both pupils glowed with an unmistakable bluish-green hue. Meanwhile, the 4 other members nearby were shielded by the power of nature. It was breathtakingly comforting to behold. In terms of actual combat capability, not only had their output been greatly amplified, but their damage immunity rate had also reached a peak state, the pinnacle of natural spirit dew. Purple gold grass ice rabbit. She is breathtaking. Oh my god, I'm utterly smitten. The stands erupted in a cacophony of cheers and gasps. In that moment, Clara seemed less like a competitor and more like a vision, a saintess born from nature itself, radiating a purity and beauty that stole the breath from every witness. But when their thoughts drifted back to the gentle smile she had offered Ethan, the fists of the onlookers, which had been clenching in anticipation, tightened into rigid knots of resentment. What right does she think she has? Holy light, divine protection. Starting with buffs was merely common sense. Seeing this, the opposing team would not be outdone. That girl from Summit Academy, wielding and skill ranked light-based superpower. Both were acts of unleashing profound special abilities. In a flash, intensely brilliant light erupted from her body. A golden shield shimmered into existence, enveloping all their teammates. Yet, both Clara and the light elemental girl had to pour forth immense reserves of mental energy just to maintain their buffed state. The fireball shot out. The opponent sought to seize the initiative, launching a barrage of attacks. Rock barrier. Marcus roared, his voice echoing with primal power. A skill-rank rock barrier. In the next instant, a massive wall of jagged rock materialized before everyone's eyes, deflecting the enemy's relentless bombardment. As in skill-ranked skill, its defensive capability was terrifying. This stony bulwark withstood every assault without crumbling. Purple gold grass. Suddenly, a colossal vine whipped in from the distance. Spikes attached. A thick tube grew rapidly upon the vine, and razor-sharp spikes swept out with tremendous force. The remaining rock walls were no match for this onslaught, splintering away in mere seconds. What a great opportunity! Before the purple gold grass could be fully withdrawn, Ethan seized the moment. One icy blade after another was launched by Ethan at lightning speed. When the ice blades struck the purple gold grass, a thick cloud of crystalline mist instantly erupted. As the icy fog began to dissipate, everyone watched in stunned silence to see that Andrew's purple gold grass had indeed been damaged, and intricate ice-blue patterns now traced across its surface. Not only were these damages repaired, but they seemed to have become stronger than before. Ha! What is happening? Owen's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he hallucinating? He rubbed his eyes again, confirming the impossible sight. My purple gold grass ability has a unique feature. When it was awakened, I am not afraid of fire. William spoke, a triumphant gleam in his eye. And I can also feed the purple gold grass various potions. Since it was awakened, I've been feeding it ice-nourishing elixirs and training its related abilities. He paused to dramatic effect. If you damage it with ice element, it doesn't just absorb it heals itself, becoming stronger in the process. Perhaps as my realm improves, this effect will become less potent, but at this current level, you could say that my purple gold grass is immune to ice. William shrugged, his lips curling into a wide, knowing grin. He had officially revealed his trump card. Upon learning that this year's captain of Grand Citadel Academy was actually an ice element ability user, and worse, that this user was Thomas Disciple, who stood in direct opposition to his father, William, he could not wait to trample Ethan underfoot and avenge his family. This ambition had fueled every action he took. Hedrevm, William called out, eagerly transmitting his voice through mental energy. How about it? You aren't going to back out of your promise regarding the skill rank resources, are you? He watched Thomas' face with burning anticipation. Of course I won't go back on my word, Thomas replied, his tone deceptively casual. You better prepare to obediently hand over the blood-activating pill later. To Willing's utter shock, Thomas remained perfectly calm. Others might not understand the Tao, but he did. Ethan's strength surpassed anything they could fathom. Otherwise, he would never have placed such high hopes on him or made this bet. My disciple is hardly capable, Andrew interjected, using mental energy to send a message again. But you are certainly full of boosting. Unfortunately, Thomas offered no reply. Oh no! I never expected Andrew to have such a trick up his sleeve. The purple crystal grass's ability to absorb medicinal effects is terrifying. The battle isn't over yet. How can we give up? In the stands of Grand Citadel Academy, a small group sighed and lamented their predicament, but the vast majority remained steadfast in their belief. Go, Master. Sitting in the second row, Piper Grace and the other 4 companion beasts cheered for their owners with synchronized gestures. They were impossibly cute. Many female sedents watching the scene felt a sudden, profound warmth spread through their hearts. Sarah, also seated in the second row, gradually focused her attention on the unfolding drama. This was what made it so compelling. Back on the field, after William's declarations, the people from Grand Citadel Academy showed no signs of despair. This unexpected resilience surprised Andrew. After a moment's thought, Andrew reached a conclusion. Let me think about it. He narrowed his eyes. Oh, right. You also have an awakening poison type here, don't you? The reason a purple gold grass was classified as a summoning skill rather than a pure grass element ability was that Andrew could only summon for combat and lacked many other grass element related techniques, a stark contrast to Clara. But at its core, purple gold grass was still grass. Grass element's advantage lay in its balance, excelling equally in offense, support, and defense. However, its weakness that numerous attributes could counter it: fire, ice, poison, metal, bug. There were 5 such types. Apart from fire, while the other 4 were extremely rare attributes, they did not mean they didn't exist. For instance, right now on the stage, wasn't Owen an awakening poison type that countered grass element? Charge them, Andrew commanded. Owen was utterly speechless. Then, the group from Summit Academy focused their combined firepower on Owen. It was a fight where they risked everything. Owen was replaced, and the opposing team was down 2 players. But Andrew didn't flinch. Ethan's ice element not only posed no threat, but actively enhanced the purple gold grass. Marcus' rock system was self-contained. The other 2 were not a significant danger to him. Owen stepped down. Let's see how you guys play now. At this moment, Andrew's expression grew increasingly arrogant. Emotions are contagious. On the opposing side of the audience at Summit Academy, excitement spread like wildfire. Go Beijing! Andrew is invincible! They shouted with fervent enthusiasm. Andrew, Ethan said calmly, a dangerous edge to his voice. It's 4 against 3 now, and you can still laugh. The calm tone made the provocation infinitely stronger. 4 against 3, it will soon be 3 against 3. Purple gold grass, get it? Andrew snorted with cold disdain and flicked his wrist. Then, the purple gold grass, propelled by an unstoppable aura, charged toward the Grand Citadel Academy team. Andrew's objective was clear: eliminate the opponent's defender, Marcus. Once Marcus neutralized, the entire situation would become manageable. 3 against 3. That assumption is far from certain, Ethan countered, shaking his head slightly. He began by executing an ice extreme flash, propelling himself 40 meters forward in a blur of cold energy. Next, he raised his cold river sky-splitting spear. With meticulous care, he suppressed every trace of ice-type Yuan energy within the weapon, ensuring not a single drop escaped. To allow such leakage would be to invite exploitation from the enemy. In the span of 1 second, he thrust 5 times. Each strike was infused with his Q-blood power, a staggering amount of raw energy unleashed in a single burst. In that instant, the balance of offense and defense violently shifted. 5 massive holes instantly pierced the purple gold grass, from which viscous drops of purple sap oozed out. At first glance it resembled bleeding, but in reality the purple gold grass was hemorrhaging. It hurt so much. The purple gold grass was no mere inanimate object, it was a living entity. At this moment it trembled uncontrollably, as if silently screaming its agony. Just moments ago, students from Summit Academy had cheered wildly, while those at Grand Citadel Academy sighed and lamented their fate. Half a second ago, the crowd realized something was terribly wrong, and a collective breath was held in suspense. People shouted things like, "Invincible," and praised his spearmanship. Half a second later, an even louder roar of applause erupted from the stands at Grand Citadel Academy. Meanwhile, at Summit Academy, Death Q had already settled deep into the atmosphere. "Brother William, as the Grand Master, you won't go back on your word, will you?" Thomas couldn't suppress a smile, transmitting his voice through mental energy. William fell silent. To refine this purple gold grass, he as a father had invested countless resources. Was this how Andrew intended to repay him? "You were fortunate this time," William finally replied after a long pause. "I will give you the blood-activating pill after the competition." Andrew had the pill by chance at an auction. It wasn't meant for his own use, so what was wrong with giving it away? A new idea sparked in him. He should create a new account for himself. Observing this exchange, Sarah narrowed her eyes, a rare display of emotion. Many students do not recognize her, but Sarah was an enthusiast of firearms and possessed extraordinary skill with long spears. It was undeniable that Ethan's proficiency in spearmanship had reached the astonishing master level. One should remember that Emma only achieved her master level in spearmanship during her sophomore summer. Yet now, barely a month into the semester, Ethan's skill stood at master level. If things continued this way, he might reach ultimate level before graduation. Clearly, his own proud talent for spearmanship paled in comparison to Ethan's. But Sarah was not discouraged. her demeanor remained perfectly calm. There were countless powerful individuals in the world. On the road to growth, one must constantly face and challenge the strong. It was only a pity that she had so little time left before graduation. Otherwise, she would have loved a friendly bout with Ethan. Back in the ring, Ethan pressed his attack relentlessly, pursuing the enemy's weakness. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. The purple gold grass was badly injured. This was the perfect moment to strike. Seeing this, Andrew could only retrieve the purple gold grass as quickly as possible. To his surprise, Ethan wasn't merely fast, he couldn't even keep pace with his own grass and struggled to maintain a distance. Just as Andrew felt he was about to reclaim the plant with satisfaction, Ethan leaped up and unleashed the skill, ice burst technique. A tremendous sound of exploding ice rang out. Both the purple gold grass, which had not yet been retrieved, and Andrew himself were engulfed in a shower of icy fragments. This was happening within a virtual reality simulation. The next moment, the shards vanished, and Andrew found himself resurrected below the arena floor. On the other side of the ring, Daniel was locked in a fierce battle with his opponent's fire-type ability user. The two sides were evenly matched, the game remained deadlocked. He was briefly stunned upon realizing that team leader Andrew had been eliminated. Seizing the opportunity, Daniel unleashed his S-rank skill, Storm Triple Slash. "Brother, there's just the two of you left, why bother?" Daniel addressed Emma. "I will never surrender." His face was etched with unwavering determination. Until he was finally eliminated by Daniel. With several members of the Summit Academy team falling one after another, there was no longer any need to maintain holy light. Like the fire-type ability user, this light elemental girl refused to surrender and charged forward in a desperate fight. Their willpower was immense, but the difference in strength was undeniable. Her desperate gamble was destined to fail and cause no lasting damage. Even without using skills under Ethan's fierce spearmanship, she couldn't withstand more than a few moves. Now that all members of the opposing team were eliminated, Grand Citadel Academy had successfully advanced. Done. Ethan clapped his hands once. The 4 survivors stepped off the stage one by one, and Owen greeted them from below. The screen froze on the image of the 5 people smiling in triumph. "We won. We actually won." A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience, a thunderous sound that lingered for a long time. The first day of the competition had officially concluded. The representatives from Crestwood Institute and Valor College successfully advanced, while Wisborne Valley and Citadel College entered the losers bracket, but still held a chance to continue. Many audience members left with lingering emotions etched on their faces. They seemed to bear witness to the sheer intensity of the match. "Brother Yin, thanks to you. Otherwise, this would have been a dangerous situation. Let's go eat. You're the only one who got eliminated, yet you're still so enthusiastic about eating. They're targeting me, how can you blame me?" A cheerful atmosphere permeated the Grand Citadel Academy team. Ethan, a great job. I have a surprise for you after the match." Suddenly, Ethan's phone vibrated slightly. After unlocking the screen, he saw the message, "After the match. William gave Thomas a blood-activating pill as promised." A surprise. Ethan felt a sudden surge of anticipation. The fact that was called a surprise meant this item must represent a significant improvement for him now. After bidding farewell to everyone in the bustling cafeteria, Ethan made his way directly to Thomas's residence. "What kind of surprise has my teacher prepared for me?" The thought of the message Thomas had sent him after the competition caused a familiar flutter in Ethan's chest. Upon arriving at the shared electric scooter and pulling up to the house, Ethan suppressed his excitement, composing himself before politely ringing the doorbell. Thomas's loud voice echoed from within. Footsteps grew closer, and soon the door opened. "Ethan, come in quickly." Thomas's smile was warm, unburdened by surprise. He had known Ethan for some time, who wouldn't? Similarly, he understood why Emma and Ethan were visiting. Inside, they settled into the living room. "Teacher, about the surprise you mentioned?" Ethan asked, his gaze expectant. Seeing him like this, Thomas smiled faintly. The space ring on his finger flashed, and 2 items materialized, one in his left hand, one in his right. In the left was a lemon-green medicinal pill, in the right, a ticket that seemed crafted from materials of extraordinary provenance. The medicinal pill in your left hand is called the blood-activating pill, Thomas stated calmly. It can accelerate the tempering of your blood. The first in your bloodstream and muscle has already been tempered through your daily routine. Therefore, this will allow you to break through to the 4th level of body tempering technique within a week. 1 week. The words, though delivered plainly, sent a profound tremor through Ethan's heart. He gasped in surprise. To know Emma had consumed a full 20,000 evolution points, just to advance from the 2nd to the 3rd level of body tempering technique. Moving from the 3rd breakthrough to the 4th was conservatively estimated to require 50,000 points, or even more. This estimate accounted for the system and evolution points without them, relying solely on his own tempering. Emma would have had to train for an immeasurable length of time, and all of this could be resolved with a single pill. As expected, the surprise was truly extraordinary. A slight tremor ran through Ethan's throat. Teacher, he hesitated. Truthfully, he desperately wanted the blood-activating pill. Its effects were too immense to ignore. Yet, precisely because of its outrageous power, he knew his teacher must have paid a staggering price for it. Compared to that cost, what he had achieved so far leading the Grand Citadel Academy team to defeat Summit Academy's supernatural abilities team felt utterly insignificant. Holding the pill, Ethan felt profoundly unworthy. With over 40 years of experience, Thomas observed the conflict playing across Ethan's features. Sigh, he murmured inwardly. He used to be such a straightforward young man, why is he so hesitant now? Thomas patted Ethan's shoulder, his smile knowing. Don't worry. I obtained this blood-activating pill, without spending a penny or giving anything in return. Huh, you didn't spend a single penny. You paid nothing. Ethan was momentarily stunned into silence. That's right. Thomas smiled smugly, continuing. This blood-activating pill originated from a bet. He then recounted the entire story of the wager. After listening, Ethan felt deeply moved. Teacher Thomas had placed such faith in him enough to gamble with an invaluable SS rank resource. Simultaneously, he felt immense relief. If he hadn't led Grand Citadel Academy's team to victory against Summit Academy, this pill would never have reached his hands. Ethan accepted the blood-activating pill. Then, teacher, what is this ticket? Thomas's left hand was empty, so Ethan turned his gaze to his right. This is our mission ticket for Sacred Ice Spring, Thomas said slowly. He knew Emma didn't understand the significance of the name, so he elaborated. Inside the Crystal Spire Hall headquarters, there is a deep vault's passage. In that corresponding deep vault lies a spring called Sacred Ice Spring. I have heard that bathing at Sacred Ice Spring and absorbing its essence can be profoundly beneficial for ice element ability users. However, Sac Ice Spring has limited capacity. The Crystal Spire Hall only issues 50 admission tickets to the public every 2 years. Just this year, as a 7th tier Ice Grandmaster, I was also awarded one by the headquarters. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. And this is the real surprise I prepared for you. Ethan, you are the disciple I am most proud of to date, and I hope you will accept it. Thomas said with profound seriousness. Despite his exceptional comprehension skills, Ethan still diligently cultivated his talents. Moreover, he was humble, polite, and deeply respectful of his teachers and elders. The combination of these traits was rare, and it brought him a quiet sense of fulfillment. Thank you so much, teacher. Disciple has no way to repay you at the moment, but I promise to remain true to my principles and live up to your expectations. Ethan accepted the Sacred Ice Spring ticket, carefully storing it in his space ring, before saying sincerely, Emma. Alright, it's getting late, you should go back and rest too. Thomas smiled with deep satisfaction, almost unable to contain his joy. Goodbye, teacher. Ethan bid farewell, leaving the residents feeling immensely content. The gifts, the blood-activating pill, and the ticket to Sacred Ice Spring would undoubtedly usher in a qualitative leap in his power. He would never forget this kindness. Afterward, returned to his dormitory. Brother Ethan, you were so cool with your gun. A few shots and that purple gold grass withered away. As soon as he entered the room, Liam rushed over, waving his fists excitedly. His expression was so animated it seemed he could still see the scene playing out on a screen. It's alright, Ethan said calmly. Purple gold grass isn't really that tough, it just doesn't fear the ice element. It was the truth. T-Cestus Tisk. Brother Ethan, Lime scoffed playfully. You don't know, but I was there, and I saw it. There were so many female students in the audience, the expressions of admiration on their faces were priceless. Liam quickly changed the subject. Sigh, no use envying me. As my roommate, don't you want to show off? Don't you want to date a pretty senior? Don't you want to have a smooth journey on the Esper path? Ethan's 3 rhetorical questions hit their mark perfectly. Yes. Yes. Lem nodded repeatedly. I understand, brother Ethan, thank you. With that, Lim dashed back into his own bedroom as if injected with pure adrenaline. The curtain fell on the second day of the 4 great schools freshman competition. The sole remaining match was the losers bracket showdown between Silverstream College and Summit Academy, a contest destined for a muted atmosphere. Yet, even in this consolation bout, the stands buzzed with anticipation. Students from both institutions had gathered to witness their rivals fall. The previous day's events still echoed in Andrew's mind. Ethan's ice burst technique had been brutal enough to blast him into countless ice fragments. Back in his room, the memory became a vicious cycle. Every thought he entertained only fueled more anxiety, which in turn intensified the original fear. The pressure built until it snapped. He suffered a sudden cry attack and vomited blood onto the floor. His body swayed precariously, a physical manifestation of mental exhaustion. While other teams retreated to their dormitories for rest, Summit Academy was anything but restful. Their captain, Andrew, had been hospitalized after the episode, leaving a gaping wound in the team's morale. How could they sleep when the very foundation of their spirit felt so fragile? He thought bitterly what good sleep was when all that could be refreshed tomorrow morning was an empty stomach. Morale, once shattered, cannot be simply recharged. History was littered with such lessons: the Battle of Julu during the Qin dynasty, the conflicts of the Second Earth War. They proved time and again that spirit mattered more than strength. Ultimately, Summit Academy's flagging morale proved to be their undoing, leading to an easy defeat. The news rippled through the crowd, a palpable wave of shock washing over the supporters. Silverstream College had advanced, securing its place in the next round alongside the other 2 titans. The third day dawned with renewed fervor. Many students from Summit Academy did not leave. They remained glued to their seats, desperate to see who would claim the top spot. The support was divided. Arcanecrest College and Grand Citadel Academy held the majority of cheers, while Silverstream College commanded only a small, dedicated following. The competition continues, and the passion never stops. Noah's voice boomed through the stadium, electrifying the air. Today is day 3. We face 3 teams simultaneously, battling wave after wave of vicious beasts. Only the top 2 will survive to advance. He held up the microphone, urging a roar that shook the rafters. The applause was deafening. The 3 competing teams settled into their respective virtual reality seats, and consciousnesses were drawn inward. On the massive screen above them, the figures of the competitors materialized. The match begins in 3 minutes. All participants, prepare yourselves. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, time crawled by. 3 minutes felt like an eternity. The count reached 0, and then the announcer declared, "The match begins." At Noah's demand, the first wave appeared 10 ordinary creatures, low-ranking shadow cats, reminiscent of street pests. The initial challenge was laughably simple. In less than 5 seconds, the first wave dissolved into nothingness. A half-ninja buffer period followed before the next threat materialized, 10 black flower deer of the first order middle rank. They too fell quickly. This is too easy. Owen sighed, a flicker of boredom crossing his face. Can they not ramp up the pressure? The contestants were restless, but so was the audience. Watching this minute-by-minute slaughter felt pointless. Yet, as the waves progressed, the vicious beasts grew exponentially more formidable. A level 1 monster could kill instantly. Even a second-tier threat required focused effort. But then came the 7th wave. The pressure finally arrived, a 3rd-tier lower-ranked beast leading a pack of second-order monsters. A deafening roar echoed through the virtual arena. It was the blazing flame tiger, an old nemesis, its kingly roar reverberating with primal power. Leading the charge, it swept toward the 3 teams. Ethan met the challenge head-on, unleashing ice burst technique, turning the magnificent beast into a blizzard of razor-sharp ice shards. Jackson's scythe was equally impressive. They worked in synchronized fury, taking down the leader and bringing the blazing flame tiger crashing to the ground with a single coordinated strike. Madison, though not the fastest, navigated the chaos without major incident. The eighth wave approached 3 third-tier lower-rank blazing flame tigers. A tremendous, echoing roar erupted, a sound that would send any lesser Esper scrambling in terror. Perfect timing. Ethan knew he couldn't waste his ultimate move, the SS-rank Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, to conserve source energy. He deployed the next tier down, Ice Burst technique. It took less than a minute. Jackson, demonstrating exceptional individual prowess, managed the impossible feat of engaging 2 opponents simultaneously before eliminating another blazing flame tiger single-handed. His teammates quickly rallied, turning their attention to support him as they dispatched the final threat. The challenge was finally over 5 minutes later. But victory came at a steep cost. While Silverstream College had emerged victorious, the losses were severe. 3 members of the team lay eliminated by the relentless assault of the blazing flame tiger. Only Madison, the team leader, and 1 other boy remained standing. The next wave was announced: 2 third-tier middle-ranked giant mantises. Ethan solved this challenge even faster than before. For him, Ice Burst technique was an instant kill, whether against a blazing flame tiger or a colossal swift mantis. Killing 2 in a second was far swifter than killing 3. Arcane Crest College passed the test, but it was not without sacrifice. They lost 2 members. Only 3 remained to face what lay ahead. No need for pleasantries, however. The remaining 2 members of the Silverstream College team were simply overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of 2 third-tier middle-rank giant scythers. They phased out instantly. With that final disappearance, the 3rd day concluded. Tomorrow, the last 2 surviving teams would face off in the ultimate battle for glory. Ice Sword's wave of applause, thunderous and enthusiastic, erupted from the stands. Who do you think will claim victory tomorrow between Grand Citadel Academy and Arcane Crest College? Grand Citadel Academy. As the cheers subsided, a murmur rippled through the massive crowd. Since this was the final, every spectator felt compelled to cast their vote, their predictions hanging heavy in the charged air. Overall, the consensus favored Grand Citadel Academy. The reason was painfully obvious. During the grueling final wave of vicious beasts, 2 third-tier middle-realm giant Gale Mantias's Grand Citadel Academy had appeared almost effortlessly superior. Arcane Crest College, by contrast, seemed to be struggling for every move. Yet even as they speculated, no one could claim certainty. Perhaps the jury was merely a calculated performance by the Arcane Crest team, driven by some mischievous sense of flair. They might think, I will simply ensure I reach the finals. I won't unleash my full strength, or wait until the final match for a stunning debut. The crowd remembered history, the time when someone had opened a betting platform, and confident bettors had staked everything only to lose it all. That lesson was etched into their collective memory, impossible to forget. Ethan. After several contestants regained consciousness and lifted their helmets, a woman in the stands at Arcane Crest College watched the tall, resolute figure with profound regret. This man was Ethan. The woman was Anya, once the powerful administrator overseeing Emerald March and its surrounding territories. She thought, if only I had known how capable Ethan truly was, I would have petitioned for more resources to recruit him. I wouldn't have dismissed it with such casual words. Grand Citadel Academy regularly organizes students to go into the deep vaults. You should think it over carefully. To be fair, Arcane Crest College had offered nearly 20 million in resources just to secure Jackson, a student boasting the S+ fighting ability of the Dragon Soul. But now, Ethan's performance didn't merely match Jackson's, it surpassed him. But regret was a luxury she could not afford. There was no going back, no time machine to rewind fate. All this was simply the cruel hand of destiny. The 4th day had arrived. It was the final of the 4 great schools' freshman competition, and naturally the viewing gallery overflowed with an unprecedented number of students. The venue was so packed that movement felt impossible. Liam, who had arrived an hour early, managed a decent spot near the front. But now, despite arriving an hour ahead of time, she could barely secure a seat in the last row. It was genuinely terrifying. With the wonderful performances displayed by all contestants, the competition is drawing to a close. Welcome, everyone, to the finals of the 4 great schools freshman competition. And now, Please welcome our two finalist teams to the stage. For an event of this magnitude, ceremony was mandatory. With a sweeping gesture, No ushered the two finalists into the arena, accompanied by a spectacular burst of firecrackers that painted the sky with brilliant streaks of light and color. As cannons boomed in rhythm, the two teams entered from opposite sides. Upon entering, they waved to the cheering audience with practiced smiles. "Look at me, seniors, look at me." Owen flailed his hands, almost leaping into the crowd, but it was futile. Most of the female students' gazes were fixed solely on Ethan, filled with intense longing. Owen's little antics failed to capture their attention. He sighed internally, thinking, "Ethan is truly captivating." The 10 finalists settled into the virtual reality chairs and donned their helmets. Soon, the physical world dissolved, replaced by a wash of consciousness entering the digital plane. Simultaneously, the figures of all 10 appeared on the grand display screen above them. Before the final officially began, neither team had exchanged words. Yet their expressions spoke volumes. The Arcane Crest College team looked as if they faced an insurmountable foe. Their brows were furrowed, their demeanor solemn and strained. In stark contrast, the Grand Citadel Academy team appeared impossibly calm, showing no hint of pressure or anxiety. 3, 2, 1. No's voice echoed through the entire hall. The 10 figures in the virtual reality received the corresponding notification. The first segment was the individual competition. They were told to skip quickly through the match. The result, a score of 3-2, with no clear victor in a single game. Ultimately, the outcome on the team competition results. Unfortunately, the two captains still failed to face off, denying the audience the showdown they craved. This was statistically normal. The probability of them matching was only 20%. Fortunately, the problem was minor. The upcoming team competition promised to be exponentially more thrilling. Naturals of do. Clear-hearted jellyfish. The support roles on both sides unleashed their unique abilities, providing powerful surges of energy and boosts to their respective teams. Everyone remained still. "Do not move in the face of any sudden action," Jackson instructed. Yesterday in the virtual reality he had been oblivious to it. Ethan's performance suggested that they, like their team, had barely managed to defeat 2 third-tier middle-realm giant Gale Mantises. According to some observers, it hadn't been a hard-fought victory, it had been an absolute, instantaneous annihilation. This convinced Jackson of only one path to victory: exploit the opponent's underestimation of his strength. Judging by the expression on their faces, they seemed utterly confident in their win. This was a golden opportunity. Allowing them to make the first move would allow him to map and exploit their weaknesses. First, they had defeated enemy after enemy, culminating in the feat of besting the powerful with sheer grit and skill. "You won't move. I am about to. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Ice Sword, give it to me." Ethan raised an eyebrow, drawing upon nearly all the Ice-type Yuan energy within his body. He unleashed what was arguably his most powerful technique yet: the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. In a breathtaking instant, 12 razor-sharp ice swords materialized and arranged themselves around Ethan, trailing gusts of biting cold wind. Originally, Ethan could only manifest a maximum of 8 swords, but with his attributes improved and his skill proficiency broken through, the number had naturally escalated to 12. These 12 ice swords, combined with the intense chill radiating from Ethan's very core, gave him the unmistakable aura of a cultivator straight out of a novel. One word was sufficient to describe it: handsome. The Fulbright School's freshman competition concludes, "What kind of skill was that? It's breathtaking. More spectacular than looking at myself after a shower. Wow, he's so handsome. I wouldn't mind if Ethan didn't have a girlfriend. Mysterious. What happened to our promise of restraint?" When Ethan unleashed the skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, the gasps from the watching students were sudden and profound. The array erupted like an incendiary bomb, instantly melting the entire arena in a dazzling spectacle. The sheer artistry and destructive power before them forced spontaneous exclamations of pure admiration. Sarah, seated in the second row, displayed a rare flicker of genuine shock. Judging by the magnitude of this skill, it was far beyond what an ordinary S-rank ability could achieve. This belonged to something above S-rank. It had barely been a month since school began. Not only had his spearmanship broken through to master level, but he had also mastered skills of such exceptional quality. She knew the truth. The higher the caliber of a skill, the longer the path to mastery. By her own standards, even with her current aptitude, acquiring a S-rank ability from her department would take at least 2 or 3 weeks. For S-ranked above, she estimated a month. For an SS-rank skill, it would require no less than 2 months. And this was based on her present strength. If the opponent were merely in a realm like Ethan, that timeline would stretch by at least 30%. And this time, his comprehension ability is terrifying. Is he truly a monster? Sarah's beautiful eyes widened as she murmured to herself, Imma. In the first row sat Robert, the president of Grand Citadel Academy. A subtle flush crept across his face. This was the SS-rank skill book, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing RA, that he had given Ethan. He hadn't expected such rapid mastery. He immediately decided to award Ethan the prize money after the match. Grand Citadel Academy boasted unparalleled student privileges since its founding. All resources of the school's exchange office were discounted by 90%, provided they weren't resold. Every skill book in the library was available, including rare SS-ranked texts, and learning time was limitless. Though he noted wryly, no Ice Element S-rank books currently grace the shelves. The list of conveniences continued. Privileges that had only been granted to 3 individuals in the century-long history of Grand Citadel Academy. The first recipient was Samuel, now Commander-in-Chief of the ironclad March of Aethelgard Empire. The second was Rachel, the current owner of Crystal Spire Hall. Both men had achieved remarkable success. Ethan's future, like theirs, was undoubtedly limitless. Back on the field, after discovering the 12 crystalline ice swords orbiting Ethan, every student at Arcane Crest College felt a wave of dread wash over them. Ethan merely waved his hand. The sword streamed toward their opponents in rapid succession. It was known that Emma's ice sword possessed the power to severely injure, or even instantly kill, a third-tier middle realm expert. And there were 12 of them. The opposing team's 5 members showed no desire to fight back. They could only focus on dodging the deadly onslaught until they devised a new strategy. But the sword moved with impossible speed. They were not easily evaded. Except for Jackson, who managed to dodge the first few strikes. His teammates were pierced through the chest by the icy blades and eliminated instantly. However, it had survived the initial assault. Dodging on the 15th day would have been a different matter. An ice sword materialized suddenly from behind, piercing his chest. A chilling cold shot through him, as if his internal organs were being ripped apart. Yet, fueled by powerful physical conditioning and temporary enhancement skills, he refused to fall. Gritting his teeth in defiance, call out, "The next flying sword is coming." This time Jackson was not so fortunate. 2 ice swords plunged into his chest, one on the left, one on the right. Their extreme icy breath instantly sealed off his source energy circulation and blood flow. Soon Jackson collapsed onto the stage. With the elimination of the last member of Arcane Crest College team, the final round was over. What was truly astonishing was that the entire process, from start to finish, had taken less than half a minute. A profound silence descended upon the arena. Every student present gasped in shock. Not just the second-year students, even third- and fourth-year students looked at their peers with disbelief. They could not match this level of efficiency. A deep current of frustration rippled through their hearts. But then, a sense of calm settled over them. There were countless heroes in the world. Dwelling on it was pointless. Furthermore, if Ethan continued to grow like this, he would undoubtedly become a figure commanding respect across the entire region. With one more powerhouse like him, Aethelgard Empire would gain another moment of peace. This is actually a great thing, they thought, and relief washed over them. After the match concluded, all 10 participants' consciousnesses returned simultaneously. The Grand Citadel Academy team was met with thunderous applause and cheers from the crowd. Of course, the focus remained on Ethan. Many of the usually reserved female students could no longer hide their bold gazes. Even male students who had previously pursued them were stunned, their illusions completely shattered. It seemed that reserve was purely a matter of individual will. Clara frowned slightly in the shadows, a hint of displeasure crossing her face. "Ethan, congratulations. You are incredibly strong. I accept my defeat." Jackson walked forward and spoke readily. "Emma, There was no trace of dejection or failure on his face, only an unwavering belief and fierce determination to pursue something greater. "You not bad either," Ethan returned with a nod. "You managed to withstand 2 of my sword strikes." It was the truth. Whether it was last year or the one before, the teams led by Jackson had been capable of winning the 4 great schools' freshman competition. This alone proved his formidable strength. Immediately, the 2 men bumped fists and erupted into hearty laughter. A drone camera flying overhead captured the moment. Arcane Crest College immediately decided to use this photo as the background for next year's promotional poster. The theme indomitable. Pursuing. Surpassing. Hereby declare the 4 great schools' freshman competition officially concluded for this year. Thank you to all the participants for such a wonderful competition. Now, let us give them one final round of applause, shall we? The applause was deafening. At that moment, all 4 teams bowed slightly before the audience, accepting the gasps and thunderous ovation. After Mo's rambling conclusion, a wave of relief swept through the crowd. Everyone was finally permitted to leave. Yet for Ethan, and indeed for many others, departure proved impossible. A swarm of female students descended upon him like hungry wolves, surrounding him in a desperate crush, clamoring for autographs, some even attempting to pry out his personal contact information. Ethan sighed what he could, but when it came to private numbers, he remained politely elusive. Everyone performed admirably this time, Ethan announced, clapping his hands together with an air of generous finality. "Let's celebrate tomorrow night, it's on me. Everyone must attend." After the tide of admirers finally receded, Ethan breathed out a sigh and offered a casual, sweeping smile. "Brother Ethan, that is so incredibly generous." "Don't worry, I'll be there." A chorus of cheerful affirmations followed, punctuated by smiles. Only Clara managed a weak, brittle smile, offering only a slight nod in return. Ethan's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. He noticed the subtle shift in her demeanor, the forced nature of that small smile, but he said nothing at once. Once the crowd thinned and silence settled, Ethan caught up to Clara. His expression shifted instantly from public celebrity to genuine concern. "Clara, what is it? Are you unhappy?" "No. It's nothing," she stammered, forcing a vague air of illness. "I just feel unwell today." I asked for the truth. She couldn't articulate it. "Can you still walk properly? Should I take you to the infirmary?" Ethan pressed gently. Seeing the genuine worry etched on his face, Clara felt an uncomfortable flush rise beneath her skin. No need. I can manage." She shook her head slightly, waving away his offer of assistance. "All right then. You must be careful," he advised one last time. Just as spoke, his phone vibrated softly in his pocket, signaling a new message. Ethan retrieved the device and unlocked the screen. The sender's name made him pause. Robert, the president of Grand Citadel Academy. The message read simply, "Ethan, do you have time now? Come to my office." Without a second thought, Ethan knew exactly what Principal Robert intended. He replied immediately, "Principal Robert, I'm on my way." He hopped onto a shared electric scooter and headed straight for the principal's office. Some time later, inside the opulent quiet of the principal's study, he arrived. At this moment, Robert's usual mask of stern authority was fractured by an undeniable, almost indulgent smile. Any ordinary student would have been utterly astonished to see him so relaxed. But Ethan had grown accustomed to such displays. "Principal Robert," Ethan greeted, adopting a tone of polite inquiry. "What can I do for you?" Ethan performed exceptionally well this time, Robert declared, his voice warm and resonant. "Therefore, I have decided to grant you the highest student privileges." With that declaration, he handed an ornate agreement across the desk. Good heavens! The document detailed staggering benefits. All resources at the school's resource trading office were discounted by 90%. Every stale book in the library was now accessible, including rare SS-ranked texts, and learning them required no time limit. Ethan stared intently, his pupils widening slightly. The sheer scope of these advantages was breathtakingly overwhelming. Of course, he understood that such immense power carried commensurate responsibility. This responsibility, he knew, boiled down to one single goal: becoming stronger. Yet, the weight of it felt distant. Becoming stronger, wasn't that something he could achieve? After a quick scan of the agreement, Ethan signed his name with decisive certainty. And for your second point, Robert continued, in recognition of your outstanding performance in the 4 Great Schools freshman competition, this is your reward. The No 7 Lost Ruin Pass. The space ring on Robert's finger flashed once. In the next instant, a dark crimson card materialized in his hand. No 7 Lost Ruin. Ethan felt a prickle of confusion. This touched upon areas where his knowledge was limited. To date, 12 lost runes have been discovered within the underground world passage on Earth. Robert explained patiently. They are named sequentially by their discovery order. Within these ruins, you will find rare herbs and springs unseen in the surface world. Unexpected treasures at every turn that will prove immensely helpful. He leaned forward conspiratorially. Why we have unearthed technologies within them that predate our own era. And this No 7 Lost Ruin is located deep within the Crimson Sands wasteland in Aethelgard continent. It opens every November. However, it is too early to venture there this year. The entry restrictions are set at level 4 and 5. You will need to wait until next year. Rest assured, the pass itself will not expire. Robert continued his detailed explanation with the patience of a seasoned genius. Technology completely out of our time. Are we talking about aliens? Ethan finally pinpointed the mystery in Robert's words. Perhaps. Robert shrugged, a gesture of helpless ambiguity. His expression then hardened, returning to its authoritative gravity. But facing unknown challenges, the only thing we can do is become stronger. Ethan nodded, his agreement absolute. On the other side of campus, Clara returned to her dormitory room. The moment she crossed the threshold, she collapsed onto the nearest sofa, pounding a dramatic rhythm with her fists. Her 2 long, slender legs unburdened by excess weight swayed in exaggerated despair. She looked utterly dejected. A few seconds later, Amelia, who had been drawn downstairs by the commotion, arrived and exclaimed with delight, "Clara! You're finally back." Amelia remembered watching her best friend compete earlier. He had planned to head straight back to the dorm with Clara, but a sudden influx of senior female students at the scene forced him to retreat first. "Oh, Clara, what is wrong with you?" Seeing her like this after such a triumphant competition, Amelia was genuinely surprised. "No, it's nothing," Clara mumbled, avoiding eye contact. Suddenly, a brilliant realization struck Amelia. So many senior girls flocked over earlier, they were obviously targeting Ethan. Could it be? A mischievous grin spread across his face. "My best friend is just jealous, isn't she?" He let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha! I never thought Clara would get jealous one day." "Amelia, what are you laughing at?" Clara frowned, her voice laced with annoyance. Amelia continued, his tone dripping with playful suggestion. "Clara, if you truly care about Ethan that much, why don't you just confess your feelings to him?" "Oh, me? Was I that obvious?" Upon hearing this, Clara's beautiful eyes widened instantly. A delicate blush crept up her perfect cheeks. "Obviously," Amelia confirmed with a solemn nod. "It is very, very obvious." "What if he doesn't agree?" "Then we won't even be friends anymore." At the sheer earnestness in Amelia's eyes, Clara faltered, a wave of hesitation washing over her. Sigh. "I am so disappointed in you, truly disappointed." Amelia let out a theatrical sigh, then fixed her gaze on him. "Damn it, Ethan, are you content to merely be friends with him? Don't you want to take things further?" She raised an eyebrow, challenging him. Clara paused, considering the weight of her own feelings. "Then what is there left to hesitate about? Let's just go for it." Amelia pressed on, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Don't you don't recognize your own charm? Look at you, are beautiful with a figure that turns heads. Even I, a girl, admit I adore you. Plus, you come from such wealth. What man could possibly refuse you?" She leaned closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "Once those other girls realize who you are, they will naturally scatter." Amelia guided him through the logic step by step, then added a final point with a knowing smile. "Besides, based on my observation, Ethan definitely harbors feelings for you too." At that moment, Amelia's expression shifted. It was the look of a seasoned trickster, like a jackalope pointing out an obvious trap. As she spoke, Clara recalled the genuinely concerned look in Ethan's eyes from not long ago. A slow warmth spread through her chest. "Then I will give it a try." After a barrage of persuasive whispers from his best friend, the hesitation finally melted away. She nodded with sudden resolve. This is the Clara I know. Amelia chuckled, scratching her head playfully. Then, tapping lightly on her stomach, she added, "Clara, I've helped you so much it can't be too much to ask for a few macarons. Right, good." Clara nodded happily and skipped toward the kitchen. Night fell. Clara lay in bed, tossing restlessly, unable to find sleep. She spent the hours wrestling with when and how she should finally speak her truth. Lost in thought, it wasn't until 2 o'clock in the morning that even breathing seemed to resume a steady rhythm in her chest. The next day, at 9 o'clock, Clara slowly woke up. Having stayed up so late, the morning felt like a gentle haze. It's already so bright outside. What time did I sleep until? As dawn broke fully, she reflexively reached for her phone beside the pillow to check the time. The moment the screen lit up, a message from Ethan caught her attention. It was a simple inquiry about her current physical condition, coupled with an offer. If she hadn't fully recovered, they could postpone the celebration banquet for a few days. A faint smile touched Clara's lips as she replied, "Thank you for your concern, I have fully recovered." The next second, the name Ethan at the top of her screen changed to indicate that he was typing. Then, typed back, "That's good. I also sent the details for today's celebration banquet to you." He followed up with the time and location. "It's 8 o'clock in the evening, and the location is the nearby Ethereum Spire." After reviewing the messages and the address provided by Ethan, Clara finally had a clear picture of the evening ahead. Time slipped away quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already 7 o'clock. Clara left her dormitory an hour early and ran into Ethan, who was also heading out. "Good evening, classmate Ethan." She offered a polite greeting before moving closer to walk beside him. "Oh, good evening," Ethan replied, his eyes lighting up as he glanced at her. Grand Citadel Academy was nestled in the southern reaches of Emberwood region, deep within Athagard Empire. Even now the night air retained a surprising warmth. Clara looked particularly lovely. She wore a floral dress that seemed to capture the delicate beauty of spring itself. Combined with the enviable figure that still shone through despite the loose fabric, she was breathtakingly captivating. Half an hour later, they arrived together in front of Ethereum Spire. They paused, taking in the grand facade. 3 large characters Ethereum Spire were displayed prominently on a plaque directly ahead, framed by intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes dancing across the structure. The entrance was a hive of activity. Even the newly opened storefronts buzzed with constant foot traffic. In the restaurant industry, drawing customers is everything. Clearly, the current scene proved that they had succeeded. This very Ethereum Spire was the same place where Ethan had dined with the Firefox squad in Viridian Crossing. It was known for its pleasant dining environment, relatively affordable prices, and consistently excellent food quality, a combination that attracted a large base of loyal patrons. With a steady stream of customers, they prospered enough to expand and open a similar branch right here in Grand Citadel Academy. As for how Ethan had learned about the new Ethereum Spire, it was from a post someone had made days earlier on the campus forum. The post inquired about the quality of a newly opened establishment near the school, complete the photos taken by an online user. Some commenters admitted they hadn't been yet, while others praised it as a must-try experience that would surely impress. Not a single negative comment appeared. Ethan felt a pleasant surprise at this discovery. "I haven't had time to visit lately," he thought, "so I'll take advantage of this celebration banquet to have a good meal here." "This is it, let's go in quickly," Ethan suggested. Clara nodded in agreement. The two entered the building. "Hello, we are 5 people in total. Do you have any private rooms available?" Ethan approached the counter and inquired. "Wes, we still have 2 6-person rooms available." The young lady at the counter greeted them with a warm smile. "Which would you prefer? Private room 45 or private room 46? Let's take number 45. Ethan replied casually. After answering her question, Ethan pulled out his phone and quietly relayed their room number to Daniel, Marcus and Owen. Following the young lady's directions, they entered private room 45. "You can order food directly on the mechanical display screen over there," she instructed. "If you have any questions, just press the red button." With those words, the attendant left them alone. Thus, only Ethan and Clara remained in the spacious private room number 45. Bored while waiting for their friends, the two began chatting idly. Ethan's humorous and witty remarks elicited frequent, silvery bursts of laughter from Clara. Suddenly, footsteps approached. The first to rush through the entrance was Owen. Judging by his expression, he was vibrating with excitement. Marcus and Daniel followed close behind him. The group took their seats one by one. Now that everyone's here, let's start ordering. Ethan smiled faintly and gestured toward the mechanical display screen before them. The ordering of food began with a comfortable rhythm. The menu was a comforting echo of Emberwood region's culinary traditions: steamed grouper, poached chicken, roast goose, dishes familiar enough to soothe their palates. After all, none of them possessed the constitution for spicy fare, nor could they handle the robust flavors of Mistfall territory, its neighbor. Hee. How about we round out the meal with a few more bottles of beer? Marcus chuckled, suggesting an easy course. Beer won't do, we need something stronger, some 20% ABV spirits. Tonight we are drinking until we drop. Owen countered, his voice ringing with theatrical enthusiasm. At these words, Ethan's memories flickered back, pulling him into the past. He recalled a night of such potent liquor shared with his teacher, Thomas. He had collapsed after barely 2 cups, though even then, the alcohol was a staggering 60%, the kind his mentor favored. Now at a mere 20%, it felt tame, well within an acceptable range. A quick calculation suggested his tolerance might stretch to 6 drinks. The food arrived with surprising swiftness. Within 20 minutes of placing the order, nearly every dish was laid out. The intoxicating aroma of the meal drifted through the air, prompting Owen to sniff dramatically, and even let a bead of drool escape the corner of his mouth. He shot a quick, knowing glance at Ethan. Seeing Owen's anticipation, yet wanting Ethan, the team leader and host, to break the ice first, Ethan couldn't help but feel a flicker of amusement. Everyone, let's eat. Don't be shy, we can always order more if we aren't full. Ethan smiled, his voice warm. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Owen declared, the words sounding like a triumphant fanfare. He had been waiting for that exact invitation. As soon as he finished speaking, he plucked a piece of fish, dipped it in the sauce, and brought it to his lips. Not bad, he thought with pure delight. I'm so happy. More than an hour later, after the last crumbs were cleared, they left from the entrance of Ethereum Spire. But Clara did not follow. As everyone else dispersed, leaving only her and Ethan behind, she blinked her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. Her red lips parted slightly as she asked, Classmate Ethan, the breeze is so gentle now. How about we take a walk together? Stepping out of the dormitory, the air still held a faint warmth. But Clara was right, with the soft evening breeze, a stroll sounded perfectly pleasant. Besides, her stomach felt pleasantly full, and a walk would aid digestion. Good. You agreed, nodding. The two wandered along the small path beside the river. In the quietude, they simply absorbed the tranquility of the night, and the gentle caress of the breeze. Suddenly, a man knelt nearby, pulling out a ring he had prepared alongside a brand new iPhone 17. Ashley, he called out, his voice ringing with mock drama. Look, this is an iPhone 17 I bought for you. It sounds like I love Ashley in Chinese. Will you marry me? I swear I will be good to you for the rest of my life. The girl, Ashley, was momentarily taken aback, but then a boundless joy bloomed across her face. Okay, I promise you. She extended a finger, allowing him to gently slide the ring onto it. They embraced tightly, both smiling with sweet, shared happiness. Clara, who had been passing by, witnessed the incredibly romantic scene. There were still other people strolling nearby, so she waited until they reached a secluded bend in the path before stopping. Clara, you? Ethan turned his head, sensing the footsteps of others fading away, but what happened next caused his pupils to widen in surprise. Clara stood motionless. Her pretty face was flushed with the soft glow of the setting sun, making her look both coy and hesitant. Though she had spent last night, and this walk mentally preparing for this moment, when it arrived, a wave of nerves washed over her. She took a deep breath, gathering every sliver of courage. With her red lips slightly parted, she slowly opened her mouth, her voice barely audible. Classmate Ethan, I like you. Let's be together. She lowered her head shyly, but her gaze kept flicking up and down, desperately awaiting his reaction. Though Clara's voice was a whisper, Ethan heard every syllable clearly. Seeing the beautiful awkwardness of her first confession, he felt a gentle amusement bubble up. A faint smile played on Ethan's lips, At that sight, Clara's heart seemed to ache with renewed anxiety. No way, she thought desperately, my first confession is going to fail like this. Ethan himself was momentarily lost in thought. He had to admit that the initial draw to Clara had been her stunning beauty. In truth, she hadn't been alone. He had initially been captivated by her handsome face, which gave everyone a sense of comfort and ease. But it wasn't just looks. As he got to know her through repeated interactions, he discovered a personality that resonated deeply with him. Naturally, a profound goodwill began to bloom in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much time with her. He had originally planned to make a decision later. But now that Clara, the girl, had confessed first, he, as the boy, could not possibly hesitate. Ethan murmured and smiled genuinely. Okay, a male voice rang out beside him. Her almond-shaped eyes shone with boundless brilliance. All the shyness and anticipation vanished instantly. Replaced the smile as radiant as spring blossoms. Overwhelmed by excitement, Clara took a few steps forward and buried her head tightly in Ethan's arms. Her delicate body melted into his embrace. Suddenly, it felt a soft pressure against him, making him exclaim softly, "What an aura!" In the privacy of his own mind, he gave himself a silent thumbs up for his new girlfriend's figure. "Now that I'm your girlfriend," Clara murmured into his chest, "those female classmates shouldn't come near me anymore." Emma chuckled. "Haha, so that's what you worry about." He smiled knowingly and reached out to gently pat her head. It was unexpected. The very students who had once sought his autograph, or even her contact information, seemed to have accelerated this confession. "Chloe," he teased with a smile, "you seemed down yesterday. It didn't look like you were sick, but rather jealous." Now that she was his girlfriend, Ethan naturally abandoned the formal address of classmate for something more intimate. Clara snorted coldly. "Who told someone to be remembered by so many senior girls?" After the quiet confirmation of their bond, the two spent a time steeped in an effortless sweetness, every moment radiating affection. Their feelings for each other seemed to ignite with a gentle, "Ethan," she murmured softly, "see you tomorrow." "Okay, Chloe. See you tomorrow." It was not a midnight, when they walked together from the school gates all the way to the dormitory entrance, that the parting felt genuinely difficult. During this time, Clara barely noticed her best friend, Amelia's, repeated messages inquiring about their progress. Clara skipped back toward her dorm room, still savoring the lingering, sweet aftertaste of the evening on her lips. She was already giddy with anticipation for her first official date with Ethan the following day. Naturally, she was met by a performance of feigned indignation from Amelia. Chloe, why haven't you replied to my messages?" Amelia sniffed dramatically. "Emma." Clara laughed lightly. "I'm sorry, Paprin. I was chatting with Ethan and simply didn't have a moment to check my phone." Clara waved her hand in apology. "Oh, you even confessed. I knew you had succeeded when you stopped replying to me." Amelia's pout vanished instantly, replaced by bright, mischievous eyes as she asked, "How does it feel to be in love? Isn't it utterly sweet?" Clara nodded slowly. Truthfully, if time hadn't been a factor, she would have returned much sooner. The thought only amplified her excitement for tomorrow's date. "So I'm your strategist now. When we get married, you absolutely have to let me sit at the head table." Amelia chuckled, nudging her friend playfully. "Getting married? It's still a long way off." Clara flushed, turning her face away in mock shyness. Amelia rolled her eyes dramatically. "Oh, now you're getting shy. Your cheeks are as red as a teapot." Recovering from the sudden flush of embarrassment, Clara bounced with renewed energy. "Piperine, come help me decide which outfit would be perfect for our date tomorrow." The next day, Ethan ascended to the second floor via the spiral staircase. "Brother, that you're up so late. Aren't you supposed to be cultivating this morning?" Liam asked, a look of genuine confusion clouding his face. As Ethan's roommate, he knew limitly a knowledge others did not share. Ethan was relentlessly dedicated. Every morning at 6 in the morning, without fail, he ran until his heart burned, followed by breakfast. The journey to the Crystal Spire Hall alone could easily consume 10 hours or more. If one spent the nights cultivating, their daily schedule would be swallowed whole. But today, it was already 9 in the morning. Forget a run, he could not even manage a proper morning cultivation session. How could this not make Liam suspicious? I'm not gonna cultivate anymore. Ethan smiled, his reply casual and easy. I'm going shopping with Chloe. Emma. Chloe. Liam caught the key words like a lifeline. It seemed Everett had finally succeeded. His female admirers must be reeling during the four great schools' freshman competition. Right? And those male students who harbored crushes on Clara were surely equally devastated. When will my true love appear? Liam muttered to himself, a pang of envious longing making him feel close to tears. After leaving the dormitory, Ethan arrived at the entrance of the building across the street. Clara was not the type of girl who kept her boyfriend waiting for hours just to apply makeup. A few minutes later, she emerged from the door. Ethan's eyes lit up instantly when he saw her pretty figure stepping into view. Clara had applied only light makeup, allowing her incredibly smooth long hair to cascade down her back like a curtain of silk. She wore a pure white dress that seemed impossibly delicate, accentuating a stunning silhouette. A small crossbody bag rested against her hip, complementing the graceful lines of her legs, visible beneath white socks and pristine sneakers. It was breathtaking, the embodiment of high school romance novels, the pursed form of white moonlight. Originally, Amalia had envisioned an outfit featuring black stockings, high heels, and a bodycon skirt, something guaranteed to make Ethan utterly infatuated. But standing before the mirror, considering all three options, Clara decisively shook her head. It looks nice, she thought, but it doesn't feel right for a date. She settled on this ensemble instead. Is it pretty? Meeting Ethan's intense gaze, Clara blinked her beautiful eyes, her face alight with a smile as warm and bright as spring. Nice. Ethan nodded, his affirmation completely sincere. Faced with the earnestness in Ethan's expression, Clara was momentarily speechless. She cleared her throat twice before saying, "Let's go." "Good." Ethan nodded back. The two set off on foot. Before they had taken a few steps, their hands naturally brushed together and then settled into an easy clasp. They had held hands yesterday. There was no need for any pretense today. "Wow, what a beautiful girl. It's a pity she's already taken. What a handsome guy. Oh, isn't that Ethan? And the girl next to him is his girlfriend. I am devastated. It's Ethan. He has a girlfriend now. Quickly take a picture and send it to my best friend so she stops thinking about him. She keeps nagging me about it every day." A handsome young man and a beautiful young woman walking together naturally drew the attention of every student on the roadside. With her high level of mental energy, Clara could clearly hear the whispers surrounding them. Hearing the comments, she smiled even wider. Instinctively, she linked her hand through Ethan's arm, resting it lightly against her chest, a silent, visible declaration. Are all girls in love this adorable? Seeing her, Ethan couldn't help but smile. My girlfriend is really cute. Soon the group arrived at the underground parking garage next to Grand Citadel Academy. Clara used her car key to unlock her red Ferrari. The two settled into the driver's and passenger seats, respectively. After leaving the subterranean garage, the roar of the engine filled the air. Their destination was the largest shopping mall in the vicinity, Grand Bazaar Plaza. The vibrant red Ferrari naturally drew the attention of many pedestrians who wondered what kind of person resided within. Soon they arrived at Grand Bazaar Plaza. After parking a nearby underground garage, they walked toward the main entrance. The build was magnificent, characterized by smooth, modern lines. A huge floor-to-ceiling glass curtain wall gleamed with a faint golden light under the sunlight, mirroring the vast blue of the sky. At the very center, the signboard bearing the four large characters, Grand Bazaar Plaza, featured a simple metallic design that shone brilliantly in the sun, making it instantly recognizable. Just as the two were admiring the grandeur of Grand Bazaar Plaza, a figure rushed quickly toward them. The moment he heard the rapid rhythm of approaching footsteps, both turned simultaneously. A girl, perhaps 20 years old, rushed toward them, a camera dangling from her neck like an extension of her arm. "Hello, I'm a third-year photography student at Azure Reach Academy. It's nearby. I just had to take your picture. You two perfectly embody my definition of youth, and I couldn't resist." She spoke in a rapid, breathless torrent, her excitement bordering on incoherent. "Don't worry, I promise I'll give you the photos. It's just a simple shot, no commercial use whatsoever." Clara paused, momentarily taken aback by the flurry of words. Then, she smiled softly. "Ah, young lady." Ethan nodded to Emma beside her. He thought that it wouldn't cause any trouble later since she would give them back, and that it was good for a memory. This was his first date with Chloe. The girl chuckled, leading them away to a more secluded corner. The relative quiet was perfect for capturing images. Beautiful, move closer to your boyfriend. Handsome guy, smile wider. Smiling makes photos look better and more harmonious. After several attempts at direction, the two leaned into each other, striking a pose that felt effortlessly perfect. Okay, let me. 3, 2, 1, cheese. With a sharp click, their faces were frozen in time. Perfect, absolutely perfect. This is the most stunning photo I've ever taken. The girl examined her shots, her eyes shining with undisguised satisfaction, and she nodded repeatedly. Thank you both for your cooperation. I wish you eternal happiness and a long, joyful life together. Hee. She deleted the images from the camera lens in front of them, then handed over the printed set while offering her final blessing. Ethan moved swiftly, snatching the photos before Clara could reach them. The girl waved goodbye, humming a little tune as she departed in a cheerful haze. Ethan. Clara called out, reaching for him with beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. I haven't seen it yet. Show me if my photo looks good. Ethan took the pictures, admiring them. Beautiful, beautiful. He couldn't help but think that these students from Azure Reach Academy, a prestigious institution, had an innate talent for capturing beauty. Of course, the main reason was simply how lovely she looked. Let me see. Clara reached out and nudged him playfully. No, Ethan started, a mischievous glint in his eye. He planned to tease her. Unless. Clara blinked, her gaze questioning. Unless you kiss me. The words slipped out casually, meant as a joke, something he didn't expect her to take seriously. But what happened next stole the breath from his lungs. Clara tiptoed slightly closer, her eyes tightly closed, and her lips drifted near Ethan's cheek. In the next second, a sensation washed over him like a dragonfly skimming across still water. It wasn't particularly special, just a delicate coolness. But Clara's sudden boldness caught him completely off guard. While he was lost in that daze, she slipped the photos from his grasp and quickly darted away into the bustling expanse of Crystal Plaza. All Ethan was left with was the echo of her scent and the sight of her flushed back. Hey, this is Chloe. He reached out, touching her cheek lightly, a soft laugh escaping him. Inside Crystal Plaza, the high dome overhead made the crisscrossing corridors unfold like luminous veins. Storefronts stretched seemingly to the horizon. People strode along the main thoroughfare with an easy grace, and escalators carried them up and down in slow, gentle arcs. Above, brand posters and promotional signs were arranged with meticulous care. Bright lights illuminated every corner, creating not just a sense of vast space but a vibrant, exhilarating atmosphere fueled by dazzling goods and festive displays. By this time, Ethan had caught up to Clara. Chloe, where should we go first? He genuinely felt lost when it came to navigating a shopping spree. After all, he rarely found himself in places like this. Clara, having recovered from her initial shyness, let her red lips part slightly. The Mid-Autumn Festival is next week. Why don't we go buy some materials to make mooncakes? They arrived at the designated area and purchased everything needed: all-purpose flour, invert sugar syrup for the pastry, fillings like lotus seed paste and red bean paste, and various auxiliary ingredients. A shared smile passed between them when they realized that neither of them favored 5-nut mooncakes. After leaving Crystal Plaza, the day continued with other moments: a walk through a scenic area near Serenity Grove, where the gentle breeze soothed away any lingering restlessness, at a DIY craft shop. Clara crafted the beautiful bracelet for Ethan and fastened it onto his wrist herself. Time slipped by quickly until dusk painted the sky. They returned to Grand Citadel Academy. It was time to make mooncakes. Next, they entered Clara's dormitory. Seeing the space, Amelia didn't seem overly concerned. There were no private items on the first floor anyway. Soon, they gathered in the kitchen, making the dough, preparing the fillings. Until the final baking, almost every operation was handled by Clara alone. She clearly possessed a knack for it. While Ethan knew nothing about grilling anything, especially not the Crimson Menace. The process required preheating the oven to 200 degrees Celsius and baking for 5 to 8 minutes until the shape was set. Then remove it and brushing with a thin layer of egg yolk, before baking at 180 degrees Celsius for 12 to 15 minutes until golden brown. After that, they removed them and let them cool. Amelia, drawn by the intoxicating aroma, had already subconsciously refreshed his status within the kitchen. "Chloe, what did you make? It smells incredible. Can I have some?" He twitched his nostrils slightly as he inhaled the surrounding air. "You won't help at all, but you still want to eat." Clara snorted coldly. "I'm just giving you space. I was afraid of disturbing your mood. Besides, as a strategist, why can't I eat?" Amelia raised an eyebrow, his words brimming with confident mischief. Ethan watched the exchange, raising an eyebrow at the key word strategist. He murmured, "How come Clove suddenly had such an epiphany?" There was clearly a mastermind behind this charming chaos. The night deepened into quiet stillness. Though he felt reluctant to leave her side, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't exactly let Ethan stay overnight, could he? After saying his goodbyes, Ethan returned to his dormitory across the street. After a day spent in the warmth of romance, the following morning found Ethan rising with unusual eagerness. His first commitment was a run, a date arranged by his girlfriend, Clara. He waited at the entrance of the dormitory across the street. The moment she stepped out, her gaze locked onto him, tall, handsome, and waiting. A knowing smile bloomed on her lips, radiant as a flower unfurling in the peak of spring. She immediately quickened her pace, covering the distance between them with effortless strides. The first 4 days had been consumed by the 4 great schools' freshman competition, and yesterday was spent simply enjoying each other's company. But now, he had a call in cultivation. He still held the ticket to number 7 Lost Ruin. Therefore, he needed to formally break through to the 4th level realm before November arrived. If this process were delayed by another year, by the time November rolled around next year, he would have long lost track of his true door level. At that point, this persheket in his hand would be utterly meaningless. Breaking through alone wasn't enough. He needed to deepen his understanding of his own body tempering technique, acquire new skills, and refine his proficiency to significantly elevate his overall capabilities. Clara, too, was no naive girl easily swayed by affection. She understood the gravity of Ethan's focus on cultivation. She was already deeply content simply sharing a day with him. Moreover, her own path demanded attention. He wouldn't ask for anything more than that. Inside the Crystal Spire Hall, in Class B cultivation room, the surrounding environment was steeped in ice and snow, saturated with an atmosphere so chilling it felt physical. The air itself hummed with a dense concentration of ice-type yuan energy. For any ordinary person to enter this space would be to tremble with primal fear. Within half a minute, their vital signs would simply cease. But for Ethan, the temperature was perfect. He sat cross-legged on the crystalline floor, turning over the blood-activating pill in his palm. How miraculous would the effects of Tao's blood-activating pill truly be? He murmured to himself. With a deep breath, he tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. Instantly, the blood within him reacted. It didn't just circulate. It began to boil. It truly lines up to its name, Ethan sighed softly. A blood-activating pill. It genuinely improves circulation. Seizing this moment, Ethan closed his eyes and guided himself through the key points of blood tempering as outlined in the Schwamming Ice Soul Bodhi. The intensely boiling torrent of blood met the abundant ice-type yuan energy within him, allowing the cold energy to gradually wash away the impurities. Once 3 times, countless cycles. At first, the pain was so acute he nearly lost consciousness. But by the 2nd cycle, it was significantly easier, merely a sharp sting. The 3rd time brought even more relief. Not only did the stinging sensation vanish, but a profound sense of comfort bloomed in its place. He knew that with continued effort, the feeling would only deepen into soothing ease. Thus, with the ice-type yuan energy repeatedly purifying his boiling blood, Ethan's ability to temper his own lifeblood improved at an astonishing rate. The 3rd night, a week is often cited as the standard for an Esper, but for a talent like him, the required time was far shorter. In just 3 days, Ethan completed the tempering process and successfully broke through to the 4th level of the Schwamming Ice Soul Body. The tempering is finally complete. Ethan opened his eyes, exhaling a breath that felt stale yet profoundly earned. Ignoring the faint layer of dark impurities clinging to his body, he first activated the system panel. His name was Ethan. He possessed 2,000 evolution points. His special ability was Ice and Snow Crown, rated S. His current realm was 3rd tier lower rank. His spirit level measured 894 Hz. His Q blood contained 2,671 calories. His skills included spearmanship at the Great Master level, martial arts at the intermediate level, improved, Ice Prism Bodhi at the advanced level improved, Ice Extreme Flash at the advanced level, Ice Blade at the advanced level, Ice Seal Shield at the advanced level, Ice Burst Technique at the advanced level, Divine Investigator Technique at the advanced level, and Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array at the intermediate level. His body technique was Schwamming Ice Soul Body, rated S, at the 4th level. His companion beast was an Ice Prism Snake, which is a 2nd order lower rank T 4th tier upper rank. Incidentally, Ethan had spent 2,500 evolution points to upgrade Piper's Realm from 1st order upper rank to 2nd order lower rank. Now, the little snape was off toward the deep vaults within the school to work for its master. Returning his focus to the system panel itself, the improvement in spirit was negligible and easily dismissed. On the contrary, the increase in Chi blood was staggering 500 calories. A massive surge of energy. Ethan felt an incredible rush, as if every cell in his body had been freshly energized. Excellent, he sighed contentedly. Truly worthy of being called a blood-activating pill. He also owed a debt to Andrew's father, William. Without him providing this invaluable pill, how could Ethan have achieved this? As for William himself, as a Grand Master, he remained out of reach. But his son Andrew was quite capable. He vowed that the next time he had the chance to meet him, he would offer his proper thanks. As these thoughts drifted, a familiar rumble echoed in his stomach. "Sigh, I'm getting hungry. I should leave." Ethan sat up straight, dressed, and left the Class B cultivation room. "Wow. You've been inside for so long I almost thought something had happened to you. To be able to stay in here for this duration, your improvement must be immense, right?" The staff member who knew Ethan's history widened his eyes and spoke with reverence. "Emma. While the cultivation room was unparalleled, its unprecedentedly rich source energy meant one shouldn't linger too long, or the body might not withstand it." "Not at all," Ethan replied humbly. "It was only a minor achievement." Next, Ethan paid his fee. Upon seeing -90% displayed on the screen, the staff member's eyes widened further. "What level of privilege does that require?" The man was utterly astonished, yet also deeply moved. From the day Ethan first visited, he had accumulated such advanced privileges. He had witnessed Ethan's growth firsthand. It was already late into the night. After retrieving his phone, Ethan sent several messages to Clara. She replied quickly, instructing to eat until he was full before heading to the garden near their dormitory. When he inquired about their purpose, she only responded with 2 cryptic words, "Secret." Though he didn't know what Clara intended, Ethan readily agreed. Even at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, the cafeteria food remained plentiful. Losing money was secondary. The most important thing was ensuring that students could eat well every single time they came. After a hearty meal, Ethan rode a shared electric scooter toward the dormitory area. He was determined to discover what this secret Clara was hinting at. She hadn't even told her boyfriend. Driven the potent mix of curiosity and anticipation, Ethan rode his electric scooter toward the small, secluded garden near the dormitory. The space was an explosion of color. Every bloom seemed to drink in the faint moonlight. It was breathtakingly poetic, a scene plucked from a classical painting. Normally Ethan, a man who had spent the day diligently cultivating, would have paused here, captivated by the beauty. He might have stopped to take a photograph or murmured a line of verse. But tonight his heart held no room for mere aesthetic appreciation. His focus was entirely fixed on the secret Clara had mentioned. As he stepped into the garden's embrace, Ethan's pupils widened in stunned disbelief. Deep within the fragrant foliage stood a figure that seemed almost ethereal. What kind of scene was this? Clara stood quietly bathed in the soft luminescence of the moon and surrounded by intoxicating floral scents. She wore an off-the-shoulder bodycon dress. The fabric clung to her curves with exquisite precision, mapping the graceful sweep of her waist and hips. Under the moonlight, the material seemed to shimmer with a delicate, liquid glow. Her legs were encased in sheer black stockings that climbed past her knees, the matte texture lending an almost porcelain quality to her skin. A subtle lace trim at the top whispered of femininity, while the absolute domain above it remained tantalizingly revealed, leaving much to the imagination. The ensemble was completed by sharp black stiletto heels, adding a final, irresistible layer of allure. In this moment, under the moonlight amidst fragrant blooms, Clara was undeniably magnificent. Spotting Ethan's arrival, Clara blinked her large, bright eyes. This was the first time she had presented herself to him in such an outfit, and a flush of genuine shyness crept across her beautiful face. "Ethan," she called out, her voice clear and melodic, "you're here." A playful challenge danced in her tone. "Do you still like this secret?" Ethan was initially rendered speechless by the sheer spectacle, but he simply walked toward her. "Clara," he began, his voice measured. "Piperin told me to dress like this." He paused, letting the weight of her words settle. "She said you'd definitely like it. This is the first time I've ever worn this." "You do not like it?" Seeing that Ian hadn't offered a definitive opinion, Clara grew visibly anxious. She feared he might dislike the revealing nature of her attire. In a sudden surge of vulnerability, she leaned into her best friend Amelia, as if seeking comfort in his presence. As she spoke, her words became increasingly breathless and inadequate. She lowered her head slightly, adopting the posture of a child caught doing something wrong. "How could I not like you? You're beautiful. I like you very much," Ethan stated simply. His slow, deliberate cadence only amplified his sincerity. A soft laugh escaped Clara. "I'm glad you like it." The shadow of worry instantly lifted from her face, replaced by radiant joy. She raised her head and smiled brightly. Then she opened her arms and stepped forward, pulling into a deep embrace. When they finally separated, Ethan coughed lightly, clearing his throat. "Clara. While this outfit is undeniably beautiful, it would be through if you only wore it in front of me." He gently reminded her of their status. He was her boyfriend. Such attire felt natural and appropriate only when shared between them. Yet, he couldn't bear the thought of other boys seeing her like this. Clara nodded, nodding quickly. She didn't truly enjoy wearing clothes so revealing anyway. If it weren't for Amelia's insistence that Ethan would adore it, and if she hadn't been away cultivating for several days, she never would have risked such a surprise. Fortunately, the result was positive. Ethan really liked it. Later, Cora left the garden, returned to her dormitory, and changed into a more modest outfit. She walked out of the building, holding Ethan's hand, and strolled with him across the campus grounds. "Ethan," she asked, curiosity coloring her tone, "what exactly are you cultivating? You've been at it for 3 straight days." "Body tempering technique," he replied honestly. "The body tempering technique. Does that require continuous cultivation? Is it difficult?" Clara fell into deep thought. Judging by the subtle shift in his demeanor, she had likely already guessed the answer. After all, as a daughter of the powerful family, knowledge of the blood-activating pill was probably within her grasp, even if common people were unaware of its existence. "That, it requires the blood-activating pill," Ethan revealed directly. "My body tempering technique has now reached the 4th level." Clara gasped in surprise. The number felt impossibly high. Though she had a vague understanding, hearing it spoken aloud was staggering. She knew he had only just entered the 2nd stage. It would take her at least 2 or 3 more months before she could safely use the pill and advance her own technique. A 4th level. Ethan was already 2 to 3 months ahead of her in body tempering technique alone. And then there were the ranks. She was still in the 2nd order lower rank, while he had reached the 3rd tier lower rank, a full realm ahead. Not to mention the mastery and proficiency in rare skills. A wave of quiet determination washed over Clara throughout their walk. Ethan noticed her unusual silence and lowered his head, concern etched on his face. "Clara, what's wrong? Is something troubling you?" She took a deep breath, gathering the courage to speak the truth. "I've decided to return to the Grand Academy for special training." At first, she and Ethan were merely strangers. No matter how strong he was, even if he were a 7th rank or 8th rank Grandmaster, it would have meant nothing to her. But things had changed. She was now his girlfriend. To some extent, she represented his reputation in public life. Therefore, she needed to cultivate herself. Even if she couldn't match his pace immediately, she had to do her best to keep up. She hadn't felt this pressure before. But now that their relationship was confirmed, and knowing special training could take at least a month to show noticeable results, participating that they wouldn't see each other for weeks. Ethan smiled gently, patting her head. If you want to do it, then do it. Don't worry too much about me. I will support you. He squeezed her hand slightly. Besides, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could become stronger together? Ethan, I understand, Clara replied, nodding firmly. She pulled out her phone and sent a message to her mother. The message was clear. She intended to participate in the Grand Academy's special training. Clara, are you serious? Her mother's voice sounded doubtful on the other end of the line. Wes, Clara replied without hesitation. All right. I'll contact your father shortly. Days melted into one another in a blur of anticipation. If one looked closely at the sky, they would notice the moon growing fuller, rounder with every passing night. The Mid-Autumn Festival was drawing near tomorrow. Grand Citadel Academy naturally granted its students a day off for this cherished holiday. The reprieve was incredibly generous, an entire 5 days of vacation. After all, while cultivation was paramount, time spent with family held an equally vital importance. Besides, those truly determined to grow stronger would not let the holidays lull them into complacency. Grand Citadel Rail Station. Look at that car. Is that the legendary Mercedes? I'm more interested in the driver's seat. There appears to be a beautiful woman inside a rich Harris. Stop daydreaming, I see it. Judging by the silhouette, there is very likely a man in the passenger seat. A sleek black Mercedes glided toward the station, sparking immediate whispers and glances from passers-by. This particular Mercedes, valued at over 10 million Blue Star coins, was merely another exquisite machine in Clara's vast collection of sports cars. She had simply grown tired of driving the Ferrari and switched to something new. Yuan, we've arrived. Get off the bus. The Mercedes finally pulled up to the Grand Citadel rail station. Clara softly, Emma. Ethan raised an eyebrow, a mischievous curve forming on his lips. Emma. Hearing that whisper, Clara's pretty face flushed faintly, of course. She understood the meaning behind Ethan's tone. She quickly activated the car's stealth mode. In an instant, the Mercedes was enveloped in a curtain of black mist, obscuring everything inside. Not even a rough outline was visible to the outside world. After all, if anyone saw her like this, she would be mortified. Then, she leaned forward and pressed a kiss onto Ethan that was anything but light. Okay? Is it done yet? Clara pulled back, gently gathering her hair, and whispered, Emma. You tried to rid of me the first time, but now you're trying again. Ethan smiled, reaching out to wrap his arm around Clara's slender waist. Clara immediately understood his intent. Yet, she didn't resist. She allowed him to hold her and pull her closer. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes even held a hint of anticipation. And then came the passionate kiss that stole their breath away. Ethan only released Clara when she could no longer draw a full breath. Yuan, you're so mean. Clara playfully scolded, crossing her arms and regaining her composure. Emma. He'd you like it? Ethan chuckled. I liked it. Clara gently ruffled his hair, her face still faintly flushed. Emma, Xiao Yin, I'm leaving now. Don't miss me too much. With that, Ethan opened the door and walked toward the station entrance. Shimfu would want a pervert like you. Clara let out a soft hum of protest. Emma. Then she accelerated the Mercedes to breakneck speed, heading straight for her family's home. Along the way, many men cast envious glances at Ethan. After all, even if they couldn't see what was happening inside, could Dadao still stop their thoughts from existing in their minds? Driving a Mercedes worth over 10 million Blue Star coins, even if she wasn't conventionally beautiful, she must be incredibly wealthy. Marrying such a woman was the ultimate envy. Attention passengers boarding for train G889 from Deep City Station to Tianyuan Station is about to begin. Please take your belongings and proceed to Gate 2. Soon, Ethan boarded the high-speed train. He quickly scanned the carriage interior. Unfortunately, other schools were not as generous as Grand Citadel Academy. They only granted 3 days off for the Mid-Autumn Festival. 3 days felt rushed. It would take 2.5 days, just to travel back and forth. Who would even bother? That afternoon, Ethan returned to his new home, Mingyu residential area. This house was infinitely better than his previous rented room. Every single detail was brand new. Mom, I'm home. Seeing his mother Eleanor, Ethan ran toward her with genuine excitement. I see how you hungry. Come in and eat. Eleanor smiled gently. Having learned of her son's return, she had prepared the meal at the perfect time. Good. Ethan nodded and walked inside. The once cramped and dim-lit living room was now bright and spacious. For a moment, he felt slightly dazed by the sheer comfort. Next, he released his companion beast from the containment orb, letting it breathe the fresh air. Xian, there's a snake next to you. Eleanor, who had followed him in, looked wary. Mum, this is my companion beast Ice Cream. Ethan introduced the two parties. After learning that Xiao Bing would not harm anyone without reason, Eleanor let out a long, relieved sigh. Sweet and sour pork ribs, braised prawns, steamed fish head with chopped chili peppers. The dishes were all Ethan's favorites, exactly like the meals he remembered from his time at Grand Citadel Academy. After enjoying a delicious meal, Ethan received a message from Li Ming, a friend from high school. Brother Yuan, I heard your university has a 5-day holiday for Mid-Autumn Festival. Seeing the message, Ethan sent his location. I'm so envious of you, such a long break. Luckily, I have my girlfriend to keep me company. Ethan raised an eyebrow. This guy was here to show off his companion. But he didn't take it seriously, responding as if he had no girlfriend at all. The next day was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Xiao, you're up so early. Yes, Mom. I'm going for a morning run. During the day, after updating his mother, Elena on his plans, Ethan ran out the door. After his jog, he headed to the trial spire in the city for training. Although indoor environments like cultivation couldn't provide an abundance of ice-type yuan energy, absorbing even a small portion of source energy from fighting games was enough to practice spearmanship. After a thoroughly enjoyable session, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's getting late, we should head back. Ethan murmured to himself. He left the cultivation room and returned home. Then they gazed at the moon and ate mooncakes. It was worth noting that Clara's mooncakes tasted exactly like those from outside, and Ella didn't raise a single objection. Clara drove a Mercedes through the sprawling expanse of the Grand Academy. The residential area was immense, a labyrinth of dozens of opulent villas. At its heart stood the largest mansion, home to the current clan head, her grandfather. Mom and Dad, I'm home. A bright smile lit her face as she entered the villa, greeting her parents warmly. Oh, Clara is back, her mother murmured, her eyes crinkling with genuine joy. Her father simply nodded in acknowledgement. From deep in the house emerged an elderly man, well past 60 years. He was the clan head, radiating a palpable aura of power and S-rank combat ability and 7th-rank grandmaster status. His face was alight with beaming pleasure. His happiness stemmed from one source, his granddaughter's return. Grandflower greeted him, moving quickly to meet him. The clan head chuckled, reaching out to affectionately pat her head. He had watched her grow up. Of all his descendants, she remained his favorite. It wasn't just the brilliance of her S-rank talent, natural spirit due, but the very core of her personality that endeared her to him. The clan head, a man steeped in decades of experience, was acutely aware of the undercurrents of ambition surrounding him. Many family members had long coveted his position. After all, the Xia name commanded an empire built on unimaginable wealth. Though some lacked the true capability to inherit such power, their covetousness manifested as superficial concern and empty gestures. Only she seemed to genuinely care for herself. Suddenly, a sharp pang of tightness seized the clan head's chest, stealing his breath and weakening his frame until he nearly collapsed. Grandpa. Are you right? Clara rushed forward, supporting him with immediate concern. The old man sighed inwardly. In recent years, his health had been steadily declining, a lingering scar from a past clash during the family's expansion against rival clans. Even after consulting his old friend, an 8th-tier lower stage S-rank great-grandmaster, nothing could fully remedy it. Don't worry. He managed, waving off her worry with a chuckle. He retrieved a medicinal pill from his space ring and swallowed it. Only then did the symptoms subside significantly. By the way, Clara, he said, his voice softening, how are you truly going to start the family training? It is incredibly rigorous. Clara met his gaze steadily. Wes, I can no longer be the little girl who needs all of your protection. A wave of profound relief washed over the clan head. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, Ethan returned to Grand Citadel Academy. He spent every day and night in the Crystal Spire Hall, losing himself completely in training. His only connection to the outside world was a late-night video chat with Clara. Judging by her strained appearance, the faint, delicate blue veins visible at the corners of her eyes, this so-called family training was brutal. 10 days. Frost, a continuous attack, Ethan muttered, lowering his head in concentration. The cold river sky-splitting spear rested within his space ring, leaving his hands bare. He drew upon the ice-type yuan energy coursing through him, and an enhanced version of the spear materialized instantly. It shimmered with a cold, icy blue luminescence, its surface etched with fine, frost-like patterns, as if pulled from an abyssal frieze. To any other Esper, merely looking at it would send shivers down the spine, let alone being struck by it. Ice spear. Ethan aimed and projected the spear with every ounce of his physical strength. The test instrument registered a staggering impact force of 6,250 kilograms. A satisfied smile touched his lips. Not bad. He knew that Emma's ice sword, even when wielded with the skilled extreme ice illusion killing array, only boasted an impact force under 4,000 kilograms. While the array could summon multiple swords simultaneously, creating a terrifying combined blow, it drained the body's ice-type yuan energy instantly, a detriment to prolonged combat. But first day continuous attack was different. It focused on sustained combos, giving it an astonishing ability to maintain power over extended periods while consuming minimal energy and increasing damage with every strike. Ethan had used these points not only to advance from beginner to master proficiency, but again, from elementary to intermediate. Where did the evolution points come from? He wondered. The answer lay with his diligent little companion Piper. It spent its time in the deep vaults and could earn several hundred points daily. In addition to that income, his own body had undergone a breakthrough. His realm had advanced to the second-tier middle stage. His small form had grown considerably, now nearly as thick as Ethan's wrist, and of course, it had yielded a considerable cache of evolution points. The school had also organized its first deep vaults trip for students. This was no mere play in shallow areas, it demanded descent into the deep, dangerous zones. He had been assigned a mentor, a person who would only intervene if life itself was at stake. Ethan naturally declined participation. For him, such structured learning was entirely unnecessary. Vicious Bee Siege. Noon on the second day. The air in the cafeteria of Grand Citadel Academy hung thick with the scent of cheap food and nervous energy. Ethan sat at a table, ostensibly scrolling through her phone while eating, but her mind was already miles away, focused on the Crystal Spire Hall where she planned to continue her cultivation that afternoon. With several thousand evolution points banked in her system panel, a powerful urge tugged at her. She felt ready to enter the third-tier middle realm. The next major breakthrough seemed tantalizingly close. "Then you really should thank me properly," Piper murmured beside her. Ethan was immersed in the campus forum of the Heart in Valor College app, browsing lively posts shared by students, when a blinding flash of crimson interrupted her feed. A striking red notification popped up at the very top of her screen. It originated from the same university app. Its sheer vibrancy demanded attention. This sweep will have serious consequences. Ethan's fingers paused over the glass. The bright red banner was an SS-level mission, issued directly by the school through the mission center. An SS-ranked mission. Her pupils dilated instantly. A faint, almost predatory smile curved the corner of her mouth. This message wasn't confined to her phone. Every student with the Heart in Valor College app would see it flash across their screens. Within seconds, a wave of frantic discussion erupted across the entire campus forum. The usual posting speed, a leisurely 10 or 20 seconds per post, collapsed into near instantaneous bursts. New messages appeared faster than thought itself. "Looks like I finally have something to do," Ethan mused, setting down her chopsticks. The Afternoon's plan for the Crystal Spire Hall was instantly discarded. Instead, she changed direction, grabbed a shared electric scooter, and headed toward the mission center on campus. The mission center was the official hub where tasks were posted. The app merely served as the notification system. If one wanted to see or even claim this SS quest, arriving here was mandatory. The atmosphere in the cafeteria near the Crystal Spire Hall was a volatile mix of excitement and speculation. What is this S-rank mission? Can anyone explain it? Oh my god, It's a massive undertaking. 100 participants. We can go in and grab some serious rewards. Wait, just because we want market fair loot doesn't mean we should rush. Look at the details first. The school hasn't issued an SS-level mission in over a year. This isn't routine. Ethan, riding a scooter at full throttle powered by source energy, cut through the crowd toward the mission center. The center was already packed, buzzing with noise and overlapping discussions. Yet, as students absorbed the specifics of the quest, their initial fervor began to falter. The lure was undeniable. A participation prize of 10 academic credits, a substantial sum. It meant they could simply follow the leaders and reap the rewards. But fear provided an equally potent deterrent. The mission required them to travel to Ironwood Borough 2 and assist stationed soldiers in stopping the attack by the vicious beast. In the deep vaults, the beasts were generally Tier 3 or 4, Tier 1 or 2 was rare. Worse still, they faced a 5th-tier lower stage beast. The sheer authority of that threat was overwhelming to most students who were still mastering first or second order realms. To face such a formidable lineup attacking an entire city even for the promise of academic credits was too much. 5th-tier lower stage beasts are no joke. If Ironwood Borough 2 failed, the consequences would be catastrophic. Even if I survive the siege, will I live long enough to collect my reward? I'll do it. Never mind. Forget it. If you go, I'm going. Are you? I don't know. As hesitation settled over the crowd like a shroud, a slender figure materialized, her beautiful silver hair catching the light and swaying with an effortless grace that drew every eye. Her presence was magnetic. Is it Senior Sister Sarah? Is she participating in this S-rank mission too? Maybe I should go just to try my luck. Don't you dare take all the spots. I want a chance at those rewards. The moment Sarah appeared, it was as if everyone had been hit by a powerful tranquilizer. The initial wave of doubt broke, replaced by a surge of desperate determination. Everyone knew that Taoist Sarah had recently broken through to the 4th-tier upper rank. Her S-rank ability, Jade Purity Divine Thunder, was among the most potent in existence, and her sheer presence suggested an overwhelming capability. Even if a 5th-tier beast attacked, there was little reason for panic. Vicious beast siege. I wonder how Taoist Viridian Crossing and the Firefox squad are doing back there. Ethan sighed softly, a wave of melancholy washing over her. But then, a familiar spark ignited in her eyes, a calculating smile. With the vicious beast launching such a massive attack, this was an unparalleled opportunity to gather evolution points. It meant she was one step closer to reaching the 4th level of realm and finally accessing the No. 7 Lost Ruin. Unfortunately, Ethan found herself pushed toward the edge of the crowd. Only 100 spots were allowed for registration. She failed to secure a spot. It wasn't a disaster though. The participation fee was only 20 academic credits, twice the prize money. She simply spotted another student who looked equally desperate for the cash and quickly transferred her task slot. The other party accepted the transfer with equal speed. The vicious beast was besieging the city. While there were no obvious frontal assaults yet, the small-scale skirmishes meant the situation remained critically urgent. As soon as the 100 participants were confirmed, the gathering began. After a quick headcount, the group boarded 2 university buses bearing the Grand Citadel Academy logo. Passing vehicles swerved to avoid them, treating the convoy like an emergency ambulance. On the bus, sitting next to Ethan, was an old acquaintance, Jason. He was the senior who had brought her to the Valor College during her first visit. It had been over a month since they last spoke at the alchemy department. Their reunion conversation flowed easily and warmly. As they talked, the bus slowed, finally coming to a halt. Outside the window lay their destination, Ironwood Borough 2. Everyone get off the bus. The driver's shout sliced through the panicked air. Driven by the urgency in his voice, the students scrambled out of the vehicle. The Crimson Menace was attacking the city. The situation was critical and demanded immediate action. A delay, even a second's hesitation, could trigger an unpredictable chain reaction, the dreaded butterfly effect. Though invisible, such risks were unacceptable. A man standing outside Ironwood Borough 2 spotted the sign Grand Citadel Academy. His face broke into a relieved smile. "You're from Grand Citadel Academy, right? We've been waiting for you. Who is leading this operation?" He hurried forward to greet them. Hearing the question, the students instinctively clustered together and formed a protective semicircle behind a girl with silver hair. After all, Sarah was not only the most renowned student in the school but also its strongest pillar. She was the natural choice for temporary command. "It's me," Sarah announced simply. "My surname is Jiang." A staff member at Ironwood Borough 2 nodded approvingly. "All right, Captain Jiang, please lead the students inside first." Just then, 2 more buses pulled up to the curb. The signs read Starlight Academy and Crimson Peak College. The screech of tires echoed as they braked. These were no mere institutions, they were key universities in Shencheng City. One was a prestigious university, and the other was a reputable college. Ethan knew them well from his high school days, when his homeroom teacher had plastered maps across the classroom walls, marking every major university in the country to motivate their students. The doors opened, and streams of students poured out from both schools. The contingent from Azure Reach Academy was roughly half the size of Shencheng's, numbering around 50. Crimson Peak College brought fewer, about 30 souls. Naturally, the rewards for this mission would vary, distributed by Ironwood Borough 3, reflecting each school's unique strength. "Since you're all here, that's perfect. Come on in." The coordinator waved them forward. Several student leaders exchanged nods and began guiding their peers into the facility. Following the flow of people inside, Ethan's gaze swept over the scene. On a nearby table lay scattered sunflower seeds and peanuts, next to a teacup that still emitted wisps of steam freshly brewed, perhaps. Playing cards were also strewn across the surface. The suddenness of the attack had forced all the leisurely socialites here to abandon their routines. They had rushed home for refuge, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. As they peered deeper into the complex, they reached the entrance to the deep vault's passage. The students lined up and passed through, emerging into Ironwood Borough 2. The current threat was localized, a small-scale skirmish. Looking down the stairs toward the city wall, there were almost no signs of the Crimson Menace's passage. Only first and second-order beasts had arrived. While their numbers might reach hundreds, even thousands, their physical forms were weak. They could all be neutralized remotely with firearms. "Junior, what is wrong?" Just as Jason and Ethan exchanged light banter, Ethan suddenly looked back over his shoulder. The movement caught Jason's attention, prompting a look of curiosity. "No," Ethan murmured, waving a dismissive hand. Yet even as he thought this, a creeping doubt took hold. He felt the distinct pressure of 2 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. It was no illusion. 2 people were watching Ethan with intense focus. A student from Starlight Academy watched him. His awakening was an A-level ice-type ability. He had ranked among the top 100 in his province during the college entrance examination and successfully gained entry to the prestigious university, Azure Reach Academy. He even achieved 7th place in Azure Reach's freshman competition. But things were far more complicated than that. 2 weeks ago, he had felt an icy surge erupt within him, a power no amount of suppression or absorption could quell. The resulting pain sent him into unconsciousness. When he awoke, he was stunned to find his superpower had mutated. It hadn't just improved, it had leaped an entire rank, from A-level ice-type ability straight to S-rank ice elemental ability. Such a phenomenon was astronomically rare. In the entire history of Earth, only one person had ever experienced it. At first, he had undergone 2 consecutive mutations, skyrocketing directly from a rank to SS rank. But this luck came with profound misfortune. He was born in the chaotic continent of Africa, and into the lowest social strata. Before he could even grow up, he had been assassinated by another hand. Back here, Sheng already knew that within all of Aethelgard Empire, there was only one student this year possessing an S-level ice element skill. That student's name was Ethan, and his chosen school was Grand Citadel Academy. He had long heard whispers of Ethan's exceptional performance at the university, but seeing it firsthand was another matter entirely. Now, half a month later, Sheng found himself genuinely anticipating Ethan's performance in this Crimson Menace siege mission. Du Chen, the champion of the previous Grand Citadel Academy freshman competition, he had also signed up for this mission. Last year, 4 great schools' freshman competition saw Shencheng ranked near the bottom due to poor leadership and arrogance. It hadn't been a major concern then. But since Ethan joined the school, Du Chen's performance had become increasingly outstanding, winning the competition with absolute strength, leading his team to first place in the Four Great Schools event. Everything had changed. Many students compared him unfavorably to Ethan behind his back. Though he hadn't spoken the words aloud, Du Chen was acutely aware of those whispers, and they fueled a deep-seated resentment within him. It seemed the world was vast and peculiar. Some people's personalities were simply baffling. He blamed every perceived failure on Ethan. Ethan, Du Chen murmured to the tall figure not far away, narrowing his eyes as if plotting something unseen. After this mission, wait for my challenge. He believed that even if he stood no match against Ethan now, a year from today when Ethan was merely in the third-tier lower rank, he would be absolutely unmatched by him. Du Chen felt a surge of triumphant pleasure with every thought he entertained. A restless, almost predatory desire coiled in his gut. With this dangerous intent fueling him, he stepped forward, closing the distance until he stood directly behind Ethan. Ethan heard the measured cadence of Du Chen's footsteps and turned his head slowly, meeting the gaze that held a fierce, challenging glint. "I see you walking toward me," Du Chen drawled, his voice dripping with false casualness. "Ara's champion." "What is it?" Ethan raised an eyebrow, his tone utterly nonchalant. Judging by the predatory gleam in his eyes, he knew Du Chen harbored ill intentions. Consequently, Ethan offered no friendly regard in return. "Ethan," Chen began, puffing out his chest slightly, "I am Du Chen, the champion of last year's freshman competition. I hereby issue you a challenge. After this mission is complete and we return to base, you and I will settle our score with a ring match in the arena. How about it?" Du Chen's expression was pure defiance. He needed to reclaim the reputation he felt slipping through his fingers. Ethan regarded him with an air of profound puzzlement. After this mission concludes, he plans to venture back into the deep vaults to gather more evolution points. Would he accept a challenge from Du Chen, last year's champion? A hollow laugh escaped him. He had absolutely no interest. Besides wasting valuable time, Ethan could not conceive of any other use for it. At this dismissal, Du Chen clenched his fists so tightly that the sound of cracking knuckles echoed sharply. Just then, the sudden commotion drew the attention of a cluster of students nearby. All heads turned toward them, curiosity etched across their faces. "Aren't you afraid?" Du Chen sneered, deliberately adopting an exaggeratedly arrogant and irritating demeanor. He spread his hands in a theatrical gesture, letting out a mocking sigh. "I never thought that our invincible Captain Ethan would actually have a day when he was scared." "Ha." At this point, many students had gathered, sparking considerable whispers and discussion. Du Chen still could not fathom how Ethan could possibly disagree with him. Suddenly, a clear, cold voice got through the air. "Don't forget. It is mission time. You can discuss your personal grievances when you get back." The speaker was none other than Sarah. "Emph got lucky this time," Du Chen snorted, his bravado deflating instantly upon hearing her voice. He spun on his heel and stalked away. "Senior Sister Sarah," Ethan called out, a genuine note of gratitude in his tone. "Thank you for helping me." Du Chen's presence buzzed in his ears like an irritating fly. While it wouldn't make Ethan impulsively accept the challenge and waste his own time, the entire exchange had been unnecessarily troublesome. "No need to be a guest," Sarah said, her gaze steady. More importantly, be careful." After all, in Sarah's eyes, Ethan was the only student at Grand Citadel Academy whose potential surpassed even her own. She could not bear for him to suffer serious injury, or worse, death during the mission due to his reckless impulsiveness. He risked his future. Ethan nodded slightly, accepting her concern. But some of the observing students saw it differently. This was monumental news. The aloof, untouchable senior student, Sarah, had not only rescued Ethan from a predicament, but had also openly displayed concern for his safety. Yet, they dared only to sigh in their hearts, never daring to voice such opinions on the campus forum. If Sarah found out, given her abilities and prestige at the school, they were bound to face severe consequences. "I think this might be related to you winning the Four Great Schools freshman competition," Jason speculated quietly after Du Chen departed. "I guess he's feeling a bit resentful." "I actually got myself into trouble with flies," Ethan murmured, running a hand through his hair, a pang of melancholy hitting him. "If only I possessed Sarah's strength," he thought bitterly. I reckon I could have simply given Du Chen a look, and he would have fled with his tail between his legs. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Sarah held up a specially crafted telescope, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. As expected, after she finished speaking, everyone standing on the city wall felt a subtle tremor beneath their feet. Then, a black line appeared in the distance. Shadowed purple-toothed snakes, unicorn rhinoceroses. A massive, dark tide of the Crimson Menace rushed toward them with terrifying speed. As it approached, the black line solidified into an ominous, churning surface like dark clouds looming over the city, threatening to crush all life beneath. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the approaching nightmare. Blazing flame tigers, giant gale mantises, cold lions. Behind these hundreds of Tier 1 and Tier 2, the Crimson Menace were followed by almost 23rd tier fierce beasts. Do not leave the city for now, Sarah commanded, her voice calm and authoritative. Those who have mastered ranged attack skills, use them to strike directly. Those without such abilities, move over there and retrieve weapons. If you are unfamiliar with firearms, stand by the city wall and prevent the Crimson Menace from breaching our defenses. Her crisp voice, combined with her cool and composed demeanor, was utterly captivating. This command only rallied students from Grand Citadel Academy, but also those from 2 other universities present. I did it all. Within minutes, the tide of Crimson Menace had reached the city gates. This was their window, the perfect moment to strike. Many students unleashed their skills. Flames erupted, lightning cracked, and gales swept through the air. Various bursts of power were launched in a coordinated assault, instantly reducing the front-line ranks of Tier 1 the Crimson Menace by more than half. Ice Blade. Ice Blade. Ethan was frantically channeling his rank skill, Ice Blade. A vast expanse of crystalline ice, like a sudden blizzard, surged toward the oncoming swarm. Ethan's source energy levels were now significantly higher than before. He could sustain Ice Blade continuously for 10 minutes. He alone formed an output line. This display sent a massive shockwave through the other students standing near him, leaving them momentarily stunned. Even Jason, who was already a senior college student, felt a sharp pang of inadequacy. The sheer magnitude of source energy in Ethan's body was nothing short of terrifying. At the same time, Ethan continued to receive system notifications detailing his kills, including the second-order lower rank the Crimson Menace, purple-toothed snake, granting 130 evolution points, and the second-tier middle stage the Crimson Menace, Shadow Cat, granting 400 evolution points. Soon even the other fierce beasts began their advance. Ethan had just pulled an energy potion from his backpack, intending to restore his source energy and unleash Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array to secure a massive haul of evolution points, when lightning ball bombardment, tearing through the wind, a water well is pressing down. The leaders of the 3 schools acted simultaneously. They struck with devastating force, eliminating most of the third-tier beasts a step ahead of Ethan's plan. Fortunately, some remnants remained. Ethan quickly collected these last creatures, securing a total of 17,000 evolution points. The accumulated spoils, the small vicious beasts he had felled, and his existing cache of evolution points brought Ethan's total to a staggering 23,000. To prepare to the inevitable onslaught of higher-ranked monsters, he poured these points into upgrading his SS rank skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. 23,000 points were enough not only to refine his formidable array, but also to propel him from the 3rd-tier lower realm into the solid ground of the 3rd-tier middle realm. Yet, Ethan did not immediately break through. The process required a deep and volatile calm for the ice-type Yun energy boiling within his core. Based on past experience, such refinement demanded at least 2 hours. Time slipped away in measured intervals. 2 hours later, the daylily buds were undoubtedly chilled by the night air. However, the absorption of memories proved far more rapid. The moment he activated the system panel's button, a torrent of forgotten memories flooded Ethan's consciousness, washing over him as if he had lived through lifetimes in an instant. He absorbed the knowledge and closed his eyes, letting the deluge wash clean the edges of his mind. Not far away, Jason watched him, a cold, predatory smile curving his lips. He thought Ethan was simply exhausted from a short fight, Jason mused inwardly. No, this was deep depletion, the kind that forces one to rest. 10 minutes later, Ethan opened his eyes. he had managed to unleash 15 ice swords. The original advanced proficiency of the extreme ice illusion, killing array, should have allowed for 16. However, his current reserves of ice-type yuan energy were simply insufficient. It was a minor deficit. The difference between 15 and 16 strikes was negligible in the face of survival. After the last vicious beast passed, everyone gathered near the city wall to rest, but no one dared descend. The next wave could strike at any moment. "Ethan, I never imagined you'd become so powerful." Riley clapped him heartily on the shoulder, a genuine smile gracing her features. "Ma. It's fine," replied with characteristic humility. "There is still much room for improvement." He spoke the truth. With the constant influx of evolution points, his cultivation was not merely fast, it was immune to bottlenecks. His potential for growth was, quite simply, limitless. Riley chuckled, her smile widening. "Wow, kid. If you keep this up, you'll probably meet our school's graduation standards next year." "What are the school's graduation standards?" Ethan asked. His pupils suddenly widened with surprise. This was unexpected. He wondered how long he had been there. He felt like he was already near them. Riley couldn't help but roll her eyes at his expression. "Our school's standard is the third-tier middle realm that earns you a regular graduate. To be considered good, you need to reach the 4th level, and outstanding graduates must meet those requirements while making exceptional contributions to the academy." "Third middle realm," Ethan murmured softly. The realization struck him: if he had aimed for the breakthrough realm instead of the standard realm, he could have graduated from Grand Citadel Academy as a regular graduate. But Ethan's ambitions did not stop at mere adequacy. Regular? He craved outstanding status. A sudden thought struck him. Then why didn't senior sister Sarah aim for outstanding graduation? Jason's smile deepened, becoming mysteriously knowing. Her realm reached the 4th-tier upper rank, and she led her team to victory in the National Ability University competition. She leaned closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "With potential like hers, I suspect many 8th-rank grandmasters would fight to recruit her as a disciple. There's no need for her to remain at the academy, right?" As the first principal of Grand Citadel Academy was also surnamed Jason, Jason whispered, glancing toward the distant horizon. "Many speculate that senior sister Sarah must have some connection with him." She paused, then added, "She stayed because she wanted to lead this university to victory in the National Ability University competition once more. The competition is set for 3 months from now. I suspect she'll graduate right after it concludes." "I see," Ethan understood. As if sensing the end of their conversation, Sarah's voice cut through the air, sharp and commanding. "The next wave of vicious beasts is coming soon. Everyone, prepare for battle." The moment her words left her lips, every person on the city wall snapped into action, staring intently into the distance. A tremendous, guttural roar echoed across the plains. A palpable chill ran down everyone's spine, their bodies involuntarily tensed and trembled. What followed was not just a sound, but a tide. Nearly 1,000 vicious beasts. Their combined weight must have been thousands of tons, causing the very ground beneath them to shudder, as if struck by an earthquake. Many struggled simply to maintain their footing, some teetering dangerously close to the edge. The consequences of falling from this height were brutally predictable. They would be crushed into nothingness by the ensuing horde. The vicious beast army slowly advanced toward the city walls. "Let's do as Sarah commanded." In the next instant, a storm of attacks swept toward the oncoming tide. These beasts with bloodshot eyes had lost all semblance of reason. Only their most primal, desperate urges remained. They disregarded self-preservation, ramming themselves against the walls of Ironwood Borough 2. Fortunately, the initial impact from the first and second-tier monsters was manageable. Despite multiple crushing blows, the ancient stone of Obsidian Keep held, showing no visible cracks. Just when everyone began to believe they could easily repel the beast tide again, the next few creatures that appeared caused every person's pupils to dilate in shock. A thunderclap tiger and a silver-grey skarmory. Both were beasts of considerable renown among the 4th Order monsters. The thunderclap tiger was infused with immense amounts of wind-type source energy, and a volatile element of pure thunder, a combination that granted it terrifying, explosive speed. The silver-grey skarmory, meanwhile, possessed significant reserves of gold-type and wind-type source energy. While its movement might be slightly slower, its defensive capabilities were utterly formidable, evident in the seamless shell of silver-grey armor that covered every inch of its body. What was striking about both creatures, and indeed all vicious beasts, was their ability to channel two distinct types of source energy within a single frame. This was one of the fundamental differences between them and humanity. Scientific research suggested that this unique biological structure allowed for diverse energy containment. However, it did not mean superior combat strength. Since the total amount of source energy remained constant, their raw power output would not be magically enhanced. A fourth-order vicious beast. What are we going to do? What fear grips you? Our Skuyas' sister Sarah is a fourth-tier upper rank. Handling these beasts will be child's play. It really is fourth-tier upper rank. The sudden realization washed over them like salvation. When the monstrous forms of the Visbeasts materialized, panic erupted among the students from Ethereum Academy and Starlight Citadel. But a wave of profound calm swept through the ranks of Grand Citadel Academy. Sarah was a fourth-tier upper rank student. The initial terror dissolved, replaced by palpable relief and quiet contentment. Among them all, one pair of eyes held a distinct glimmer of sharp, calculating anticipation. This belonged to Ethan. He mused that the thunderclap tiger on the left looked somewhat gaunt, his mind already running calculations. If his ice sword could take it down, he would reap a massive haul of evolution points. Ethan recalled the bounty from the Tier 3 Upper Realm Frost Lion in the deep vaults, a mere 15,000 points. The thunderclap tiger was a Tier 4 beast. Its yield would dwarf that meager sum. He estimated that even if this creature was only a fourth-tier lower rank, it must hold at least 30,000 evolution points. As Ethan's thoughts raced, the remaining horde of vicious beasts advanced relentlessly. When they were mere kilometers from the city walls, Sarah moved first. She activated the thunder element within her core. "Dow," she muttered, unleashing an ultimate technique. Thunderburn SS rank skill erupted with devastating power. A chorus of crackling energy filled the air, followed by a sharp sizzle. Instantly, purplish-blue lightning coiled around Sarah, accompanied by a deafening roar. The bolts shot forth in succession, slamming into the oncoming tide of beasts. To conserve her power, Sarah focused her assault on the most recent wave of Tier 4 creatures. The moment they were struck by the lightning, every beast felt the raw, destructive force tearing through them. The silver-grey armored bird closest to her saw its pristine plating instantly char and blacken, sections even flaked away into dust-like particles. It plummeted without a sound. The other silver-grey armored Skarmory and thunderclap tiger fared no better. Beneath the barrage of Sarah's jade purity divine lightning, their flesh was scorched black, but they did not die instantly. They gasped, shuddered, and finally succumbed to the aftershocks, falling into silence. When the last beast fell victim to her lightning, a wave of thunderous applause erupted from the city walls. The spectacle was undeniable. It had profoundly shocked their young minds. A flicker of awe and perhaps fear crossed Ethan's face. This only solidified his conviction: he needed to grow stronger. Sarah, however, was visibly drained after such a massive expenditure of power. She breathed heavily, her chest rising and falling with effort. With the Tier 4 beasts neutralized, she made no move to continue the fight. Let them have a chance, she thought. They shouldn't always rely on me. She had overheard their hushed discussion moments ago. She simply chose not to voice it. Just as Sarah settled down to rest, a thunderclap tiger suddenly vaulted out from beneath the carcass of a third-tier fierce beast. It had been hiding in the corpse, evading the lightning sweep. This was exact specimen Ethan had observed earlier. Because Ethan had learned and even used the S-rank skill, Divine Investigator technique, he knew precisely where to look. The moment Thunderclap Tiger appeared, Ethan struck. Extreme Ice Illusion killing array. A low murmur escaped his lips. In an instant, a profound chill erupted from him, spreading outward like spilled ink. This chilling energy coalesced, forming the crystalline structure of the ice swords surrounding him. 1, 2. The nearby students watched in stunned silence as 14 perfect blades materialized. What kind of skill is this? Its power is terrifying. Nathaniel couldn't help but rub his eyes. He thought that the scene hadn't changed. He didn't see it wrong. It explained why no one had seen Ethan's performance during the four great schools' freshman competition. He had been off campus. Ethan had crushed his opponents and won the championship. At that time, the speed of his battle meant nobody even had time to raise their phones. Naturally, no video survived. Daniela's pupils also shone with admiration. She thought, "We both use ice element, how do you wield it so masterfully?" As all eyes fixed on him, Ethan merely waved a hand. All 14 ice swords flew toward the thunderclap tiger at breakneck velocity. The beast opened its gaping maw and spat out a volley of lightning particles, which clashed violently with the incoming blades. The moment an ice sword contacted the electrical energy, it unleashed a thick, obscuring cloud of cold smoke. Seizing this momentary advantage, Ethan focused his mind, pivoting the remaining 5 swords around. This meant attacking from above the thunderclap tiger's blind spot. The beast was quick. It managed to dodge 2 blades in its initial burst. But at this point, Ethan's extreme ice illusion killing array had reached an advanced proficiency level. The impact force of a single ice sword approached 5,000 kilograms. 3 swords combined amounted to 15 tons of crushing force. An ice sword sliced directly in front of him. The thunderclap tiger could not withstand it as the blade pierced its hide. Instantly, a thin layer of frost bloomed across its flesh. Ice blade. The beast was not dead yet. Ethan followed up with rapid strikes, a flurry of crystalline blades that slammed into its body. Soon, the creature went motionless, appearing utterly lifeless. But Ethan did not lower his guard. Sure enough, after feigning death for a moment, the thunderclap tiger charged back in the opposite direction with desperate strength. Unfortunately, Ethan was prepared. Only when the system's pleasantly resonant notification sounded did Ethan confirm that the thunderclap tiger was truly dead. Wow, that is truly incredible. And who is this person? I know him, Ethan. He is the undisputed strongest among all of us in this four great schools freshman competition. What? You are telling me he is a freshman? Grand Citadel Academy's student training methods are absolutely terrifying. It is a shame I was just a few points short of qualifying for my college entrance examination. I am also from Grand Citadel Academy, and while I am a senior now, I still do not measure up to him. How long has it been? Has Ethan improved his strength so dramatically already? A wave of stunned silence washed over the crowd. Whether they were students from rival academies, or fellow alumni of Grand Citadel Academy, every single person was paralyzed by what their eyes beheld. There was no denying the facts. Sarah was a senior and a fourth-tier upper-rank expert who had performed exceptionally well in the national superpower competition, making her a figure of renown. As for Ethan, even if he was not currently matching Sarah's peak strength, he still stood leagues above them all. Most critical, he was only a freshman. His potential for future growth remained vast and limitless. At this rate, advancing to Grandmaster would not be a stretch. It would likely be effortless for Ethan. After all, even a great Grandmaster of his current age would struggle to match the sheer force radiating from him. The realization hit everyone like a physical blow, causing an involuntary gasp of shock. This included Nathaniel, who had remained standing near the back of the crowd. He clenched his fists so tightly that white marks were carved into the flesh of his palms. His face drained of all color, turning as pale as marble. A profound chill gripped him, a coldness that felt unnatural, as if Ethan himself had unleashed an ice-type ability upon him. He had challenged Ethan in a desperate attempt to salvage his shattered dignity. His entire premise rested on the belief that Ethan's current power was inferior to his own. After all of them had been champions in the school's freshman competition that year. No matter how gifted Ethan might be, it was impossible for him to be this outrageous. But faced with undeniable reality, how could Nathaniel maintain his skepticism? He was not blind, but now an even greater catastrophe unfolded before him. He had challenged a future 8th-rank Grandmaster. There were only a handful of such experts across the entire nation. Countless outstanding individuals had reached that pinnacle, yet most had failed miserably in their ascent. Nathaniel knew, deep down, that he could never reach that level. Frustration, despair. A toxic cocktail of negative emotions surged through his heart. The weight of it was too much, his knees buckled, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. "Are you all right?" A student beside him reached out, steadying him. "Fine," Nathaniel managed, his voice barely a whisper. He wondered what he should do now, apologize. But apologizing in front of this crowd would be an unimaginable humiliation. Losing face was painful. But it's infinitely preferable to planting a time bomb that would ruin the rest of his life. Nathaniel possessed a particularly rich and dramatic inner world. He took several deep, shuddering breaths, forcing his scattered thoughts into a semblance of order. Then, he stumbled forward until he stood near Ethan. Under Ethan's steady gaze, he hesitated for a few agonizing seconds before finally speaking. "Ethan, about what happened just now, I am sorry." To prove the sincerity of his words, Nathaniel immediately dropped into a deep bow. "Fine." Ethan waved a hand, his pupils betraying no flicker of emotion. Since everyone else had already offered their apologies, Ethan decided not to press the matter further. Of course, this is based on the assumption that Nathaniel's challenge had been nothing more than empty bravado. If Nathaniel had truly acted upon those threats, the ensuing mess would have been far more complex than a mere exchange of apologies. Meanwhile, in Ethan's consciousness, including all previous evolutions, Ethan's evolution points now totaled an astonishing 60,200 points. Unfortunately, adding extreme ice illusion-killing array at this moment offered little benefit. The ice-typed energy within his body was still too scarce to support the full utilization of such a powerful skill. Therefore, he resolved to save up more points and formulate a plan for later. It felt exactly like playing a gacha game. After accumulating cards for an eternity, finally drawing them all out brought forth a strange, exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Another hour slipped by. The vast majority of people had retreated against the city walls to rest and recover. Only a select few maintained their focus, staring intently into the distance. Sarah was among them. Did she know that this deep vault contained a fifth-order vicious beast? So far, only a fourth-tier beast had made an appearance. Just 10 minutes later, Sarah's suspicion proved correct. Before any person could be seen, they heard the voice of booming, guttural sound echoing from deep within the earth. A violent tremor preceded it. "Be vigilant! Be vigilant! Another vicious beast is here! Everyone, prepare for battle!" Feeling the ground shake beneath their feet, everyone rose and turned their gaze toward the source of the vibration. But what puzzled them was that there were no visible signs of the beast in the distance. Why was the tremor sound intensifying even more than before? Ethan also found it strange. He activated his S-rank skill, Divine Investigator Technique, to peer into the depths and investigate the disturbance ahead. He had never known about this deep vaults until this moment, and he felt a jolt of genuine surprise. They burst into view from afar. It was not some organized army of beasts. It was merely a collection of individual predators. A dragon burrowed through the earth at incredible speed. Its head bore an extremely hard horn, allowing it to navigate underground with terrifying swiftness. A giant bear, easily over 10 meters tall, possessed bulging muscles that suggested a weight of several hundred tons. The impact of its single punch would surely eclipse that of any vehicle. And soaring high above was a massive eagle, its body wreathed in flames. The intense heat warped the surrounding air, giving off an almost palpable, ethereal phoenix aura. The moment these vicious beasts were fully exposed to view, even a mere glance sent shivers down many people's spines. This was the oppressive weight of fifth-order power. "My, what kind of monster is this? Stop fighting, we need to run away quickly. Don't be afraid, senior sister Sarah is here, we must trust her." Many felt a wave of despair and gave up hope. But because of Sarah's presence, a fragile glimmer of hope remained in their hearts. "Fifth-order vicious beast," Sarah murmured softly, her expression growing solemn. For her, these beasts were not merely troublesome, they represented an immense threat, especially that Titan bear. At the first-tier lower stage, and weighing over 300 tons, her lightning strikes would likely fail to inflict any truly decisive damage upon it. Sarah unleashed her full power. The arrival of the Esper army was imminent. Though facing a formidable challenge, they had no choice but to press forward. Yet, Sarah felt a prickle of profound curiosity. It had been more than 2 hours since she arrived in Grand Citadel Academy. Why had the military reinforcements failed to materialize? She was utterly powerless. There was no signal here, her phone was useless against the world outside. Dismissing her doubts and faced with the immediate crisis, Sarah could afford no time for contemplation. After all, directly beneath him lay the heart of Ironwood Borough 2. If these Fifth Order, the Crimson Menace, managed to pass through this location and enter reality, the ensuing catastrophe would be unimaginable. Even if they were eventually neutralized, the damage they inflicted in the interim would be incalculable. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. "Gentlemen, military reinforcements will arrive soon. Please hold on for just 10 more minutes. Please help us." A beacon of hope flickered in the crowd. At least there was something to look forward to. Just 10 minutes until the military arrived. But holding that position for 10 agonizing minutes would be anything but easy. The three vicious beasts, now operating at the 5th tier mid-rank, did not pause. They surged toward the target with terrifying speed. Soon, they were within Sarah's effective range. Simultaneously, every person was caught in the deadly sweep of the Fairy Eagle's attack zone. With a series of piercing cries, the Fairy Eagle opened its hook-like beak. An enormous fireball erupted and shot toward them, a sphere so vast it dwarfed any human body. Everyone instinctively threw themselves to the ground. By sheer fortune, the city wall proved immensely sturdy. Several fireballs struck its surface, leaving only superficial cracks. The structure held fast. This display served as a stark reminder that martial arts alone were insufficient. Ethan gracefully descended from the battlements. "Extreme ice illusion killing Arai," Liam murmured softly, and 14 crystalline ice swords materialized instantly around him. With a flick of his wrist, they shot out in unison, aimed naturally at the nearest Fiery Eagle. Seeing the volley of deadly ice approaching, the beast merely sneered. The next second, raging crimson flames burst across its body. Before any single ice sword could close the distance, it melted into water, which in turn flashed into scalding steam before half a breath passed. Well, the Type 5 vicious beast, Ethan sighed softly, jumping down from the wall as well. It's not nearly as simple as I first thought. Now, their hopes rested on senior sister Sarah and the few other 4th tier senior students present. At Sarah's position, she swallowed a berserk potion, granting her a temporary surge of raw strength. She then channeled another of her SS rank skills. The difference between this spell and Thunderbolt was profound. Thunderbolt dealt explosive burst damage, while Thunderstorm offered sustained power. Thunderbolt was perfect for vicious beasts of the same tier. Against those one level lower than his own realm, Sarah's spirit attribute could achieve instant annihilation. But these creatures were 5th tier mid-stage beasts, several times stronger than mere tier 4 monsters. Their strength manifested not just in raw attack power, but in almost impenetrable physical defense. Thunderstorm, however, was designed for endurance. Sarah drew the thunder element deep within her core. As the source energy activated, the previously clear sky instantly curdled into a suffocating blackness. A massive canopy of dark clouds gathered overhead! A colossal bud of purplish-blue lightning ripped down from the gathering storm. Not one but countless bolts followed in rapid succession. The primary target was the Titan bear. Sarah's goal was never to kill it, but simply to buy time. The relentless barrage of lightning completely blocked the beast's path. Even the massive creature felt the searing pain. Its instincts drove it to writhe and deploy defensive skills against the heavenly assault. The Titan bear was momentarily paralyzed. Thunder and pierce. Facing the advancing Fiery Eagle, Sarah retrieved her silver-white spear from her space ring, summoning her companion beast, a sleek, silver-white wolf. The man and the wolf engaged the Fiery Eagle in a desperate duel. Similarly, Sarah knew she didn't need to kill the blazing eagle. She only needed to keep it at bay. As for the last threat, Sarah was too preoccupied to engage it directly. Fortunately, the members of the Silver Wolf battle team and several powerful students from the other 2 superpowered universities were present. Together, bombarded the Earth where the dragon intended to pass. This forced the Earth Dragon to burrow deep into the ground. Emerging from the depths was never a good sign. It meant losing cover against the relentless bombardment. Amidst of its collective breath held in fear, 7 minutes slipped by like an instant. "We're here." Several 5th tier mid-stage and upper Esper officers arrived, heralded a military presence. They joined the fray, fighting alongside the students against the 3 vicious beasts. The tide of battle turned swiftly. In the end, the Fairy Eagle managed a desperate escape, though it paid dearly with a mangled wing. The other two beasts were far less fortunate and were both slain. The group gathered at the foot of the city wall. "Sarah," one soldier began, his voice thick with gratitude. "We are eternally indebted to you this time. Had these vicious beasts come alive, they would have gravely threatened the safety of everyone nearby." Several soldiers saluted Sarah and the students surrounding him. Others followed suit. Then, a man in the crowd whose real name was Emma spoke up. "Why were you all so late?" The question hung heavy in the air, resonating with every person present. If it hadn't been for senior sister Sarah's formidable strength, the consequences would have been catastrophic. "Well, we can explain." One of the soldiers began recounting the entire ordeal involving the dragon. Just then, the Black Blood cult station stationed in Grand Citadel Academy mobilized its full force. The manager of the local branch was a Tier 4 Esper. And predictably, the cult resorted to their usual tactics, taking hostages. "That's why we were delayed on the road for so long," the soldier admitted. He then revealed a terrifying truth that sent shockwaves through the crowd. The local residents had witnessed this fact firsthand. It could no longer be kept secret. Telling them was necessary. What hack blood cult can cultivate third-tier fierce beasts? A third-tier fierce beast is ravaging the city. Just thinking about it is terrifying. A collective shudder ran through every person present. Next, our military will be taking major actions in this vicinity and the surrounding areas. Dear students, please exercise extreme caution. If you are unable to venture out for missions, I strongly advise you to remain at school and avoid leaving campus for the time being. The soldier's voice was firm, carrying an undeniable weight of authority. Everyone nodded in solemn agreement. The logic was irrefutable compared to the pursuit of tasks. One's own life held infinitely greater value. Otherwise, what would be the point of surviving long enough to enjoy any reward? The group boarded the bus and returned to the mission center at Grand Citadel Academy. The task had been designed for 100 participants. The rewards were meticulously structured. First day awarded to one person with 1,500 academic credits. Second prize went to 10 people, awarding between 600 and 800 academic credits. Third prize had 29 people, granting between 100 and 500 academic credits, and the participation award gave 10 academic credits to 60 people. These rewards were distributed based on the observation of behavior captured by cameras throughout Ironwood Borov 2. Ethan naturally claimed the second prize. He accepted the 700 academic credits with a quiet satisfaction. Though he currently held the highest student privileges, granting him a 90% discount on resource costs, his current reserves were more than sufficient. But who could complain about having an abundance of credit? After completing this S-level mission, Ethan arrived at the Crystal Spire Hall. He observed that he possessed 62,000 evolution points, and the special ability called Ice and Snow Crown. Gazing at the points displayed on the system panel, and the special abilities listed beneath them, Ethan couldn't help but wonder how many points were required to evolve a single ability. Unfortunately, the familiar upward arrow remained dormant after Ice and Snow Crown, suggesting that even 60,000 points were not enough. Only when the symbol for increase appeared would he know the specific requirements for his next leap. But Ethan didn't dwell on it. The breakthrough of superpowers was a milestone he was certain to reach. For now, the time was for exhilarating incremental gains. All he needed to do was savor the process of his abilities blossoming. First, he focused on Realm. With an expenditure of 22,000 evolution points, his realm advanced from third-tier lower rank to third-tier middle realm. With 38,200 evolution points remaining, Ethan pressed the increase button and felt an unprecedented chill erupt within his core. Everything nearby seemed to recoil from the intense, crystalline cold. Simultaneously, the ice-type yuan energy within him surged, forcing him to sit down, close his eyes, and absorb the profound change. What was even more remarkable was the thick layer of frost that began coating his skin. It condensed at an astonishing rate, until soon, Ethan was completely enveloped in a shimmering sheath of ice. 3 hours passed in what felt like a breath. The frost surrounding Ethan's body gradually melted away, not dissipating into nothingness, but transforming into tangible source energy that flowed deep into his being. His spirit attribute reached 1024 Hz, and his Q blood soared to 3,061 calories. The spirit attribute breakthrough had reached 4 digits, and the Q blood soared to an astonishing 3,000 calories. This level was already far superior to anything seen at Grand Citadel Academy. Even 4th tier lower rank abilities were rare among his peers. Improving attributes was secondary. The most crucial factor was the expansion of his body's ice-type yuan energy capacity. The frost infusion had clearly been responsible, and the increase in capacity was staggering by a full 30%. At least now I won't turn into a virtual dog just by using a minor skill, Ethan thought with a wry self-deprecating chuckle. Next, he allocated points to the S-rank skill, Divine Investigator Technique. In games, vision is paramount. In reality, it was even more vital. With an expenditure of 14,400 evolution points, his Divine Investigator Technique advanced from advanced to master level. With 23,800 evolution points remaining, Ethan successfully mastered the technique at the master level after absorbing the sudden influx of memories into his mind. This improvement was terrifying. He could now detect a range of 10 kilometers using only a minor expenditure of mental energy. If he poured in a large amount, that detection radius could stretch to an overwhelming 20 kilometers. Perhaps code numbers failed to convey its true scope, but consider this. A circle with a 20-kilometer radius covers over 1.8 million mu, the size of several Grand Citadel Academy campuses combined. Of course, such power demanded immense energy. Even limiting the range to just 10 kilometers covered an area exceeding 400,000 mu, enough to blanket 2 entire university campuses. He paused. He didn't have enough points for Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. It was a natural cost for an SS rank skill. But Ethan wasn't limited to one such masterpiece. With an expenditure of 7,800 evolution points, his Frost Spear Continuous Attack advanced from intermediate to advanced. Now with 16,000 evolution points left, this Frost Spear Continuous Attack, compared to the Vicious Beast's earlier onslaught, still felt underwhelming. He planned to test its advanced power in a virtual reality simulation later. Finally, he upgraded his blade. With an expenditure of 9,000 evolution points, his Ice Blade advanced from advanced to master level. For clearing swarms of enemies, Ice Blade was undeniably superb. With an expenditure of 5,000 evolution points, his companion beast remained the Ice Prism Snake at 2nd tier middle stage and 4th tier upper rank. Lastly, Ethan treated his companion beast to a substantial meal. Ethan's mind stirred, and the system panel shimmered into view. He saw that he possessed 2,000 evolution points and the special ability Ice and Snow Crown at S rank. His realm was 3rd tier middle realm, his spirit attribute was 1024 Hz, and his Q blood was 3,061 calories. His skills included spearmanship at Great Master, martial arts at intermediate with room for growth, Ice Prism Ring Bodhi at D advanced with room for growth, Ice Extreme Flash at B advanced, Ice Blade at the master level, Ice Seal Shield at A advanced, Ice Burst Technique S advanced, Divine Investigator Technique S master level, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array SS- advanced, and Frost Spear Continuous Attack at SS- advanced. His Bodhi Tempering Technique was Zhuaming Ice Soul Body at S 4th level. His companion beast remained the Ice Prism Snake at 4th tier upper rank. Master have grown again. Suddenly, Piper felt her own progression and communicated with Ethan through a gentle telepathic thread. Though they were separated by distance, the feeling of surprise and delight was palpable between them. Piper? Ethan replied, a warm smile touching his lips. It seems you are just as talented as I am. The gates to the Whispering Glacier Springs are finally open. Journey to Summit Citadel. Virtual reality. Before me, the Vicious Beast was a thunderclap tiger of the 4th tier lower rank. Its strength lay primarily in raw power and blinding speed, a characteristic that made its defense arguably the weakest among 4th tier beasts. Yet, even an impact force reaching 15 tons proved insufficient to end it instantly. This starkly demonstrated the colossal leap in might between a 3rd tier fierce beast and these new 4th tier creatures. Frost Spear Continuous Attack. At that moment, the Cold River Spear in Ethan's hand shimmered with an icy blue luminescence as he murmured the incantation. The thunderclap tiger was enveloped by a maelstrom of lightning, accompanied by a sudden, sharp gust of wind. It charged forward at terrifying velocity, approaching the speed of sound, a blur of destructive force. Ethan's gaze sharpened, his stance becoming fluid and lethal. He raised the cold river sky-splitting spear, timing his strike with flawless precision. One shot. But the thunderclap tiger was quick. It sensed the attack coming and tilted its massive body at the critical moment, causing Ethan's first spear to whistle harmlessly past its flank. Oh, that's interesting. Seeing his initial blow evaded, a flicker of amusement crossed Ethan's face. At least this wasn't some turn-based strategy game. In his next 2 strikes, Ethan deliberately allowed the second shot to pass by. As the thunderclap tiger lunged into the gap, Ethan thrust out the third spear with a backhand sweep. With a detonant clang, the blow shattered the thunderclap tiger's shoulder blade. Seizing the momentary advantage of its pain, Ethan pressed his attack, firing another shot. The beast realized its peril and tried desperately to retreat. But this time Ethan was faster. With this strike, he committed fully to ending it. Master-level spearmanship, it truly passed in a flash. Ethan's spear moved with blinding speed, outpacing the activation of the thunderclap tiger's shield. The cold river sky-splitting spear pierced directly through the beast's skull. The spray of red and white blood was instantly contained by Ethan's ice shield. The thunderclap tiger managed to raise a paw, suggesting it wasn't entirely defeated. But as soon as the limb lifted, it collapsed heavily back to the ground. In this state, it was functionally dead. One thunderclap tiger isn't enough. Summon another. A fierce battle intent surged within Ethan, and he commanded the summoning of a second beast. For the first time, surrounded by 2 roaring thunderclap tigers, Ethan's frost shield was shattered by a single claw swipe from one of them, and then it resurrected. The second time, one tiger kept the enemy pinned at range while the other seized the opportunity for a devastating sneak attack. And again, he endured and revived. But Ethan not one to yield to difficulty. He was even incredibly fortunate. If this were the actual deep vaults, his chances of resurrection would be slim to none. With each death, Ethan's endurance deepened. Finally, on the 5th attempt, Ethan felled both thunderclap tigers with 2 consecutive, decisive strikes. Illusion points can only enhance one's own attributes and skill power. Practical experience must still come from my own sweat and struggle. Ethan sighed, a familiar pang of frustration hitting him. Just like in a game, even possessing top-tier equipment meant nothing if the player was merely a novice. He increased the number of thunderclap tigers to 3. The trio put even greater strain on Ethan. Death after death rising again, climbing ever higher. As he practiced, time seemed to lose all meaning. After what felt like a thoroughly grueling session, Ethan's consciousness slipped away from the virtual reality, and the pristine interior of the ice and snow ability horse swam back into his vision. What time is it? Ethan muttered, unlocking his phone. It was already the early hours of the second day. 2 missed calls glowed on the screen, one from his teacher, Thomas, and another from his girlfriend, Clara. It was quite late, he wasn't sure if either of them were awake. So, instead of calling, they had opted for messages. There was a reply from Clara. It remained unclear if she was asleep or still immersed in her own cultivation. Thomas, however, had made a call. Ethan, do you remember the ticket to the Whispering Glacier Springs I gave you? The spring opens in 3 days. Even past midnight, Thomas's voice rang out with palpable excitement. He seemed utterly thrilled. No wonder. Ethan was his most outstanding and satisfying student. He naturally longed to see Ethan grow. The Whispering Glacier Springs. Hearing those words, Ethan's eyes immediately lit up, and even his breathing quickened slightly. It was well known that bathing in the spring's essence could greatly benefit any ice element ability user. Ethan had secretly anticipated this moment for so long. However, since the opening date hadn't been set, he had never pinned down a specific time. I hope you have made significant progress by the time you return. I definitely will. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Grand Citadel Academy lay in the south of Aethelgard Empire, while Summit Citadel was far to the north, a distance exceeding 4,000 kilometers. Ethan chose air travel for his journey. On this day he brought his companion beast to Grand Citadel Academy Airport. After checking in, he boarded the plane. The engine first emitted a low, muffled roar, like a slumbering beast slowly awakening. The sound gradually rose and deepened, causing the fuselage to tremble slightly. Both Ethan and his companion stared out with surprise. The ground was visibly receding, houses and roads shrinking into miniature models beneath them. The clouds, initially viewed at eye level, transformed into soft, cottony blankets below their feet. As the aircraft broke through the low-altitude turbulence, the violent shaking subsided, the engine noise stabilized, and all that remained was the endless, moving sea of white outside the window. Ethan. Suddenly, a girl sitting next to him gasped in surprise. The exclamation was loud enough to draw the attention of every passenger nearby, including Ethan himself. Realizing that eyes were fixed upon her, the girl flushed crimson, looking instantly embarrassed. But then, upon realizing it truly was him, the embarrassment on her pretty face dissolved into sheer shock and joy. She looked exactly like a fan meeting their idol. "Hello, I am Ethan." Ethan hadn't expected to encounter a fan here. "Have you my fan? Oops, I'm your idol." Puffed, "I'm your fan. Can I take a picture with you?" The girl struggled for words. "Sure." Ethan nodded. They took the photo together. Despite her overwhelming excitement, the girl maintained a graceful sense of propriety, careful not to lean too close to him. After bidding farewell to his little fans, Ethan stepped off the plane and arrived at the headquarters of the Crystal Spire Hall. "Passenger, we have reached the Crystal Spire Hall headquarters. You may disembark," the taxi driver announced. As the cab slowed to a stop, Ethan exited, pulling the door shut behind him. The moment his feet touched the pavement, an impossibly vast structure materialized before him. He looked around, breathless. The building was steeped in glacial blue, not merely a pale shade of ordinary ice, but a deep, resonant hue that seemed drawn from the heart of polar ice caps, gleaming the cool, translucent luster under the sunlight. Flanking the main entrance were multi-channeled corridors shrouded in dynamic, icy mist. An extremely fine vapor seeped continuously from the crystal patterns on the floor. It did not obscure vision, yet it enveloped the entire edifice in a hazy, frigid shroud, making it seem as if the structure floated above a boundless snowfield. At the front, 5 massive characters Crystal Spire Hall were carved from millennia-old ice. Their edges were traced with flowing patterns of pale blue light, giving them an ethereal sheen. From a distance, the entire complex resembled a solemn, awe-inspiring totem forged by the raw power of frost and snow. Ethan momentarily stunned into silence. It felt as if he had stumbled through a veil and entered a realm of pure fantasy. After allowing his shock to subside, he walked forward, finally standing before the grand entrance. "Hello, do you have an appointment?" A security guard greeted him with a warm smile. "Or are you here for the Whispering Glacier Springs event?" The man seemed utterly ordinary, yet Ethan sensed a profound hidden strength. He felt that if conflict were to erupt, this seemingly benign figure would prove devastatingly powerful in less than 3 seconds. Ethan knew that the headquarters was not the same as the Ability Hall itself. It functioned more like an administrative hub, where core personnel managed all matters, great and small, from across the nation. As a guard, the man naturally recognized every key individual. Ethan, being a complete stranger, was therefore questioned. "I'm here Whispering Glacier Springs event." Ethan had a sudden thought. He reached into his space ring and retrieved the admission ticket to the Whispering Glacier Springs, given to him by his teacher Thomas. The guard's expression softened. "Please come in." The massive automatic doors hissed open. Nodding slightly, Ethan walked through the threshold. What greeted him was the Ice Soul Dome Hall, a structure hundreds of meters high. Its ceiling was not solid stone, but a translucent dome composed of tens of thousands of diamond-shaped ice crystals. Natural light refracted through them, scattering into soft, cold golden spots that dappled the ground below. The floor was paved with whole tiles of cut ice jade, beneath which supernatural light blue patterns flowered. With every step, these patterns rippled like disturbed frost. Ethan realized this was an extremely high-level element, belonging to a specific tier. He was still reeling from the sheer magnitude of it all. With a sense of profound reverence, he walked several hundred meters into the hall. But soon, a realization struck him. Simply entering wasn't enough. He had to find the location of the Whispering Glacier Springs himself. Where exactly was the entrance to the underground world passage, within this magnificent headquarters? He looked around blankly, seeing nothing. Sighing, Ethan turned to leave and approached the gate again, intending to ask the guard for directions. Just then a light footstep sounded behind him. Subconsciously he turned. A beautiful figure was walking toward him, her long legs swaying with liquid grace. She had short, ice blue hair that fell like frozen snowflakes. Her eyes were twin pools of crystalline blue. Her skin was as white as fresh snow, her features were exquisite, and her figure possessed a graceful curve, slender yet perfectly proportioned, making it impossible to look away. He found her breathtakingly beautiful. But Ethan did not know her. What was she doing here? The woman who approached him was Avery. Her awakened superpower was an S-rank ice elemental ability. At only 24 years old, her cultivation realm had already reached the 5th-tier mid-stage, a level that placed her among the most outstanding peers, even within the prestigious Arcane Crest College in Silverwood Metropolis. Furthermore, she was a student of Rachel, which naturally granted her access to the Whispering Glacier Springs ticket. The spring held immense benefits for all ice element users, and Avery herself was no exception. She had traveled from Silverwood Metropolis specifically for this experience. Silverwood Metropolis itself was nothing minor, a colossal metropolis built in the deep vaults by the 5 great superpowers, vastly larger than Jiangqing, spanning tens of thousands of square kilometers. Most A-rank grandmasters and 9th-rank saints resided there, because the Crimson Menace inhabiting this deep vaults were no ordinary creatures. Strong individuals from all regions needed to gather here for protection. Seeing Ivdamat as if he were a novice visitor, and knowing that today was the opening day of the Whispering Glacier Springs, she concluded immediately. This man must be an ice element user. A descendant of the great Grand Master or Grandmaster who received a ticket to the Whispering Glacier Springs, and upon entering, he doesn't know where to go. With this deduction in mind, Avery strode forward. "Are you looking for the location of the Whispering Glacier Springs?" she asked with a gentle smile. "Yes," Ethan confirmed, nodding. He was not surprised by how easily she had guessed his predicament. "I know where it is. I'll take you there." Ethan felt a wave of gratitude and thanked her profusely. On the way, Ari chatted with him in lively tones. They soon learned that Ethan's admission ticket had been gifted to him by Thomas, meaning Ethan was his teacher's disciple. Avery's first blue eyes widened slightly in surprise. This opportunity was rare, only occurring once every 2 years. Instead of cultivating it for himself, he bestowed it upon his disciple. If it were his own son, one thing, why grant such attention to a mere student? With this thought, Avery subconsciously activated her most basic supernatural sense of perception. Ethan's current realm was 2 major tiers behind hers. She could easily discern that he was of the 3rd order. If someone can receive such favor, she mused internally, perhaps this handsome man is a sophomore in college. It was the furnishing that a mere Tier 3 Esper could command such attention from a 7th-rank Grandmaster. Ethan couldn't reconcile it. Thomas, this 7th-rank master, was not the type of man to simply surrender his priceless admission ticket for the Whispering Glacier Springs for nothing. There had to angle something deeply suspicious at play. To dispel her confusion, Avery casually asked, "What year are you in college now?" And the question was a subtle proxy for age. The entrance examination for Viridian Institute didn't allow repeating grades. The timeline was rigid: 18 for high school seniors, 19 for freshman college students. Freshman year, Ethan replied, returning to the Dow. Ethan knew that both Avery and Emma were probing his age from a different angle. But since it wasn't a secret, he simply answered. He thought it would have been better if he hadn't. Upon hearing the answer, even Avery, who, at only 24, had already reached the 5th-tier mid-rank realm, couldn't suppress a widening of her beautiful eyes. She looked genuinely unsettled. Avery herself had become a 3rd-tier Esper during her sophomore year, when she was 20. The boy before her was actually a full year his senior. A single year might sound negligible, but viewed from another perspective, transforming from an awakener into a Tier 3 Esper in less than 12 months, didn't that sound terrifyingly fast? What's wrong? Seeing the sudden halt in Avery, Ethan couldn't help but prompt Emma. He still needed her guidance. No. It's nothing. Avery recovered quickly, clearing her throat and waving a dismissive hand. Professor Reed has been at Silverwood Institute for years, yet he hasn't taken any disciples. I can introduce him to Professor Reed. Perhaps he will take notice. In turn, however, Avery made a silent resolution. She had only mentioned it in passing and could not interfere with Rachel's decision. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance to the deep vault's passage. After crossing the threshold, they stepped into an entirely different realm. The natural landscape was nothing like Ethan had imagined. It wasn't just wilderness or forest. It felt more like the colossal interior of a mechanical god. Thick and thin electrical conduits coiled everywhere like petrified pythons. The heavy feel underfoot confirmed this was no ordinary metal. It was an alloy impossibly durable. Exposed gears jutted out at every turn, alongside novel gadgets whose names Ethan didn't recognize. This spectacle caught his eye. "We have more guests. If you wish to participate in the Whispering Glacier Springs event, please follow me." But then, a sudden mechanical whirring sound sliced through the air, startling Ethan. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a small, floating automaton ball. Following its lead, Ethan and Avery proceeded. They reached a fork in the path. The mechanical orb indicated that each branch responded to a single person's capacity. They had to part ways now. "Ethan, if you plan on continuing your studies at Silverwood Institute, feel free to find me." Avery smiled and waved before turning down another passage. It must have admitted that Ethan possessed a resolute handsomeness, coupled with an emotional intelligence that made every conversation comfortable. She genuinely hoped such a genius would continue his education at the academy. Ethan stood stunned, absorbing her words. This was the first time he had ever heard the name, Silverwood Institute. He thought he needed to go ask Master Thorn about this. The mechanical ball proved to be a virtual projection, capable of generating infinite versions of itself. It guided them directly to the entrance of the Whispering Glacier Springs. To enter, they had to pass through a massive, intricate mechanical gate. A device mounted on the gate scanned Ethan's admission ticket once more. Then, with a slow, deliberate groan of machinery, the gate parted. "We've finally arrived. Haha, the Whispering Glacier Springs, here I come." Ethan walked in, his face alight with anticipation. He looked around and gasped. The spring water was no ordinary liquid. It was a semi-solid mist formed by the suspension and condensation of countless minute ice crystals. Pale blue shards rotated slowly in the air, resembling a miniature glacier suspended within a cathedral of steel. At the center, a thin beam of icy blue energy shot straight up into the dome's ceiling. When the light touched the energy interface of the mechanical structure, it erupted into star-like ice fragments that rained down onto the surrounding metal floor, instantly crystallizing into fleeting patterns. The entire area wasn't natural rock, it was a ring of sophisticated mechanical bases. Translucent energy guide plates were embedded in the inner walls, transforming the cold power emanating from the spring water into a pale blue halo that spread evenly throughout the space. This not only softened the harshness of the metal but imbued the Whispering Glacier Springs with an undeniable technological sacredness. Wow! Ethan slowly shed his clothes. A physique of powerful yet graceful musculature, including defined abdominal muscles, was revealed. The scene was enough to make any young woman gasp in admiration. "Let's try it out and see how it feels." The moment Ethan's toes touched the crystalline mist of the Whispering Glacier Springs, a refreshing, non-piercing surge of source energy rushed up his ankles. Not bad, not bad. Without hesitation, he walked forward and slowly immersed his entire body in the spring. As his form plummeted deeper, countless tiny ice crystals surged toward him as if they were alive, clinging to his skin. They transformed into cool streams of light that seeped through his pores, flowing into his limbs and bones. He could clearly feel the essence of the Whispering Glacier Springs tracing paths along his meridians through his muscles, his internal organs, every fiber of his being. Cool. Because the sensation was so profoundly good, Ethan simply closed his eyes and surrendered to the process. Time dissolved second by second. In a blink, 3 hours had passed. He thought, "My body is still too weak. I haven't absorbed enough essence." Feeling that his physical capacity for absorption was nearing saturation, Ethan sighed softly. Suddenly he realized that it wasn't just him who could benefit. Piper, the companion beast of the ice-water element, could also soak in this Whispering Glacier Springs. Such a precious opportunity must be cherished. "Master, this feels so good," Little Ice murmured, completely immersed. Gradually, a soft blue light enveloped Piper. When the glow finally dissipated, Ethan was astonished to find that his original small ice had more than doubled in size. On the system panel, Evolution's 2000 companion beast, Ice Prism Giant Python Realm, 5th rank upper tier. Piper. Ethan's pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. What had once been a small serpent now, coiled with the undeniable bulk of a giant python. The two enormous, ice-blue fangs stood out like polished weapons, a striking testament to its growth. Master. I've gotten so much bigger! Does that mean I've grown up again? Piper chuckled, the sound ringing with pure, unrestrained joy. It was clear that maturation had lifted her spirits to an exhilarating peak. Okay, how about I call you Da Bing from now on? Ethan teased, a playful glint in his eyes. Owner. Piper lowered her head slightly, flicking her forked tongue out in a hesitant gesture. She paused as if the words were caught in her throat. In her heart, this was the first name given to her by her owner since birth, a title of profound significance. Yet, what she craved most was simply to see Ethan smile. Master calls himself Da Bing, then I shall be Da Bing too. Ethan noticed the subtle dip in Piper's spirits and reached out, affectionately stroking the cool scales on her head before smiling warmly. I suddenly feel that original Piper sounds better, so I won't change it. But, yay, upon hearing this, Piper lifted her head with an explosive burst of excitement. Piper has now evolved from a mere Ice Prism snake into the Ice Prism Giant Python, and its highest realm rank has reached 5th rank upper tier. When will my superpowers improve? Ethan gently stroked his chin, lost in thought. He knew he was already among the elite of his peers. But even within that circle, there were those who had achieved S-rank abilities. Take Japton, the captain of the Arcane Crest College team during the Four Great Schools freshman competition. He was awakening an S-rank ability, Dragon Soul. And Ethan still remembered. When I returned from the Fighting Ability Hall, a news report flashed across the TV screen. 10 years later, it has been reported that someone in Aethelgard Empire has obtained an SS rank ability through awakening. According to the reporter's investigation, this news is highly likely to be true. If he could possess S rank, or even SS rank abilities, the leap would not be incremental, it would be monumental. Sigh. He sighed, letting his thoughts drift away from the ambition of rank, and towards something more immediate. Let's check the stat boosts from soaking in the Whispering Glacier Springs first. The strength of an Esper's superpower was the single most crucial factor determining their overall might. An S rank represented a probability of awakening less than 1 in 10,000. To further evolve such a gift was no simple task. He opened his system panel to review the data. Spirit 104 Hz, Q blood 3121 cards, just as he had expected. While soaking in the Whispering Glacier Springs felt profoundly comfortable, giving him a sense of purification. Absorbing the maximum essence yielded no significant boost to his mental energy or raw strength. Ethan narrowed his eyes, waiting for more. The next moment, a new item materialized on his system panel, Source Energy Purity. 73%. Ethan's pupils instantly widened with boundless curiosity. Source Energy Purity. What is that? There was no one nearby to answer the question, but he knew the general principle. The higher the purity of the source energy, the more potent the Esper would become. It seemed to operate in a similar vein to raw source energy itself. The body and the snake were no longer being drained by the spring's residual power. Ethan carefully scooped up Piper and left. After passing through the mechanical gate, he stood staring at the small, floating mechanical orb. He felt compelled to ask it a question. What is source energy purity? Ethan asked tentatively. The orb chirped, certainly. Source energy purity measures the amount of effective source energy within an Esper's body relative to their total source energy. The higher the purity, the stronger the superpower. But generally speaking, a Class D ability has a purity of about 40%, Class C is 48%, Class B is 56%, Class A is 64%, Class is 70%, and Class S is 80%. It paused. It is important to note that the higher the source energy purity, the more difficult it is to increase. Moreover, if you attempt to raise the purity multiple times using the same method, the effect will be greatly diminished. The mechanical ball continued its measured explanation. If my energy purity reaches 80%, will my ability automatically evolve into SS level? Ethan asked, his voice growing increasingly excited. The conditions for superpower evolution have arrived, haven't they? Increase the purity of source energy. That is correct. The mechanical ball responded with absolute affirmation. Ethan ended his conversation with a sense of profound realization. The higher the purity, the more difficult it is to increase further, and the effect of repeatedly boosting it using the same method will be greatly diminished. Those ice elements, he mused. After a grandmaster or great-grandmaster soaks in this spring, the boost probably won't be as significant as what I've seen, perhaps around 3%, maybe less than 1%. He paused, his gaze distant. But the ability to improve purity, even by a fraction, is incredibly precious. Master Thorn was willing to give me such an opportunity. A wave of deep gratitude washed over him. When he achieved success in the future, he would never forget Master Thorn's kindness. It is too difficult to boost source energy purity, but it is much easier to obtain evolution points. After much deliberation, the final decision settled on evolution points. Ethan felt a surge of renewed purpose. Once he left this place, he would find an underground world nearby and begin playing. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. How could that to become invincible without accumulating those vital points? Ethan left the mechanical space and returned to the real world. Following the route indicated by Avery, they gradually arrived outside the Crystal Spire Hall headquarters. Just then, he felt the light dimming, followed by a massive, resonant rumble that grew steadily closer. The immense pressure was almost enough to force him to his knees. After barely managing to steady himself, Ethan looked up. A huge, silver-white fighter jet sliced through the sky and slowed until it hovered above the headquarters. When the oppressive pressure finally subsided, Ethan stood straight, his eyes filled with a potent mix of awe and envy. Someday, he thought, I want to pilot something like that. Then, he turned away. He pulled out his phone and searched for nearby superpower bases. To be honest, this was truly Summit Citadel, the political heart of Aethergard Empire. The number of superpower bases here was exceptionally sparse. There was only one within a 10-kilometer radius. It was clear that the selection of location for the national capital had factored in this very reality. No wonder that just a few years ago, after deep vaults passages sprang up like mushrooms following rain, Summit Citadel had replaced another major city as the nation's political center. Ultimately, he chose the Academy outpost that was closest to him and best suited his needs, Emerald March Outpost 2. As its name suggested, it lay deep within the sprawling heart of Emerald March. He opened his phone screen, confirming what he needed to know. Yes, high-speed rail tickets were still available from Summit Citadel to Emerald March. Ethan swiftly purchased a ticket for a train departing in just over an hour, then hailed a taxi. Summit Citadel was, predictably, a suffocating crush of humanity. He waited nearly half an hour before a cab finally pulled up. The last 2 digits, the driver asked as soon as he entered. After he provided the final 4 digits of his phone number, the car lurched into motion. Trapped in a high-traffic artery crisscrossed by relentless traffic lights, the taxi crawled along at a glacial pace, slower than Ethan's normal walking stride. Fortunately, the congestion began to ease once they left that choked district. A dozen minutes later, the driver slammed on the brakes, throwing Ethan forward. Master? What's wrong? Ethan asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. The taxi driver's expression was unusually grave, tinged with a palpable hint of fear. Judging by the tone, this wasn't a question, it was an immediate decision. Ethan felt a fresh wave of disorientation until he looked out the window and ahead. There, chaos reigned. A swarm of the Crimson Menace were wreaking havoc on the street. Purple-toothed snakes writhed through the gutters, leaf-eating monkeys swung from broken signs, unicorn rhinoceroses charged with brutal momentum. The purple-toothed snake's teeth were small, serrated daggers. The monkey's tail was snapped off like a discarded toy. Even the single horn atop the rhino's head looked ragged and worn. Yet, despite their mangled state, they were unmistakable. They were old adversaries. Ethan knew them all too well. I want to get off here, he told the driver. The composure in Ethan's eyes was a mirror of his own quiet certainty. The taxi driver was left speechless, unable to muster any words to dissuade him. They pulled over, and Ethan stepped out into the maelstrom. A dozen vicious beasts, all second-tier threats, were tearing through the city center. Passers-by either scattered in panic or fled while calling the police. Ethan observed the scene with detached interest. Even at Grand Citadel Academy, where most students were awakened, less than 5% had reached the Esper level. In fact, over half of the population could already transition from mere awakener to full-fledged Esper. Reaching the second realm placed one ahead of 90% of people. But even if someone achieved that status, no one would step forward into this kind of carnage. It was safer to wait for specialists. Just then, two girls emerged from a nearby clothing store, humming softly. Seeing the scene before them, they gasped in horror and retreated back inside. The other onlookers were paralyzed by fear, but Ethan was not. He raised his hands, activating the skill Ice Blade. The master-level proficiency had gifted him a qualitative leap in both speed and devastating force. A flurry of crystalline blades erupted from his body. Before the beasts could even register the threat, the ice blades struck, tearing through skin and sinew like paper. Soon they collapsed, their lives extinguished. The remaining vicious beasts roared, a desperate wave of fury, and charged toward him. Bring it on. Ethan's mind raced, cool and focused. He drew the cold river sky-splitting spear from his space ring. No complex incantations were needed, only pure force. One shot, one kill, one shot, one kill. He gained 100 evolution points for killing a second-order lower-rank vicious beast. Purple-toothed snake. He gained another 100 evolution points for killing a second-order lower-rank vicious beast. Shadow cat leaf-eating monkey. Finally, 300 evolution points for killing the second-tier middle-stage vicious beast. Unicorn rhinoceros. After 2 minutes of brutal efficiency, Ethan stood amidst the carnage, having amassed 2,000 evolution points. The two girls hidden in the store heard the battle raging outside. Slowly, they lifted their heads and peered out with wide eyes. Ethan. One girl exclaimed, her voice ringing with pure astonishment. It was the same young woman who had asked him for a photo on the plane. After he finished dispatching the last beast, the two girls rushed out, running straight into his path. Ethan. I'm also your idol, no, your fan. I would love to take a picture with you too. Thank you. The other girl was practically vibrating with excitement. Okay, replied, allowing himself a small, genuine smile. It was unexpected, he had quite the following. Young man, I never knew you were so strong. The taxi driver smiled, giving him an enthusiastic thumbs up. Good. Ethan offered a simple reply. At this moment, a myriad of thoughts swept through his mind. He realized that after slaughtering those dozen or so vicious beasts, the increase in his bloodthirsty aura was surprisingly minimal. He recalled his teacher's words, the Black Blood cult cultivated these beasts by grafting their flesh onto normal animals. The sheer emergence of such creatures indicated a massive breakthrough, a terrifying leap forward for them. Ethan sighed inwardly, thinking that if only all these vicious beasts had been laid out before him, he could have killed them all. While the total evolution points were lower than expected, the bloodthirsty aura was far less tainted, which felt infinitely more satisfying than simply slaughtering a random beast. Passenger have arrived at Summit Rail Terminal. The taxi slowed to a gentle stop. Ethan murmured softly before opening the door and stepping out. Summit Rail Terminal. It was right before his eyes. He walked through the terminal until he found the platform for the express train. Nothing unusual happened on board. Ethan simply closed his eyes and drifted into a brief nap. We are about to arrive at Emerald March Station. Passengers getting off, please gather your luggage and wait at the doors at both ends of the carriage to disembark. Hearing the announcement, Ethan stood up and moved toward the designated exit points. He stepped off the high-speed train and immediately hailed a taxi, his destination, the Academy outpost in the southern reach. It wasn't until the cab pulled up before the imposing gates of Emerald March Outpost 2 that Ethan noticed several figures walking in the distance. One man's figure, particularly his bearing, made Ethan narrow his eyes. Though more than half a month had passed since their last meeting, he still held a vague recollection of the silhouette. It was none other than Jackson. He walked slightly behind the others. Ethan murmured to himself, fixing his gaze on the distant figure. Were they here at Emerald March's Academy Outpost 2 to carry out a mission? Jackson caught a glimpse of Ethan in his peripheral vision. The sight was enough to freeze him mid-stride, leaving him momentarily stunned. What is it? A companion beside Jackson noticed his sudden stillness. Nothing, Jackson muttered, shaking his head sharply. He dismissed the feeling as mere surprise at running into Ethan here. I wonder what strength Ethan possesses these days, Emma. He mused aloud to himself. Meanwhile, Ethan drifted toward a different point of interest. Following his gaze, they came upon a structure humming with advanced technology, a massive building fronted by an enormous digital billboard. The screen cycled through familiar advertisements, Huiron brand kidney tonic tablets, a Gobbleboo ignition machine, and the latest, tomato novels. The thoroughfare was a river of humanity. Everyone moving past possessed a palpable aura. At minimum, they were third-tier espers. This designation, seemingly innocuous, belied its true rarity. It accounted for less than 1% of the global population. If this status were displayed openly, it would draw gasps of awe. But here, within this sprawling complex, such power was merely background noise. Suddenly, Ethan felt a vibration from the space ring on his wrist. An impulse guided him to retrieve his phone. It was a video call from Clara. Even through the distorting lens of video communication, her face remained breathtakingly beautiful. Ethan, I'm at second-tier middle stage now. Her voice chirped across the line. That's pretty good, right? We're one step closer to you. She sounded buoyant and cheerful. A slight warmth rose in Ethan's throat. He opened his mouth to reply, but Clara frowned, sensing his hesitation. Ethan, did you go back to the academy outpost? Her concern was genuine, devoid of any controlling edge. Ethan began. Don't worry too much, I'll be careful, doll. He met her worried gaze with a reassuring smile. Emma prompted softly. That's good. I don't want to be unable to pick you up at the high-speed rail station. Clara let out a soft, playful hum that was both teasing and sweet. After ending the call, Clara returned her attention to her skill book. She was currently immersed in mastering an SS-level grass element technique called Thorn Thrust, a devastating ability capable of summoning hundreds of razor-sharp thorns that launched forward at blinding speed. Just then, door to her room creaked open, revealing her aunt, Nicole. Chloe, not bad, not bad. You are working so hard, Nicole said, her face alight with undisguised satisfaction. It's all right, Clara replied with a gentle smile. Nicole then leaned closer, a mysterious glint in her eyes, and murmured to Ethan, could it be that you're trying to keep pace? Clara instantly flushed crimson. She understood the implication immediately. Her eyes widened as she looked at her aunt. Auntie, how did you know? Nicole's answer was deceptively simple. Clara had volunteered for this special training. When she recalled the person who had swept everyone away during the 4 Great Schools freshman competition and combined it with the overheard fragments of conversation from when she entered the room, everything clicked into place. After disconnecting from Clara, Ethan composed himself and walked through the gates of Emerald March Outpost 2. His first stop was naturally the registration kiosk. After spending 5,000 blue star coins to register his identity, he finally received the Superpower Base Identification Certificate. 5,000 blue star coins. Espers who come here earn more, and registering an account earns them even more, Ethan noted with a slight frown. He couldn't help but mutter about the system's subtle economics. At least they had provided a map as a bonus. Life was priceless after all. He took the elevator down to the underground world passage. Once inside, he found himself in a bustling marketplace. The air thrummed with lively chatter and commerce. Second-hand dealers hawked medicinal pills, equipment, and various wares. Ethan didn't linger. He moved straight through the city gate and stepped out. The scene before him was that of a primeval forest, not surprising to Ethan. Once outside the structured environment, he activated his newly mastered skill, Divine Investigator Technique. Instantly, a luminous radius of 10 kilometers bloomed into existence before his eyes. Already a kilometer of the city limits, numerous first-tier Crimson Menace shadow cats, white-spotted dogs, and black-horned deer lurked in the undergrowth. At the 10-kilometer mark, the density increased. Purple-toothed snakes, toothless tigers, and even the formidable unicorn rhinoceros were visible. Having visited several deep vaults, Ethan knew better than be complacent. A second-order Crimson Menace required distances measured in tens of thousands of meters. Yet, within this 10-kilometer radius, there were still multiple second-order threats. This meant that deep within this world lay something far more terrifying. Indeed, the map confirmed it. Several fourth-tier upper-ranked creatures resided here. Realm's Crimson Menace. However, the map only indicated general habitats. In reality, they would never remain static, they moved. Furthermore, given their monstrous caloric needs, they had to hunt across vast territories just to survive. They roamed erratically, looking east and west, meaning their range of movement was immense. These areas must be avoided, Ethan murmured, tracing the map with meticulous care. In moments, he had plotted a precise route. The powerful strike of ice repeatedly echoed through his mind. Ice blade. To conserve his mental energy, Ethan restricted the range of the Divine Investigator technique to just 2 kilometers. He knew that the mental energy drain was not proportional to the area explored, rather increased exponentially as the detection radius expanded. Keeping the range tightly controlled at 2 kilometers, a mere fraction of the full 10-kilometer sweep, allowed him to maintain his energy level for over 12 hours. Now, Ethan could move through the wilderness and strike with Ice Blade without even pausing or turning his head. Mumad viewing herb and S-rank resource, Crystal Springs. As time bled into twilight, the sun, high in the zenith, began its slow descent from east to west. The first day of daylight was drawing to a close. Throughout this initial day, Ethan had dispatched several Tier 1 and Tier 2 vicious beasts. Yet, he hadn't actively hunted them. They had scattered upon his approach, and he had let them go. His true objective lay deeper within the labyrinth, to find something far more formidable. Consequently, his haul of evolution points was modest, only 3,000 for the entire day. The next morning, Ethan pressed onward, delving into the depths. Soon, they encountered a colossal hippopotamus, a second-tier high-ranked creature, foraging in the undergrowth. The beast was an unsightly mass, its sheer size making it look grotesquely out of place. Perhaps it sensed the intent behind Ethan's thoughts. Its thick limbs slammed into the earth, generating an unstoppable aura as it charged rapidly toward him. "Right," Ethan murmured, a faint smile touching his lips. "Then I shall play with you." He retrieved the Cold River sky-splitting spear from his spatial ring, infusing it with source energy, and swung at a blur that felt less like an attack and more like a whirling vortex of wind and ice. The giant hippo charged, but Ethan adjusted his stance to evade the impact before lunging forward suddenly. The Cold River spear pierced directly into the massive bulk of the hippopotamus. In an instant, the beast seemed to plunge into an icy abyss. Its agility plummeted dramatically. Ethan pulled back the spear without hesitation. The giant hippo knelt on the ground, emitting a pitiful, guttural cry. Another strike followed. The massive creature, now grounded and struggling, slowly began to lose its vital energy. Ethan had slain the second-order high-grade fierce beast, giant hippo, earning 700 evolution points. The following day, the hippo quietly succumbed amidst Ethan's relentless passage. For the moment, no trace of a third-tier fierce beast could be found. However, the few second-order high-grade beasts he had encountered were more than enough to keep him occupied. On the second day alone, Ethan accrued 6,000 evolution points. Combined with his previous gains, the system panel now displayed an impressive total 11,000 points. The third day approached nightfall. Sensing a powerful presence nearby, Ethan's pupils widened slightly, a flicker of excitement sparking in his eyes. Based on the residual Chi he had detected, it was unexpected on only the third day that he would encounter a third-tier fierce beast. "You scoundrel," Ethan muttered. "You can actually run this far just looking for scraps." This beast was entirely new to him. Though he couldn't visualize it, his Menvidergy provided enough feedback. It possessed the general outline of a three-headed dog. Just as Ethan prepared to charge, an unexpected turn occurred. The creature seemed to notice him. Even while squatting down to drink, it snapped its head upturned and bolted into the wilderness. Ethan was momentarily bewildered as the three-headed dog steadily retreated. According to Dao theory, only fourth-order vicious beasts or exceptionally rare spirit-type creatures possessed such acute environmental perception. Was his research flawed? Or was this beast something far more unique? Regardless of the mystery, Ethan would not let it escape. He intensified his use of mental energy and expanded his search radius. They quickly located the Cerberus, but to his surprise, the dog's detection range was immense, approximately 2.5 kilometers. After running for some distance, the three-headed dog finally slowed its pace. Clearly, it could no longer pinpoint their exact location. Ethan began using Ice Extreme Flash, dashing forward like a streak of cold light. Upon realizing he was closing the gap, the Cerberus bolted again at full speed. But how could its desperate sprint compare to his own? 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. Seeing that escape was impossible, the dog was forced into confrontation. Ice Burst Technique. Ethan lacked the patience for a prolonged struggle and opted for swift finality. The next moment, the cold river spear easily pierced its skull. A massive sound of shattering ice echoed through the clearing. The three-headed dog instantly exploded into a pile of crystalline shards. Ethan had slain a third-tier lower-rank vicious beast. Cerberus 6,000 evolution points. 6,000 evolution points. Ethan blinked, surprised by the system notification. Of all his third-tier kills, this was unprecedented. Even the most formidable beasts had yielded only around 4,000 points. Moreover, it was a creature of such muscular, enormous build. How could such a subtle detail be worth 6,000? Is it because of its superior detection ability? Ethan speculated. He continued forward. Ethan had slain the second-tier middle-stage vicious beast, King Tanuki, earning 200 evolution points. He also slew the second-tier middle-stage vicious beast, Mudkip, for another 200 points. About 2 hours later, Ethan discovered a massive cave, temporarily constructed from piled branches, weeds, and pebbles. The underground area was still damp from recent rains. He noticed something immediately. The footprints etched into the muddy ground were identical to those of the three-headed black dog. This huge chasm must have been its work. "It's getting dark," he murmured. "I should rest inside first. I will take this opportunity to examine how well the black-winged three-headed dog is constructed." Stepping into the cave, his eyes instantly lit up. Above the entrance was a large opening, allowing bright moonlight to stream through. Directly beneath this aperture lay several stalks of grass, mostly green, but each centered around a brilliant, bead-like bud. At the heart of these few blades rested a clear, emerald spring. Having learned from his previous encounter with the S-grade blood-surging grass, Ethan knew instinctively that these were medicinal herbs. He recognized them as S-grade moonlight viewing herb, an excellent medicine for rapid wound healing. They all looked identical, sharing the same designation, S-grade moonlight viewing herb. So Amanda breathed, suppressing a wave of overwhelming joy. He then turned his gaze to the clear blue spring at the center. Ethan's intuition screamed that this water was anything but ordinary. As expected, Hart in Shen University, app detected at an S+ rank resource called Jade Spirit Spring, which possessed the effect of enhancing mental energy. It seemed the reason for the three-headed black-winged dog's extraordinary detection ability was its prolonged consumption of this Jade Spirit Spring. "Cool," Ethan whispered, a single word conveying his profound satisfaction. But just then, he sensed another presence, the unmistakable arrival of a vicious beast. Most critically, the ferocious beast was less than 500 meters away. Based on the faint echoes of mental energy, Ethan knew he faced a colossal lizard roughly 2 meters tall whose body was coated in hideous blackish-red stripes, and from its tail erupted plumes of dark crimson flame. How could my mental detection fail? The thought flashed through his mind. In the next instant, however, recognition struck him. This creature was called the Shadow Fire Lizard. Judging by its sheer size, it was a mid-tier fourth-order beast, possessing a potent ability to disrupt and weaken mental perception. This explained why he had been blind to its presence until now. "They are less than 500 meters away. I only have 2 choices." He assessed the situation quickly. Given our current predicament, the crystal springs remains paramount. After all, it is an S-grade resource capable of profoundly enhancing mental strength. With that resolve, Ethan spread his hands and unleashed a specialized ability, the fastest technique he had ever mastered. A large, the finely sculpted ice and snow materialized instantly in his palm. It raced upward, accumulating rapidly upon the underground crystal springs. With his current mastery of the 4th-level profound nether ice soul body, this feat should not prove too difficult. By the time the Shadowfire Lizard reached the cave entrance, Ethan had already secured his position. He lifted the crystal springs, now encased in a solid block of ice, with his bare hands and, with a mere thought, stored it within his spatial ring. The remaining primroses. Ethan sighed softly. There was nothing he could do about them. There is a saying, don't bite off more than you can chew. A mid-level 4th tier beast. And one of the fire variety. Ethan was simply no match for it right now. If they couldn't escape later, that would be catastrophic. Failing to obtain the primroses, or the spring water was a minor setback. The greatest danger was the risk to life itself. Mobilizing the ice elemental energy within his core, Ethan unleashed his A-rank skill, Frozen Shield. An icy barrier immediately encased him. He followed it up by using Ice Flash, propelling himself backward. The cave, a haphazard structure of rubble, weeds, and dead branches, was hardly sturdy to begin with. Ethan easily shoved the creature aside, causing the back wall to crumble and the entire cavern to collapse in dust and debris. The sudden cloud briefly obscured the shadow fire lizard's vision. Once the choking dust settled, the beast flicked its long tongue out, choosing a path of random predation aimed at capturing Ethan. An ice-type ability user would make for a particularly satisfying meal. Ethan sprinted with desperate speed. He even consumed a speed pill. He didn't have time to spare a glance at the map. I can't run anymore. It probably can't keep up. When his legs finally gave out, Ethan slowed, gasping for breath. Though physically exhausted, a strange sense of satisfaction settled over him. This result isn't bad, is it? The evening primrose, which could heal injuries, held little appeal for him now. Since the day he awakened his powers, and through so many arduous times, none of them had suffered any serious wounds, far from needing S-grade herbs to recover their losses. Where have I ended up? He hadn't been able to check the map while escaping. Now, Ethan was utterly lost. Just as he reached for the spatial ring, his fingers brushed against a sudden sound, 2 voices speaking nearby. Judging by the volume, the pair were heading in his direction. To avoid alerting any potential enemy, Ethan froze, holding his breath and focusing intently until his movements became almost imperceptible. In the profound silence, Ethan not only saw the 2 figures but could clearly discern their conversation. One was gaunt, the other robust. "Hey King, here to smoke, are you sure you'll get into trouble?" The skinny man questioned, his tone laced with palpable unease. "What are you afraid of?" "Only I know this cave entrance," the fat man retorted, a hint of smugness in his voice. "I went through considerable trouble just to find this spot." "Want some? If not, better get back quickly." Unlike the skinny man, the fat guy wore an expression of utter indifference, the look of a seasoned veteran. "That's true," the skinny man conceded. "All we do every day is patrol. We've doing it for a month now, and there has been absolutely nothing." Hearing the phrase patrol, Ethan seized upon the key point in their words. Could it be that something profoundly important lay nearby? His gaze sharpened with sudden focus. Then, the 2 figures seemed to drift into a haze of memory. It brought back memories of his childhood, a time when he had been intensely curious and once considered whipping his father. He had tried it, found the experience bitterly unpleasant, and never entertained the thought again. A cigarette was lit. "By the way," the fat man began, "I haven't asked you yet, why did you come here?" "Smoking all the time is so boring." The 2 started chatting, with the robust man taking the lead. "It's nothing much. I just disliked someone, so I killed his whole family. Rather than being caught and executed, I preferred to join this group." The skinny man's face was perfectly calm. Showing no trace of regret, he then turned to the fat man. "Brother Ming, what about you? Why did you come here?" "Have you ever been with a woman?" the robust man suddenly asked. "I've played with a few," the skinny guy replied casually. "But none of them were particularly beautiful. Me, I just enjoy a few tricks to torment young girls. I've killed about 20 or 30 of them. When things got exposed, I joined this group through some connections." A hint of lingering satisfaction crossed the fat man's face. "You know what? You really shouldn't believe it. Watching them being tortured and enjoying their desperate expressions gives me immense pleasure. If we weren't already unable to leave, I would definitely take you with me to try it out, but my brother Ming is still my brother Ming," the skinny man affirmed, giving a thumbs up in praise. "Perverg." Ethan clenched his fists until his knuckles were white, his brow furrowing deeply. They had tortured 20 or 30 young women to death. The fat man spoke of such atrocities with such casual detachment, even tinged with enjoyment, was shocking. It would be nearly impossible for any normal person to remain so composed. Wait a minute. But Ethan suppressed the immediate urge to strike. He might still glean some vital information from their conversation. It wasn't too late to act. Lucas, what do you think is the true purpose behind all this sudden influx of personnel? The lean man's curiosity was palpable. He pressed the question again. I heard that some kind of experiment requires a large number of people, but I have no idea what sort of experiment it could be. The fat man spoke, his tone laced with uncertainty. It was evident that while he possessed connections within this industry, they were far from extensive. Patrolling, joining the effort. Hiring personnel to conduct experiments. Ethan, who had remained in the shadows, seemed lost in deep contemplation. What does that sound like? The phrase resonated with a chilling familiarity, a term that had left an indelible mark on Ethan's mind, the black blood cult. Let's try using our mental powers to sense it first. Ethan activated his skill. Detective technique. Surprisingly, everything in the immediate vicinity registered as normal. Nothing among us could be detected. One more time. He mobilized his mental energy once more. The feedback was clean, devoid of any abnormality. In the past, Ethan would have dismissed this as a lack of anything unusual nearby. But now, after the incident with the shadow fire lizard, his thoughts gravitated toward a far more sinister possibility. Mental perception is being blocked. Just as Ethan was deep in thought, a voice broke through the tension. Brother Lucas, let's hurry back through the cave entrance. It won't be wise if we get discovered. All right, the fat man agreed. After a brief exchange, they decided to retreat. During official patrols, they carried specialized tools designed to sense mental energy, allowing them to detect outsiders preemptively. But now was their rest time, not their duty hours, so naturally, those sensitive instruments were stowed away. They had simply slipped out of a hidden cave entrance to smoke and alleviate the monotony. If discovered, the punishment would be excruciatingly severe. Thus, they kept their stay brief. Back to the cave entrance. Ethan raised an eyebrow. He had caught the key phrase. Do these two know about some secret passage? They turned back toward it, prompting Ethan to follow. According to his growing suspicions, there was a very high probability that this nearby area was nothing less than the base of the black blood cult. If they truly stumbled upon such a facility, their lives would be irrevocably altered for better or for worse. There was an old adage, nothing ventured, nothing gained. While confronting an incomplete, ferocious beast wouldn't drastically reduce the evolution points gained from its demise, it offered negligible bloodlust. More importantly, a base of this nature must house countless powerful beasts, as experiments require extensive resources. Ethan felt a thrill bubble up at the mere thought. The two men had just finished their smoke break, and were now moving quickly, their guard perilously low. They remained oblivious to the fact that another person was trailing them. As Ethan followed deeper into the area, he finally realized something profound. Where moments before there had been nothing but ordinary trees and bushes, taking a single step forward caused the entire scene to undergo a dramatic transformation. Before his eyes, the primeval forest dissolved instantly, replaced by an enormous, monolithic black building. The sheer scale of the structure instilled a deep sense of unease. It felt as if countless lives had been extinguished within its walls. Is this what high technology is? It can do this, Ethan muttered to himself, stunned. Following the two men, they slipped through a hidden passage and into the building's living quarters. This passageway lacked even basic surveillance cameras. No wonder, if there were cameras, how could they possibly have gotten here undetected? If caught, wouldn't they face severe punishment? It was a perfect confluence of convenience for them, and an absolute boon for Ethan's infiltration. Once inside the massive black structure, Ethan activated detective technique once more. The building itself provided a powerful shielding function. Inside, without that shield, he could perceive everything with crystal clarity. The Black Blood cult members included 52 first-tier ability users, 17 second-tier, and 4 third-tier, but none were 4th tier or higher. Most of the rooms were laboratories. This confirmed that this was an experimental base for the cult. Many awake individuals who hadn't become superhumans were currently being subjected to experiments in these very labs. No, to be more precise, they were subjects. These awakened people were treated as mere resources. much like Black Blood cult's method of breeding ferocious beasts, that Thomas had mentioned earlier, a piece of flesh cut off and replaced with a beast's tissue. Even organ could be harvested and swapped out for one from a creature. These people are truly insane. Ethan frowned, his disgust evident. Yet, the dot numbers were not the primary focus. It was the ferocious beasts within that commanded his attention. There were over 500 of them, some still breathing, others barely clinging to life. First tier, second tier, and third tier specimens were all present. Moreover, they were highly concentrated in the southeast quadrant of the building. First tier beasts held dozens of evolution points, second tier, hundreds, and third tier, thousands. The cumulative potential for evolution points was simply staggering. Realizing this immense cache, Ethan's gaze hardened with fierce determination. Suddenly, an accident occurred. "Brother Lucas, I'm in a bit of a hurry. You hush first, I'll wait for you." It turned out the lean man needed to relieve himself. He stepped aside and immediately unbuckled his belt. "Lucas, don't look at me or I won't be able to pee," the thin man whispered, a hint of genuine embarrassment coloring his face. Indeed, being stared at in such a vulnerable moment was deeply uncomfortable. "Okay, I won't look. You're just too young, you wouldn't let me look," the fat man mumbled, then deliberately turned his head away. With the pressure released, the thin man began to ease himself out. As he returned so, he glanced back and happened to spot Ethan's figure. Now that he had been discovered, Ethan wasted no time on subtlety. "Call out." Ethan unleashed an ice blade, striking a lethal force against the lean man's skull. Brain matter mixed with crystalline shards scattered across the ground. Having reached master-level proficiency, the ice blade moved with impossible speed. The thin man died without a sound. However, a body falling to the ground makes noise. This caught the fat man's attention. "Aaron, how come you fell over while using the toilet?" The moment he turned his head, an ice blade materialized in his pupils, growing larger and more menacing. This corpulent man was merely a second-tier ability user who had awakened a sea-level power. Yet, the ice blade Ethan unleashed exploded his skull as easily as a stone striking ripe fruit. "You two scumbags deserve to die," Ethan stated with chilling casualness. The Black Blood cult experimental base. A sterile meeting room. Several third-tier ability users stood in a semicircle, their gazes fixed on the man seated at the head of the table. He was draped in finery that seemed utterly incongruous with the brutal setting. In his left hand, he slowly swirled a half-glass of deep red wine. He then raised the glass to his lips and drained the remaining liquid in a single, languid gulp. Is this truly the vintage of the human world? It possesses a remarkable depth, Lord Caldwell murmured, setting the empty glass down with an air of satisfied contemplation. A third-tier ability user cleared his throat, breaking the silence. "Lord Caldwell, I must disagree with your proposed approach, even given your standing in headquarters." The man known as Lord Caldwell smiled, a faint, predatory curve of the lips. He tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over the assembled group. "Is that a consensus?" "Wes," another man affirmed quickly, "studying ferocious beasts is one thing, but utilizing humans as mere mediums, it crosses a line, indeed." The third chimed in, his voice laced with caution. "Such an undertaking would require recruiting too many people. If the authorities ever discovered our methods, the consequences would be unimaginable." A heavy silence settled, thick with unspoken fear and self-preservation. Lord Caldwell watched them, his smile not faltering. "Since that is your collective wisdom." He rose abruptly, a sudden burst of energy propelling him forward. With a casual flick of his wrist, he shattered the wine glass in his hand into glittering shards. The next instant, an invisible, crushing force erupted from Lord Caldwell, a powerful mental wave that struck the three ability users who had awakened B-level powers. It was pure, overwhelming psychic pressure. Under the immense assault, they staggered, their knees buckling one after another until they were forced to kneel. Their brows furrowed in agony, their faces contorted with visible pain. Lord Caldwell reached out, his fingers closing around the throat of the first man who had spoken. This was no longer merely a pressure wave. It was an absolute, suffocating vice grip that promised instant death. The victim gasped, feeling the cold certainty of oblivion creeping into his lungs. Instinctively, he clawed at Lord Caldwell's wrist, desperate to stop the chokehold. But his strength failed him. his hands not even lift in protest. Finally, with a contemptuous release, Lord Caldwell withdrew his grip, and the crushing mental pressure vanished. The first man collapsed like a discarded fish, gasping raggedly for breath, his face slick with sweat, the sheer terror of survival etched into every line. As the psychic weight lifted, the others slowly rose to their feet. "I hope such an incident never happens again." Lord Caldwell's gaze swept across the room, cold and utterly devoid of mercy. Jesper spoke in a trembling, unified chorus. On Ethan's side, the fat man was bulky, his clothes hanging loosely upon him. With practiced ease, Ethan slipped out of the ill-fitting garments and pulled them over himself. He also found a small card tucked into the skinny man's pocket. This must be some kind of identification, he mused to himself. He continued walking down the path until the corridor opened into a room. He paused, then moved quickly away from it, heading southeast through the Black Blood cult's experimental base. The moment he stepped outside, the air hit in a noxious blend of metallic blood and harsh disinfectant that made his stomach clench. After a brief adjustment to the scent, they had only taken a few steps when a member of the cult approached them. He wore a blue lab coat, suggesting he had been conducting experiments nearby. Ethan felt a flicker of tension, a primal nervousness, but his expression remained perfectly neutral. Fortunately, the man merely brushed past him, without even glancing in his direction. Soon Ethan reached a door. Inside, he estimated there were 50 cages. "Hey, you over there! What are you doing here?" a voice barked out from behind him. A shout rang out again. "This is an experimental zone. What is this patrolman in black doing?" "Sigh," Ethan muttered under his breath. So it was inevitable. He had anticipated discovery, he knew the walls of this base were thin. But what if the others here, given their sheer strength, were discovered? They were merely rabble. Ethan fired a sliver of absolute cold. The blade struck the patrolman's throat with surgical precision. In an instant, the body separated from its head, falling heavily to the ground so fast that the man didn't even have time to scream for help. He walked to the next door and paused, surprised to find it locked by an access card system. Ethan turned back to the fallen guard and retrieved a pristine white keycard from the man's right pocket. He also quickly changed into the discarded coat. It was just fabric. It wouldn't last long anyway. The door hissed open, and Ethan stepped inside. The room was vast, several hundred square meters of contained horror. Inside were dozens of cages holding normal animals that had been grotesquely grafted with the meat of ferocious beasts. Many creatures had mutated, developing distinct, savage characteristics. These were exactly the specimens Ethan had come for. More than a dozen researchers worked diligently at tables scattered throughout the room, preparing potions that baffled him entirely. Even as he entered, they did not look up, not even to cast a glance. A deafening alarm shrieked, echoing through every corner of the experimental base. Someone had discovered the body on the floor and immediately sounded the alert. "Alarm! Intruders have breached containment." The researchers froze, their work momentarily forgotten. Only when several experimenters managed to rise did their heads drop automatically to the ground. This is the terrifying speed of a master-level ice blade. The remaining personnel stared in paralyzed horror at the sudden massacre unfolding before them. In the blink of an eye, several companions were dead. Iceblade whispered, his voice low and detached. He felt no psychological burden in ending these lives. Then, he moved again. Ice blast. Ice blast. He unleashed the explosion repeatedly, shattering cages and killing the monstrous beasts within. He gained evolution points from defeating a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast named Shadow Cat. He also gained evolution points after defeating a Tier 2 lower-rank ferocious beast called Great-Handed Duck, and 100 evolution points from defeating a 2 low-rank ferocious beast called Flower Dog. The sound of shattering ice rang out again and again. The bloodlust within him did not surge dramatically, but the numbers on his system panel grew rapidly. But at that precise moment, a large contingent of heavily armed black cult members had gathered outside and were rushing toward the source of the alarm. "Something is terribly wrong. An intruder has breached our perimeter." In the opulent meeting hall where Lord Caldwell and the third-tier ability users gathered, a frantic member of the Black Blood cult rushed forward to issue the alarm. Lord Caldwell, however, remained utterly composed, his posture radiating an almost bored authority. What is the fuss? This is nearly a golden opportunity, a chance to unleash these magnificent beasts and test their full might. Lord Cord, however, remained utterly composed, his posture radiating an almost bored authority. What is the fuss? This is nearly a golden opportunity, a chance to unleash these magnificent beasts and test their full might. He dismissed the panic with a languid wave of his hand. 1,000-mile dike can be breached by the smallest ant hole. Similarly, this outsider, no matter how powerful, could not withstand the combined fury of so many ferocious beasts. And all of us have gathered here, the cult member stammered, gesturing vaguely at the assembled group. It's nothing, Lord Caldwell dismissed smoothly. We can simply let them witness firsthand the caliber of the creatures we have created. With a final flick of his wrist, he waved away the concern. Very well. The others dispersed, resuming their tasks and leaving the meeting room to its own devices. Lord Caldwell remained seated, refusing to leave. Instead, he activated the surveillance cameras, casting the hall in a cold, watchful glow. He poured himself another glass of deep red wine, bringing his lips for a measured sip, watching the ensuing chaos unfold over a fine vintage that was the true entertainment. Before entering the Black Blood cult's experimental base, Ethan had carried 21,000 evolution points on his system panel. Now, it stood at 26,000. The approximately 50 ferocious beasts provided a total of 6,000 points, a sum that seemed negligible. Yet, he reminded himself these were merely first and second tier lower and middle level specimens. The true bounty awaited when the third tier behemoths fell. With this calculation guiding him, Ethan slipped out of the room. But even as he moved, a deep, resonant tremor vibrated through the ground from afar, growing steadily closer to his position. Could they have released all of them? A slow smile curved Ethan's lips. Excellent. This saves me the tedious chore of hunting them down one by one. Next, he activated his detective technique, and a precise map bloomed in his mind, pinpointing the exact location of the newcomers. As expected, they had amassed not only a staggering horde of beasts, but also dozens of heavily armed Black Blood cult members. The creatures posed little threat, they were merely numerous. Ethan, on the other hand, commanded both the ice explosion technique and the devastating extreme ice illusion killing array. With his internal reservoir of yuan energy replenished and the potent potions in his spatial ring, dispatching this entire menagerie would be an exercise in effortless grace. And as for the heavily armed cultists, Ethan felt even less apprehension. Why was this world lauded as a realm of superpowers? Because undeniably, superhumans were the undisputed kings who ruled it all. Ethan spent 9,000 evolution points to elevate the A-level skill Frozen Shield from advanced proficiency to master. After absorbing a massive influx of memories, he now possessed an intuitive understanding of its full potential. The master-level shield could easily deflect ordinary bullets, a feat that would have been utterly inconceivable in the world Ethan had known before. More than 40 ferocious beasts, accompanied by a dozen or so cult members, streamed into view, arriving one after another. Extreme ice illusion killing array. Ethan lowered his head slightly, gathering his focus. In the next instant, 15 spectral ice swords materialized simultaneously around him, forming an imposing halo of deadly potential. The Black Blood cult members watched, completely stunned by the display. You are handsome, aren't you, beasts? Charge, a third-tier ability user at the rear of the group, pressed a remote control. The beasts surged forward in a terrifying tide. Seeing this, Ethan merely waved his hand, and another dozen ice swords flew forth. The vast majority of the ferocious beasts were pierced instantly upon contact. Not only was their skin lacerated by the blade, but the pure ice elemental energy conducted through the steel immediately began to crystallize beneath their hides. A layer upon layer of frost formed rapidly, severely restricting their movement. This was nearly a near miss. If one were struck directly by an ice sword, death would be instantaneous and absolute. Of course, Ethan wouldn't afford them the luxury of standing still. Frozen Shield, a barrage of frost spears. After draining another bottle of Tier 3 energy potion, he enveloped himself in a shimmering layer of ice shield, immediately following it with the frost spear combo. Each shot generated an impact force measured in tons, and this power escalated exponentially with every consecutive blast, quickly reaching a devastating peak of 10 tons. In moments half the beasts lay dead, while Ethan remained untouched, his movements fluid and economical. The smug smiles on the faces of the Black Blood cult members evaporated, replaced by an expression of stark terror. Most were first-tier ability users, their strength was inherently limited. Hiding behind the fallen pack, they raised their rifles and began to fire. But without professional training, their shots were clumsy, mediocre at best. Even if Ethan stood still, they might not even manage a hit, let alone when he moved with such speed. Back in the conference room. Initially, Odd Caldwell watched the surveillance footage with an air of smug anticipation, eager to see Ethan torn apart by the beasts. After all, strictly speaking, Ethan was barely human. It was a mortal body animated by the consciousness of a ferocious beast. Such a being would find sheer pleasure in watching one creature dismember another. But Ethan's subsequent actions caused the smile to falter. This superhuman. He was incredibly powerful. He narrowed his eyes, realizing that this wasn't just about skill level, it was about proficiency. Yes, skill proficiency, a factor of monumental importance. It was rumored that a mere level 1 difference in mastery could double a skill's effectiveness. No. Lord Caldwell abandoned the meeting room. He had decided to take matters into his own hands. My body. He estimated he stood near the apex of the 4th tier, an A+ level ability user, possessing an extremely rare mental aptitude. Killing Ethan should not be a problem. It took him merely 10 minutes before Lord Caldwell finally emerged from the conference room and approached Ethan. The beasts were almost all dead, but several cult members remained standing. After all, eliminating them wouldn't grant Ethan any evolution points. The moment Lord Caldwell came into view, Ethan's pupils dilated instantly. What? He vividly remembered that his mental detection had not registered this man. However, that nearly smiled slightly as he opened the system panel. That smile, seemingly tranquil and accepting, concealed a deadly intent far colder than any ice spell. My superpower can be broken through. Ethan's pupils dilated, reflecting a sudden, startling realization. Superpowers were not merely gifts, they were the very bedrock of superhuman strength. He remembered how easily he had dispatched a mid-tier first-order beast mere days after his own awakening, a feat impossible for those with only C or D level abilities. S-rank capabilities were already rare and formidable, yet here he was, poised to do something even more extraordinary. Upgrade the core of his ability itself. The sheer thrill of it was intoxicating. Without a moment's hesitation, Ethan pressed the button on the panel. He spent 100,000 evolution points. His energy purity rose from 73% to 80%. His special ability upgraded from Ice Crown S to Frozen Throne SS. In the next instant, an icy blue luminescence erupted, followed by a cascade of chilling cold that seemed to weave endless ice and snow into existence. The frigid aura spread outward from Ethan, continuously expanding until it enveloped everything in its path. The remaining cultists watched him, their initial shock giving way to misplaced confidence. They assumed he was immobilized, trapped by the sheer spectacle of the frost. He stood motionless, shielded a glittering layer of ice and snow. Surely now that he wasn't dodging or weaving through attacks, they could simply open fire. But imagination, as always, proved far more beautiful than reality. Before their rifles could even be raised, some were lifted into the air like discarded dolls, while others were swallowed whole by a sudden surge of blinding snow and ice. The extreme cold was instantaneous. It froze them solid, leaving them too weak to lift a finger. Even Jan Darren, with his A-level mental ability and a physical body advanced to the upper 4th tier, would have been overwhelmed. Only after erecting another layer of psychic defense could he barely stand and force open his eyes. His gaze fell upon Ethan. All he saw was a vortex of ice crystals spinning rapidly around Ethan, refracting an almost blinding, crystalline cold light. Beneath him, a magnificent throne began to coalesce from condensed ice. It looked impossibly ancient, etched with intricate, forgotten glyphs. His pupils and hair had taken on the deep hue of glacial blue, utterly devoid of emotion. And above his head, a crown spun from ice and snow completed the tableau. Lord Caldwell's body trembled slightly. He couldn't help but feel a profound sense of awe, as if the mount seated upon that frozen dais was not merely powerful, but truly imperial. Interesting, profoundly interesting, Lord Caldwell murmured inwardly. Then a predatory thought surfaced: I must test your strength. After all, this was just one of his many disposable clones. Its demise meant nothing. Once Ethan's superpower evolution completed, the surrounding aura receded, allowing Lord Caldwell to move freely again. With a practiced motion, he summoned his special ability. A razor-sharp mental blade materialized in his hand. He advanced with measured steps, rushing toward Ethan. The rapidly moving figure left a long, abrupt wake of disturbance on the snow-covered ground. Extreme ice illusion killing array. Seeing the enemy approach, Ethan's gaze sharpened, and he spoke a single, soft word. The next moment, 15 ice swords erupted around him in rapid succession, spinning into unison at blinding speed. But they were different, longer, larger, far more devastating than before. Karlouth. Ethan raised his hand, and the array of ice blades descended like a crystalline storm. The velocity was so immense that Lord Caldwell had no chance to evade. One strike shattered the psychic shield, a second pierced through his body. The potent elemental energy flooded into him, swiftly sealing off his organs, meridians, and blood flow. As a pure psychic being, his physical resilience was inherently limited. Within seconds, he went limp. He gained 40,000 evolution points for slaying an avatar of the supreme-level high-ranking ferocious beast, Soul Devourer King. Witnessing that even Lord Caldwell, dispatched from headquarters, could not withstand a single move from this man, the remaining members of the Black Blood cult lost all will to resist. They scattered and fled into the depths, trying to escape. Too late. Ethan's formed into a streak of cold light, closing the distance in an instant. A barrage of frost spears. A cultist's body was pierced by the cold river sky-splitting spear. Ice blade. Another member crumpled at the impact of a razor-sharp ice blade. You stay away. One man whimpered from behind a corner, trembling violently. Die. Ethan uttered only that single word, a death sentence sealed by absolute power. Soon, all the fleeing cultists were felled, one by Ethan. None were spared. His detective technique, now honed to master-level proficiency, allowed him to pinpoint their location with chilling accuracy. No matter how far they ran, there was no escape. They were all vicious, wicked souls who deserved nothing but oblivion. They deserved to die. After dispatching the last enemy, Ethan sank onto the ground and opened his system panel. His spirit reading was 1,462 Hz. His ki and blood reserves measured 3,745 calories. He vaguely recalled that before entering this underground world, his mental state was 1,024 H and his blood energy was 3,121 calories. Now, they stood at 1,462 H, say, and 3,754 calories. After a brief analysis, he noted an improvement of nearly 40% in his mental acuity, and about 20% in his vital reserves. Of course, true growth would never be judged by mere data points. The real breakthrough lay within the ice-type elemental energy coursing through him. First was capacity. Ethan felt that the reservoir of his internal energy had nearly doubled, perhaps even more. After wielding the extreme ice illusion killing array, he hadn't felt a hint of exhaustion. In fact, he could use it again. Second, from 73% to 80%. This was like comparing the blood of common men to that of true mythic vampires. Every fraction of improvement held immense power. And then came the hidden benefit. Ethan found himself astonished. After evolving his superpower from S level to SS level, his ability to suppress bloodlust had reached an entirely new plateau. He could now hunt ferocious beasts in this underground world for at least 2 consecutive weeks without losing control of his savage nature. It was clear. The rapid surge in Ethan's strength, the level that left others breathless with awe, stemmed directly from one source: evolution points. The longer he remained within the depths, the greater the harvest would be. This was a brilliance beyond measure. Beyond his superhuman abilities, another matter weighed heavily on Ethan's mind: the system notification that sounded every time he claimed a life. He gained 40,000 evolution points for slaying an avatar of the supreme-level high-ranking ferocious beast, the Soul Devourer King. A supreme-level high-ranking ferocious beast. The Soul Devouring King. Ethan felt a profound sense of bewilderment. These terms were utterly foreign to him. Perhaps Master Thorn will know what these mean. He mused inwardly. But trapped within the underground world, he had no means of contacting the outside. He would have to wait until his escape plan was complete. The day was waning, and tomorrow's hunt awaited. Rest was necessary. The next morning, Ethan left the Black Blood cult's experimental base behind him. It was worth noting that beyond the beasts and personnel within, he had not disturbed a single thing. Once clear of this place, he would naturally report to the Emerald March government. Perhaps when specialized teams arrived, they could uncover some vital information. Ethan resumed his hunt through the wilderness. Half a day later, after defeating 2 third-tier lower-level beasts and numerous miscellaneous creatures, he amassed another 10,000 evolution points. His total now stood at 50,000. If I'm not going to advance my cultivation level, what is the point of hoarding these points? He saw his evolution points were 50,000, and his realm level was mid-tier 3. With a decisive press, Ethan channeled his will. Add points directly? His evolution points dropped by 50,000. His realm advanced from middle tier 3 to upper tier 3. Instantly, a torrent of crystalline, ice-type elemental energy erupted within him. The ether, once as placid as still water, became violently turbulent and intensely potent. He sank to the ground, closing his eyes against the surge. Momentum burst forth in layers. Nearby trees snapped like dry twigs, birds fled their suddenly unstable nests. Moreover, colossal icicles began forming around him, lending an aura of sacredness and inviolability to his immediate space. The process absorbing and stabilizing this raw elemental power was grueling, lasting for 4 uninterrupted hours. 4 hours later, Ethan slowly opened his icy blue pupils. He summoned a control panel. His spirit rating had improved by 200 Hz, and his vital energy reserves swelled by 400 calories. Ethan felt not just a deeper understanding of his own limits, but an internal energy that pulsed with the vigor of a dragon and a tiger, an inexhaustible wellspring. Upper Tier 3 achieved, he murmured, a thrill running through him. I am only one step from the 4th tier. He remembered it vividly. Lost Ruins number 7. Let's continue hunting. Ethan moved, transforming in an instant into a streak of cold light that hurtled forward with lightning speed. He gained 1,000 evolution points for defeating the 2nd tier superior ferocious beast, the blue-spotted tiger. With a single casual strike, he felled the 2nd tier superior beast. Ethan then expended a significant amount of mental energy to expand his detection range. His method was always the same: sweep a wide area first, then close in while maintaining a tight sensory net. Through the feedback channeled by his mind, a ferocious beast instantly snagged his attention. It was a lizard-like creature with a fiery tail and a body the color of dried blood. This isn't it, the shadow salamander. Ethan's eyes flared with sudden intensity. Since his mental attributes had significantly improved, the debilitating effect of the shadow fire lizard on perception was no longer as potent. It was precisely because of that creature that he had been forced to relinquish those few precious S-grade herbs, evening primrose. The pills made from its powder were miraculous healers. Hempha finally found you. Ethan sneered, a cold edge entering his voice. It's time for you to pay the debt for these evening primroses. But before he could act, Ethan sensed several figures moving in the direction of the shadow salamander. Spiritual power detection only registered external forms, their identities remained hidden. Yet, one figure felt strangely familiar, as if he had crossed paths with him before. I hope they don't steal my prey. Ethan thought to himself, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Revenge was important, but this beast, a mid-4th tier specimen, promised an immense haul of evolution points, far surpassing what he could earn from low-level kills in a single day. He quickened his pace toward the shadow salamander's location. Meanwhile, on another stretch of forest, a team of superhumans marched forward. If Ethan were present, he would instantly recognize them as the group Jackson had joined. They had taken on several assignments at the school before arriving here. One task required collecting fire lizard tails, a level A mission with 10 requirements and a reward of 500 credits. They had collected 8, only 2 more remained. Suddenly, Jackson glanced to the side and spotted a beast with flames trailing from its tail. Because they were deep in the woods and separated by over 1,000 meters, he could only make out the conspicuous tail and the general outline of the creature. Its specific features were obscured. In reality, this was no ordinary fire lizard. It was a far more powerful mid-level 4th tier beast, the shadow fire lizard. It's a fire lizard. Jackson exclaimed in surprise. We're The others stopped dead in their tracks. "There," Jackson pointed, his hand outstretched toward the location of the shadow fire lizard. Following his gaze, every eye turned to that spot. A fire lizard. Is this supposed to be a fire lizard? The team captain's expression hardened with sudden gravity. What is this thing? It's significantly larger than any typical specimen, and its coloration is wrong. That's a mid-4th tier shadow fire lizard. Run, the captain shouted urgently, pulling out a swiftness pill from his spatial ring. Shadow salamander. The others sharpened their focus, quickly taking their own pills, preparing to flee for their lives. Just then, a massive ice spear, formed of solidified elemental force, hurtled toward them. Its speed generated a palpable sonic boom. The shadow fire lizard was caught completely off guard. The colossal ice spear pierced its head with devastating force. In an instant, black blood splattered across the forest floor. What is going on? Is this ice spear truly so potent and so swift? Wes! Not only did it catch the shadow salamander completely off guard, but it struck right at its head. The group had already swallowed their speed-enhancing pills and were bracing for a retreat, yet the sudden sonic boom from the ice spear forced them to turn back. What they witnessed next stole the breath from every chest, leaving them gaping in stunned silence. The shadowfire lizard did not fall immediately after its skull was pierced. Instead, its body erupted in a torrent of black and crimson flames of heat that must have surpassed 2,000 degrees Celsius. The sheer intensity warped the very air around it, making the atmosphere shimmer like liquid glass. Wait, it's not completely dead yet. Even from this distance I can feel an immense wave of heat. Run. The group broke into a desperate sprint. Meanwhile, the ice spear slowly began to melt, dissolving back into a puddle of pure water, stripped entirely of its elemental energy. But under the ferocious blaze of the flames, that pure water instantly flashed into vapor, vanishing without leaving a single trace. Ethan mused inwardly. Once a beast reaches the 4th rank, it is indeed incomparable to those below. Its vitality is incredibly tenacious. But alas, that is where your endurance ends. He launched another ice spear. The shadow fire lizard still roared with black and red fire, though its ice-type elemental energy was not entirely depleted, coupled with the grievous wounds. Its movements were sluggish, rendering it incapable of dodging Ethan's next attack. With an arc of impossible grace, Ethan's second spear pierced the creature's head once more. A thick gulf of blood spurted out. The shadow salamander was not so fortunate this time. Its remaining life force proved insufficient to withstand a second assault. Soon, the beast went utterly still, lifeless. White run. The captain's voice cut through the panic, forcing the fleeing group to halt and turn back. This ferocious beast is dead just like that. Awe struck everyone as they turned their gaze toward a dark figure slowly emerging from the dense shadows of the forest. A face with resolute handsomeness, a frame tall and impeccably upright. Jackson recognized the figure instantly. It was Ethan. Ethan. Jackson stood frozen, utterly stunned. The others were merely impressed that he had managed to subdue such a powerful creature. They could only marvel at his mastery. But Jackson knew him. They were classmates, freshmen at Athagard Academy. And what did he see now? Ethan had just slain a mid-level 4th-tier ferocious beast. This was already operating at a senior level, wasn't it? No, to be precise, they were considered formidable even among the seniors. It had been barely a month since the freshman competition across the 4 prestigious universities. How rapidly had Ethan grown? In comparison, Jackson was still struggling to join his team on missions in the underground world. Ethan, meanwhile, had surpassed his entire team's collective strength, even with S+ level superpower awakening. The magnitude of it left Jackson feeling a sudden, sharp pang of inadequacy. At that moment, a system notification chimed softly in Andrew's ears. You have defeated the Tier 4 mid-tier ferocious beast, the Shadow Fire Lizard, gaining 40,000 evolution points. Ethan was oblivious to the storm of thoughts raging through Andrew's mind. Even if he were aware, he wouldn't have given it a second thought. His sole focus was on reaping his reward. He darted forward, drawing his Grade A alloy dagger from his spatial ring, and driving it forcefully into the creature's tail. The flash of the blade created an impossibly smooth cut, and the severed tail fell cleanly into Ethan's waiting hand. Next came the crucial part, the crystallization. This crystal was the very source of primordial energy within the beast's body. Its aperture was notoriously resistant, even to grade alloy. Fortunately, Ethan's Frost River sky-splitting spear, having been infused with sufficient ice-type elemental energy, could achieve a hardness rivaling S-grade alloys. With that advantage, Ethan sliced open the shadow fire lizard's carapace. Nestled within was a dark red crystal, still gleaming with a faint, internal warmth. He carefully plucked it out. When the crystal settled in his palm, he felt a slight, tingling, but it was nothing. Ethan simply stored it away into his spatial ring. Done. He clapped his hands together in quiet satisfaction. He acknowledged Jackson's presence but had no intention of stopping to greet him. With that, he turned and walked away. A few hours later, night fell. Ethan summoned his companion beast, Piper, from the containment sphere. The man and the serpent settled down to enjoy a barbecue to their heart's content. Perfect timing. Little Ice, having rested deeply in the containment sphere, could now act as Ethan's vigilant lookout through the night. This meant Ethan no longer needed to maintain a light sleep, just to keep his mind alert. He could finally sink into true, deep slumber, granting him profound comfort. In the sky above, streaks of lightning flashed, followed by blinding bursts of light and deafening roars. The thunderclap was like a massive drum beat, jolting Ethan awake. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes and stepped out of the tent. It was only just beginning to lighten in the pre-dawn hours. Just as he reached into his spatial ring for water and food to replenish his energy for the morning, another bolt of lightning ripped across the sky. But Ethan wasn't surprised. The weather in the deep vaults was notoriously volatile. Thunder and rain were common occurrences. After a satisfying breakfast, Ethan donned his battle armor, stowed the tent back into his spatial ring, and prepared for the day's hunt. First, he activated the S-rank skill, Detective Technique, to sense any nearby ferocious beasts. After receiving the feedback through his mental energy, however, Ethan couldn't help but narrow his eyes in confusion. He discovered a profound void, a conspicuous absence of life in a specific direction. In other words, there were no ferocious beasts anywhere in that sector. The missing corner lay to the southwest. Ethan pulled out a map from his spatial ring and confirmed it. There was a massive canyon stretching out in that direction. Could this be related to the canyon? With that thought guiding him, Ethan changed course and began walking southwest. He had just expended significant mental energy and needed time to recover. When he reached a point about 11 kilometers from the edge of the canyon, he cautiously probed the area with a small trickle of his mental power. Deep within the vast chasm, violent purple lightning scattered in all directions, flashing incessantly around the gorge walls. At the very center of the electrical storm stood a gigantic, bear-like ferocious beast. Could this bear-shaped creature be on the verge of breaking through to an even higher realm? Ethan murmured softly, his voice barely carrying over the crackling thunder. This colossal beast loomed, a terrifying silhouette 9 meters tall and easily weighing over 100 tons. Ethan did not recognize it. Yet, the Heart in Aethergod Academy app housed an impossibly vast database, a repository of knowledge that made identification almost effortless. After inputting key descriptors, thunder, 9 meters high, diamond-shaped, for the application responded with startling accuracy and speed. It was identified as a thunderstorm demon bear, 4th tier high level. Furthermore, this specimen was currently undergoing a breakthrough to the upper realm of the 4th tier. A thunderstorm demon bear breaking through to the upper 4th tier. Ethan breathed out, his pace quickening instantly. His immediate impulse was clear: interrupt the beast's ascension and kill it to reap an astronomical harvest of evolution points. But he weighed another option, waiting until the creature reached the 5th tier. However, facing a 5th tier monster was uncharted territory for him. His confidence wavered. If he failed to secure the evolution points, it would be a minor setback. The true danger lay in survival. If he perished here, he would leave behind such a monstrous entity deep within the underground world, a threat that could destabilize every superhuman heading toward Ironwood, Borrowed 2 in Crystal Haven. This was too great a risk. Ethan made his choice: immediate confrontation. He approached the canyon edge. A kilometer out, the ground fractured into deep fissures, treacherous gaps that promised a fatal slip for the unwary. The beast's aftershocks were thunderous, vibrating through the earth and making every step an effort of sheer will. A massive bolt of purple lightning ripped through the soil directly before him. blasting a hole nearly 10 centimeters deep. A thick layer of charred black residue coated the entrance to the cavern. "That was close," Ethan muttered, exhaling slowly. Had that strike found him, even if it hadn't caused grievous injury, the pain would have been immense. He instantly enveloped himself in an icy shield. The residual energy from the lightning dissipated against the barrier, granting him the necessary moment to advance further. Soon he stood at the precipice of the canyon. Following his gaze, he looked into the depths. The thunderstorm demon bear had its eyes tightly shut, while surrounding it raw, raging lightning seemed trapped, leaping wildly in futile arcs. Still attempting a breakthrough, Ethan challenged. He channeled his elemental energy, forming a spear of pure ice, and hurled it at the beast with all his might. A barrage of ice spears flew forth, but even as they struck, the thunderstorm demon bear opened its eyes. A guttural roar erupted, and it rose to its full 9-meter height. Its massive paws caught the incoming spears, crushing them into splinters before swiping through the air. It then scanned its surroundings, spotting Ethan. The beast surged forward, scrambling toward the edge of the canyon and beginning a rapid ascent over protruding rocks. Its breakthrough is interrupted. Ethan murmured, a faint smile touching his lips. It must be furious. He felt a perverse satisfaction. Humans and beasts were eternal adversaries, a truth as immutable as gravity. As the thunderstorm demon bear climbed, Ethan reached the canyon edge and unleashed another volley of ice spears. But the beast was prepared. It summoned an internal lightning shield that shimmered around its body. The first spear struck, causing several hairline fractures in the thunder barrier. The second followed, and with a sharp crack, the shield shattered. 3 more spears pierced the creature's flesh. Ethan's speed was relentless, averaging 1 shot per second. By the time the beast could reform its defensive lightning shell, Ethan had already broken through it and dealt another blow. Yet the thunderstorm demon bear's resilience was formidable. It absorbed 2 ice spear impacts as if they were mere scratches. Worse still, its climbing speed was terrifying. In just 6 seconds, it traversed the entire canyon depth. Ethan had raced, a wicked idea crystallizing into place. Ice spear. He launched another projectile. The thunderstorm bear sneered contemptuously and raised its lightning shield again. If this barrier holds, Ethan thought, I can finally ascend to it. By then this annoying pest hindering my evolution will be completely under my control. But the beast's expectation was wrong. Instead of attacking the creature, Ethan targeted the rock face beneath its gripping paws. Ethan's attacks became more ferocious, his courage mounting with each strike. The ice spears in his hand reached an impact force measured in tens of thousands of kilograms. With a final, shattering blow, the rock disintegrated. The thunderstorm demon bear lost its purchase and plummeted into the canyon depths, landing heavily on its rear end. It fell into a chasm nearly 100 meters deep. Considering its weight over 100 tons, the impact must have been catastrophic. It landed a heap of pain, thrashing its massive haunches while glaring with pure, incandescent rage. Extreme ice illusion killing array. Ethan did not hesitate. 15 enormous ice swords materialized around him. With a wave of his hand, the 15 blades descended in a deadly curtain. The thunderstorm demon bear rode a sound that carried the force of thunder itself. It managed to shatter several of the initial ice swords. But it failed to anticipate Ethan's mastery. The original impact had already struck its vulnerable posterior with 2 more devastating blows. The beast cried out, momentarily losing focus in agony. Not over yet. Ethan's icy energy was still abundant. He unleashed the extreme ice illusion killing array once more. This time, the thunderstorm bear reacted slower, managing to summon a desperate lightning shield, a barrier that could withstand any third-tier monster. But it was nothing against the sheer force of Ethan's ice magic. Suddenly, shocking wounds erupted across the beast's hide. The elemental energy surged in, spreading like frost from within. Before long, the thunderstorm demon bear shuddered, its massive body failing. With mere average-powered ice blades, the creature could not withstand the assault. It collapsed to the ground, slowly losing its breath until it finally went still. The moment the thunderstorm demon bear lay utterly still, a chime of pure energy echoed in Ethan's mind. He received a notification stating that he had defeated the Tier 4 high-rank ferocious beast, Thunderstorm Bear, and gained 50,000 evolution points. With that notification, Ethan began to draw upon every last reserve of ice-type elemental energy within his core. A soft, crystalline whoosh accompanied the flow as he meticulously sculpted an immensely stable slide of pure ice. Though the massive reservoir of power had been completely drained, a wave of profound weakness immediately washed over him. Yet every part of this fallen behemoth was a treasure. To merely observe it would be torture for his collector's instinct. He slid down the crystalline chute, landing with a soft thump at the bottom of the canyon floor. From above, the scene might have been unremarkable, but here, in the deep basin, the devastation was stark and absolute. The ground was scarred by countless craters left by the bear's raging lightning strikes, a testament to unimaginable power. Fortunately, the thunderstorm bear had fallen directly into this natural depression, granting it a slight advantage of terrain. Ethan approached the carcass, drawing an grade alloy dagger. He began the careful process of dissection. But when the hardened metal met the bear's thick, resilient fur, the blade shuddered and failed. No matter how hard he pressed, the grade A alloy could not penetrate the hide. A dagger allowed for surgical precision, ensuring no valuable material was wasted. But its edge simply wasn't sharp enough. "I need to acquire an S-grade alloy dagger on my return," Ethan murmured to himself. His only recourse was his own cold river sky-splitting spear. Infused with abundant ice elemental energy, the spear's hardness could rival that of S-grade alloys. Accompanied by a tearing shriek, the bear's tough hide finally gave way. The instant the thunderstorm bear's flesh and blood were exposed to the air, several arcs of vivid purple lightning leaped up from its body. Ethan knew this was the residual manifestation of the creature's elemental energy. Once that power dissipated entirely, he would be left with the true spoils: bear bile, heart, crystallized organs, components of immense value. He systematically harvested every valuable component, storing them within his spatial ring. With the carcass stripped bare, Ethan turned and left the canyon depths, resuming his search for more formidable beasts. The detection radius was centered on him, spanning a colossal 22 kilometers. It felt like an endless expanse of territory. Yet, in the vastness of this underground world, it amounted to nothing at all. Furthermore, 3 ferocious beasts were not as common as weeds. They could not simply be found by wishing for them. Time slipped away until 1 week later. On this day, a new notification chimed. He had defeated the Tier 2 high-rank beast, Running Pig, and gained 600 evolution points. A muscular, frantic pig was drinking at a nearby stream when its head dropped to the muddy ground. From the dense shadows of the forest, a tall, handsome figure emerged: Ethan. At this moment, evolution points had accumulated, reaching 90,000. Ethan's mind stirred, and the control panel materialized before him. He saw details regarding his name, Ethan. His evolution points total of 90,000, energy purity 80%, superpower, the Frozen Throne, which was an S-grade ability, realm status as upper 3rd tier, indicate upward progress, spirit level at 1662 Hz, Q and blood reserves at 4145 calories, and other skills including gun mastery, melee combat, ice shard ring, ice flash, ice blade, frozen shield, ast, detective skill, extreme ice illusion killing array, and frost spear combo. He also saw his body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body at S grade, 4th level, and his companion beast, an ice piercing python, which was tier 2 upper, upward progress, and T5 upper. My cultivation level can be improved, he mused. November is fast approaching. Without hesitation, he decisively pressed the upward arrow button on the panel. He lost 90,000 evolution points. His realm advanced from upper 3rd tier to lower 4th tier. As the points vanished from the display, Ethan was instantly engulfed by an unprecedented surge of cold power that erupted within his very bones. It was a chilling force so intense that even he, an ice-type master, found it overwhelming. He closed his eyes and sank to the ground. What Ethan could not see was the terrifying elemental backlash. Massive spikes of burst violently from the earth. Nearby trees were snapped like twigs. Flowers and plants were ripped from the soil, and the nearby stream froze solid from within. The temperature in the vicinity plummeted by dozens of degrees Celsius in a single breath. Time passed with dizzying speed. 4 hours melted away. The ice elemental energy within Ethan's body finally stabilized. He opened his eyes and exhaled a long, steady breath. Comfortable. He felt profoundly powerful, as if every muscle held an untapped reservoir of unparalleled strength. His thoughts moved with crystalline swiftness. He sensed that the maximum detection range of his skill, divine detective technique, had expanded from 22 kilometers to 24 kilometers. Though only a 2-kilometer increase, it represented nearly a 20% boost in coverage. Let's see how the attributes have improved. Ethan recalled the panel. 2 major statistics appeared before him: mental state at 1962 Hz, and cubide reserves at 4945 calories. The staggering increase made Ethan gasp in shock. It was monstrous, absolutely terrifying. His mentality had jumped by 300 Hz, and his physical reserves increased by 800 calories. This pushed his mind toward the 2000 HC mark and his vitality toward 5000 kilocalories. Such a powerful humanoid monster achieved only 4 months after awakening his superpowers. If he told this story to anyone, who would believe it? Yet it was an undeniable truth. There is still room for my bloodthirsty energy to continue hunting. Ethan activated detective skill. The location of nearby ferocious beasts became vividly apparent. But among them, several human figures stood out. There were 6 of them, 5 men and 1 woman, walking directly toward his position. However, judging by the faint feedback emanating from their mental energies, they were all merely third-tier ability users. Even if any harbored malicious intent, Ethan was perfectly equipped to handle them. The air in the deep vaults was thick with the scent of damp earth and forgotten minerals. A sudden, sharp sneeze escaped Maya, followed by another. Autumn. She murmured, a theatrical sigh that seemed to echo off the cavern walls. Autumn. Maya, whose foul name was far less glamorous than her online persona, was a third-tier ability user who had awakened an impressive B-level ice element. By day, she was a professional explorer. By night, she was Maya at sunset, a digital sensation. Her videos were raw, daring chronicles of the subterranean world, guides to exotic flora and fauna, visceral accounts of battles with monstrous beasts, detailed analysis of their weaknesses, and even dissections. There was no artifice in her content. Most people on the surface had never seen such wonders, and that alone fueled a ravenous public curiosity. To top off her appeal, Maya possessed striking beauty, complemented by an expertly crafted online persona. The result was staggering: nearly 10 million followers on a co-stream, and over 20 million across all platforms. Her early entry into this niche had given her an insurmountable lead. Later aspirants struggled to catch up. I sense it. Maya suddenly pointed a slender finger into the gloom. There is an extremely terrifying fluctuation of ice-type elemental energy over there. The direction she indicated was precisely where Ethan had been moments earlier, having just completed his breakthrough in cultivation. Conrading beside her raised a skeptical eyebrow. He and Maya were business partners, a partnership forged from mutual ambition. Connor himself was a third-tier advanced user, wielding A-level combat ability. The 4 others accompanying them matched him, all mid-tier third-graders whose varied abilities averaged out to B-level strength. They had formed a team of superhumans in Crystal Haven about a year ago. Maya had approached them with a clear proposition for collaboration. After hearing her pitch, the synergies immediate and undeniable. Since she was the star, the face of the operation, someone needed to manage the filming, guard the perimeter, handle the logistics, editing, and product promotion. These men were perfect. They hadn't made a mistake. With an account boasting over 20 million followers, Maya Yuxi held immense earning potential, ensuring substantial revenue sharing for all involved. I spend less time in the underground world than before, Connor thought wryly, but I earn just as much. All thanks to Maya. Connor was therefore overly attentive and commendably deferential toward her. Yes, Maya replied, her voice laced with professional excitement. Feels like a ferocious beast is breaking through its cultivation level. She blinked her large, bright eyes, adopting a look of dramatic urgency. Captain Connor, let's go take a look. This could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lately, the momentum had stalled. Her videos hadn't surpassed 1 million likes in ages. Worse, her back-end fan count was dwindling instead of growing. The lure of viral content was too strong to ignore. Hesitated. After more than a year of sharing confined spaces and adrenaline-fueled filming trips, the professional boundary between him and Maya had become dangerously blurred. He found himself worrying about her safety in a way that felt deeply personal. What was there to fear? Maya countered gently, though her tone held an edge of impatience. We have swiftness pills. Even if things go wrong, we can escape instantly. Though Connor's caution was rooted in genuine concern, she persisted. The decline in popularity gnawed at her professional pride. Furthermore, she possessed a streak of challenging defiance. It was simply who she was. Fine. Connor finally conceded, nodding as the team leader. The 5 men and 1 woman set off deeper into the cavern. It is so cold. What is going on here? Over there, near the central station. Look further toward the core. The group pressed onward. A gasp rippled through them when they encountered a scene of unnatural desolation. Nearby flowers and plants were encased in crystalline ice. Trees had been snapped clean in half. Even the stream bed they walked on seemed frozen solid. Maya's beautiful eyes sparkled with genuine awe. While other ability users might have only registered extreme cold, she, as an ice specialist, felt the sheer magnitude of the energy, the overwhelming density of it. Soon, they approached a focal point. There, Ethan was completing his breakthrough, officially ascending to the lower 4th tier. The group had been spotted by Ethan's subtle detective skills. Run! It is a beast. This icy power must have come from it, Connor yelled, pointing toward a dark figure that materialized into view. Hearing this, the team instantly fumbled for their swiftness pills, preparing to ingest them. They had secured a substantial share of profits. They weren't going to die easily now. Besides, they had captured enough footage of the Crimson Menace. It was time to retreat. Wheat, not a beast. Maya's voice was sharp, her eyes wide as she pointed ahead. A human figure? Connor froze, his jaw slackening. Such terrifying elemental power hadn't been generated by some monstrous creature. It emanated from a person. How powerful must the ice-type energy within this man be? The group advanced cautiously. As they got a clear view of Ethan, he returned their gaze. He saw the filming equipment in their hands and instantly understood they were a professional live streaming team operating deep beneath the earth. Ethan had no interest in them. He had no intention of engaging. With a dismissive flick of his head, he turned and walked away. Maya was momentarily stunned into silence. Usually, when teams of superhumans encountered her, there was always some pleasant exchange after all. She possessed the kind of looks that commanded at least a few stolen glances. It was rare to see someone like Ethan simply glance and depart. But what truly arrested Maya's breath was not his demeanor but him. The boy looked barely old enough to be 22. She, by contrast, had already reached 25. The sheer icy power radiating from his breakthrough was indisputably several times her own. No, it felt like more than 10 times. In short, it was outrageous. Maya herself was a graduate of an elite supernatural abilities university, surpassing the vast majority of superhumans in the field. Yet, at this moment, she felt a gap open before her, a chasm so profound it seemed insurmountable. Fortunately for her career, Ethan did not choose to communicate with them. If he had known that she was only 19 years old, a freshman who had spent mere months on campus, she likely would have suffered an immediate collapse of her professional ego. In the days that followed, Ethan remained deep within the deep vaults, maintaining a relentless hunt for the Crimson Menace. The kills piled up like trophies of war. The flow of evolution points grew rapidly, an inexhaustible stream fueling his ascent. A few days later, the hunt reached its crescendo. With a decisive flick of his wrist, Ethan hurled a massive ice spear. The next moment, the spear plunged into the chest of the Gale demon wolf nearby, leaving a gaping wound that was almost too grotesque to behold. Any ordinary person witnessing such a scene would surely feel a chill deep in their bones, perhaps even haunted by nightmares for days to come. The crystals within the Gale demon wolf shattered violently, testament to the sheer, devastating power of Ethan's strike. He felt the points accumulate and murmured softly, "That is enough. I should head back now." He could feel it, the bloodthirsty aura within him had accumulated to an overwhelming peak. Having lingered in the deep vaults for so long, he had slain countless the Crimson Menace. If not for the unique nature of his awakening ability, Frozen Throne would have been dangerously out of control by now. He was deeply satisfied with what this excursion had yielded. First, there was the rank ice elemental ability Ice and Snow Crown, which had evolved into the magnificent Frozen Throne. Second, he had bolstered his foundational realm, which originated at the 3rd-tier middle realm. When they first arrived, it had been promoted to 4th-tier lower rank, a full 2 realms stronger. A thought flashed through Ethan's mind, and the system panel materialized instantly. He reviewed his accumulated points, finding a substantial amount of evolution points. His skills listed spearmanship at Great Master, martial arts at Intermediate, Ice Prism Ring Bodhi at Advanced, Ice Extreme Flash at Advanced, Ice Blade at Master Level, Ice Seal Shield at Master Level, Ice Burst Technique at Advanced, Divine Investigator Technique at Master Level, Extreme Illusion Killing Array at Advanced, and Frost Spear Continuous Attack at Advanced. His companion beast was the Ice Prism Giant Python, ranked 5th rank upper tier. Add some Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. After a moment of reviewing the panel, this was his first impulse. While First Day Continuous Attack was immensely powerful in its own right, it relied on stacking combos to maximize damage. To achieve the highest burst potential in the shortest time, he still needed the unparalleled foundation provided by Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. The cost flashed 27,000 evolution points for upgrading Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array from Advanced to Master Level. Instantly, countless the images of the ice sword swept through Ethan's mind. The Master Level proficiency meant every movement of the array was now deeply ingrained and perfected. He sensed that the number of summoned ice swords had reached a terrifying 20. Now, the impact force of each blade approached 10 tons. 20 such forces combined, the resulting power would be astronomical. This expenditure drained most of his accumulated points, leaving him with 23,000 evolution points. Next, he allocated points to Ice Extreme Flash. Rapid displacement was always invaluable. The cost was 4,800 evolution points for upgrading Ice Extreme Flash from Advanced to Master Level. The maximum displacement distance now reached 80 meters, double the range of its Advanced level. His remaining points were 18,200 evolution points. Ethan then added touches to Ice Prism Ring Bodhi, a skill that had been dormant for too long. It could prove useful in specific scenarios. The cost was 1,800 evolution points for upgrading Ice Prism Ring Bodhi from Advanced to Master Level. Finally, he upgraded his martial arts. The cost was 1,000 evolution points, promoting him from Intermediate to Advanced. With the last significant expenditure, Ethan summoned Piper from the containment orb. This required 7,400 evolution points, and it also updated the companion beast status. Ice Prism Python, now 3rd tier lower rank and 5th rank upper tier. Piper's size instantly swelled, giving it a robust, adolescent appearance. Ethan felt a profound sense of security. He could now safely leave the beast in the deep vaults for extended periods. Given his companion beast's strength, he was practically invincible up to Tier 2, let alone Tier 3. Master, I've grown again. Piper chirped with unrestrained joy. Seeing its cheerful demeanor, Ethan felt a corresponding surge of happiness. This marked the end of his journey through the deep vaults of Summit Academy. As soon as he powered on his phone, a message from Clara appeared, a reminder from several days ago asking when he would return. She even mentored coming to pick him up at the high-speed rail station. Ethan replied with a faint smile and the agreed time. Afterward, he headed straight for the exchange counter. A substantial wave of fierce beast crystals was laid out before him, attracting the attention of several staff members. Especially prominent was a deep purple crystal originating from the thunderstorm demon bear. It even drew the eye of the manager himself. The burst of purple light was dazzling. To put it dramatically, it seemed capable of blinding everyone nearby. The gains from this haul of blue star coins were naturally massive. A single crystal from the thunderstorm demon bear alone was worth 7.2 million coins. Combined with bear bile and heart, one full specimen could fetch over 10 million blue star coins. Including all his other acquisitions, Ethan amassed a total of 29.55 million blue star coins, nearly 30 million. This figure was achieved even after several crystals had been shattered by his own attacks. Each piece was worth a staggering 8 figures. 30 million blue star coins represented an unbelievable dream for the average person. To kill the thunderstorm demon bear, one must be at least in the top 1,000 of Esper practitioners. From this perspective, 30 million coins felt negligible. On his way from Emerald March Outpost 2 to the Crystal Haven high-speed rail station, Ethan also dialed the official Crystal Haven Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. This was why he hadn't destroyed the Crimson Tide outpost. Perhaps these people held a significant discovery within its walls. Mr. Ethan, thank you for your message. The voice on the other end spoke with polished courtesy. If the news proves true, you will receive a reward of 3 million blue star coins from the Crystal Haven Official Supernatural Abilities Bureau. Okay, Ethan acknowledged, nodding slightly. While 3 million coins might not represent a fortune to him right now, it was certainly better than nothing. The moment she stepped out of the Grand Citadel Academy high-speed rail station exit, a hush fell over the gathering crowd, quickly followed by whispers. Look at her. She is absolutely breathtaking. Breathtaking. I mean, look at that figure, divine. Her legs are flawless. I could stare at them all day. She wondered who she was waiting for. A slender silhouette emerged into the bustling thoroughfare, and every pair of eyes seemed to track her movement. It was Clara. It was late October in Grand Citadel Academy, nestled deep within Athelgard Empire. Though autumn had arrived, the air still held the warmth of summer, hovering around 20 degrees Celsius. She wore a lightweight beige knitted cardigan draped over a simple slip dress. The exposed length of her thigh was straight and even, an undeniable testament to her grace. A steady stream of people poured out of the station exit. Clara's gaze swept through the crowd until it snagged on a tall, handsome figure amidst the chaos. A radiant smile bloomed across her face. Look, she smiled. You can lie to your friends, but do not try to fool yourself. You are the wildest person in Gotham City, the busiest one in this whole circus. Oh, and wait, you guard that corner near McDonald's. King and Queen of Spades. They are yours. Welcome back. The moment her smile fully unfurled, several young men who had merely glanced at her were instantly transfixed. It was impossible not to be captivated. They could not blame themselves. In the mundane reality they inhabited, beauty was a rare and dazzling commodity. They wished it were her best friend, not her boyfriend. They were stunned that any man could possess such a beautiful companion. But the truth remained stubbornly clear, and Dusty had no intention of playing along with their fantasies. Ethan. When the tall, handsome figure finally appeared, Clara jogged forward, calling his name in a sweet, breathless tone. Without hesitation, she launched herself into a deep embrace. This hug was more than just affection. It was the palpable release of a month's worth of longing for Ethan. He missed her terribly too. As he held her delicate body against him, a natural sense of contentment washed over him. You deserve this. I never thought you could be this handsome, she murmured into his chest, laughing breathlessly. Being more striking than me after I have showered is just unfair. Damn it, even plastic surgery would not make you this gorgeous. Yet, despite the public display of affection, no one felt a flicker of jealousy. Ethan had achieved an SS rank ability in his awakening. Since the incident at Frozen Throne, his brow bone had sharpened, and his profile possessed a newly angular, almost arresting quality. An undeniable aura of awe that transcended mere description. In simple terms, he was even more devastatingly handsome. The wave of longing began to dissipate, replaced by Clara's natural sense of composure. When she finally registered the number of people watching them embrace, a flush crept up her neck, and she lowered her head slightly. He led her away from the spot, leaving behind the lingering, envious gazes of the crowd. Inside the Mercedes, amidst the residual stares, he walked her away. Later, on the way to their destination, Clara beamed with pride. Ethan, I have improved so much during this family training. I am officially a second-tier middle-stage player. He meant it from the deepest part of his heart. After all, she was only a college freshman, and while her awakening had been active for less than a year, reaching the second-tier middle stage was an achievement few could even dream of. Henchev, stop mocking me, Clara teased, rolling her eyes playfully. Ethan, tell me quickly, what realm are you at now? Knowing that his realm was higher than hers, she could not sense it directly. But based on her assumptions, he should be a third-tier lower rank, perhaps even a third-tier middle realm. What Ethan said next completely derailed her expectations. My luck has been pretty good lately, he replied calmly as if discussing the weather. With occasional breaks, fourth-tier lower rank. It was true. Plus a bit breakthrough realm wasn't that normal. A prodigy? Absolutely amazing. Clara gasped, her mind racing through a whirlwind of thoughts. He had broken through to the 4th level in such a short time. She was also incredibly fortunate. No matter what his current rank was, he was still her boyfriend. She should be proud. Clara knew that Ethan's return from the deep vaults meant he must have spent countless hours hunting the Crimson Menace. He must be exhausted. Instead, he drove the Mercedes into the underground parking garage of Grand Citadel Academy. As they approached the main gate, a figure slowly walked toward them, a face deeply familiar to Clara, yet utterly foreign to Ethan. It was none other than Nicole, the dean of the Grass Element Academy. Ethan searched his head, stammering, "Emma." He had genuinely not expected to run into her aunt here. "Hello," he managed when she greeted him. Nicole was momentarily taken aback by the greeting, but quickly broke into a bright smile and waved back. She did not linger, she simply walked away with a pleasant smile. Then and around, she watched their figures gradually disappear into the distance, sighing softly to herself, "It is so good to be young." Ethan returned to his dormitory. In the living room, Liam was enjoying barbecue skewers. "Brother Ethan, you are back. Want a couple of skewers?" Hearing the door open behind him, Liam turned around in surprise. To have such a discerning reader. 3 days later, the first tentative rays of morning sunlight streamed into Ethan's dormitory, gently rousing him from sleep. After a quick meal at the cafeteria, he made his way to Thomas's residence. The recent events, the Whispering Glacier Springs, the journey to Emerald March Outpost 2, and the passage through the deep vaults had left Ethan with a torrent of unanswered questions. He wondered about the Silverwood Institute, the supreme rank upper-tier fierce beast, and the soul-devouring king. He was eager to press Master Thorn on every detail. At the gates of Thomas's residence, Ethan greeted the waiting bodyguards with casual familiarity. He had become a frequent visitor over time. "Brother Chun, have you eaten yet?" The guard shoved warmly. "Ethan, it's been too long. Master Thorn is already waiting inside." "Go on quickly." Ethan nodded, accepting the good humor of the staff. The timing made perfect sense. It was late October, and payday loomed, casting a cheerful glow over the estate. He entered the residence. "Ethan, go back. How was your soak in the Whispering Glacier Springs?" Thomas asked, his smile warm. "It was incredibly comfortable." Ethan replied with genuine satisfaction. The spring had done more than soothe him. It had allowed Xiaois to evolve from a mere ice prism snake into an ice prism giant python. Its highest achievable realm now stood at the 5th rank upper tier. "By the way, Master Thorn," Ethan began, his curiosity piqued, "do you know of Silverwood Institute?" He remembered Avery's parting words at the Crystal Spire Hall. "Ethan, if you come to Silverwood Institute for further studies, feel free to find me." The opportunity felt too potent to ignore. Thomas's expression shifted instantly. "Silverwood Institute. How do you know of it?" The academies whispered about the sole institution in Silverwood Metropolis offering unique abilities. Its faculty boasted 8th rank grandmasters, and even 9th rank saints offered guidance. One could find heaven and earth treasures there, including skill books rated SSS or higher. To enter through conventional means required a journey to the Blue Star world and achieving a top 100 ranking in the Genius competition, a feat limited to espers under 22. With hundreds of millions competing annually, news of Silverwood Metropolis was meticulously blocked from the Blue Star world's internet by an unseen force. Only those at the Grandmaster level were privy to its existence, as it hosted an annual gathering for 7th rank Grandmasters from across the entire planet Earth, the elite espers and above. Ethan recounted his experiences at the Crystal Spire Hall in detail. "So that's how it is." Thomas finally understood, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He then shared what he knew of Ethan's potential. "My own disciple awakening ability has been around for less than a year, yet it already stands at the 3rd tier middle realm. Generally speaking, top players in the Blue Star World Genius Tournament reach the 4th tier upper rank. In rare years, perhaps a 5th order realm might appear." He paused, as days sharp. "The battle is annual. By the time I reach 22, I estimate I will be at the 4th tier upper rank. The gap isn't insurmountable." Then, he leaned forward, his interest suddenly intense. "And what of your own realm?" Thomas's Thursday intention was merely to gauge Ethan's foundation. But the result that greeted him stole his breath: 4th tier lower rank. And not just any fourth-tier lower rank, it was solid, immutable, possessing an incredible firmness that spoke of genuine mastery, impossible to achieve through mere drugs. Even Thomas, a seasoned seventh-tier ice grandmaster, felt a profound shock. A first-year university student, holding a stable fourth-tier lower rank. It was unbelievable. If this were revealed, who would believe it? But the evidence lay right before them. Whether others believed it or not, Thomas knew it to be true. A wave of overwhelming pride washed over him. He could not believe he had become the teacher of such a genius. Master Thorn, what is it? Ethan asked, noticing the complex mixture of awe and surprise on his mentor's face. Ethan, Thomas managed, regaining his composure. Your realm rank is now fourth-tier lower rank. He smiled, patting Ethan's shoulder. Not bad at all. But what Ethan said next rendered him utterly speechless. Master, my superpower has evolved too. Superpower evolution. Thomas narrowed his eyes. S-class abilities could evolve. That implied a minimum of an S-rank ability, potentially even higher. After a moment to collect himself, Thomas led Ethan into the backyard. Ethan, unleash your superpower. Good. Ethan nodded, and then his power erupted. A cold smoke billowed out, thick and chilling. A flurry of ice crystals spun rapidly in the air. Beneath the swirling mist, at the center, a frozen throne materialized with quiet majesty. Thomas's feelings were anything but simple. They were pure, visceral oppression. He felt the weight of a superior force when facing Ethan. He knew the Awakening was an S-rank ability 9 nether mystic ice, formidable indeed. With that in mind, he summoned the smart assistant within the house. Shia, detect her supernatural abilities. The Sire received it, testing now. A phantom image flickered into existence. Then, the phantom emitted bursts of light, scanning and analyzing the scene before it. This is an explosion of SS rank ability. Accuracy rate greater than 99%. There is no information regarding this ability in any known human database. Shall we name it? Shia concluded. A gasp escaped Thomas's lips. SS rank ability. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. He looked at Ethan, his joy palpable and overwhelming. It is my found fortune to have such a disciple. As Ethan grew stronger, so did the excitement in his teacher's heart. Ordinary superpower data was stored in vast databases. An SS-rammed ability was astronomically rare throughout human history, making its absence from known records entirely expected. As for naming it, that decision belonged solely to Ethan. Upon learning of Ethan's S-rank ability, Thomas was positively giddy, insisting on another round of drinks with him. This. Ethan was momentarily speechless, the memory of passing out after just 2 glasses stinging his cheeks. Haha, I was just kidding, Thomas chuckled, waving a dismissive hand. Seeing the professor crack a joke, Ethan felt a slight easing in the tension. It seemed he had successfully managed to lift the mood. He then steered the conversation towards something more serious. Do you know about Emma? Supreme rank upper tier fierce beast and soul-devouring king. Thomas paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. I'm not entirely sure. Why don't you ask someone else? Ethan took the dismissal to heart. He pressed the matter, but even after carefully searching his memory, Thomas merely shook his head, admitting ignorance. If even teacher Thomas doesn't know Emma, then who could? Ethan murmured to himself. He quickly narrowed down his options: Georgia, the brilliant administrative assistant, or Robert, the principal of Grand Citadel Academy. He had already asked Georgia, and she had been uselessly vague, a predictable outcome. After all, any knowledge concerning Silverwood Metropolis was likely sealed off by mysterious forces. Such secrets would never spread freely. With Georgia out, Robert remained his only viable lead. However, the subject matter was too complex for a quick exchange over QQ messages. He needed to speak with the principal in person. Ethan sent a message to Robert, inquiring about his availability. The reply was swift: he was free and currently situated in the principal's office. To avoid making a wasted trip, Ethan posed a simple question. As predicted, Robert knew the truth. But explaining it over text would be impossible. Instead, he simply requested that Ethan come speak with him directly. A shared electric bike ride later, Ethan stood before the principal's office door and knocked. Is this? Please, come in. Robert's voice was warm and inviting from within. Ethan nodded, opened the door, and stepped into the room. Seated at his large desk, Robert propped his arms on the surface, Hands clasped beneath a chin rested thoughtfully in one hand. Healer's gaze sharp with intellectual curiosity. "Ethan, tell me," he began, "how did you come to know the terms Supreme Rank Upper Tier Beast and Soul-Devouring King?" The sensation was immediate, a powerful sense of déjà vu, exactly mirroring the moment Thomas had questioned him. Ethan opened his mouth to speak, but this time he carefully modulated his truth. He claimed that while exploring the Crimson Tide outpost in the deep vaults, he had stumbled upon materials containing those very terms. It was a plausible story. What else could they say? Was the difficult Emma simply exposing its own internal system? Despite Tao sounding slightly far-fetched, Robert chose to believe him. The principal leaned forward, adopting an academic tone. Through years of professional research, it has been discovered that there are significant variations in bloodlines among the Crimson Menace. We have categorized them into 3 distinct ranks: common grade, rare grade, and supreme grade. You must understand, Robert continued, his voice gaining authority, that the higher the rank, the more powerful the vicious beast. And this is crucial, Ethan. Ethan nodded, knowing instinctively that he understood every word. The soul-devouring king, you mentioned, possesses the power to devour souls, parasitize one's own essence, and create conscious clones, all thanks to its potent bloodline. Its lineage is absolutely top tier. It belongs to a vicious beast of supreme caliber. Robert paused for effect. The best in bloodline are called supreme level, devouring souls, parasitizing essences, creating conscious clones. Ethan's mind clicked into place. Indeed, Lord Cordor was merely a clone of the soul-devouring king. Yet, according to Principal Robert, this creature could generate even more clones that might already be roaming the real world. And when we speak of supreme-level vicious beasts, we are referring to the number of digits in their classification. Robert explained, continuing his lecture. It is a further subdivision. Lower position, middle position, upper position increasing from front to back. The power at this soul level is terrifying. It is absolutely impossible for anyone without the top-tier bloodline within the vicious beast lineage to possess it. Thank you for the explanation, Principal Robert, Ethan said, genuinely grateful. As the head of Grand Citadel Academy, his insights were invaluable. Robert smiled faintly. By the way, Ethan, do you still have that pass for Lost Ruin number 7? Ethan replied instantly. Yes, I do. What's up? The principal then explained. It turned out that Ethan was actually the grandson of an old friend of Robert's, who needed a passage to Lost Ruin number 7 and offered to trade it for an SS rank resource. Ethan noted the details. Robert and his friend were both in their 70s. Yet, having reached the Grandmaster realm, their appearances had stabilized, minimizing the effects of time. From this perspective, the deal was highly profitable. It would take Ethan at least another year to earn a pass for Ruin number 7. An SS rank resource now meant rapid self-improvement. But then, a toad realization hit him. This exchange only made sense if he was still operating on lower levels. Ethan's realm was already level 4. He had also acquired an SS rank ability, exponentially increasing his combat potential. He raised a hand, dismissing the offer with casual finality. Excuse me, Principal Robert. I am already at level 4. Therefore, I will be to Lost Ruin number 7. Robert hadn't expected such an immediate rejection. He thought internally, no, it has only been 2 months since school started. Is it truly necessary to go this far? You may go, Robert conceded, though a hint of caution remained in his voice. However, I must remind you that there will be many battle teams from other countries inside. Do not trust them too easily. A whisper as falling silk escaped the lips of a woman who had just read her student's message. She possessed an ethereal beauty, a porcelain perfection that seemed too delicate to withstand the slightest touch. Her eyebrows were like distant mountain ranges veiled in mist. Her eyes held the depth of autumn waters, glittering with concealed starlight and hinting at the vastness of the cosmos. Her nose was finely sculpted and upturned, complementing lips naturally stained a vibrant rose hue. But what commanded attention most was her hair, a cascade of snow-white silk that flowed like a silver waterfall, deepening into a gradient of rich amethyst at the tips. A purple bloom rested delicately within its expanse. Clad in a gown of purplish-black fabric, light as woven gauze and embroidered with subtle patterns, She exuded an aura of noble mystery. This was virtual. Her current power was the S-rank ice elemental ability called Divine Frost Mystic Ice. At only 30 years old, she had already reached the 8th rank upper-level realm, a pinnacle few mortals dared to dream of. Furthermore, her awakening as an Esper with ice abilities was a rarity. She stood recognized as the most potent ice element user on the realm of Etheria. The student who sent the message was Avery, whom Ethan had met inside the Crystal Spire Hall. Avery recommended that Rachel undergo a awakening, noting that within months, he himself would reach the 3rd-tier middle realm. Ethan's current standing was in the 4th-tier lower rank. Truth be told, even without Avery's urging, Rachel already knew the truth about him. She had been observing, waiting for the moment an autonomous awakening or a mutated S-rank ice elemental user would surface on the realm of Etheria. It was nearly a pity that despite his astonishing cultivation speed, he'd reaching the 3rd-tier middle realm in mere months. His awakened power, as far as she could tell, remained confined to the S-rank ice elemental ability. Sigh, I wonder when this realm of Etheria will finally witness an autonomous awakening, or perhaps a mutated S-rank ice elemental user. Rachel sighed, her brow furrowing with profound contemplation. Thank you for the reminder, Principal Robert. Ethan bowed, offering his thanks. While he harbored no easy trust for battle teams from other nations, they had expended considerable effort, and gratitude was due. He left the principal's office. He rode a shared electric scooter across campus to the dormitory opposite his own and rang the bell. The door opened before the echo of the chime faded. Standing there was Clara, dressed in a battle suit the color of polished silver white. A smile, warm and effortless as a spring breeze, graced her features. The design of the uniform was undeniably flattering, accentuating every graceful curve of her figure. Ethan Eve come. Her bright, lively eyes blinked up at him, holding an undisguised anticipation. Not long ago, a mischievous thought had taken root in her mind. Since Ethan's realm had improved so rapidly, she simply had to spar with him. Of course, a real fight, she might not last more than a few moves, but that was based on certain conditions. The premise Ethan would suppress his realm to match hers. She reasoned that given how quickly he had progressed, his skill proficiency shouldn't be insurmountable. After all, mastery came from practice. This wasn't a game, there was no button for instant expertise. Just an hour prior, he had mastered the SS-level grass element skill, Thorn Thrust, and was clearly on a hot streak. From these two perspectives, even if she couldn't match him, she could at least hold her own for a while. After Clara read her request, Ethan readily agreed, which is why he had come to her dormitory. It must be said that Clara's family was immensely wealthy. They had even constructed an auxiliary training room within the dorm itself to facilitate daily practice. Amelia had no objections, and Grand Citadel Academy certainly didn't either. It was a surefire way to make money. As the two entered the dormitory, Amelia descended the spiral staircase. Hey Chloe, you've really made something of yourself. You've managed to bring a man on his own initiative. She chuckled, teasing her best friend lightly. Looking at Clara's flushed cheeks, she found it utterly charming. Clara retorted, a playful defiance in her voice. Unlike some people who can't even find a boyfriend. What Amelia hadn't anticipated was that Clara wouldn't just blush, she would fight back. With a final smirk, Clara took Ethan's hand and led him toward the training room. Amelia watched the two figures disappear into the distance, a faint smile playing on her lips. Inside the training room, Ethan suppressed his realm to match Clara's 2nd-tier middle stage. Returning to this level of power felt strangely unfamiliar. His thoughts seemed slightly sluggish, and his strength was muted compared to before. Yet, beneath the slight disorientations, stirred a familiar this was the path he had walked. Ethan, I won't hold back, Clara teased, sticking her tongue out playfully. Ethan raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. Hee. It's still uncertain who will be taking care of whom. The air crackled with anticipation as they prepared to clash. Ethan infused a modest amount of ice-type yuan energy into his cold river sky-splitting spear, causing it to shimmer with an icy blue luster. Clara was no less prepared, a long ring of thorny vines wrapped around her longsword. Thorns thrust forward. She cried out, unleashing the S-rank skill she had just learned. The next moment, Hundreds of razor-sharp thorns shot toward Ethan with blinding speed. Ethan did not flinch. He first summoned an ice seal shield, then followed immediately with an ice extreme flash. Many thorns embedded themselves in the shield, causing thick plumes of frigid smoke to erupt. Before the cold mist could fully dissipate, a figure emerged from the swirling vapor. Clara had only just realized what was happening. She hadn't even moved yet. Ethan had already closed the distance, appearing behind her and seizing the opportunity to pull her into his arms. He even reached out, gently pinching her waist. Perfect, he thought. Sigh. Ethan let out a long, theatrical sigh, shaking his head. Your skills to lack enough single target burst damage. Clara's face puffed up, still unconvinced by the critique. She said eagerly, let's do it again, just using our weapons. Please, please. Since Clara had pleaded it so, Ethan could not refuse. 10 minutes later, after a flurry of intense clashes that left both sides reeling, Clara was repeatedly forced into retreat. Finally, she collapsed onto the ground, shaking her head in exhaustion. She was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. With a sigh, she unzipped her battlesuit, just enough. The thing about Emma was that she possessed an undeniably impressive figure, which inevitably led to glimpses of her cleavage. When Ethan's gaze drifted downward, an overwhelming wave of shyness washed over her. She quickly covered herself with a blush-tinged hand, though the heat radiating from her skin made it impossible for modesty to fully take hold. Besides, he was her boyfriend. Giving him a view wasn't unreasonable. Taking a deep breath, she settled into the moment. Chloe, let me help you cool down. That's what Ethan murmured. Only then did Clara realize the implication. Ethan possessed an ice-type ability, one potent enough to cool her even through the restrictive material of her battlesuit. What a fool she had been moments ago. The flush that had just returned to her cheeks instantly deepened into a furious crimson. As the temperature finally stabilized, Clara laughed breathlessly. I'm done, Ethan, you are truly a prodigy. Not only is your realm improving at lightning speed, but how can your skill proficiency advance so rapidly? She paused, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Or perhaps, am I in the real world while you're playing some game, possessing the golden finger that lets you level up with a single click? She had never expected such an unintentional act to yield such positive results. Her jokes remarkably close, only missing the crucial word evolution. Ahem. Ethan cleared his throat lightly, smoothly changing the subject. Emma says my Piper misses your grace terribly. How about letting these two beasts meet? Clara nodded at agreement. The two companion beasts were summoned from their respective containment orbs. When Piper appeared before Clara and Grace, both man and beast froze. How long had it been? Why had Piper grown so enormous? Sister Grace. The massive creature began with a theatrical whine. It's only been a short time since we last met. Don't you recognize me? I'm so sad. Grace simply stared. Piper realized his mistake and quickly tried to explain himself. Suddenly, Ethan spoke, turning his attention fully to Clara. Clara, there's something else I haven't told you. What is it? Clara's eyes widened with immediate curiosity. My superpower has mutated and evolved to SS level. Ethan blurted out the secret he had kept hidden, fearing she might feel guilty. But now that he thought about it, keeping silent was pointless. SS rank ability. Congratulations, Ethan. Clara's beautiful eyes lit up with genuine admiration. Ethan, let me see what it's like when your SS rank ability is unleashed. He complied instantly. Watching him with his short, ice blue hair and piercing blue eyes, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So handsome. There was still 1 month until the opening of number 7 Lost Ruin. To be precise, 4 weeks. 28 days. On that day, Thomas soared through the sky on his companion beast, arriving at Ethan's dormitory to deliver a skill book. Master Torn, thank you so much for going to all this trouble, Ethan said, feeling genuinely touched. For something so simple, he could have simply retrieved it himself. Their insistence on delivering it in person spoke volumes of how highly Thomas valued him. The two entered the dormitory. Brother Ethan, has anyone else come? Who is it? Lime heard 2 sets of footsteps approaching from the living room sofa. When he saw Thomas, a wave of cold dread washed over him. Isn't that him? Is this the extremely strict tutor and dean of Ice Esper School who teaches in class? He managed to stop himself before uttering another word. The next second, Liam realized something was profoundly wrong. Was this still the same stern Thomas from class? Instead of a look of severe disapproval, Thomas's face was alight with genuine smiles. He looked completely different from his classroom persona. "You must be Liam, right? I know you," he said warmly. "Keep paying close attention in class. Keep up the good work." To Liam's utter surprise, Thomas addressed her first. "Thank you, Master Torn. I will work hard," Liam nodded. The two moved to the long table in the living room, and Liam followed behind them, watching with a deep sense of curiosity. Under their combined gaze, Thomas's space ring flickered slightly. A few seconds later, a thick skill book materialized on the table. They leaned closer. The title was displayed in 4 large characters: Winter Cage. Ethan turned to the next page. The effect of the skill Winter Cage manifested before all 3 of them. Winter Cage S-rank skill. Quickly creates a circular ice cage in a designated area, forming a powerful imprisonment effect. The description was simple, but judging by the name and power level, its function was clear. "Ethan." Thomas smiled gently. "You just happen to be missing a crucial control skill, don't you?" "Emus, thank you for your trouble, Master." Ethan nodded. Before learning control skills, Ethan's extreme ice illusion killing array had a chance of being dodged by the target. Now, with the cage, that problem would be significantly mitigated. Most importantly, this was an S-rank skill. Learning its basics, the ability to directly allocate skill points, wouldn't take him a week. He could master it in time for his next trip to number 7 Lost Rune. "Ethan, study hard. I must leave now." "Okay, Master. Let me see you to the door." As Ethan and Thomas departed, Liam remained standing there, utterly stunned. He realized that not only was brother Ethan far more talented than himself, but even in their seemingly casual actions, they were meticulously thoughtful. The small gesture of seeing a teacher to the door, it wasn't something he would have thought of doing on the spot. It was a realization that came later, profound and impactful. For Crystal Spire Hall's SSIP beginner, Ethan's gaze drifted over the system panel. Not bad, not bad. After weeks of grueling study, he had finally mastered the fundamentals of Crystal Spire Hall in the realm, a skill now visible on his panel, and ready to accept evolution points. The system played a deduction of 100 evolution points. Crystal Spire Hall SSI Elementary became Crystal Spire Hall SSI Elementary. Without a moment's hesitation, Ethan poured the points into the skill. He could not risk using it in the Crystal Spire Hall's cultivation room. With the thought settled, he allowed his vision to blur, stepping into the virtual reality simulation. The construct he generated was a 4th-tier lower-rank Thunderclap Tiger. Since this is nearly a test run, Ethan temporarily immobilized the beast. "Crystal Spire Hall," he murmured, recalling the skill's description. S-rank skill quickly creates a circular ice cage in a designated area, forming a powerful imprisonment effect. Let's see just how fast this speed truly is, and how potent this binding effect really remains. A faint smirk touched his lips. He channeled the ice-type Yuan energy within him, and unleashed Crystal Spire Hall. In approximately 0.6 seconds, a perfect circular ice cage erupted from the ground, instantly ensnaring the Thunderclap Tiger. Thorns of first laced around the perimeter exuded a chilling aura. Merely looking at them sent shivers down the spine. The prison was modest, a cylinder roughly 5 meters in radius and height. Given that the vicious beast before him stretched over 6 meters, the cage barely contained it. In reality, with such a short delay, trapping a Thunderclap Tiger would be nearly impossible given its lightning-fast reflexes. So, evolution points, come on. The system displayed a deduction of 1,600 evolution points. Crystal Spire Hall SS in Elementary became Crystal Spire Hall's ES Intermediate. "Crystal Spire Hall," Ethan shouted, the command echoing in the simulation. About a second later, an ice stage with a radius of 7.5 meters and a height of 7.5 meters materialized, trapping the Thunderclap Tiger within its crystalline walls. The increase in volume alone exceeded 200%. However, the larger structure slowed his release speed considerably. He knew this was not optimal. Reducing the height would dramatically accelerate deployment. Not enough. Ethan was unsatisfied. With a mere thought, countless memories of optimizing Crystal Spire Hall flooded his mind with natural ease, as if he had practiced it hundreds of times already. The system displayed a deduction of 4,800 evolution points. Crystal Spire Hall as SS Intermediate became Crystal Spire Hall SS Advanced. The ice prison expanded further. It reached the staggering radius and height of 12 meters. The volume increase surpassed 300%. While such a massive structure would take him a full 2 seconds to deploy, it could also be highly compressed, even reduced to 3 meters in height. The cage would still restrain the thunderclap tiger. Moreover, the deployment time plummeted to just half a second, a mere quarter of the original duration. The radius now spanned 12 meters. Considering even the fastest neural reaction time, the thunderclap tiger could not possibly escape within half a second. In other words, this prediction was almost certain to come true. Of course, skills had limits. The maximum range for Crystal Spire Hall remained 500 meters. No, let's see how effective the confinement truly is. Crystal Spire Hall. Ethan first sealed the thunderclap tiger before giving it consciousness. A furious roar ripped through the simulation. Immediately after, a bolt of purple lightning crackled into existence on its massive claw. The tiger slammed down with earth-shaking force. To the thunderclap tiger's surprise, the ice prison remained largely intact, only chipped by minor shards. The beast roared again, refusing to believe this cage could hold it. Then, it began channeling the raw thunder element within its body. Source energy emitted a series of smaller lightning spheres. Finally was a response. The moment the lightning touched the ice, it burst forth in thick, cold smoke. Gaps appeared across the cage's surface. Ethan watched as the thunderclap tiger unleashed another wave of thunderballs. A gap widened somewhat. One more time, this opened a small but critical fissure. Then, with gritted teeth and all its might, it tore open a hole large enough for escape. The thought crossed his mind. Those humans over there are watching the show, huh? Wait till I get out, and I'll tear you to pieces! But just as the thunderclap tiger ripped through the ice prison, a massive ice spear shot straight toward it, piercing its skull with fatal precision. This cage can hold off the thunderclap tiger for about 5 seconds, enough, Ethan thought, satisfied. This is merely the ice cage at advanced proficiency. There is still vast room for improvement. With his current realm SS rank ability, and breakthrough to master level proficiency in that array, it could be said that any vicious beast of rank 4 or below would find it nearly impossible to withstand even a single strike. Perhaps this thunderous bear could endure one blow, but its sheer size meant Ethan could not hit it with just one sword stroke. Ethan left the Crystal Spire Hall, escorting Piper, who had already broken through to the 3rd level of realm to Grand Citadel Academy. The entrance to the deep vaults awaited. My bloodthirsty aura is abundant now, I must focus on cultivation. As for Piper, she could manage herself during these times. However, was no heartless capitalist. He allowed her to stay in the deep vaults for 2 weeks, before she needed rest. Piper readily agreed, it was said, that she would agree to whatever her owner requested. Time is a deceptive current. In the blink of an eye, 3 weeks had dissolved into memory. During the 2 weeks she hours spent traversing the deep vaults, Ethan accrued an average of 2,000 evolution points daily, a staggering total of 28,000 points. Perfect. These resources could be poured directly into refining his existing skill, Frost Spear Continuous Attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Ethan tapped the upward arrow button behind the system panel. The system played that he had spent 27,000 evolution points and upgraded Frost Spear Continuous Attack from advanced to master level. A torrent of memories flooded his consciousness. By absorbing the technique's essence, he didn't just upgrade it, he mastered Frost Spear Continuous Attack at the master level. During this period, Ethan had also dedicated himself to advancing his body tempering technique, building upon his previous foundation. Reaching the 5th level was less a struggle and more a meticulous refinement. It required retempering bones already hardened by ice energy, continuously bathing them in potent, internal ice-type yin energy. The purity of the source energy dictated the efficiency. Ethan's formidable 80% source energy purity proved invaluable. Thus, he independently elevated his body tempering technique to its 5th level. While the resulting improvement to his spirit was modest, a mere 30 Hz, the boost to his Chui blood was monumental, a full 1,000 calories. This significantly fortified his core essence. He felt a surge of power, enough now to shatter a level 4 Esper with a single blow. Curiously, If one were to excise a piece of Ethan's bone and break it down, the surface, the interior structure, and even the marrow would not bear the pallor of human flesh. They would glow an ethereal ice blue. His system panel now reflected his progress. His name was Ethan. He possessed 2,500 evolution points. His source energy purity was 80%, and his special ability was Frozen Throne at the SS rating. He was at the 4th tier lower rank. His spirit was 2020 Hz, and his Chew blood was 610 calories. His skills included spearmanship at master level, martial art at advanced, ice prism ring Bodhi at D grade and master level, ice extreme flash at B grade and master level, ice blade A grade and master level, ice seal shield at A grade and master level, ice burst technique S grade and advanced, divine investigator technique at S grade and master level, ice cage at S grade and advanced, extreme ice illusion killing array at SS- grade and master level, and frost spear continuous attack at SS- grade and master level. His companion beast was an ice prism giant python, which was a 3rd tier lower rank and 5th rank upper tier. If he were to summarize this system panel in 2 words, opulence would be the perfect fit. Before they knew it, only 2 days remained until their departure. Today, Ethan planned a simple training session to maintain his edge. Afterward, he spent time accompanying Clara for a stroll through the vibrant night market. They walked out of Grand Citadel Academy. As they looked outward, all that greeted them was a dazzling spectacle. Under the neon glow, shops lined both sides of the street, brightly lit and teeming with life. The crowds were thick, a joyous cacophony of laughter and noise weaving together to form the pulse of a lively night market. The air was thick with the intoxicating aroma of countless snacks, stimulating every passing sense. Even at the school gate, Ethan and Clara could smell it. At one barbecue stall, charcoal roared, and the owner expertly flipped skewers, dusting them with various spices. Amidst the swirling smoke, the rich scent of roasting meat hung heavy. Long queues snaked before food stalls, faces alight with anticipation. The streets were a river of humanity. Under a canopy of twinkling streetlights, each shop beckoned passers-by with its unique colors and music. People strolled leisurely, pausing to admire the scenery or browsing until their hearts were full, lost in the joyful chaos that momentarily erased the day's burdens and troubles. Let's go. They arrived at the heart of the market. The moonlight cast long, gentle shadows of the 2 figures as they walked. On their way back to the dormitory, Ethan spoke of his upcoming journey to number 7 Lost Ruin. Clara knew of the 12 lost ruins scattered across the realm of Etheria, each one a place of profound danger. Yet, she said little. Similarly, they did not press him to stay. She understood that Ethan was not a man prone to lingering in romance. He was driven by the relentless pursuit of becoming an Esper's peak. She simply murmured softly, "Ayon, be careful." "Don't worry, I will." Ethan nodded. They shared the light embrace. "Yuan, you must take good care of yourself." Watching his departing figure, Clara closed her eyes slightly, sending silent wishes for his safe journey. Back in dormitory, Ethan called out to the empty room, summoning Jess. "Master, I'm here." Jessie's mechanical voice echoed through the air. "Let me introduce number 7 Lost Ruin. The realm of Etheria contains 12 lost ruins in total," Jess stated. Simultaneously, a luminous screen materialized before Ethan. It displayed a map of Earth's 7 continents, 4 oceans. 12 bright spots marked the approximate locations of the ruins. Number 7 Lost Ruin is located deep within the Crimson Sands wasteland in Athagard continent. It opens annually on November 29th. A single spot of light magnified, revealing simulated images of number 7 Lost Ruin. It was a colossal island, encircled by scalding lava that bubbled and spewed forth. This magma was not the usual fiery red, it was an almost blinding white, suggesting temperatures far beyond normal measure. The island teemed with all manner of crimson menace creatures, never seen in the outside world. Though the numbers were limited, every single one possessed a rare grade bloodline. The terrain was a mix of mountains and plains. On the plains, towering trees rose from the ground, so dense they completely choked out the sky. These massive trees were incredibly resilient, reaching the grade of A alloy, and shone entirely silver, hence their name. Silver iron trees. Grade C herbs grew everywhere. Finding grade B or even grade A was remarkably easy. The mountains housed countless caves. As the images shifted, Ethan also noticed that at the very heart of the island stood a massive volcano. The white lava within constantly boiled and churned. It wasn't photographed in detail. No camera could withstand such extreme heat. This was because occasionally molten drips cascaded down from the peak. It was clear and active volcano, poised to erupt at any moment. The journey to Aethergod continent was imminent. Previously, Ethan's understanding of Emma had been confined. Entering No 7 Lost Ruin required a minimum rank of 4th tier lower realm. Now, thanks to George's meticulous information, he knew the precise parameters his realm needed to fall somewhere between 4th tier lower and 5th rank upper. As their departure approached, Thomas presented Ethan with a gift, or rather, a protective charm. It was a 5th tier guardian talisman, crafted by the elite Blue Star technology conglomerate, Saya Group. Valued at an astronomical 3 billion Blue Star coins, it was an annual limited release, boasting enough resilience to withstand 3 full-force attacks from a 5th rank upper tier a rank Esper. Its cooldown period was 1 day. Thomas had acquired it through connections. He himself would never need such a thing. "Thank you, teacher," Ethan said, accepting the charm. After fastening the protective talisman to his wrist, he bowed deeply in gratitude. "Don't thank me yet." Thomas smiled faintly, then handed him an analysis watch. This timepiece is equipped with powerful AI computing capabilities. It translates local languages and generates real-time subtitles right before your eyes, incredibly convenient. Furthermore, it can analyze any resource within a lost ruin. Its data scope surpasses even the comprehensive database of the Heart in Valor College app. The aircraft took off precisely on schedule, not a minute late. Everything felt unnervingly smooth, almost too perfect. Unseen by him, Ethan had entrusted Piper to Clara's care. Though the creature was visibly reluctant to part with it, it obeyed its master's arrangements. Of course, it thought bitterly, it knows why its owner didn't take it along. "I am too weak. Bringing me will serve no purpose. I might even become a burden. I need to gain valuable combat experience by engaging in rampages within the deep vaults." Mid-flight, the moment Ethan settled into his seat, he was approached by a slender figure with long, graceful legs. She possessed a head of strikingly bright, smooth white hair that made him recognize her instantly. "Hi, Senior Sister Sarah," he greeted her. "Hello, Junior Ethan." Sarah paused, visibly taken aback to see him sitting so close. "This flight goes directly to Aethergod continent. I came to you as I possess a No 7 Lost Ruin pass. Since it is about to open, I intend to explore and loot some treasures." She observed his casual demeanor. Yet, just this internal shock, Sarah shook her head, unable to fully accept it. Ethan was merely a freshman. How could he already possess a 4th tier realm, or even a lower rank? Back when she finished her freshman year, she had only reached 2nd tier upper realm, struggling toward 3rd tier lower. She decided to ask directly. Mid-flight, felt a creeping pang of hunger. On a whim, he reached into his space ring and pulled out a bag of potato chips. He began eating them, one crisp piece after another. Watching Ethan enjoy the snack, Sarah couldn't help but steal glances at him, or rather at the chips in his hand. For her, life had been defined by training. Food was merely fuel, something to consume until satiated. Snacks were relics of childhood she hadn't tasted since she was a girl. Sizzle. Ethan took another bite, producing an audible, satisfying crunch. "Are they really that delicious?" Sarah's desire intensified. She reached out and gently tapped his arm. "May I have a piece?" With a soft click, Ethan handed her a chip. Delicious." Sarah crushed the potato chip between her pearly teeth. After tasting it, she couldn't suppress a secret praise for its flavor. Seeing Sarah's sudden interest, Ethan found it slightly strange. It was just a potato chip. Even if he had bought the premium kind, surely it didn't have to be this dramatic. After finishing one piece, Sarah, who hadn't indulged in such simple pleasures for so long, was still not satisfied and reached out again. From Grand Statal Academy in Aethergod Empire to a major college on Aethergod continent, the two locations spanned over 15,000 kilometers. This aircraft utilized source energy for fuel, allowing it to fly at speeds far exceeding conventional planes. Of course, the tickets were exorbitant, costing tens of thousands of Blue Star coins each. But Ethan did not care about such a minor expenditure. 4 hours later, the plane finally arrived above the destination airport. "Dear passengers, Our plane has landed at the destination airport at 11:22 local time. The outside temperature is 20 degrees Celsius. Please remain seated for a moment and wait until the seatbelt indicator lights turn off before collecting your luggage and disembarking in an orderly manner. Thank you for choosing this flight, and we wish you a pleasant journey. The roar of the engine gradually subsided, and the fuselage trembled gently against the Q-current below the clouds. The landing gear made contact with the runway first, producing a steady, rhythmic friction sound. The aircraft then taxied smoothly on the tarmac, like a migratory bird returning to its ancestral nest. The Crimson Sands Wasteland was nowhere near the destination. Ethan would need another flight. Montegambia. The city lay not far from the vast, whispering expanse of the Crimson Sands Wasteland. Stepping off the plane, Ethan was immediately confronted by a chaotic sprawl of parked taxis outside the airport terminal. In Aether of continent, the majority spoke English, a language that despite her diligence in high school still felt too foreign on her tongue to communicate fluently with native speakers. She relied on the translation function of her analysis watch, simply to address the driver of one waiting cab. When Ethan mentioned her appearance, resembling a Bactrian camel, and spoke fluent Mandarin while glancing at her watch, the driver Bob froze. In a single second, his eyes widened in recognition. She was from Aethelgard Empire. "Hello, I need to go to the entrance of the 7th Forgotten Vault. How much does it cost?" The words were spoken in careful English. What few travelers knew was that some people harbored deep-seated suspicion toward people from Aethelgard Empire. And Bob, she realized with a chill, was one of them. "Hi, you can call me Bob, welcome to Aethelgard Continent," he chirped, though his demeanor held an edge of forced cordiality. Ethan remained silent, observing him. Yet even under the weight of her suspicion, he did not betray any impatience. Instead, a practiced smile settled on his face as he assured her that the fare was very reasonable. He seemed convinced that its price struck the perfect chord, neither too high nor too low, and that Ethan would accept it without complaint. As expected, she agreed, and so, Ethan entered the cab, heading toward the entrance of the 7th Forgotten Vault. The vehicle was an off-road machine, built for traversing the desert's endless reaches. From the moment she settled in, a faint, sweet perfume reached her nose. But beneath that pleasant scent, a knot of unease tightened in Ethan's gut. The words Robert had spoken echoed in her mind, urging caution. Could there be something strange about this perfume? As the thought crystallized, she noticed it. Bob's smile was a mask hiding the glint of a knife. But paranoia, however justified, could not be the sole guide for action. What if she were overthinking? While one should never harbor malicious intent, vigilance against others was paramount. Instinctively, Ethan generated a small bead of ice at the tip of her nose, a silent internal filter. If this is truly what I suspect, she thought, I will not hold back. The taxi's tires crunched over soft gravel, kicking up twin plumes of golden sand, as the engine roared into the vast emptiness. The vehicle bounced rhythmically with the undulations of the dunes. Outside the windshield, continuous ridges of sand gleamed blindingly under the merciless sun. The air conditioning struggled against the oppressive heat. All around them stretched only endless yellow meeting an impossible azure sky. As time bled away, the landscape grew sparser. People, vehicles, and buildings vanished until they drove deep into the desert's heart. After being exposed to that smoke for 3 hours, I finally fell asleep. The moment Ethan succumbed to slumber, Bob's sinister smile bloomed across his face. "You people from Aethelgard Empire. How dare you come to Aethelgard Continent? This is what you get." He leaned closer, a cruel excitement in his voice. "And you're heading to the entrance of the 7th Forgotten Vault, aren't you? That pass belongs to me." Bob's internal climax was reached long before the actual success. He was an awakening 4th-tier upper-rank wind-type Esper. With the 7th Forgotten Vault pass, she could enter the lost ruins and explore. Even if she didn't venture inside, the pass itself held considerable value on the black market. He retrieved a grade A dagger from a hidden compartment in the cab. Under the blazing sun, the blade caught a cold, lethal glint. "Go to," Bob spat, his voice dripping with venom. He instantly imbued the dagger with wind element source energy, aiming for Ethan's heart at impossible speed. "Oh really?" Ethan's eyes snapped open, and her body straightened from its relaxed slump against the seat. Bob jumped back, startled by her sudden alertness, and his grip faltered. The grade alloy dagger clattered loudly on the floor. "You, bot asleep." Bob stammered, a lingering shock in his gaze. Ethan wasted no breath. She smashed open the car door and bolted away down the road. To any observer, it would look like she was fleeing out of fear. But she wasn't. She needed to prevent the vehicle from sustaining damage when the inevitable fight broke out. This place was deserted, and few vehicles passed through. They still had dozens of kilometers to travel to the seventh forgotten vault. The temperature differential between day and night in the desert was extreme, and Ethan did not want to hike. But Bob misinterpreted her haste as panic. "She's running because she's afraid," he thought. Trying to run. "I'm a wind-type Esper, swift step," Bob whispered. Under the influence of his superpower, his speed became terrifyingly fast. Soon, he caught up with Ethan. "Run. Why have you stopped running?" he smirked, raising an eyebrow. Through her analysis watch, Ethan heard his taunt. She countered silently on the display screen, "The car shouldn't be damaged." This statement completely derailed Bob. Instead of pursuing her escape, she was worried about his vehicle. Winter cage. Ethan unleashed a newly acquired skill. In the next instant, a massive circular cage of ice erupted from the ground, snapping shut around Bob with brutal finality. What is this?" Bob gasped, panic seizing him as he realized his imprisonment. Ethan paid him no mind. Trapped in an icy cell, wasn't he a sitting duck? Then, ice blade. A rapid volley of ice blades shot forth from Ethan, streaking toward Bob's location. The blades scraped across his skin, but under her precise control, they never delivered a fatal blow, only agonizing pain. Moments later, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from within the crystalline cell. "That sounds awful." Ethan ended Bob's life decisively. With his death came the release of his space ring. It was now unclaimed, meaning anyone could retrieve its contents. Ethan glanced at a bank card holding an unknown sum of money, and several cultivation resources she had long since exhausted. "So poor," she murmured. Even if she acquired the card, she couldn't withdraw any cash. In the realm of Etheria, opening a bank account was far more profitable. Afterward, Ethan slipped into a taxi, speeding away toward the imposing entrance of Number 7 Lost Ruin. 2 hours dissolved in a blink. A colossal structure gradually materialized before his eyes. It was magnificent, radiating aura of advanced technology that seemed utterly misplaced when the desolate expanse of the Crimson Sands wasteland, a jarring, abrupt anomaly against the arid landscape. A series of English words floated into view directly in front of the building. Ethan recognized them instantly. The Chinese translation confirmed it. Number 7 Lost Ruin entrance. At the threshold stood 2 bodyguards, rigid and statuesque. They appeared unremarkable, yet Ethan knew better. These men were 6th-tier Espers wielding A-rank abilities, a combination that should have allowed them to guard an entire region. Here, however, their power was restricted to merely serving as gatekeepers. This alone spoke volumes about the value and secrecy of Number 7 Lost Ruin. Inside lay a trading post where resources scavenged from the Lost Ruins could be exchanged for equivalent worth. It was also home to numerous researchers. After all, once the Lost Ruins were officially opened, scholars would enter with designated teams, driven by the singular goal of collecting every rare specimen, be it the Crimson Menace fur, flesh, or other invaluable materials for scientific study. Adding to the security, a powerful Esper army was stationed within, commanded by a Grandmaster who stood ready to intervene instantly should any dispute or unexpected chaos erupt among the visitors. Just as they steered the taxi toward the entrance, a deafening roar erupted behind him. An even larger off-road vehicle accelerated into view, gaining speed rapidly. The sheer velocity of its passage kicked up a cloud of dust that inevitably drifted into Ethan's cab. "Icy shield." Ethan reacted instantly, summoning an icy barrier around his body. The shield deflected the flying grit and sand. He thought how utterly rude he was, frowning slightly as he looked ahead. They disembarked from the taxi. He was a young man with blonde hair, fair skin, and a sharp-nosed bridge, clad in a golden battle suit. His name was Xiang Jun, and his awakening was light, a rare, potent superpower at the A-rank level. He currently stood at the 5th-tier lower stage. Behind her filed several Caucasian bodyguards, all towering over 1.9 meters and built with formidable musculature. Yet, in the world of superpowers, Physical might was merely superficial, true strength lay elsewhere. Judging by their presence here, Ethan estimated that even these guards probably did not exceed the 5th rank upper tier. Ethan ran a quick internal analysis, but he dismissed it quickly. He had only 2 objectives for visiting number 7 Lost Ruin first: defeating a bloodliner foe far rarer and more potent than any the Crimson Menace to maximize his evolution points. Second, exploring the treasures within the ruins. This was no ordinary university campus, caution was paramount. After exiting the taxi, Ethan approached the massive building. "Please show me your pass." A bodyguard at the entrance extended a hand and spoke casually. "Ema." To Ethan's surprise, the man spoke perfect Chinese. It seemed he had already recognized himself as a native of Aethelgard Empire. This was convenient, Ethan thought, saving of them having to use his analysis watch for translation. Retrieving the number 7 relic pass from his space ring, Ethan presented it. The testing instrument flashed green, the pass was genuine. As he stepped into the building, he surveyed the vast hall. Tables and chairs were arranged neatly, suggesting a place that offered not only seating but also various complimentary services. He noticed many different people milling about, forming small clusters around him. Then, a hair of brilliant silver hair caught his attention. It was Senior Sister Sarah. Ethan recognized her immediately. Aside from Sarah, he knew no one here who shared his school background. He started to move toward her, intending to greet her. Several short, middle-aged men approached where Sarah sat. The small mustaches on their upper lips were enough for Ethan to pinpoint their origin. Crimson Coast Nation. A nation not far from Aethelgard Empire. "Hey beautiful, you came alone." One of the men began, speaking broken but earnest Chinese. "This Davon Lost Ruin is quite dangerous. You know, why don't you join our battle team?" He flashed what he thought was a friendly smile. Seeing Sarah sitting alone, they felt compelled to strike up conversation. Silver-haired beauties like her were far above the women they usually encountered. Roll. At the sight of these menacing men approaching, Sarah's eyes turned cold. She replied with only a single word. The firmness in her demeanor was absolute. The men hesitated and backed away immediately. They knew that if any one of them dared to make a move, the stationed Esper troops would deal with it swiftly, leaving them as the sole casualties. Ethan walked over then. "Senior Sister Sarah." He offered a greeting. A familiar voice rang out and Sarah turned her head. Upon seeing him a junior from his own school, she smiled faintly, the tension easing from her brow. "Junior Ethan, it's you. Here, have some fruit." She pushed a plate of fresh fruit toward him. She mused internally that they were both men, and wondered why there was such a vast difference between them. Watching the two exchange pleasant words, the Crimson Nation Espers at the table clenched their fists, a slow burn of resentment rising within them. These individuals, all possessing A-rank abilities and standing at the 5th-tier mid-rank level, were highly respected in Crimson Coast Nation. Some factions had even resorted to offering beautiful women just to win favor. Now, not only had she rejected them, but she was also engaging with another young man. Of course, they knew that both Emma and Ethan were undeniably more handsome than themselves. "Kid, I admit you're handsome." One of the men muttered, a slight smile playing on his lips. "But so what? In the ruins, strength trumps everything." The Lost Ruin 7 officially begins. Junior Ethan. Sarah's 2 pupils, deep mesmerizing pools of purple gemstone, widened slightly as she could not help but ask, "How did you improve your skills so rapidly?" In the recent 4 Great Schools freshman competition, Ethan should have been barely scraping the 3rd-tier lower rank. Now, just over a month later, he had surged to the 4th-tier lower rank. The leap was staggering. To advance an entire realm in such a short span was already remarkable. To do it so dramatically defied belief. "I am not entirely sure myself," Ethan replied vaguely, offering a casual chuckle that did not quite reach his eyes. "Perhaps I just got lucky." He would never reveal the true nature of his system. Sarah's gaze darkened slightly. She had always sensed that Ethan possessed unique cultivation methods, secrets he was simply unwilling to share. If she held such a fast-acting technique, she would not be so generous with its knowledge. The Lost Ruin 7 officially opens at 9 o'clock. Yet, the clock only read afternoon. After a quick lunch in the lobby, Ethan retreated to his assigned room for a brief respite. As he unlocked his phone, he found an updated The Crystal Haven Official Superpower Bureau had completed its exploration of the Crimson Tide outpost, and the reward funds had been deposited into his account. He scrolled through some videos, passing the time until the event began. Soon after, a video caught his eye. The scenes were unnervingly familiar. The footage showed a progression from distance to close-up for a vast expanse of razor-sharp ice cones jutting violently from the ground. The floor in the background had already been decimated by the sheer biting cold. This is exactly like when I broke through to the 4th tier lower rank. A tremor ran through him. Was it formed during a realm breakthrough? I never expect this would actually be posted online. The uploader was 6UC, the same streamer who had been with Esper Battle Team and Nandao in the underground world. The connection sent a peculiar shiver down his spine. Time to rest, he murmured, setting the phone aside. He lay down on the bed and quickly drifted into a light sleep. At 8:30 p.m., all participating Esper members gathered in the hall, having emerged from the side corridor. "Junior Ethan, would you like to come with me?" Sarah approached him, her long, elegant legs moving with practiced grace. Sarah's inquiry was timely. Many of the Espers here arrived in organized groups or formed temporary battle teams based on nationality. But there were also lone wolves. If they traveled in a group, it was manageable. But within Lost Ruin, rare resources scattered everywhere, making conflict inevitable among temporary teams. Former allies could become deadly enemies in an instant. Betrayal was unpredictable. Rather than risking such treachery, Sarah thought, it is safer to be alone. However, given Ethan's character, she felt he was trustworthy enough to ask him directly. Ethan met her gaze. "I apologize, Senior Sister Sarah, but I still intend to explore by myself." His goal was not merely the treasure, it was the Crimson Menace. Hunting such creatures was far more efficient alone. Most importantly, with his SSF rank ability Awakening, he possessed the power to challenge opponents of higher ranks. Grinding the vicious beasts would only further amplify his strength. Teammates were unnecessary. He should agree, Sarah thought, but to her surprise, Ethan shook his head and refused. "All right then," she conceded. "Be careful out there." As the discussion continued in a lively hum of anticipation, the person in charge of the Lost Ruin 7 finally emerged. The air instantly fell into absolute silence. This individual was not merely an organizer, he was the commander of the Esper army stationed here, a 7th rank Grandmaster. A presence capable of sweeping aside any challenge. "Ladies and gentlemen, the gates of the Lost Ruin 7 are about to open." The 7th rank Grandmaster spoke in flawless English. The moment the words left his lips, the incredibly smooth wall at the back of the hall began to split open on both sides. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the widening gap. In a flash, a massive triangular gate materialized before them. It was formed by 3 dark brown boulders joined together, their peaks meeting at a sharp apex. A faint blue light pulsed through the gaps, like solidified lightning wrapped around the stone surface. The gate seemed to have no base, as if it had ground directly from the earth itself. Looking through the opening, they saw a bottomless, dark purple vortex, a churning void where fragmented light and shadow could be vaguely seen floating and sinking, connecting them to another dimension. "Wishing you all the best," the Grandmaster stepped aside. Go! Hurry up and go in, or the treasure will vanish. Go, everyone. Give it to my young master." The crowd surged forward, a wave of uncontrolled excitement. Most people simply rushed through, meeting no resistance. But one person was abruptly halted, as if hitting an invisible barrier. "I would also like to try 6th order lower rank. Can an Esper go in?" The man who was pushed back muttered. After all, what they gained by exploring it themselves would surely outweigh any pass fee. Ethan fired the current toward the immense triangular gate. He stepped into the dark vortex, his hand tightly clutching a dark red card. In an instant, the card dissolved into a wisp of ethereal smoke and vanished. Upon crossing the threshold, Ethan surveyed his surroundings. He was positioned precariously close to the island's edge. To one side stretched an endless expanse of lava, a molten sea that seemed to burn into the horizon. A glance at the inferno told him that any fall would be a death sentence. His chances of survival were less than 10%. Bubbles formed sluggishly on the surface of the magma. One burst, sending a spray of incandescent lava splashing outward. "We should leave this area first," Ethan muttered, a flicker of profound displeasure crossing his face. As an ice element ability user, high heat was his greatest nemesis. He immediately channeled his source energy, erecting an ice seal shield around himself before retreating from the edge. Incidentally, the 7th Lost Ruin had shuffled all teams' starting positions. Though they had entered together, Ethan found himself alone. After taking a few cautious steps inward, however, the landscape began to shift. Gradually, he spotted vegetation, a sight that offered a fragile sense of life, a stark contrast to the hellish environment. The surrounding area was dominated by lava, the dark red ground was unevenly cracked, and the air was both dry and scorching hot, making it feel less like an island and more like a furnace floor. Yet there were plants. One particularly tall specimen stood out, its body shimmering with silvery white resilience. Ethan knew this plant, the silver iron tree, possessed a hardness comparable to grade A alloys. The most widespread flora on this cursed isle. He bent down, gathering 3 clumps of low-growing weeds and storing them in his space ring. Though they resembled common weeds, he understood that nothing capable of thriving here could be ordinary. They were C-grade herbs called dry hard grass, useful for crafting sturdy ropes, and valuable enough to sell later. A thin mist hung heavy in the air, obscuring his vision. Ethan sighed, then activated his divine investigator technique. He drew upon a significant reserve of mental energy, but the range was frustratingly limited, less than 10 kilometers. This fog is significantly hindering the diffusion of mental energy. He shook his head, frustration evident. Once I accumulate enough evolution points, mastering this technique will be my priority. The Lost Ruins were open for 21 full days, 3 weeks. If this mist reduced the number of vicious beasts they encountered, it would cost them dearly. Ethan realized he needed to hone his investigative skills to truly broaden his scope. To us, this island is enormous, Ethan murmured, wiping sweat from his brow. I've walked for 2 hours and the environment hasn't changed at all. He reinforced his ice seal shield. Time ticked by, but no vicious beast appeared. Just as he was about to rest, a deep, guttural roar ripped through the silence, shattering the oppressive quiet. It was followed instantly by the sounds of brutal combat. A jolt of adrenaline shot through Ethan. He quickened his pace, drawn toward the commotion. Not long after arriving, Ethan detected 2 powerful entities via his mental energy, a lion-shaped vicious beast and a tiger-shaped one engaged in fierce battle. When people hear vicious beast, they often think of the blazing flame tiger, a mistake. That creature was merely a bloodline vicious beast. On this entire island, only rare bloodline beasts existed. Ethan did not know their true names. Fortunately, he still possessed his analysis watch. Connecting his consciousness to it, the answer flashed instantly. Scorching saber-toothed tiger. The other beast, enveloped by endless gales, was clearly a Wen type. The watch provided its name to Storm Rage Lion. You fire a fireball, I'll unleash a wind blade. The 2 spheres of source energy collided, exploding in ripples that disturbed the surrounding air. They were locked in a desperate struggle, reaching a stalemate. 2 vicious beasts from the 3rd-tier middle realm, Ethan observed, drawing closer. Let's see how much improvement evolution points offer compared to standard points. This was his first encounter with rare-grade bloodline beasts, and he could not help but feel a keen curiosity about the rewards awaiting him. Ethan did not interrupt the fight. Instead, he adopted an almost imperceptible approach, moving with unnatural quietness until his footsteps were drowned out by the clash of energy. His goal was simply prevent them from noticing him and then escape. If they realized he was there, he would only be able to hunt one, a devastating loss. He pressed forward, stopping only when he reached a distance that maximized the range of his winter cage. The battle raged on. Both beasts were visibly wounded, bearing scars of varying sizes and depths. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Ethan clenched his fist. Suddenly, a massive gauge of ice erupted from the ground beneath them, snapping around both vicious beasts and restraining them completely. Startled by this unexpected intervention, the 2 combatants paused their war in a moment of stunned silence, momentarily united against the common threat. Just as they began to strain against the icy prison, Ethan roared a low warning. An immense ice spear materialized out of nowhere. The sheer force of the impact was breathtaking. It struck with astonishing power, reaching an estimated 18 tons. With a single blow, the scorching saber-toothed tiger, which had been closest to him, took a devastating hit, piercing its body and collapsing from excessive blood loss. He killed a third-tier middle realm vicious beast. Scorching saber-toothed tiger. Evolution points increased by 16,000. 16,000 evolution points. Not bad, murmured, his eyes lighting up at the system's confirmation. The storm rage lion, witnessing its comrade fall and the massive energy expenditure, lost all pretense of caution. It charged directly at the ice cage that held it, pouring every ounce of strength into the assault. The resulting recoil was so violent that the lion staggered back, stars flashing before its eyes, blood streaming from its head. Yet, its prison remained only partially shattered, far from allowing escape. Needless to say, what awaited the storm rage lion next was the harvest offered by Ethan. A 5th-tier lower stage, fleeing wounded vicious beast. You killed a 3rd-tier middle realm vicious beast, storm rage lion. Evolution points plus 15,000. Kid, you are utterly useless. You yielded fewer evolution points than a mere scorching saber-toothed tiger. You should be thanking me. Had I not intervened, you would have perished long before facing that scorching saber-toothed tiger. Consider this my debt repaid. Upon hearing the system's cold pronouncement, Ethan couldn't suppress a muttered complaint. He knelt, beginning meticulous dissection of both the scorching saber-toothed tiger and the storm rage lion. First, he sought out the most valuable crystallization. Then came the key components: the tiger's penis and the lion's heart. If their pelts hadn't been damaged, Ethan would have skinned them bare. 5 days had bled into one another. A quarter of this perilous Lost Ruins expedition was already consumed by time. Ethan secured an S-grade herbu, the fiery red lotus. It thrived in a pocket of magma, radiating heat so intense that direct contact was impossible. He spent a grueling half-hour, utilizing his unique ability to freeze the surrounding lava just enough to carefully extract it. Unfortunately, this potent lotus only amplified fire-type yuan energy upon consumption, a niche use for Ethan. Yet he gathered much more. 26 grade C herbs, 11 grade B, and 6 Greyers specimens filled his inventory. Most critically, his evolution points had finally surged past the 100,000 mark. Following a sudden surge of inspiration, he wasted no time. He upgraded his proficiency in the Divine Investigator technique, pushing it from master level to breakthrough, and finally, to ultimate level. This was Orsurden's first skill to reach such an apex. The technique was simply too valuable to ignore. As the number of evolution points on the system panel plummeted, a torrent of countless memories flooded into Ethan's consciousness, a deluge of knowledge and refinement. Soon, he had mastered the Divine Investigator technique at its ultimate zenith. Previously using vast amounts of mental energy, the technique allowed him to achieve a maximum detection radius of 24 kilometers. Now it was exponentially improved. Its peak range reached an even more terrifying 42 kilometers. The increase surpassed 200%. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Ethan's pupils dilated in sudden realization, and he gasped sharply. This was truly ultimate level proficiency, a mastery most practitioners would never attain in a lifetime of grueling practice. It should be noted that this peak performance required his spirit to stabilize just above 2000 Hz. As Ethan's future mental energy continued to rise, the detection range of the Divine Investigator technique was destined for further qualitative leaps. Even after reaching ultimate breakthrough proficiency, under the influence of a dense fog of war and with significant mental expenditure, its range could exceed 15 kilometers. And even using only a minimal reserve of energy, it surpassed 7.5 kilometers. It remained an unparalleled asset. Just as Ethan was basking in the glow of his upgraded Divine Investigator technique, searching for nearby the Crimson Menace with renewed anticipation, a massive silhouette burst into his detection range. It was a colossal spider-shaped vicious beast. 7 legs spanned its bulk, each covered in dense, abundant filaments that looked like mere fluff. In reality, these were countless razor-sharp blades arranged one after another. A slight brush would result in grievous cuts from their lethal edges. Through the analysis watch on his wrist, Ethan identified a trait. This spider-shaped beast was a Vajra demon spider. Based on observed size and height of 3.1 meters, the system concluded that this was a 5th-tier lower stage Vajra demon spider. Several shocking scars marred its back, Originally possessing 8 legs, only 7 remained due to unnatural trauma. Purple blood slowly wept from the mutilated joint. This meant was not merely passing through, it was an injured survivor. I have no idea what kind soul did this to you, but I got off easy. Ethan allowed a faint, predatory smile to curve his lips. The evolution points provided would be immense. Immediately Ethan quickened his pace, heading directly for the wounded Vajra demon spider. This was indeed a 5th-tier lower stage beast. Yes, it possessed the ability to mask spiritual perception. However, given its proximity to Ethan, even if shielded, it would still register on his senses. A short while later, he encountered the fleeing, injured Vajra demon spider. Even wounded, upon sensing that the human before him was only a 4th-tier lower-rank cultivator, instead of bolting away it accelerated. It crawled rapidly on its 7 legs and charged straight at Ethan. For a vicious beast, consuming either its own kind or replenished massive amounts of source energy. After feeding on Ethan, its missing leg would likely regenerate. Upon seeing me, instead of fleeing, you choose to confront me head-on. Interested, Ethan smiled faintly. He immediately activated the skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. A violent burst of frigid air erupted from his body. In an instant, 1, 2 or full 20 ice swords materialized, spinning rapidly and evenly around him like a deadly vortex. Witnessing this terrifying display, the Vajradana spider sensed immediate danger, and instinctively tried to retreat. Still triumphed the run. He too late. At this moment, the distance between man and beast was less than 500 meters. For the vine and spider to escape at such close quarters was nothing short of a fantasy. The next second, Ethan merely waved his hand. Like a sudden, violent squall, one ice saw after another plummeted toward the creature. Seeing no path to flight, it could only prepare to resist. A layer of diamond shield materialized around its body. The ice sword slammed into the Vajra shield, producing deafening impacts. With just 6 swords, deep cracks spiderwebbed across the defense. After consuming approximately 12 more blades, the protective barrier surrounding the Vajra demon spider shattered completely. Suddenly, the creature spun around and spat out a massive strand of sticky Vajra silk. It skillfully deflected the impact of 4 ice swords flying toward it. The remaining blades clattered harmlessly to the ground. The last few ice swords aggravated the wounded beast, but they failed to end its life. Do you think I can only release it once? Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Again. This time the Vajra demon spider offered no resistance. Its death was absolute. A chime, a sterile digital sound, pierced Ethan's ears. He received a message. You killed the 5th-tier lower stage vicious beast, Vajra demon spider. Evolution points plus 90,000. Ethan narrowed his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He felt an immediate pull toward this creature. It was clearly a rare bloodline. How could a mere vicious beast yield such a substantial bounty? After a moment of deep thought, the reason clicked into place. The Vajra demon spider hadn't fallen naturally. It had been wounded before Ethan arrived, and its attacker wasn't his teammate. Therefore, the system was compensating for the prior damage by reducing the accrued evolution points. Unexpected variables always complicated the equation. Just as he prepared to step forward and harvest the crystal core from the spider's cooling corpse, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. Several figures rushed into view. Leading it was a young man with striking blonde hair. Ethan raised an eyebrow. He recognized them instantly, the same group who had nearly thrown sand in his eyes before, and their purpose for appearing now. You! Get out of here! This is my prey, the blonde youth declared. The vocabulary was simple enough, and Ethan understood the implication perfectly. Why should I? I killed this Vajra demon spider. His voice was cold, carrying no hint of retreat. The core of a single specimen was worth tens of millions, a sum that demanded more than mere indifference from him. Just because we were the first to discover it, and we did the initial damage. Xiang Jun's expression was already curdling with impatience. Otherwise, do you think could have taken it down by yourself? As if on cue, a palpable pressure descended upon Ethan. The surrounding bodyguards unleashed their aura. Ethan's eyes narrowed in assessment. While all of them possessed only A-level abilities, they were formidable 5th-order upper realms. In a one-on-one duel, he wouldn't have flinched. His chances would have been far from negligible. But facing multiple opponents changed the calculus entirely. He acted with decisive economy, foregoing any further argument. Strength for itself in this world, and since winning was impossible, arguing was pointless. Retreat was the only logical move. Without hesitation, Ethan spun around, casting an ice seal shield over himself before unleashing a rapid succession of ice extreme flash. He dissolved into a beam of frigid light, retreating swiftly from the scene. "This kid knows what's good for him," Xiangjun sneered, waving dismissively. "Come on, let's dissect this Vajra demon spider together." The bodyguards flanking him nodded in unison and followed. Feeling immediate danger had passed, Ethan slowed his pace until he was almost stationary. He received another message. The bodyguards next to him are all 5th Order upper realms with rank abilities. My chances of survival right now are extremely slim. Leaning against a silver iron tree, one hand braced on the cold metal, Ethan shook his head. "However, if I can break through the 4th tier middle rank, coupled with a 5th tier guardian talisman, they might not be a match." His gaze hardened, focusing inward. 4th tier middle rank. Ethan's mind stirred and the system panel materialized before him. Evolution points 116,000. Realm 4th tier lower rank. He had accumulated 116,000 evolution points. It was a staggering amount, yet it still fell short of the requirements for the next breakthrough. "I still need to keep grinding," he muttered, determination hardening his voice. This vicious beast offered significantly more points than usual. I must make the most of this opportunity. After a moment's pause, Ethan continued deeper into the ruins, activating the skilled divine investigator technique. He left his perception of mental energy spread out, continuing his search for and hunt of any remaining vicious beasts. Mike, one from the White Continent Alliance Esper. His small country had fallen into decline, making it utterly dependent on the powerful Kingdom of Sunset. When 2 passes to number 7 Lost Ruin were accidentally obtained, the ruling council intended to trade them to the Sunset Kingdom for vital resources. But Mike and John, the 2 strongest Espers in their nation, had intervened. Both had awakened with their rank abilities and stood at the 4th tier upper rank. They argued there was no need to surrender the passes, they could simply enter number 7 Lost Ruin and extract unimaginable wealth. The king eventually conceded. After all, while subordinate to the Sunset Kingdom, and enjoying its protection, their vassal state still owed a massive yearly tribute. There was, in essence, a resource reserve for the empire. The potential gain far outweighed the loss of 2 passes. They were desperate enough to accept the risk. If they could find valuable resources within number 7 Lost Ruin, it would be a monumental step towards saving their country. But in their feverish excitement over the prospect of revival, they overlooked one critical detail. "Ah, Joan, I'm so sorry," Mike screamed at the top of his lungs. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head as if struck by an invisible blow. During their exploration, misfortune had been relentless. He had run into a 5th tier lower stage vicious beast, and John, who had accompanied him, perished in its jaws while attempting to cover Mike's retreat. Mike managed to escape, but the victory was hollowed out by devastation. If he had known it was this place, he would never have risked entering number 7 Lost Ruin. He should have remained safely back in China. Self-reproach, fear, regret, despair, endless negative emotions swirled within him, threatening to shatter his very spirit. The ruin would close in less than 10 days until he had to leave. Without John, how was he supposed to endure this remaining time? And there were others like him among the ruins. They all believed they were merely seeking treasure, soaring on the promise of wealth. But they neglected their own fragile strength. I regret not selling that number 7 Lost Ruin pass back then. In a place like this, though euphemistically called accessible only to 4th level Espers, it was in reality a domain where 5th order Espers could easily operate. A T4 Esper was so powerful that even many vicious beasts might struggle against them. How then could they guarantee their own safety? Breakthrough, 4th tier middle rank. A treasure had appeared. Ethan's perspective applied to the vast majority of 4th level Esper students, but unfortunately, it was not suited for Ethan. At this moment, his focus remained entirely on the relentless hunt for vicious beasts. He killed a 3rd tier middle realm vicious beast, Storm Rage Lion, gaining 15,000 evolution points. He defeated a 3 high-rank vicious beast, giant lava snail, gaining 25,000 evolution points. The value of the vicious beasts here lay not in their sheer number, but in their terrifying quality. 3 more days bled into one another. That night, deep within a secluded mountain cave, Ethan summoned the system panel. His current evolution points were 240,000. His realm was 4th tier lower rank. Just as he had anticipated, Ethan selected Breakthrough. Without the slightest hesitation, he pressed the button next to his current realm. 200,000 evolution points vanished into nothingness. The very next moment, an overwhelming tide of ice-type yuan energy erupted from within Ethan's body. It was not a gentle flow, it was a violent surge. While he did not fear explosion, he needed every ounce of his concentration to contain the force. The fluctuation in source energy was magnitudes greater than the breakthrough to 4th tier lower rank. This time, the leap to 4th tier middle rank felt fundamentally different. An intensely terrifying wave of ice-type yuan energy burst forth instantly, sweeping and spreading outwards like a tidal wave. The surrounding bedrock, unable to withstand the sheer pressure, splintered into countless fragments that rained down around him. Layer upon layer of thick, crystalline ice enveloped Ethan, cocooning him completely. From any distance, he appeared nothing more than a statue encased in glacial armor. A battle team from New East Lansing was not resting. They continued their trek through the night. They were drawn forward by an inexplicable sensation, a subtle, creeping chill. Though the coldness was barely perceptible, 2 individuals felt it acutely: one, an S-rank spirit-type ability user, and the other a battle team leader whose realm had already reached the 5th tier mid-stage. Chill. He dismissed the thought of it being merely the dropping night temperature. Dao was an island ringed by boundless lava. At its core lay a massive active volcano. The temperature could not possibly plummet at night. Even if a breeze passed through, it would only be hot air. Therefore this cold felt utterly unnatural. He became convinced that this chill signaled the imminent unearthing of a treasure. After all, an ice element vicious beast simply could not exist on this island. An even breakthrough realm. That was even more impossible. A breakthrough required immense preparation. It couldn't happen so abruptly in such a volatile place. If they ruled out those 2 impossibilities, the appearance of a hidden treasure remained the only plausible explanation. They knew Dao to be dangerous, but danger was merely a variable. High risk meant high reward. They had come here specifically for fortune. It was this audacious ambition that had carried their battle team to this very spot. He even owed his current favor to the king and possessed 5 passes into number 7 Lost Ruin from the New East Lansing nation. It was a pity then that the chill erupted so suddenly. For the next 10 minutes, the captain felt nothing. Ethan Breakthrough. The chilling sensation accompanying a realm shift varied wildly in intensity. At this distance, all he could sense was the strongest wave of it yet. "Captain, which way should we proceed?" a teammate asked from behind him. The battle team captain fell silent. Was Dao genuinely making an error in judgment? Never mind. He finally sighed. "Let's go back to sleep." 3 minutes after the entire team had retreated, the chill returned with renewed vigor. Unwavering, the captain led his team to change direction again. Then, the cold vanished. The chill returns, then it withdraws. Because the intervals were so vast, and the terrain so rugged, he could only pinpoint a general vector for the source of the cold, never its exact location. "Captain, are we still going?" a teammate whispered beside him. "I'm not going," the captain stated flatly. "We are returning to sleep." He waved his hand with unusual irritation. Ethan remained utterly oblivious to Dao's involvement with the New East Land battle team. Even if he were aware, he would have paid it no mind. His attention was fixed on a far more compelling mystery: the boost that followed Breakthrough. No need for further explanation, he needed to examine his attributes first. His spirit was 2,620 Hz. His chew blood was 7,900 calories. That's Daraftham. Ethan's heart hammered against his ribs, and his breathing quickened. He knew Dao's improvement would be significant, but he hadn't anticipated this magnitude. Before entering number 7 Lost Ruin, Ethan had reviewed his previous stats: spirit 2,020 Hz, Q blood 6,100 calories. But now, the spirit jumped by a full 600 Hz. And the Q blood that was even more staggering. It had increased by 1,800 calories, bringing him alarmingly close to the 2,000 mark. Ethan threw out a few casual punches. He felt the surging power of the Q blood within his body, like an ocean unleashed. If he encountered the fairy saber-toothed tiger now, he wouldn't need to employ any skills. With just one punch, the beast could be left half dead. Would I be considered a Wu Song from another world? Ethan was in such good spirits that he couldn't help but joke about himself. It was fair to say that Ethan had become a true attribute monster. A general a rank ability 5th order upper realm Esper, even with decent body tempering technique cultivation, wouldn't measure up on paper to the current 4th tier middle rank of Ethan. Coupled with the purity of his source energy, and his far superior skill proficiency, even several such Espers might not be enough to challenge him. Not bad at all. Ethan nodded slowly. He was profoundly satisfied with the man he had become. If he ever encountered Blondie youth and Caucasian bodyguard again, he could now fight them on equal footing. For now, though, Ethan yawned. The night was deep. After the initial adrenaline rush, the accumulated fatigue from a day's journey, combined with the sheer exhaustion of calming his source energy riots, overwhelmed him instantly. Why was this cave so drafty? Ethan looked around and, noticing the ice chips glittering on the edge of the rock face, realized that he had indeed broken through the residual energy from the realm shift. "Never mind what's done," Ethan murmured. "Let's go to sleep." His mind stirred and the space ring on his finger flashed with a soft light. The next second, a massive, protective tent materialized before him. The next day dawned with relentless purpose. Ethan, having reached the 4th tier middle rank, did not pause for rest. His pursuit of the Crimson Menace was a consuming hunger. A 3rd tier middle realm fiery saber-toothed tiger fell before him, granting 16,000 evolution points. A 4th tier lower rank lava boar offered an even richer haul, 45,000 points. The accumulation of power felt like the steady thrumming heartbeat beneath his boots. The island itself was an enormous oval expanse, its sheer scale compounded by a pervasive clinging that turned every trek into a navigational puzzle. Time became Ethan's most valuable commodity. He spent his days traversing the misty wilderness. 2 days later, at high noon, exhaustion finally guided him toward a shallow cave, a temporary sanctuary. But just as he settled in, a profound, gut-shaking tremor ripped through the ground beneath him. What was that? An earthquake. Ethan frowned, his senses immediately heightened. Regardless of its cause, instinct screamed at him to leave. He moved swiftly, abandoning the cave mouth. As soon as he cleared the threshold, the violent vibration vanished into absolute silence. Turning back, Ethan found it a mirror, materialized seemingly from nothingness within the cavern. Yet, this was no ordinary reflective surface. When he approached, it did not show his own image. Instead, it displayed a scene utterly foreign to him. What is happening? He moved closer, drawn by an inexplicable force. A mere glance, and Ethan felt a dizzying sense of disorientation, as if the mirror itself were magical, humming with a silent invitation to be pulled into its depths. Not far away along a winding mountain path, a blonde youth was escorted by 4 muscular Caucasian bodyguards. The youth finished speaking, and one of the guards immediately handed him a glass of water. Suddenly the ground bucked beneath them. A powerful tremor shook their formation. What was that? Was it an earthquake? Quickly! Shield the young master. They scrambled for cover, adrenaline spiking in their veins. But less than a minute later, the violent shaking ceased as abruptly as it began, leaving the group standing amidst palpable confusion. "Let's delve and take a look," the blonde youth Xiangjun commanded, his voice laced with authority. "Yes, young master." The bodyguards nodded in practiced deference. Emma. Ethan murmured the name softly, studying the cryptic results displayed on his analysis watch. It confirmed what he suspected. Such mirrors were indeed found within lost ruins. But previous appearances had been recorded elsewhere. This was its first documented manifestation in the 7th lost ruin. Of course, as possible, the records were incomplete. A mirror of time and space, by its very name, suggested a connection to other times and dimensions. Ethan felt the principle echoed that of an underground world passage, yet this mirror felt far more volatile, more random in its appearance. The watch offered further warnings. Once inside, one would encounter all sorts of different things, and based on current information, rare rewards might be received. Crucially, It warned that the crystal-clear surface would become murky upon entry, rendering it inaccessible until the occupant departed. Furthermore, when the person left, the entire realm would shatter, only to reappear elsewhere at an unknown time. Ethan hesitated for a fraction of a second, then made his choice. His primary goal in reaching the seventh lost ruin was the acquisition of rare treasures, and this mirror represented the greatest potential haul. He took a few decisive steps forward. His entire form passed through the shimmering surface, and instantly, he was displaced into another space. Simultaneously, the once pristine glass surface grew clouded, its clarity dissolving like smoke in the wind. Several minutes later, Fengyang and his bodyguards arrived at the cave mouth. They stopped dead, confronted by the incongruous mirror. "Young master, this is the mirror of time and space," one of Fengyang's more informed guards explained, detailing the potential dangers and rewards within. The information presented matched Ethan's analysis watch exactly. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in quickly," Fengyang exclaimed, pumping his fist with eager impatience. "Emma." He seemed genuinely desperate to enter. "Young master, if I may tell you the truth," another bodyguard began, but was cut off by a sharp intake of breath. The mirror was already murky. Someone had entered. Fengyang's face fell into a mask of profound displeasure. Someone beat him to it. But then his calculating mind kicked back into gear. He was an awakening, a rank ability 5th tier lower stage Esper, backed by 4 bodyguards from the powerful 5th order upper realm. The mirror allowed only one person at a time. Since no one else was visible, the entrant must be a lone wolf. A lone wolf, Fengyang thought with predatory delight. At most an Esper of the highest 5th order upper realm, can he truly face 5 opponents alone? Not to mention, he carried the 5th tier guardian talisman, his parents, prepared enough to withstand 3 full force attacks from a 5th rank upper tier Esper. This time, Fengyang whispered to himself, a triumphant gleam in his eye. "Victory is mine." He gazed expectantly at the clouded mirror. Hopefully, someone will emerge soon. As Ethan gazed up at the abyssal blackness of the sky, a sudden burst of cerulean light enveloped his entire form. Yet he felt no surprise, no alarm, only a detached observation. As the brilliant blue glow slowly faded, the floor beneath him shuddered and abruptly split open. From the widening chasm emerged several colossal spheres, descending with slow, ominous grace. Then, strange, incomprehensible words began to resonate from nowhere, echoing in the void. "What kind of nonsense is this?" Ethan murmured, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his face. Even if he had instantly realized the gravity of the situation and activated his analysis watch, it would have been useless. The watch knew nothing of Emma regarding this event. Under Ethan's incredulous gaze, the giant spheres did not merely hover, they transformed. In a blink, their perfect spherical forms warped and solidified into mechanical chassis. There were 4 of them in total. By his quick assessment, they stood between 2 and 3 meters tall, comparable in size to modern industrial robots on Earth. 2 were clearly designed for ranged assault, while the other pair specialized in close-quarters combat. The 2 milli-units moved with impossible speed, charging toward Ethan in a bizarrely coordinated manner. Their footsteps struck the floating platform with sharp, rhythmic cracks. The remaining 2 ranged robots remained fixed, raising their cannons before unleashing a rapid barrage of missiles. These projectiles were aimed directly at Ethan's location on another section of the platform. "So, I have to fight all 4. Ethan narrowed his eyes, a reluctant acceptance settling over him. But since the confrontation had reached this point, resistance was futile. They intended to attack. A warning find in his mind, the other side had already launched a missile. "Ice shield." A low whisper preceded the instantaneous manifestation of an ice shield around him. Before any combat could truly begin, Ethan always established his perimeter defense. It was instinctual. Ice extreme flash. He then channeled the skill, allowing himself to relocate with blinding speed. The incoming missiles narrowly missed their mark. "Come and fight." Faced with the 2 charging robots, Ethan showed no sign of panic. Instead, he summoned the cold river sky-splitting spear from his space ring and charged straight into the melee. The spear collided with a robot's mechanical arm, sending up a shower of metallic sparks. Ethan swiftly retracted the weapon, his brow furrowing in concentration. This machine was formidable, it had nearly left his own arm numb. If this level of power was to be met, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. As the ice-type Ethan energy within him surged, 20 razor-sharp ice swords materialized, swirling around Ethan like a protective vortex. He waved his hand dramatically, and in the next second, the swords erupted outward like a crystalline storm. The effect was devastating. Despite the robot's quick evasive maneuvers, one of their arms was cleanly severed. At that moment, the ranged units completed reloading and launched a second wave of missiles. Frost Spear Continuous Attack. Even as the ice swords were still active, Ethan wielding his spear in continuous motion. Each thrust carried an aura resembling a dragon's wake. He fought fiercely against two robots, or rather, one and a half. Ethan could evade every incoming missile. Two struck him, shattering the protective ice seal shield. As time marched on, Ethan transitioned from merely matching the combined force of the three machines to gaining a distinct upper hand. The key for Spear Continuous Attack lay in its escalating combo. It grew stronger with every passing blow. Now, his casual strikes carried an impact force exceeding 50 tons. Ethan took 2 measured steps back, then launched forward with an ice extreme flash, delivering a surprise assault. The Cold River Spear pierced the exterior plating of one robot, exposing its intricate wiring and components. But just as he anticipated victory, the machine suddenly flashed bright red and charged toward him at extreme velocity. Seeing this, Ethan understood. It was attempting self-destruction. Fortunately, he used Ice Extreme Flash to maintain continuous displacement, allowing him to then deploy the ice seal shield against the resulting shockwave of the explosion. One robot was neutralized. Only 3 remained on the platform. 1 against 3. The advantage is mine. Ethan's lips curled into a slight, predatory smile as he raised the Cold River sky-splitting spear and strode forward. Master-level spearmanship. 5 strikes per second was nothing. Within seconds, one of the remaining robots was riddled with holes, unable to withstand the relentless assault. From then on, only the 2 ranged units remained. After their melee counterparts were dealt with, the originally green pupils in the surviving machines instantly shifted to a far more menacing red. We need to finish this quickly, Ethan thought, sensing something deeply wrong. The distance between them was still too great for an immediate pursuit. Therefore, Ethan unleashed Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Instantly, 20 ice swords appeared, spinning rapidly around him. Suddenly, 2 brilliant red laser beams erupted from the remaining robots. A perfect opportunity. Ethan pushed off with his thigh and leaped into the air. With his physical prowess, he could jump 5 meters. Combined with Ice Extreme Flash, the distance to the lasers expanded rapidly. Gotham controlled and summoned an ice sword. At the precise moment the 2 robots fired their beams, the sword flew toward both targets simultaneously. The next second, a thick, crystalline ice fog descended. Though the mist had not yet dissipated, Ethan knew that both machines were gone. The laser energy itself was extinguished. What are you mumbling about? Ethan raised an eyebrow at the strange display of text. What followed was a stream of cryptic, incomprehensible words that still defied his understanding. Though he had successfully dismantled all the robots, Ethan did not relax. He remained intensely vigilant. His right hand gripped the Cold River sky-splitting spear tightly, his gaze fixed on the unknown expanse ahead. Dragon blood, ice crystal glazed fruit, myriad flower ice mirror. Ethan had been staring ahead, every muscle coiled in anticipation of another wave of assault. But with the sudden reappearance of the 3 great lights and the mirror of time and space, a profound relaxation washed over him. It seemed he had finally received a reward. The appearance of the mirror of time and space meant one thing: freedom. As the residual light faded, 3 magnificent treasures materialized before Ethan's eyes, appearing sequentially from left to right. The first was a minuscule test tube holding a viscous fluid of icy blue blood. This substance was labeled dragon blood specifically. The heart and soul of a Stardust Realm 8th rank middle stage vicious beast known as the Dragon Cream King. A cautionary glat glowed beneath it. Not for internal consumption, life-threatening. It was strictly for external application, to be absorbed into the skin. Capable of greatly enhancing physical strength. Upon analyzing the substance, Ethan's heart leaped with elation. Dragon-type vicious beasts were guaranteed to be at least Tier 7 realm, Tier 7 ferocious beasts, nothing less. Yet, even his analysis watch could not pinpoint the exact species. He resolved that a professional scan would be necessary once he returned to school. The first treasure is remarkable. Let's see what the second holds. Ethan's anticipation sharpened into keen focus as he shifted his gaze. Secondly, it was a fruit defying the cold. Its surface was dusted with delicate, silky ice crystals, while within its core pulsed with a faint, silvery liquid sheen. The analysis watch revealed its name, ice crystal glazed fruit. Its effect was deceptively simple. It surpassed even the potency of the sky tree's fruit. It could not only boost the activity of ice-type yuan energy in the body, but ought also purify and eliminate impurities within the source energy itself. Of course, Ethan's current constitution was too fragile for direct consumption. It would require careful processing into a medicinal pill, taken slowly over time. The third item was a scroll, but not one woven from bamboo. This was an impossibly soft, ethereal screen. This is. Ethan stepped forward, taking the scroll and unrolling it with painstaking slowness. As the material unfurled, a projection shimmered into existence. The majority of the text presented defied his comprehension. Even the analysis watch struggled to decipher its meaning. Only 3 letters stood out clearly: SS+. Could these words be related to the sounds he could not understand moments ago? Ethan mused, making an educated guess. But guesswork was useless without knowledge. He did not know the character for Diao. So what did it mean? In reality, this text originated from the planet Etheria Prime, and its content was none other than the SS- rank skill, Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. Next came the introduction to the skill itself. Myriad First Mirror can condense a colossal ice mirror from cold water to defend against attacks. The surface of this mirror is covered with countless tiny planes, designed to disperse the impact of incoming strikes. Ethan still could not parse the words. But when the text vanished, the projected video began, and suddenly, understanding clicked into place. So this is a skill scroll. He nodded slightly, comprehension dawning. Even if I cannot understand the language now, I should be able to learn the entry-level techniques through these lessons. He lowered his head, pondering the character Dao in silence. An SS-level skill must possess unimaginable power. A deep sense of satisfaction settled over him as he carefully installed the skill scroll into his space ring. After storing all the treasures within his space ring, Ethan remained motionless for a long moment. The quiet profound, but it lacked the thrill of an immediate challenge. He had hoped for another confrontation like this, yet none seemed forthcoming. Still, disappointment was a luxury he could not afford. These rewards were more than enough. "It is time to leave," he murmured softly. He took a few steps and stood before the mirror of time and space. Through its surface he could see the world outside, visible from within. This is. His eyes narrowed upon seeing the group of people waiting in ambush just beyond the mirror's threshold. Drawing on lessons learned through bitter experience, Ethan understood their intent perfectly. First, he activated an ice shield around himself. Then, utilizing the mirror of time and space, they traversed time and space, returning to the 7th vault. Meanwhile, outside, the exterior remained murky. Few knew that Ethan was using the mirror of time and space. Once emerged, the initiative fell entirely into Ethan's hands, and he naturally moved first. He used Ice Extreme Flash, teleporting backward to instantly create distance between himself and his assailants. "Someone is coming out. It's you." The blondie youth, Xiang Jun, spoke. A flicker surprise in his voice quickly replaced by delight. They were merely 4th-tier lower-rank espers, barely meeting the standard for entry into the 7th vault, and utterly incapable of withstanding their combined assault. Eldoria Dominion people have already reached 4th-tier middle rank. It is real now. That's it, 4th-tier middle rank. Stop talking nonsense and just attack. A fierce mask settled over Xiang Jun's face. The others reacted instantly, unleashing a flurry of skills. Some were dodged, but others struck true. Yet, the 1st-tier Guardian talisman glowing on Ethan's fingertip pulsed with cold light, and backed by the Ice Seal shield, he deflected every blow effortlessly. Winter Cage, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Ethan's counterattack was equally swift. First, he used Winter Cage, trapping the group in a crystalline prison, before unleashing his most potent skill in rapid succession, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. In the next instant, 20 razor-sharp ice swords materialized simultaneously. The blades flew out. The cavern was narrow, restricting movement, and the Winter Cage added a layer of confinement. Two figures could not evade in time and were struck by the deadly torrent of ice swords. A single strike carried an impact force exceeding 10 tons, not to mention 20 such blows. They were easily pierced through the chest, collapsing to the cold stone floor. Mistress. Mistress 4. Xiang Jun was stunned into silence. The aura emanating from Ethan wasn't that fourth-tier middle-rank esper. How could it be so overwhelming? But Xiang Jun had no time to process his shock. In a moment, another Keihin bodyguard beside him crumpled and fell. Young master. What should we do? The last bodyguard stammered, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Young master. Young master.
Xiang Jun's fate was sealed. Sarah slipped away into the shadows. It was a profound pity that his young master would never look back at him, for Xiang Jun had already vanished from the cave entrance before he could even reach it. The last of the Caucasian bodyguards fell to Ethan with a few precise shots. They ran away, Ethan questioned, his voice laced with disbelief. Do you truly believe escape is an option here? He did not intend to let Xiang Jun off so easily. Xiang Jun also departed the cave mouth, but Ethan was in no hurry to descend the mountain. Instead, he began by activating the skill Divine Investigator technique. After all, a person's true potential is only unleashed when they are running for their lives. This meant Xiang Jun might not follow the predictable path down the slope. Despite this, Xiang Jun's awakening, a spirit ability at the level A, and his current realm of the 5th tier, lower stage provided excellent protection against spiritual detection. Yet purely in terms of raw attributes, Ethan's own spirit attribute surpassed Xiang Jun's. Furthermore, Ethan's Divine Investigator technique was at its ultimate level. These accumulated evolution points were not meaningless. It was therefore effortless for him to trace Xiang Jun's trail. As anticipated, the man was indeed scrambling up and down the rocks, descending the mountain from a different direction, a clear attempt to evade detection. I found you, Ethan murmured, allowing a faint smile to touch his lips. At this moment, he exuded the predatory aura of a great wolf stalking a vulnerable white rabbit. I'll come down the mountain in this direction. You won't be able to find me. Xiang Jun's face held no trace of grief for his fallen bodyguard, only the exhilaration of having survived a near-fatal encounter. I survived, Xiang Jun said with a faint smile. Your mission is complete. You can finally rest in peace. Sensing a figure rapidly approaching from above, Xiang Jun's eyes widened suddenly. He looked up, gazing upward in sudden alarm. Seeing that escape was impossible, Xiang Jun gave up on evasion and resolved instead to fight Ethan until his last breath. So you aren't planning to run away after all? Perfect, Ethan chuckled softly. That suits both of us. The outcome was self-evident. Ethan would win easily. Yet, what truly surprised him was that the man also possessed a 5th-tier guardian talisman. Judging by the 4 bodyguards who had accompanied him, Xiang Jun must be someone of considerable importance, someone with powerful forces backing him. However, Ethan remained unconcerned. With the system at his disposal, victory was inevitable. Thank you for the gift, Ethan said, looking down at Xiang Jun's lifeless body. He retrieved the space ring and the 5th-tier guardian talisman from Xiang Jun's hands. After his death, the spirit mark on the space ring faded away. This allowed Ethan to freely pour mental energy into it for exploration. Although he couldn't claim ownership or store items within it, taking things out was still permissible. This is simply a treasure trove, Ethan exclaimed with renewed excitement. Thank you for the gift. It turned out that this space ring was not just any container. It was a storage unit measuring 10 cubic meters, identical to the one his girlfriend, Clara, wore. It contained an abundance of cultivation resources. Although Ethan's own wealth already covered his resource expenses for a long time, acquiring something for free still felt immensely satisfying. He carefully selected several crucial cultivation resources and deposited them into his own space ring. As for the recovered ring itself, Ethan did not keep it. He was too cautious. If this item had location tracking capabilities, he would be immediately traced back to him. Ethan did not want to expose himself so soon. It was true that he possessed a system, but it still required time to develop fully. With these thoughts in mind, Ethan wiped away his fingerprints and hurled the space ring straight down from a height of 1,000 meters. A few hours later, on the other side. Idiot! Quickly chase after her. Don't let this beautiful girl get away. The members of the Crimson Coast Nation battle team were furious. Not long ago, they had stumbled upon a remarkable mushroom. From a distance, it was covered in fine purple scales that shimmered with a faint blue light when illuminated. The center of its cap was slightly concave and darker a deep violet like a midnight sky, while the surrounding area faded into a lighter shade of purple. A ring of lightning swirled around it. Upon seeing this, they were all filled with excitement and elation. They believed this to be an SS-rank resource, the Phantom Thunder Mushroom. Just as they prepared to step forward and claim their prize, something unexpected happened. A slender figure flashed past quickly, accompanied by a burst of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the Phantom Thunder Mushroom vanished. As their gaze settled on him, the fleeing figure came into view. With his long, flowing silver hair, they immediately thought of the Ethelgard Empire girl they had once tried to flirt with, the very incident that prompted their earlier remarks. The group gave chase instantly. Despite their relentless pursuit, Sarah had no intention of engaging them in combat. If victory was not guaranteed, why risk action when escape was possible? This wasn't a virtual reality if he were hurt here. A series of deep, resonant booms echoed through the air, followed by a sudden splash that broke the silence. It's raining. As Sarah enjoyed her meal, she looked out of the cave mouth, and her thoughts began to drift into memory. When she was little, rainy days had been her greatest delight. She remembered sitting by the window, watching the raindrops fall from the sky and tracing the ripples they spread across the ground. The simple act brought her profound peace, yet her father would always arrive, demanding that she continue with her training, regardless of how tired she was. Sarah's great-grandfather, Arthur, had been the founding president of Grand Citadel Academy. Unfortunately, the family fortune had dwindled over time. Arthur had contracted an incurable disease in his youth while fighting a vicious beast, and both his son and that son's son had proven to be mediocre talents. Only Sarah possessed the S-level Thunder Element ability, Jade Purity Divine Thunder. From that point on, her father placed immense hopes upon her shoulders, making him relentlessly strict with her training. This plant was known as the Mystic Orchid. It consisted of two parts, flowers and vines. They typically thrived in the dark corners of the cave, often serving as a trap for vicious beasts drawn to the cavern, but humans were no exception. At this moment, they had spotted their prey and became even more agitated. The orchid bloomed on its own initiative, employing a slow, insidious approach. The hallucinogenic substance within it was released gradually, unnoticed by anyone nearby. What is happening? Suddenly, Sarah snapped out of her reverie and returned to the present moment. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, betraying that she had noticed something deeply wrong. But by then, it was too late. The insidious nature of this psychedelic chi body meant it possessed a critical threshold. Below that point, the prey had minimal chance of reacting, but above it, even if the victim fought back, resistance was futile. Ultimately, All they could do was face the fate of being consumed by the enchanting orchid. In an instant, she felt a profound weakness wash over her, and her head began to spin. Her knees buckled, and her body collapsed. Her two long, slender legs were no longer capable of supporting her weight, spreading out straight due to inertia. Kingston Dan, in this urgent moment. Sarah quickly used the last vestiges of her strength to retrieve a fourth-tier Kingston pill from her space ring. The ingredients within medicinal pills contained a variety of herbs with a grade and S-grade related effects, making them exceptionally potent. A single pill could be worth millions of blue star coins. To Sarah's surprise, even the fourth-grade Clear Mind pill had no effect. Moreover, she felt something else entirely, a different sensation. Her whole body felt increasingly hot, a burning that created an irresistible urge to shed her confining clothes. Although Sarah was inexperienced in such matters, this intensely strange feeling forced her to confront the reality of her current predicament. At the same time, "There is a cave up ahead. Why don't we spend the night there?" After defeating Noah and his group, Ethan continued tracking vicious beasts through the wilderness until night fell. Initially, Ethan had planned to find an open, flat area where he could set up a tent for the night. Unfortunately, the weather proved uncooperative. A series of deep rumbles shook the air. Just as Ethan was setting up his shelter, a thunderclap exploded overhead, its immense sound echoing throughout the valley. Following that, raindrops began to fall, each one the size of a bean. "Ice Seal Shield," Ethan whispered the incantation, and a protective layer of ice enveloped him. Soon after, he stored the tent within his space ring. He then moved away from the spot, seeking shelter from the downpour in a nearby cave. "Oh, there is a cave here." As they walked, Ethan discovered an opening, and his eyes widened in surprise. He entered immediately, but the scene before him caused his pupils to dilate, and he froze in place. Following his gaze, he saw a silver-haired beauty collapsed on the ground, her eyes filled with a seductive allure. Combined with the delicate beauty mark near the corner of her eye, she appeared even more captivating. Her red lips were slightly parted, and her face held an unnatural flush of color. This person was none other than Sarah. In the air, there lingered a faint layer of purple-pink mist. Upon seeing Ethan's appearance, a hint of surprise flickered in Sarah's beautiful eyes. "Perhaps there is hope for me." Even so, Sarah managed to gather all her remaining strength and shook her head slightly. The purpose was clear: to prevent Ethan from entering without permission. In mere moments, Ethan understood the gravity of the situation. Senior sister Sarah must have been heavily influenced by this pale purple-pink mist. Since they were acquaintances, Ethan could not simply stand by while she suffered. But the problem remained: how could they save her? This was crucial. Despite his ice-type ability, it possessed a natural effect of suppressing strong emotions. However, Ethan was unsure if his special ability could withstand the influence of this pale purple-pink mist. After all, he had never experienced such a thing firsthand. Therefore, Ethan did not enter the cave directly. Instead, he used his extremely refined control over the ice-type yuan energy within his body to generate an ice vine. The icy tendrils surged forward, tightly binding Sarah. Subsequently, Ethan withdrew the vines, and Sarah, who had collapsed on the ground, was gently pulled out. Not far away, Ilara, having witnessed her cooked duck fly away, was consumed by fury. But despite its rage, it could only choose between being a coward or living a cowardly life. It was indeed skilled at releasing psychedelic substances, but without a closed space, the effect of those substances would be greatly diminished. Moreover, its actual combat capability was surprisingly weak. The vines were so fragile that they could be severed by nothing more than an ordinary dagger, let alone an alloy blade. "Ethan, Jr., thank you." Sarah quickly spoke her thanks. However, the words sounded somewhat hollow and strained. The hallucinatory effects had not yet dissipated. She still lacked the strength to muster a proper voice, managing only a few difficult syllables. "It's fine," Ethan waved his hand dismissively. Yet the psychedelic effect did not vanish, meaning that the burning sensation throughout Sarah's body persisted. But with people nearby, she could only endure it and suppress the rising heat. "Senior Sister Sarah, why don't you take off your battle suit?" Ethan suggested, his tone serious. Upon hearing these words, Sarah was momentarily stunned. Ethan possessed a cool and handsome appearance, coupled with a genuinely pleasant demeanor qualities that suited her taste. She naturally felt some positive regard for him. But wouldn't it be too hasty to do so under these circumstances? Sarah blushed deeply. Junior Ethan, Sarah's pearly teeth gently bit her red lips, which, combined with the beauty mark near the corner of her eye, made her look both alluring and captivating. To prove his point, Ethan walked behind Sarah, sat down, and closed his eyes. Hearing his words, Sarah finally understood what had transpired. She realized she had misinterpreted the situation entirely. Yet she could not fault herself. Her thoughts were merely a reflection of the lingering influence of the psychedelic body. Although Ethan kept his eyes shut, Sarah still felt an intense wave of shyness wash over her. Minutes later, she slowly shed her battle suit, revealing a back as smooth and flawless as jade. "Are you finished?" Seeing that Sarah remained silent for several minutes, Ethan finally prompted her to speak. Okay, Sarah nodded slightly, "then I will begin." Upon hearing her reply, Ethan mobilized the source energy within his body, gathering it into his palm. He held his hand not far from Sarah's back, and an icy cold energy began to seep into her skin. He worried that she might struggle to adapt. Initially, Ethan released only a faint trickle of the chilling power. Even this minuscule amount made Sarah feel as exposed and chilled as wearing short sleeves on a snowy day. Despite the discomfort, she gritted her teeth and held fast. Gradually, Ethan increased the flow of ice-cold chi. The hallucinogenic energy within Sarah's body began to recede, suppressing its influence. This process brought increasing clarity to her mind. Despite being fully conscious, the wave of shyness that kept welling up inside her was no less potent. What if Junior Ethan wasn't closing his eyes, but was secretly admiring your beautiful form? Impossible. How could Junior Ethan be such a person? He is going to work early. Why would he need to admire me so much? At this moment, within Sarah's heart, two voices clashed, one insistent and suggestive, the other protective and rational. The first voice pressed its point of view relentlessly, while the second countered with unwavering support. Ultimately, however, the gentle, reasoned voice prevailed. 10 minutes later, "Senior Sister Sarah, how are you feeling?" Ethan asked. Since he had kept his eyes closed, he could not gauge what was happening outside. Asking questions was their only means of assessing the situation. "Okay, I'm all done," Sarah replied. The burning sensation across her body had indeed vanished completely. However, the strength in her thighs had not yet returned, leaving her slumped on the ground and unable to stand. After speaking, she retrieved a new silver-white battle suit from her space ring and dressed in it. "Junior Ethan, I'm all better now," she said. Hearing this, Ethan opened his eyes. What met his gaze was Sarah's face, etched with profound gratitude and the relief of having survived disaster. If it were not for him, she could not fathom the unspeakable dangers she would have faced. The words spoken by the angel in her heart particularly touched her soul. She was acutely aware of the inherent allure of her body to men. On campus, passing boys often couldn't help but glance at her. What was even more striking was that even if their girlfriend stood right beside them, their eyes would inevitably drift toward her. But against all odds, Junior Ethan had remained calm and composed. That steady demeanor touched her most deeply. With this realization, a certain coldness within her heart finally melted away. Just as Ethan arrived at the cave entrance, the torrential rain that had been pouring down softened into a light drizzle before vanishing entirely. As he lit a campfire, intending to roast some of the Crimson Menace meat for dinner. Disaster struck. Not far away, several short, middle-aged men approached with lewd smiles painted on their faces. "Yoshi, pretty girl. You can't escape." These men were none other than the group Sarah had recently stripped of their SS rank resources. They hailed from the Crimson Coast Nation Phantom Thunder Mushroom Battle Team. They spoke in Chinese for the first half of their sentences, but switched to Japanese for the second. However, since Ethan had activated his analysis watch, he naturally understood their intent. "Give it back to us. We can't escape now, I think." "You can't escape now." Simultaneously, Ethan activated the pronunciation function of the analysis watch. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed clearly in the ears of the Crimson Coast Nation men, "You cannot run away." Although Sarah didn't understand why Ethan was so confident after all, he was merely at the 4th tier lower rank realm. How could he reach the 4th tier middle rank realm so quickly? It was outrageous. Had he ridden a rocket to achieve this breakthrough? Sarah instantly realized something was terribly wrong. However, the gap remained vast. The 5 members of the opposing battle team were all Esper players from the 5th tier mid-rank realm. Moreover, she herself had not yet recovered her full combat abilities. Under normal circumstances, Ethan's chances of victory against such a significant disparity in rank and power were extremely slim. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Sarah felt compelled to believe that an impossible miracle would unfold. Ice Seal Shield. Winter Cage. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. A rapid succession of devastating skills erupted from Ethan. After trapping 2 opponents within the ice prison, the 20 swirling ice swords were virtually guaranteed to strike their targets. Unsurprisingly, the opposing team lost 2 members instantly. The smile on the remaining men's faces vanished, replaced by an expression of extreme solemnity. After a brief moment of tactical thought, the group focused their combined skills on Sarah, intending to use her as leverage against Ethan. Unfortunately, imagination often outpaces reality. Ethan did not even blink before unleashing Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array once more. The next instant, with lightning speed, 2 more men fell. The last man, a middle-aged figure from Crimson Coast Nation, snarled fiercely. "Heh, even if I die, I'll take someone down with me." He immediately launched his skill at the weakened Sarah beside him. But his heart turned to ice the moment the shield generated by the 5th tier Guardian talisman appeared. How could this be possible? Damn it! He stomped his foot in frustration, gritting his teeth. Then, inevitably, he met death. "Junior Ethan, here you go." Sarah offered a smile, sweet and disarming, before returning the effective 5th tier Guardian talisman to Ethan. He accepted it in the Crimson Coast Nation, having received it when she first arrived. Although Sarah already possessed such an artifact, inexplicably, she still took the 5th tier talisman that Ethan presented. A gesture that warmed her heart with unexpected gratitude. Ethan remained silent, sensing the complex thoughts swirling within Sarah's mind. He simply nodded, retrieved the talisman, and tucked it away into his spatial ring. After the vicious beast meat was grilled to perfection, Ethan offered a skewer to Sarah. "Oh, is this for me?" Sarah's colored contact lenses immediately seemed to sparkle with delight as she accepted the offering. She brought the skewer close, inhaling deeply. The aroma of cumin and caramelized meat filled her nostrils, making her mouth water instantly. Hesitantly, she took a small bite. The moment her teeth pierced the sticky outer skin, an explosion of savory scent cumin, rich spices, and roasted meat burst forth between her lips, like igniting a string of flavorful fireworks. The deep, complex aroma, combined with the succulent juices of the meat, flooded her senses. It was overwhelming in its deliciousness. Not bad," she murmured, her eyes lighting up as she nodded repeatedly. She hadn't expected Ethan to have such an unexpected talent. Time slipped by and a night passed. The two settled into their respective tents, falling into peaceful sleep. Yet even in the quiet darkness, Sarah found it difficult to rest, lost in her own stream of thoughts. The next day, Sarah felt refreshed. Embarrassed by the previous evening's lingering tension, she refrained from pressing Ethan further. The two parted ways. Ethan continued his relentless pursuit of power, grinding through monsters. He gained 15,000 evolution points after killing a third-tier middle realm vicious beast Storm Rage Lion, and another 25,000 evolution points after defeating a tier 3 high-rank vicious beast Giant Lava Snail. Time flowed like an arrow, and the days passed in a blur of activity. Only 4 days remained until Ethan's departure. During this period, he encountered no other espers, nor did any conflicts arise. His focus was singular, monster hunting, though he might only encounter 3 or 4 vicious beasts at most on any given day, and sometimes not even one. The creatures here offered an unusually high yield of evolution points. On one such day, deep inside a cavern, Ethan's mind raced with calculation, and he immediately summoned the system panel. He found that his current total was 420,000 evolution points. To his surprise, this amount was not enough to achieve the next realm breakthrough, but upon closer reflection, Ethan understood why. The improvements gained from the first 3 stages were negligible compared to the leap required at the 4th stage. From 4th tier lower rank to 4th tier middle rank, spirit increased by a notable 600 HZ, and chi blood surged by an impressive 1,800 calories, a massive jump in capability. Ethan shook his head, dismissing the worry. Since he had evolution points, his strength would inevitably improve. Dwelling too much on specific realm milestones was unnecessary. Then, with a decisive action, he spent points. 2,000 evolution points were used to upgrade the Extreme Ice Illusion killing array from master level to ultimate level. Naturally, as the skill boasting the highest burst damage currently available, Extreme Ice Illusion killing array was Ethan's top priority. Given the opportunity to improve, he would undoubtedly focus on mastering this technique. After absorbing all the sudden memories associated with the upgrade, Ethan also learned about the significant boost that came with reaching ultimate level proficiency in the skill. First, the maximum number of ice swords increased from 20 to 30. Second, the impact force of each sword was dramatically enhanced. For Ethan now, a single ice sword possessed an impact force nearing 50 tons. If all 30 weapons could strike their targets, the combined destructive power would amount to thousands of tons. It was nothing short of heaven-defying. After all, Ethan was currently only a 4th-tier middle-ranked player. A realm breakthrough, on the other hand, allowed him to deal damage that others struggled to achieve even at 5th-tier mid-stage. But every gain had its cost. The drawback was that he could not use Extreme Ice Illusion killing array twice in quick succession. As for energy potions meant to replenish source energy, current human technology only permitted a 4th level of refinement. Despite claiming the highest grade, Ethan couldn't even restore half his source energy after using 1 bottle. However, this limitation was soon overcome by gradual improvements in realm, body tempering technique, and other facets of his being the minor flaws became insignificant. Then came another expenditure. 140,000 evolution points was spent to upgrade the Xiunaming Ice Soul Body from 5th level to 6th level. The 6th level of tempering in the Xiunaming Ice Soul Body encompassed all 6 internal organs. As his evolution points rapidly depleted, Ethan felt a steady flow of Ice-type Yuan energy within him, constantly cleansing and reinforcing his vital organs. Soon, he sensed that his control over this powerful energy had improved dramatically. Reviewing the attribute gains, the increase in spirit was modest, but the boost to chi blood was a full 2,200 calories. His current stats showed spirit at 2720 HZ and chi blood at 10,100 calories. A major milestone had been achieved. 5-figure chi bloodline officially attained. Ethan felt a wave of triumph. He currently retained 168,000 evolution points and decided to save them for the SS rank skill, Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. Just as excitement began to swell within him, a sudden tremor shattered his concentration. What is happening? Could it be that Emma has appeared again with the mirror of time and space? Having learned from past experiences, Ethan's initial reaction shifted instantly from anticipating an earthquake to yearning for the legendary mirror of time and space. His last visit had brought him immense rewards, filling him with profound joy, and he naturally wished to step through it once more. Ethan waited for a full 10 minutes. The tremors did not cease. Instead, they grew increasingly violent. Yet the mirror of time and space that he longed for never materialized before his eyes. What is going on? It was true that Ethan, having just broken through a 5-figure health barrier, possessed seemingly inexhaustible strength. Yet he knew better than to believe his might could withstand being consumed by molten lava. Still, this boundless resilience proved invaluable. It was the key to escape. Without hesitation, he spun around and ran. With his current physique combined with the upgraded medicinal pill, his average running speed soared to an astonishing 340 to 350 meters per second. This was not a burst of adrenaline-fueled power, but sustained velocity. Even this steady pace surpassed the speed of sound. If he pushed for maximum output, that speed would double again. From a distance, Ethan appeared less like a man and more like a streak of cold, fleeting light, weaving through the mountains and forest canopy. Ahead of him, another lone wolf sprinted with desperate fervor, but his pace was significantly slower, a mere 200 meters per second. For Ethan, this gap quickly began to close. Behind them both, the lava flow advanced, a relentless tide moving at an alarming 250 meters per second. Barring any sudden catastrophe, the lone wolf faced certain doom. He could hear the deep, guttural roar of the magma closing in, and the realization dawned on him: escape was impossible. "If I fall," the lone wolf snarled, his eyes burning with ruthless intent, "you will follow." With a desperate plan to die together, he lunged, aiming to strike Ethan just as their paths were about to converge. The wildman's flaming whip struck the shield with a sharp snap. There was no accompanying crack, not even a whisper of resistance. The lone wolf froze, confusion washing over his features. His own ability granted him the might of a 5th-tier lower stage, a level fire type esper. He could sense that the aura emanating from this boy, Ethan, was barely at the 4th-tier middle rank. It was merely a realm. Under the combined suppression of attributes and raw power, this shield should have been unable to withstand even one full strike of his whip. Most damningly, it hadn't developed a single fissure. How is that possible? The implications struck him with blinding force. This man, Ethan, was not merely powerful. He was a master who had somehow concealed the true depth of his own realm. It also explained why Ethan moved so much faster than he did. But no matter how hard he strained to comprehend, the answer remained frustratingly out of reach. More importantly, the scorching lava continued its inexorable advance, now less than 2 kilometers away. Even in Ethan's peripheral vision, the molten flow had receded into the distance. Yet, his legs refused to falter. He knew that once the effects of the Gale pill wore off, he would not be able to outrun the lava at this pace. Half an hour later, Ethan leaned against a silver iron tree, gasping for breath. In just half an hour, he had covered over 500 kilometers. 500 kilometers might sound like a mere number, but it represented a quarter of the distance separating Grand Citadel Academy in Ethelgard Empire from Crystal Haven. He felt as though his own limbs were alien things, betraying him with every twitch. In the next moment, his legs gave way entirely, and he collapsed onto the ground. He breathed raggedly, each inhale a struggle against exhaustion. If only I could return to my previous life, he thought bitterly. I would win every single race. Ethan rested for 4 grueling hours. The run had drained him almost completely. "It's been so long," he murmured into the silence, pondering the Tao. "The volcanic eruption should have ended by now, shouldn't it?" He began his return journey along the same route. On his way back, Ethan continued to encounter and eliminate various vicious beasts. He pressed on until the 4th day of his journey, the final day before the 7th lost ruin was set to close its gates. Finally, he saw the edge of the lava field. Looking out from the bottom into the vast expanse, it was a breathtaking spectacle. Ethan couldn't help but sigh in awe. He immediately pulled out his phone and captured several photographs, Such a scene was rare indeed. Just then, a low sound echoed nearby. About 1,000 meters away, a small horn emerged from the cooling lava. Hearing the noise, Ethan turned his head. To his astonishment, an even larger head followed, rising from the magma. Then came its complete body. It hauled itself out of the flow, shook off residual molten rock, and flung chunks of not quite cooled lava onto the ground. This was a vicious beast. It spanned 6 to 7 meters in length, possessing a thick, salamander-like torso, yet overlaid with streamlined muscle lines, prominent blocks on its shoulders, and powerful limbs. Two small, spiraling horns adorned its head, rooted in black lava cracks that tapered and twisted upward, their surfaces coated in translucent, fiery red keratin. Its eyes were reddish gold, ringed by lava-orange patterns, and its skin was a striking mix of black and orange. A pair of membranous wings sprouted from its back. The bones were obsidian black, while the membranes were translucent orange-red, perfect for flight. Its tail was exceptionally thick and long, nearly matching its body length before tapering gently to a point. Spines ran down its back, contrasting with the soft, fiery red membrane covering its belly. Ethan narrowed his eyes. A vicious beast capable of bathing in lava must possess incredible power. Yet, he did not recognize the creature, so he activated his analysis watch. The conclusion flashed across the screen: blazing salamander, realm 5th tier mid-stage. 5th tier mid-stage vicious beast. A wave of delight washed over Ethan's face. Perfect, exactly what he needed. Coincidentally, his strength had been surging recently, and he had been searching for a powerful, vicious beast to test himself against. But things hadn't gone according to plan. The last few days saw him facing creatures that couldn't withstand his attacks. Now finally, a formidable opponent had arrived, a 5th tier mid-stage vicious beast. The sheer volume of evolution points this creature would generate must be substantial. It seemed Ethan's strength was on the verge of another massive surge. The blazing salamander possessed an astonishing resistance to heat. Even temperatures reaching 3,000 or 4,000 degrees Celsius were nothing to it. It was currently bathing in the lava that had not yet cooled completely, luxuriating as if soaking in a natural hot spring. As Ethan watched the creature with undisguised greed, the blazing salamander seemed to notice him in turn. The beast thought, after your bath, it is time for a little snack. It regarded Ethan with predatory intent. With a sudden surge of power, the salamander spread its membrane wings on either side of its back. The wing bones were obsidian black, contrasting sharply with the translucent orange-red membranes. It launched itself into the air, opening razor-sharp claws from which dark red flames erupted. These infernal flames burned at least 3,000 degrees Celsius, a searing heat. The creature swooped down toward Ethan in a terrifying arc. Ethan raised an eyebrow as it approached. He decided against using his ultimate skill, extreme ice illusion killing array. After all, the blazing salamander moved with incredible speed, making it difficult for the ice sword to inflict maximum damage. I need to find another way, he pondered internally. The creature was upon him. With a powerful rush, it extended its long claws. Ethan reacted instantly, deploying Ice Extreme Flash and dodging sharply to his side. The spot where the salamander's claws had just scraped past hissed violently, as if the very air itself had been flash-roasted. Next, utilizing both the terrain and the skill Ice Extreme Flash, Ethan completely outmaneuvered the beast. Even the flames it spewed, protected by a surrounding ice seal shield, failed to harm him in the slightest. The salamander's brow furrowed in frustration. This little snack is surprisingly adept at evasion. Flame bomb! The creature opened its gaping maw, revealing gleaming white teeth. An endless supply of fire-type yuan energy gathered within its mouth, bursting forth with a brilliant, fiery red luster. Slowly, the radius of the nascent fireball increased from 1 centimeter to 10, and now nearly half a meter wide. If this bomb was successfully launched, its destructive power would be unimaginable. Ethan knew he would likely be blasted into pieces. It is charging up, Ethan realized quickly, but a faint smile touched his lips. This is also an opportunity. Extreme ice illusion killing array, Ethan shouted, frantically mobilizing the source energy within his body. In the next moment, 30 ice swords materialized instantly beside him, spinning rapidly. He waved his hand in a dramatic arc. The swords rained down like a torrential downpour. The sheer display of power visibly agitated the blazing salamander. Both are ultimate skills, why can yours be cast so instantaneously? It realized it had no choice but to abort its charging sequence to avoid becoming a sitting target, launching only an incompletely powered fireball instead. Ethan countered immediately, using a small volley of ice swords to parry the attack. A thick plume of smoke erupted where the swords made contact with the flame bomb, momentarily blinding the salamander. While the majority of the ice swords bypassed the obscuring smoke, they still struck the creature with tremendous force. Though the swords were potent, they were not enough to withstand the full blast of the charged bomb. However, Ethan had 2 layers of protection, the ice seal shield and a Tier 5 amulet. The salamander staggered back, momentarily stunned by the combined defense. Wait, no. As the smoke cleared, Ethan saw that the creature's entire body was riddled with deep gashes from the barrage of ice swords. From a distance, it resembled nothing so much as a fiery hedgehog. Its once magnificent wings now bore 2 massive holes. The blazing salamander was severely wounded, and with its damaged wings and an overwhelming amount of volatile ice-type yuan energy raging within, it found itself trapped. A series of coughs echoed from its throat, followed by the expulsion of a crimson substance. "Since you've already become a hedgehog," Ethan said, his smile turning malicious, "wouldn't you mind having a few more quills on your body?" Frost spear, continuous attack, ice spear, and so on. Ethan frantically hurled ice spears toward the wounded creature. In less than half a minute, the blazing salamander's head drooped, its pupils constricting until it appeared lifeless. "Still trying to fool me?" Ethan laughed aloud at the performance of death. To truly understand the Tao, he possessed the system, and he could only obtain evolution points after the vicious beast died. Since he had not yet received his points, he concluded that the salamander was merely feigning death. Ice spear, with a final, decisive thrust, Ethan ended the life of the blazing salamander. At that precise moment, a system notification chimed in Ethan's ears. "You killed 5th-tier mid-stage vicious beast blazing salamander. Evolution points plus 250,000. 250,000. Upon hearing the announcement, Ethan's eyes lit up. He felt an immense surge of satisfaction. His evolution points had jumped to 425,000, including Piper's contribution. This single battle alone had taken a significant toll on his physical strength. The blazing salamander leaned against the edge of a boulder, resting with a weary smile. Suddenly, the ground began to shake again. Is this the appearance of a time-space mirror, or has the volcano erupted once more? Ethan quickly stood up and surveyed the distance. If it was volcanic activity, he needed to evacuate immediately, but this was neither a temporal anomaly nor an eruption. This tremor affected the entire island itself. Not long after, a deeply familiar black vortex appeared before his eyes. Ethan recognized it instantly. Wasn't this the entrance to the Whispering Vault? The entrance to the Whispering Vault has appeared. It seems that the Whispering Vault is about to close down. Ethan murmured softly, feeling no regret. On the contrary, he felt profoundly fulfilled. Hundreds of thousands of evolution points, dragon blood, ice crystal glazed fruit, a SS rank skill scroll, myriad flower ice mirror. Dozens of S-rank herbs. After taking one last, lingering look at the breathtaking scenery within the ruin, Ethan took a few steps forward, walked into the black vortex, and passed through it, leaving the Whispering Vault behind and arriving in the real world. "Ah, I'm back. The air of Ethelgard smells so wonderfully refreshing." After returning to reality, he couldn't help but take several deep, restorative breaths. Not far away, a slender figure stood in quiet contemplation, gazing ahead as if awaiting an arrival. This was Sarah, and the person she waited for was Ethan. Upon spotting him, a sudden brightness illuminated Sarah's beautiful eyes. She quickened her pace, jogging forward to close the distance between them. "Junior Ethan," she greeted him, a light laugh escaping her lips. Ethan merely nodded in acknowledgement. Not long after their parting, the volcano erupted. he found himself wondering if anything might happen to Sarah. Yet once the tremors subsided, he was too consumed by his own pressing matters to dwell on anything else. She was an acquaintance. Seeing that she was unharmed allowed him finally to relax. With a plan forming in his mind, Ethan intended to leave this place and return to Ethelgard Empire. "Senior Sister Sarah," he began, "I am heading back now." He started walking, but the next words from Sarah halted him instantly, freezing him mid-stride. "An auction is about to begin over there. Why don't we go take a look?" Ethan suddenly remembered the trading area nestled within this massive building. Resources could be exchanged for equivalent value, whether that meant other resources or relics coins jointly issued by the 12 ancient artifacts. The currency used here would naturally not be Ethelgard coins, but relic coins. Together, Ethan and Sarah walked toward the bustling trading floor. At the trading floor, a bald, burly man smiled as he accepted a bag of relic coins from the attendant. After the man departed, it was Ethan's turn. He exchanged all the items from No. 7 Lost Ruin that held little value to him, dozens of S-grade herbs, crystals, and flesh from the Crimson Menace. However, Ethan carefully withheld any item of great worth, such as the treasures he had acquired in the mirror of time and space. Among the many spoils, a dark red crystal immediately caught the eye of the staff member, but it also drew the attention of numerous esper nearby. "My God, this is the largest crystal I have ever seen. Is this a crystallization of blazing salamander? Judging by its size, it must be at least a 5th-tier mid-stage crystal, right?" "That's correct, just as you think." A murmur rippled through the assembled esper members. This crystal was none other than that of a blazing salamander. Seeing this, Sarah, who had been standing behind Ethan, widened her beautiful eyes slightly. A Crimson Menace from the 5th-tier mid-rank realm, or perhaps the immensely powerful blazing salamander. Junior Ethan's abilities truly surpassed her expectations. It was undeniable that she was no longer the strongest student at Grand Citadel Academy. That title belonged to him. And most significantly, he was only a freshman, while she was already a senior 3 full years his senior. This disparity spoke volumes of his terrifying talent. After counting the exchange, the staff member respectfully handed Ethan a large bag of relic coins. This display drew envious glances from every esper in the vicinity. Sarah, standing behind him, received only 150 relic coins. She had not used the SS-level resource, Phantom Thunder Mushroom. Instead, she kept it safely within her space ring. Ethan and Sarah settled into a position slightly to the right of center. Hundreds of esper filled the hall, some conversing quietly, others sitting in tense anticipation. Without exception, they were all eagerly awaiting the upcoming auction. These esper had all come from No. 7 Lost Ruin. "I wonder what kind of things Emma will be holding at this auction. Hopefully, I can bring back something truly valuable," Ethan mused to himself. After all, he had used those herbs and crystals to exchange for relic coins. He knew that if he exchanged the items for Ethelgard coins, he would possess hundreds of millions. These relics coins, worth an astronomical sum, shouldn't be difficult to spend, right? As the black curtain was drawn back, the auction officially commenced. "The auction is now open," the hostess spoke in fluent English. "You have all just come from No. 7 Lost Ruin, so you must all be quite exhausted. Without further ado, let's get straight to our first item." It was precisely her fluency that allowed everyone, even those who did not understand English, to clearly grasp the meaning through translation software. The first item is 15 Tier 5 Tao Enlightenment Pills. Each person is limited to purchasing one. The starting bid shall not be less than 15 relic coins, and each subsequent bid shall not be less than 5 relic coins. As soon as the hostess finished speaking, a flurry of discussion erupted in the audience. The 5th-tier Tao Enlightenment Pill could increase a cultivator's chances of breakthrough at the 5th-tier realm. Upon seeing this item, many esper present showed expressions of surprise and delight. "I'll start the bid, 15 relic coins. I'll bet 20, 25, anyone else following?" A brief silence followed, then the 15 Tier 5 Tao Enlightenment Pills were swept away amidst a clamor of bids. However, Ethan did not move. For him, as long as he possessed evolution points, regardless of the number of breakthrough levels, the probability of success remained at an absolute 100%. The second item is a 60-kilogram S-grade shape memory alloy, the hostess announced. The starting bid shall not be less than 50 relic coins, and each subsequent bid shall not be less than 15 relic coins. Shape memory alloys, compared to ordinary alloys, possessed incredibly high ductility. Once set, unless subjected to severe damage, they would always revert to their original form. 50 relic coins. I'll bet 70. I'm going straight for 100. Who dares match that? I'm coming call 120. Many Esper present were uninterested in the item, but some fighting game enthusiasts began bidding with frantic energy. Half an hour passed. We've now moved on to the 20th item for auction, the hostess announced. The 20th item, Grass of Life. When the words Grass of Life left her lips, most people present erupted in excitement, yet a few were completely bewildered, unsure what Emma and the others found so exciting. This name might be unfamiliar to some people, so let me explain. She paused for effect. Using the Grass of Life, it can regenerate severed arms of Esper level 5 and below. This Grass of Life plant is extremely rare to find outside. The starting bid shall not be less than 400 relic coins, and each subsequent bid shall not be less than 100 relic coins. Back to Viridia. Upon hearing about the Grass of Life and its miraculous effects, Ethan's pupils widened suddenly, reflecting a sharp, startled gleam. Using the Grass of Life, he murmured, it can regenerate severed arms even for Esper level 5 and below. A wave of profound relief washed over him. Doesn't this mean that Mom can be saved? A surge of intense excitement coursed through him. He vividly recalled the day his father had died in a beast tide when he was only 7 years old. His mother had always cared for him with tireless devotion and immense hardship. She had endured the strange looks and pitying glances of strangers, yet she still managed to smile brightly when she returned home. Although Alina often dismissed her feelings as unimportant, Ethan knew, deep in his bones, that she did care. Now, with the Grass of Life, all these worries seemed poised to dissolve. Observing the sudden shift in Ethan's expression, Sarah, seated beside him, felt a subtle tremor pass through her beautiful eyes, as if a realization had struck her. The Grass of Life, no one can take this from me. A gasp escaped someone nearby. I won't fight you for it, but remember to keep your eyes open and assess whether you have enough relic coins. After all, its reported effect was nothing short of heaven-defying. Arm rebirth. Scenes that belonged only to epic cinema were now claiming to happen in reality. Yet, as the initial fervor began to subside, a sobering realization dawned on many. The starting bid was a staggering 400 relic coins. Ethan felt a pang of despair. His own reserves were simply insufficient. Furthermore, every person present was a stranger, and this was already the 20th sample. Their collective pool of relic coins was dwindling rapidly. To acquire the Grass of Life, everyone desired it, but not everyone possessed the necessary wealth. Adhering to the principle that scarcity dictated value, it would be nearly impossible to convince others to relinquish their hard-earned coins. Ultimately, only the number of relic coins held mattered. 400 relic coins. Ethan was the first to declare the bid. The declaration struck everyone present with force. A collective murmur rose in disbelief. 400 relic coins. I cannot believe anyone could actually afford that. Another whispered, it takes immense patience to hoard over 400 relic coins through the first 19 auction items. A third sighed, I also desire the Grass of Life, but regrettably, I only possess 250 relic coins, not even enough for the starting bid. The discussion continued, a blend of surprise and deep disappointment hanging in the air. Just when Ethan felt a fragile sense of victory, a burly man from a battle team representing the Ethelgard Empire, sitting not far away, suddenly bellowed, bid. 500 relic coins. Someone had actually managed to raise the price by an astonishing amount. How many treasures must they have unearthed in Lost Ruin number 7? Before anyone could react, Ethan continued the ascent without hesitation. 600 relic coins. This Grass of Life was too important. He absolutely had to win it. Hearing this aggressive escalation, the smile on the burly man's face froze into an expression of shock. He was stunned that someone would bid 600 relic coins. Their battle team had indeed been incredibly fortunate in Lost Ruin number 7, finding numerous treasures, but their total reserves amounted to only 510 ruin coins. My friend, the burly man attempted a conciliatory smile, trying to bridge the gap between himself and Ethan. Why don't you grant me some face? I will compensate you with other resources after the auction. After analyzing the strong man's intentions through his watch, Ethan shook his head slowly, signaling an absolute refusal. He had to win this grass of life. 3, 2, 1. With a powerful final blow from the hostess, Ethan finally secured the grass of life. After the bidding concluded, the item was carefully handed over to him. The staff member added a solemn reminder: once you leave here, only you can guarantee the safety of the auctioned items. Understood, Ethan nodded. With his current strength, he estimated that no one present could possibly rival an esper. In the vast desert, a team member next to the burly captain made a throat-splitting gesture, suggesting they simply move in and rob whatever lay before them. But the burly captain shook his head, dismissing the idea instantly. The reason was straightforward. When Ethan had been exchanging relics coins, he had passed by and seen the crystal of the blazing salamander. The man knew that Ethan hadn't acquired it casually. This proved that Ethan possessed the ability to defeat a fifth-tier mid-rank realm-blazing salamander. An esper was someone they simply could not afford to underestimate or scam. The grass of life is wonderful, but I am not strong enough, he thought. I must let it go to someone else. After several twists and turns, Ethan and Sarah arrived at the Mexican International Airport. From here, a flight would take them directly to Grand Citadel Academy in Ethelgard Empire. On the plane, Sarah and Ethan chatted happily, their laughter echoing through the cabin. But good times, like all things, are fleeting. Soon, the aircraft descended, signaling their arrival in Ethelgard Empire at Grand Citadel Academy. After a slow landing, they proceeded toward the exit. At the threshold stood a figure of striking beauty. Whether it was her flawless appearance or her graceful silhouette, she possessed an undeniable magnetism that drew every passing gaze, making her appear like a goddess to all who beheld her. Now, such exceptional grace and beauty were embodied in one person. It arrested the attention of everyone present, leaving them unable to look away. This figure was Clara. Having learned that Ethan would be returning, she had arrived at the airport early to wait for him. Upon spotting Ethan's form, Clara strode forward, her clear, large eyes blinking with sudden intensity, and called out in a crisp voice. Ethan, unable to contain her deep longing, she threw herself into his arms. Feeling the soft curve of her figure wrapped around him, Ethan, who had spent 3 whole weeks within Lost Ruin number 7, felt an immediate sense of comfort. Simultaneously, he reached out and gently touched Clara's head. Behind Ethan, Sarah's beautiful eyes darkened slightly. She took a deep breath, attempting to steady her composure. Of course, she thought bitterly, Ethan is an outstanding man who could make her heart flutter. It would be strange if he didn't have someone. Hearing her words, Clara finally broke free from Ethan's embrace. After casting a quick glance at Sarah's expression and observing his dejected figure as she departed, something seemed to dawn on her face. Ethan returned to Grand Citadel Academy in Clara's Mercedes. It has been 3 weeks. I am finally back. He let out a silent sigh, the weight of his journey settling upon him. This was the longest stretch he had spent away from other dimensions. Over such an extended period, Ethan's jawline had acquired a noticeable dusting of beard growth. Yet this change did nothing to diminish his inherent appeal. Instead, it lent him a quality of weathered beauty, as if he had returned after traversing many hardships. Despite the automatic temperature regulation of his battle suit and the constant presence of his ice-type ability, Ethan hadn't broken a sweat in the past few days. Still, 3 weeks without proper cleansing left him feeling somewhat unclean. After returning to his dormitory and taking care of himself, he changed into casual clothes and stepped out. Ethan, Clara had been waiting for him. The moment he emerged from the dorm, she seemed unable to contain her eagerness to rush toward him. With bright, expressive eyes, she took in every detail of his appearance. A dozen seconds later, Ethan raised a hand and forced a smile. "Chloe, there is no need to look at me like that," Clara scoffed softly, crossing her arms over her chest. "HMPH, how could I not take a good look? You are always either cultivating or out adventuring." Hearing her words, Ethan felt a familiar pang of affection and reached out to gently pat her head. "Sigh, Chloe, I have let you down." Indeed, after confirming their relationship, Ethan and Clara hadn't spent all their time together like ordinary couples should. Originally, he had planned to report the battle results to Thomas, but now his priorities had shifted. He decided to spend some quality time with Chloe today. After all, he suspected his future time with her would be even more scarce. "That's not what I meant. I just wanted you to spend more time with me." Upon hearing Ethan's apology, Clara was momentarily stunned before quickly shaking her head and waving a dismissive hand. "No," then she stamped her foot lightly and asked him, "What do you mean by always touching my head? Am I your little daughter?" "A little daughter? That is fine too. My dear daughter, come here, say daddy, and let me hear it." Ethan delivered the joke with a mischievous glint in his eye. He was in such good spirits that he even teased Clara, which was quite rare for him. Just as Ethan prepared to accept Clara's verbal counterattack, she unexpectedly tiptoed closer and slowly brought her delicate red lips nearer. Their mouths met, a silent exchange that spoke volumes of Chloe's deep longing. That won't do, but this will satisfy you." After they separated, Clara's beautiful face flushed crimson. She gathered her hair gently and stated in a crisp voice, "Emma." Seeing this, Ethan smiled faintly. Ethan returned at noon, having spent an afternoon with Clara. He arrived at Thomas's residence. Inside the house, Thomas raised an eyebrow, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. "Ethan, you only remembered me, your teacher, after you finished your date. Why didn't you ask me to stay a little longer?" If any other student had witnessed this exchange, they would likely have been shocked. The extremely strict Thomas, the principal of the Ice Esper school, who had left such an unforgettable impression on them, possessed such a playful side. "Teacher, Ethan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He truly hadn't expected that Thomas could see through him so easily. "All right, I won't tease you anymore." Thomas walked to the coffee table and began brewing himself a pot of tea. After taking a sip, he looked at Ethan. "Tell me, what treasures did you obtain on your trip to the seventh lost ruin?" Ethan naturally would not hide anything from his teacher. With a thought, the 3 items dragon blood, ice crystal glazed fruit, and the SS rank skill scroll, myriad flower ice mirror, appeared one by one on the coffee table. Dragon blood, ice crystal glazed fruit, SS rank skill scroll, myriad flower ice mirror. With each word he spoke, Thomas's pupils widened noticeably. Especially after hearing the last item, skill scroll, he nearly choked on his tea. What did SS rank mean? Only a tier 9 Esper could create skill books of this rank. As a 9th tier Esper, one had long since moved past concerns like Ethelgard coins. What they truly lacked was an opportunity for breakthrough, a chance to accumulate knowledge and skills before unleashing their full potential. Therefore, if it weren't out of a sense of duty, these 9th tier Espers would never create SS plus level skill books. After all, such items were incredibly difficult to obtain. Even he had only mastered 1 SS plus level skill so far. Unexpectedly, his student, Ethan, who was merely in the 4th realm, had already acquired such a valuable opportunity to learn skills. Wonderful, wonderful. It makes perfect sense that luck always favors genius. At this moment, Thomas could not suppress his smile. Ethan asked, "Master Thorn, could you please help me determine the grade of this dragon blood?" "Of course." Thomas accepted the sample from Ethan. After analyzing the mental energy released by the blood, he stated, "Judging from the intensity, this should be 8th rank middle stage. It is the essence and blood of the Crimson Menace, but I certainly cannot determine exactly what kind. If you force your way in right now, your life will definitely be in danger." As they spoke, Thomas brought over a water bucket with a capacity of about 20 liters. He poured in the few milliliters of semen sample. Then, he began adding ordinary ice into it relentlessly. Add ice, and more ice. After diluting it thousands of times, Thomas slowly exhaled a mouthful of blood and said, "Now, dragon blood diluted to this concentration should be suitable for you." "Thank you, Master," Ethan thanked him. "Oh, right, Ethan," Thomas paused. "I forgot to tell you, the National Ability University competition is about to begin. Chloe and I both agree that you are now qualified to participate. Do you wish to enter?" Grand Citadel Academy was his alma mater. He possessed the highest privileges among students and enjoyed numerous rights. they also received meticulous care from Master Thorn. Both morally and logically, they should strive to bring honor to their former school. After a moment of thought, Ethan nodded. "Good lad, I knew I hadn't misjudged you." Thomas patted Ethan on the shoulder with an undisguised look of satisfaction. "Come on, come upstairs with me. I will smear this dragon blood onto you." Thomas walked toward the stairwell and waved, signaling for Ethan to follow. "Good." Ethan nodded and followed his teacher. The second floor of Thomas's residence was quiet, leading to an empty chamber. "This place is quite nice," Thomas said slowly, gesturing around the room. "Ethan, you can take your outer garments off now." "Emma," Ethan acknowledged with a slight bow. "Yes, Master Thorn." Ethan nodded and began removing his coat, revealing a physique honed by rigorous training. Not bad at all," Thomas murmured, narrowing his eyes in satisfaction. In his estimation, Ethan's musculature was robust yet graceful. The lines of his shoulders and back were broad and taught a clear testament to a life lived without idleness. "The first time you absorb dragon blood, even if it is diluted 1,000-fold, it will still be painful. You must prepare yourself for that," Thomas cautioned, ensuring Ethan was mentally ready. "Understood, Master Thorn." Ethan nodded, his mind already prepared. To achieve strength, this pain was merely an obstacle to overcome. "Good," Thomas smiled calmly. He dipped a ladle into the diluted dragon blood and slowly poured it over Ethan's back. The potent fluid streamed down the muscles like liquid silk. It was unmistakably the blood of the ice dragon. However, when the substance touched his skin, Ethan felt no chill whatsoever. Instead, a gentle, warm current began to seep into his back. It spread through his bones, organs, meridians, and bloodstream, a systemic infusion. "It doesn't hurt?" Ethan questioned, slightly puzzled. Why had Master Thorn stressed the need for mental preparation? To Ethan's surprise, it started as a comforting warmth. But then, the temperature began to rise rapidly. The gentle heat quickly escalated into an intense, burning sensation. Ethan frowned, his fists clenching so tightly that the knuckles strained audibly. "The pain is about to begin. I must endure it." Then the burning intensified, escalating into a scorching agony that was utterly excruciating. Ethan let out a muffled cry of effort, his body suddenly tensing as if struck by an invisible force. Every muscle in his frame trembled uncontrollably, and beads of sweat poured from his brow like a sudden downpour. His heart hammered against his ribs with the frantic rhythm of a war drum, so loud he could hear each beat echoing in his ears. If he were to use a metaphor, Ethan felt as if he had been trapped inside a roaring steamer. The intense heat was unbearable, yet, no matter how agonizing it became, it demanded endurance. This was the only path for those who sought true strength. He gritted his teeth and endured the relentless assault of pain. After enduring repeated washes of dragon blood, Ethan's originally pale skin flushed a deep crimson. It felt as if he were undergoing a refining process, being hammered into his fullest potential. Moreover, it was not just physical agony, his spirit suffered too. He felt an overwhelming emotion, a sense of profound, almost tyrannical power assaulting his core. This pressure caused his eyes to shift to an extremely rare, deep crimson hue. "No, I must calm down. I need to steady my mind." He remembered the adage, how can one see a rainbow without first experiencing wind and rain? Under the onslaught of dragon blood, Ethan struggled desperately, anchoring himself with sheer willpower. Gradually, the intensity began to subside. This meant that his body had reached a point of full adaptation, ready to absorb the potent bloodline. Once accustomed to it, everything became significantly easier. Now he felt the dragon blood seeping into him from his back like a gentle, babbling brook, accompanied by a slightly cool sensation. It was profoundly comfortable. Ethan smiled inwardly at the relief, allowing himself to savor the soothing feeling. 12 hours later, Ethan had fully absorbed every drop of the potent bloodline. If he were to describe the resulting state in one word, it would be invigorated. He let out a long, shuddering breath. Such deep refreshment was something he hadn't experienced in ages. "Ethan, your willpower is truly remarkable," Thomas praised him. "You managed to hold back from collapsing." Ethan scratched his head and responded with a modest chuckle. "Emma, Master Thorn, you flatter me." "The dragon blood has been completely absorbed. How do you feel now?" Thomas inquired. "I can feel every muscle in my body brimming with latent power," Ethan declared. "The flow of source energy between my organs and meridians is much smoother, and the purity of my source energy seems to have improved as well." Ethan closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes. These were all subjective feelings. As for objective measures, they would naturally manifest as measurable improvements in his attributes. Since Master Thorn could not see his system panel, Ethan opened it to verify his status. His evolution points had increased by a substantial amount, and his source energy purity was at an elevated level. His special ability remained Frozen Throne, which held the rank of SS. He was still ranked as 4th-tier middle rank, with a spirit measurement of 3020 Hz, and his chi blood reserves were 13,100 calories. The sudden jump in attributes caught Ethan off guard. His chi blood had increased by an astonishing amount, reaching 13,100. Ethan's pupils widened slightly. "That is incredible. All that suffering was not for nothing." He let out a long sigh of relief. "It seems your absorption rate of this dragon blood is quite good," Thomas observed. "There are about 3 weeks left until the Grand Collegiate Trials. I hope you can perform exceptionally well." "Yes, Master Thorn," Ethan replied with a respectful nod. Ethan then departed from Thomas's residence and arrived at the Etherium workshop of Grand Citadel Academy. After completing the creation of the Extreme Ice Pill, he added the chief of the alchemy section on WeChat and explained his intentions to him. The chief of the alchemy section was naturally overjoyed. It must be noted that Ethan was an alchemy enthusiast who particularly relished high-difficulty crafting processes. This greatly pleased the chief. However, he usually held a degree of disdain for the raw materials students brought in when attempting to refine medicinal pills. Upon learning that Ethan possessed a rare material suitable for his refinement, he became visibly excited and hurried toward the entrance of the Etherium workshop to greet him. "Who is this old man?" "You've never met the chief of the alchemy section," one student whispered. "Well, I've only met him once. I heard he truly enjoys performing complex crafting processes. Who is offering to provide him with the original materials?" Another murmured. "I don't know, let's take a look first." Upon witnessing this exchange, the students who had gathered at the Etherium workshop for their pill refinement began discussing it animatedly among themselves. Under the expectant gazes of the group, Ethan's figure slowly appeared. Seeing so many people assembled, he did not immediately present the ice crystal glazed fruit to everyone. The two walked in together, exchanging casual conversation and laughter. "Damn it, I wanted to see what the original materials would be. Sai, let's get out of here." The air in Principal Roberts' office was thick with unspoken tension. "What did you say? You are not going to be the captain anymore?" Roberts' voice held a noticeable edge of surprise. He had been under the impression that Sarah, whose lineage included the great-grandfather who founded Grand Citadel Academy, intended to lead her team to victory in the National College Superpower competition once more. Otherwise, she would have already fulfilled all the requirements for an outstanding graduate. Yet now, what did he hear? Sarah stated with absolute clarity that she was relinquishing the role of team leader. "If you do not become the captain, who will?" Robert pressed, his tone laced with professional inquiry. To lead a team required not only strong leadership skills, but also undeniable personal prowess. In all of Grand Citadel Academy, no one seemed more suited for the task than her. Sarah merely shook her head and uttered 2 names, "Ethan, Ethan." Robert paused, his brow furrowing. His command skills are adequate, but his actual strength. He cleared his throat, a deliberate sound of hesitation. Upon hearing Sarah's answer, Robert felt as if he had been physically struck. Could it be that she was genuinely oblivious to the reality? For a moment, he considered that perhaps Sarah was merely infatuated with him. Observing Robert's perplexed expression, Sarah produced records detailing Ethan's solo victory against the 5-person battle team of Crimson Coast Nation in the sunken crypt. She also showed him the spoils, a blazing salamander crystal from the 5th-tier mid-rank realm. She presented these 2 pieces of evidence to Robert. Even he, an 8th-rank middle-stage great grandmaster and a man steeped in experience, could not suppress his profound astonishment. A freshman, a student barely through their first semester, had achieved such a level of skill. It defied belief. Yet he also knew Sarah never dealt in falsehoods. He was left with no choice but to accept the truth presented before him. This incident provided him with an undeniable understanding of Ethan's immense potential. A calm smile settled on his face as he addressed her. "Very well, we will proceed your way." He looked directly at Sarah. "Ethan will be the team captain this year." Subsequently, Robert sent a private message to Ethan for confirmation. Being capable of leading was one thing, desiring that role was another. As anticipated, Ethan readily agreed. Soon after, an official announcement was posted on the campus forum. It detailed the start time and location of the Grand Collegiate Trials, the selection criteria for school teams, and other crucial information. Students who frequented the forum immediately flocked to read it. People began checking in and reserving their spots. Then they noticed a truly astonishing fact. The captain of their school's team for this National Ability University competition was not Sarah, whom they knew, but Ethan. Ethan, good heavens, wasn't he just a freshman? What had happened to the school leadership? Had they consumed too much questionable liquor and actually appointed a mere freshman as the team leader? To be honest, it was already surprising that Ethan was even on the participating roster, let alone in command. The news spread like wildfire. In an instant, Ethan's appointment acted like a massive boulder dropped into a placid lake, sending out immediate and widespread ripples of sensation across the campus forum. After all, most people's perception of Ethan remained anchored to his 3rd-tier middle realm. They lacked any god's eye view, so how could they possibly know that both he and Sarah had changed so profoundly? Even after Ethan broke through to an SS rank ability, they were completely unaware. The shockwaves intensified. The captain of this year's National College Superpower competition was confirmed, and it wasn't Sarah. What qualifications did Ethan possess to assume the leadership role? Could even the official announcement staff have made a typing error? It must be a backroom deal between Ethan and the school leaders. Headlines like these quickly went viral across the campus forum. It was not that they lacked trust in the administration. It was simply that this matter felt too unbelievable. Choosing a freshman as captain for the National Ability University competition, this had never happened since Grand Citadel Academy's founding. Of course, a small contingent of students chose to believe the school leaders, convinced that Ethan must possess some extraordinary hidden abilities. And so, the battle of words commenced between the 2 opposing factions. In any case, mere minutes after the incident escalated into chaos, the technical staff behind the campus forum intervened. Those who needed silencing were muted, and posts requiring deletion were scrubbed clean. Before long, the forum, which had been a hotbed of commotion, settled into a semblance of calm. However, the heated discussions did not cease offline. They merely intensified. "Chloe, look at your husband. His name is on the campus forum." Sitting on the sofa, Amelia exclaimed excitedly while browsing the forum. Clara felt a flush rise to her cheeks upon hearing the comment. "What do you mean, my husband? That is quite a journey." "Oh well," she dismissed the thought with a wave of her hand. "It is bound to happen sooner or later, isn't it?" She then turned her attention back to Amelia. "Never mind that. Come and see this announcement on the campus forum." Amelia waved, beckoning Clara closer. "Ethan, he is actually the captain." Upon witnessing the announcement and repeatedly verifying that she was not mistaken, Clara's beautiful eyes sparkled with a mixture of wonder and disbelief. "Chloe," she started, her tone laced with caution, "do you think there might be a typo? I know Ethan is strong, but he is not that strong." Amelia frowned, radiating skepticism regarding Ethan's true capabilities. "Chloe," Clara interrupted gently, "let me tell you a secret about Ethan's special ability and realm from 3 weeks ago." She leaned close to Amelia's ear and whispered the name. She continued softly, "Anyway, everything will be revealed after the competition starts, so there is no harm in telling my best friend in advance." Amelia straightened up suddenly, her voice rising with dramatic flair. "I am going, SS rank ability, 4th tier lower rank." The full scope of this revelation came crashing down through Amelia's single exclamation. "Amazing, Chloe, look, these people are still cursing your husband." "What? No way, Piperine, you must give him a good scolding." During a break from eating in the cafeteria, Liam suddenly widened his pupils. Similarly, Daniel, Marcus, and Owen all looked momentarily stunned. 2 months ago, Ethan had even led them to participate in the 4 great schools freshman competition. Now, 2 months later, he was suddenly named captain of the Grand Collegiate Trials. Time moved swiftly, yet Captain Ethan's strength seemed to have improved at an alarming rate. Inside the principal's office, these people. Seeing the comments posted by various students on the campus forum, Sarah experienced a rare and intense emotional tremor. Although she knew these trolls' claims would crumble once the competition began, she still could not bear to see Ethan's reputation tarnished, even if only temporarily. The news of his appointment as captain sent a palpable wave of sensation through the campus forum. Ethan stood amidst the buzz, momentarily speechless. He let out a soft sigh, murmuring to himself, "It seems I have remained too reserved. Many people are still unaware of my true capabilities." Indeed, since the 4 great schools freshman competition, he had kept his abilities largely hidden from view. After speaking with Robert, Ethan proceeded to the testing grounds of the Crystal Spire Hall. He recorded a video there. In it, Ethan let out a low cry, and 20 razor-sharp ice swords materialized around him. He knew this was merely a display. He had held back significantly. His skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, was already at its ultimate level, allowing him to unleash up to 30 swords simultaneously. But 20 were more than enough for the demonstration. With a casual wave of his hand, the blades shot forward with tremendous force, manifesting like an instant blizzard. The air screamed as they cut through it, producing a deafening resonance. The volley of ice swords hurtled toward the testing equipment not far away. Immediately, an astonishing number flashed onto the opposite instrument, 518,000 kilograms. 518 tons. Ethan had still restrained his power. The swords he released were not in their complete form. Yet, the result was undeniable. Upon receiving the video, Robert immediately contacted the administrators of the Heart in Valor College app and requested that they post it as an official announcement. The party acted instantly. Soon, within the Grand Collegiate Trials feed, a new 20-second video appeared, showcasing the captain of their school's participating team. Once posted, a notification popped up on the phones of every student who had viewed the thread. "The post you viewed has been updated." Updated, driven by intense curiosity, students flocked back to the post. Within 10 minutes, dozens more posts flooded the campus forum, but the general sentiment had completely shifted. They were not fools. They understood that what Ethan displayed was far from his true strength. Even if it wasn't his peak power, a single skill could generate 518 tons of damage. How much did his actual strength exceed this figure? Was it 700 tons? 800? They couldn't say for certain. But one thing was clear. Ethan had proven himself worthy of the captaincy, and that was enough. Amazing, Ethan's strength. Kuroko, come out and talk. Making Ethan the team leader was an absolutely correct decision by the school leaders. Meanwhile, similar posts quickly began to flood the campus forum. After posting the video, Ethan paid little attention to the trending topics online. At this moment, carrying the precious grass of life, he had boarded a high-speed train heading back to his hometown in Emerald March, bound for Fengyang City. How invaluable was the grass of life? If it were lost, who could take responsibility? Even if someone offered accountability, the grass itself could never be retrieved. He longed to cure his mother, but he didn't know when that day would come. After much deliberation, he decided he must retrieve it himself. Incidentally, Ethan did not tell his mother, Elena, that he was returning. He wanted to give her a surprise. A few hours later, "Mom, Zio Yuan, why are you back? Elena was overcome with pleasant surprise upon seeing him. Come on, Mom, let's go inside and talk. The two entered the house. Zio Yuan, now you can tell me what you want to say, Elena asked, her voice laced with curiosity. Mom, your hand can be saved. He reached into his space ring and took out the grass of life. The plant, radiating hope, shone brightly in Ethan's hands. Ah, Kabuchi, really? For a moment, Elena was utterly stunned. Ethan nodded gently. Oh, Mom, why are you crying? It's nothing, she whispered. Mom's just excited. Elena's eyes grew slightly moist. She suddenly recalled the immense hardships of raising Ethan alone. Though she had always maintained a facade of indifference, did she truly feel nothing? How could that be? Once a campus beauty, in recent years, she had endured countless whispers and gossip, a journey far from easy. She had kept all these struggles locked away, never letting them show. Elena swallowed the grass of life. The next moment, a brilliant emerald light enveloped her severed arm. This point of light was pure life, mirroring the name of the grass itself. As the glow spread, Elena felt an impossible sensation. Her arm was growing back from nothing. It was as if a scene from a movie had materialized before her eyes. Even the fine lines etched onto her face by years of fatigue vanished instantly. That's incredible, Elena breathed out, sighing deeply. All of this is thanks to having such a wonderful son. Old Ethan, did you see that? Our son is truly promising. Elena's thoughts were in a state of joyful turmoil. Afterward, Elena meticulously prepared a table laden with delicious food for Ethan, nothing he disliked. She didn't care if he was a picky eater. As long as he enjoyed it, she would make it. Oh, right, Mom. I'm participating in the National College Superpower Competition in 3 weeks, and I'll be the captain. Okay, Elena smiled and nodded. I will definitely be there, just like I promised. By regulation, both the freshman competition and the 4 great schools' freshman competition were restricted to students of their respective schools for spectating. The National College Ability Competition was different. It offered hundreds of thousands of seats in the competition alone. It would be open to people from all walks of life. Moreover, everyone across Daxia could watch the live stream online. Even if they couldn't attend in person, they could still cheer for their favorite university and player. This competition had the power to fully demonstrate a school's top-tier strength, which in turn would greatly affect its enrollment the following year. Outstanding students would also attract attention from major corporations, ability halls, and military organizations, potentially securing them contracts in advance. After dinner, Ethan left his hometown the next day, taking the high-speed train back to Grand Citadel Academy. The Grand Collegiate Trials presented a unique challenge. Unlike the freshman competitions or even the prestigious 4 great schools freshman competition that Ethan had endured, this event allowed contestants to bring their own companion beasts. During my absence, Ethan recalled, Piper continued its diligent work in the deep vaults at the school. It did not slack off. Ethan could see evidence of Piper's dedication reflected in the system panel's evolution points. Though the number was modest, it spoke volumes about its tireless efforts. Whether this preparation was for the upcoming Grand Collegiate Trials or simply a reward for Piper's hard work, Ethan decided to bring his companion into the Crystal Spire Hall. As if anticipating something momentous, Piper seemed unusually cheerful today, its tail giving an eager rhythm against the floor. The Crystal Spire Hall was a magnificent cultivation space. Ethan reached out, gently stroking the cool head of the snake. Piper reveled in this attention. It adored having its owner pet its head. At the touch, it narrowed its eyes, and its forked tongue flickered slightly. Eat this, and your strength will be significantly enhanced. With that thought, Ethan pressed the button next to the companion beast section and fed Piper a seemingly ordinary fruit. The transformation was immediate and dramatic. Then came the final surge of power. The process cost Ethan a total of 90,000 evolution points, causing Piper to leap across multiple ranks. It skipped an entire tier, surging directly from the 3rd tier lower rank to the 4th tier lower rank. A wave of brilliant blue light enveloped Piper as it completed its metamorphosis, and its inherent power swelled dramatically. Judging by its sheer form, the snake now exceeded 10 meters in length and weighed more than 10 tons. The two protruding fangs were even larger and sharper, radiating a palpable deadly intent. Its scales had hardened several times over, granting it formidable defensive capabilities. "Master, thank you so much." Piper moved closer, pressing its massive body tightly against Ethan's thigh in an expression of profound gratitude. Before this breakthrough, Piper might have assumed that its rapid growth was due to its extraordinary talent, or perhaps because its master's realm had advanced too quickly, granting it a growth rate unlike any ordinary beast. After all, the companion beast's realm was intrinsically linked to its owner's own. It recalled Clara's deep-sea demon dragon cub, Grace. That companion was currently only at the 2nd order lower rank. How could Piper not understand the truth? It was merely an ordinary companion beast, and this rapid ascent was entirely due to its master. This magical fruit had been fed by Ethan himself. Piper felt a wave of deep emotion wash over it. Now, it thought to itself, Grace will definitely be very surprised, won't she? It could easily picture the look of astonishment on Grace's face when she saw its current state. With this transformation complete, the rigorous training of both human and beast continued within the crystal spire hall. Later that night, Ethan led Piper out of the hall. A beautiful young woman was waiting quietly inside. Beside her floated a small blue dragon, beating its tiny wings in midair. They were Clara and her companion beast, Grace. "What is this beautiful woman doing standing here?" Ethan murmured to himself. Clara's striking beauty drew the attention of several people leaving the ability hall, who paused to stare openly. "Are you crazy? She is Ethan's girlfriend. Ethan, do you have any idea? She is our school's captain for this grand collegiate trials." Though some people recognized Clara and knew the truth of their relationship, they quickly dispersed. Hearing that, Clara turned and left. After Ethan stepped out, Clara called his name in a clear voice before strolling toward him with long, graceful strides. A fragrant breeze followed her, and Ethan naturally drew her into his arms. He raised an eyebrow, murmuring, "Clara, there are still many people watching around." Clara gently shook her head, continuing softly, "It's all right. Let them watch if they want to." Despite the lingering gazes of the students, Clara seemed unconcerned. Since being with Ethan, she had become increasingly bold. "Sister Piper." Piper's forked tongue flickered as it slowly crawled toward Grace's face. "Piper, you are Piper? How did you get so big?" Grace was utterly stunned and astonished. She remembered being born several months earlier than Piper. Over the next period, Ethan focused on mastering the SS rank skill, Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. This skill was not conquered by one person alone. It required the combined effort of two people. Ethan's teacher, Thomas, even found his own ice element defensive skill to be only SS level. This fact underscored how rare and powerful Myriad Flower Ice Mirror truly was. Skill scrolls were learned through projection, meaning that even if one couldn't understand the language displayed in the video, two people could learn simultaneously. The breakthrough into the Grandmaster realm marked a life sublimation for any being. The average human lifespan was about 80 years. A Grandmaster, barring unforeseen circumstances, should live to at least 120. This longevity was one of the reasons why the 7th Order realm held such distinction. An 8th-rank Grandmaster enjoyed an even longer span, reaching 160 years. For the 9th-rank Saint, living over 200 years posed no issue. And for the 10th-tier Venerables above the 9th rank, their lifespans leaped again. Take the ruler of Ethelgard Empire, for example. He was already 270 years old that year, yet his health remained robust. In short, the higher the realm, the longer the lifespan. Thomas, still in his 40s, had a long life ahead of him. Therefore, learning an entirely new, powerful SS rank skill from scratch was naturally more beneficial than merely improving one's current SS rank ability. One day, Ethan finished his training at the Ice-type Ability Center. Instead of taking a shared electric scooter directly back to his dormitory, he chose to walk. It was late 23:30. A gentle breeze whispered through the night air. The darkness was deep and quiet, punctuated only by the bright, scattered gleam of the stars. Walking along the street felt profoundly pleasant. As he walked, a nearby streetlight emitted an audible hum, a noticeable current crackling within its mechanism. The light bulb itself flickered erratically, alternating between brilliant intensity and dim obscurity. Combined with the utter silence of the surroundings, this subtle electrical stutter created an unsettling, almost eerie atmosphere. After observing it for several moments, Ethan concluded that the streetlight was faulty. However, he did not dwell on the observation. Given the reputation of Grand Citadel Academy, such a fixture should be repaired by tomorrow night at the latest. This was a top-tier superpower university, one of the 4 great famous schools in China. Just then, a middle-aged man, appearing to be around 45 years old, stepped into Ethan's path, blocking his way. The man held a thick lecture book in his hands, clearly indicating that he was an instructor teaching theoretical courses. Yet, Ethan did not recognize him, nor did he know his name. After all, Ethan had become the mentor's personal student and was exempt from attending classes. Of course, even those who became a mentor's personal students often enrolled in 1 or 2 elective courses out of genuine interest. But Ethan preferred to simply use his evolution points rather than acquire knowledge through lectures, so he never attended any class. "Ethan," the middle-aged man inquired. Ethan nodded slightly and asked, "Yes, I am a student. How may I help you?" He maintained basic politeness despite not knowing the man's identity. "Just call me Ethan," the man smiled, but it was a strange, unsettling expression. Immediately afterward, a breath escaped him, a breath that felt both utterly foreign and strangely familiar to Ethan. What was odd about it was that it did not resemble human respiration. What was familiar was the deep sense of having sensed this feeling before. Awakening to SS rankability, you are still just a freshman. Although you have a bright future ahead, it is a pity you won't have the opportunity to continue growing. The middle-aged man shook his head dismissively and then summoned a longsword from his space ring. His special ability was an A+-level wind-type power. He was of the 5th rank upper tier. A fierce gust swept across the street. He gathered all the wind elemental source energy into the blade, causing specks of vivid green light to swirl around it instantly. Then, with a sharp motion, he raised his longsword and swung it. A massive column of wind, several tens of meters long, materialized in an instant and swept toward Ethan at terrifying speed. The velocity was so extreme that it generated the sound of a sonic boom. "Those who know me are awakening to SS rank ability. You are the clone of the soul-devouring king." By connecting the man's words with the information he had just received, Ethan finally pieced together the answer. After returning to school, Ethan returned the 5th-tier guardian talisman to Thomas, but blonde youth Jack kept the talisman for himself. At this moment, the 5-tier protective amulet proved invaluable. With the sudden appearance of a source energy shield, the massive wind pillar was blocked entirely. Ethan was right. The assailant was indeed the clone of the soul-devouring king. To achieve this, he had incurred a great cost and possessed the soul of an instructor who was away on a mission. His objective, clearly, was to come to Grand Citadel Academy and assassinate Ethan. Once SS-class ability users grew stronger, they would inevitably pose a massive threat to the Crimson Menace. Even if it meant immense risk, killing Ethan was deemed worth the sacrifice. Not too stupid. It's a pity there is no reward. The clone of soul-devouring king sneered. "Your 5th-tier protective amulet can only save you 3 times. There is no one around here. It will take at least 5 minutes for the patrol team to arrive. In these 5 minutes, I can kill you countless times." Upon hearing this challenge, Ethan allowed a slight smile to cross his face. This move completely unsettled the clone of soul-devouring king. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing." Ethan offered no explanation. In truth, he was laughing, surprised that evolution points had been delivered right to his doorstep. That was truly unprecedented. "HMPH, you're just stalling for time, aren't you? Things won't go as you wish." With a cold snort of contempt, the clone continued its assault. The wind blade clashed against Ethan's ice attack, unleashing a burst of blue-green smoke. To his surprise, Ethan's ice blades were comparable in power to the vortex attacks the opponent unleashed. A fierce gust swept across. Extreme ice illusion killing array. Both sides continued their exchange of skills. The raging winds remained held back by the source energy shield of the 5th-tier Guardian Talisman. Ethan waved his hand, and 30 crystalline ice swords, each carrying an unparalleled aura, shot out toward the clone's position. I expected you to pull this stunt. Gale Vortex, the clone smiled. Gale Vortex was an S+ level skill, possessing extremely strong suction power that could even deflect incoming projectiles. Yet once again, the whirlwind vortex had no effect on these ice swords. Ethan knew that each sword he summoned carried an astonishing impact force of 50 tons. How could it be so easily dismissed? It's not over yet. Frost Spear continuous attack. Furthermore, Ethan activated another one of his SS rank skills, Frost Spear continuous attack. He raised his Cold River sky-splitting spear, took a few steps forward, and thrust it toward the clone. With the ice swords in front and the spear behind, the opponent was naturally unable to withstand the combined assault, left only with disbelief and resentment. Accompanied by the system notification sound, the number of evolution points on Ethan's panel reached 455,000. A bit too little, not as good as Blazing Salamander, Ethan murmured, pursing his lips, but this was quite normal. The intensity of this clone created a sense of oppression, yet it was nowhere near the raw power of the original Blazing Salamander. Suddenly, patrol team, fighting is not allowed on school grounds. Don't move, hands up. The school patrol team finally arrived. They glanced at Ethan, then at the middle-aged man lying on the ground. The officers froze for a moment. This was not a fight between students, but a battle between students and teachers. This teacher suddenly attacked me, and I had no choice but to defend myself. If you don't believe me, you can check the security camera footage over there. Ethan spoke the truth calmly. A recent surveillance feed had been compromised by a clone of the soul-devouring king, yet one inconspicuous camera tucked away in a corner remained unnoticed. This footage proved beyond doubt that Ethan was innocent. It was the teacher who initiated the attack. Ethan's response was merely self-defense. Still, to their profound astonishment, Ethan's strength was truly formidable. He was only a freshman, yet he had managed to outwit his own instructor. Even though the man in question taught mere theoretical courses, the feat remained incredible. This was undeniably a positive development, a magnificent gift that such immense power could appear within Grand Citadel Academy, or indeed, across all of Ethelgard Empire and for the entire human race. 450,000 evolution points still fall short of what is required to break through. On his way back to the dormitory, Ethan muttered this complaint to himself. However, he found little fault in the situation. The greater the demand for evolution points, the clearer proof it was that he had advanced beyond the 4th-tier middle rank. The leap from breakthrough to 4th-tier upper rank would provide an even more substantial boost. Furthermore, Ethan harbored no immediate urgency regarding his own breakthrough. Firstly, after mastering the skill Myriad Flower Ice Mirror, he naturally intended to allocate a significant portion of his skill points toward it. Secondly, as far as he knew, the contestants in the Grand Collegiate Trials were generally situated at the 4th-tier middle or upper rank. He himself belonged to this general tier, but the sole difference was that his ability rank stood at SS, an extra S, compared to their standard S rank. Therefore, the disparity in raw strength was self-evident. The following day, Sarah added Ethan to group chat via QQ message. Once inside the chat, she transferred the ownership status to him. The 5 members of this newly formed group were none other than the contestants representing Grand Citadel Academy at the Grand Collegiate Trials: Ethan, Sarah, Ryan, Wang Jai, and Mu Xin. The battle team was assembled in a vast warehouse on campus, a facility specially constructed by Grand Citadel Academy for one singular purpose: specialized training for the participants of the Grand Collegiate Trials. The team was scheduled to gather at noon that day. Ethan arrived at 11:50, 10 minutes early. However, 4 figures were already present in the lodge, where housed 2 men and 2 women. "Hello, everyone is here so early," Ethan greeted them, his tone remarkably humble. This greeting completely caught Wang Jai off guard, who had originally intended to intimidate him. The official announcement might sway other students, but it could not change Wang Jai's ingrained skepticism. After all, he was a member of the Silver Wolf battle team, and he knew that Sarah's skill, Thunderbolt, had recently been upgraded to advanced proficiency. This was an SS rank skill. Combined with the thunder element's inherently devastating offensive capabilities, the impact force generated by its instantaneous burst could exceed 600 tons, approaching 700 tons. Unlike Ethan's ice sword, this was a single, massive attack that proved far more difficult to mitigate. Therefore, Wang Jai believed that while Ethan possessed undeniable talent, his eagerness to prove himself was what had led the school leaders to appoint him team leader. Judging by Ethan's demeanor at this moment, however, he did not seem like such an ambitious person. Perhaps he had misunderstood something. It would require waiting and observing. "Yes, it's all right. I just arrived too," Sarah replied softly, gently brushing her silver hair back with a smile. "Emma, hello, Ethan. Captain Ethan, hello there," the others responded in turn. "Hello, hello." Even Wang Jai managed to force a semblance of a smile when addressing Emma. "Dear seniors, since we are about to participate in the competition, perhaps we should introduce ourselves first. It would help us get acquainted." Ethan chuckled lightly. "Emma," Sarah spoke first. "My awakening superpower is the S-rank Thunder element, Jade Purity Divine Thunder. My realm is 4th tier upper rank. I specialize in ranged burst damage, but also possess close-range combat capabilities." She moved her red lips slightly, speaking with a graceful smile. "Emma," Mu Xin followed, blinking her bright, large eyes. "My awakening's ability is the S-rank light type ability, Holy Light of the Temple. My realm is 4th tier middle rank. I specialize in support abilities." Incidentally, she felt a flicker of surprise that the usually reserved Sarah had spoken first. Coupled with the radiant smile on Sarah's face at that moment, Mu Xin found herself feeling slightly unsettled. Was it an admiration for strength? She decided to wait and see. "I am Ryan, and my awakening is the S-class fire type ability, Purple Sun Blazing Fire. My realm is 4th tier upper rank. I primarily wield a large sword and prefer close-range combat." Next was Ryan, who patted his chest and introduced himself with an air of casual generosity. The last person to speak was Wang Jai. "I am Wang Jai. What I utilize is the S-rank water element ability, Blue Water. My realm is 4th tier middle rank. I can act as a defender for the team. Ranged DPS, melee DPS, support defense." Ethan silently pondered these roles in his heart. It is quite a complete set. "I am sure many of you senior students have questions regarding why I was appointed team leader," he continued smoothly. "To dispel any doubts, allow me to introduce myself properly." Ethan smiled calmly. "Emma," he stated immediately, "my current ability is the S-rank ice elemental ability, Frozen Throne. My realm is 4th tier middle rank, a class suited for well-rounded abilities, or perhaps more accurately described as an all-around performer." A palpable wave of shock rippled through the other 4 members. An SS rank ability, how rare and precious. A country might only produce one individual with such a superpower every few years. Such people were typically descendants of 8th rank grandmasters and 9th rank saints, because S rank ability individuals could not conceive children with SS rank abilities. Only those descended from 8th rank grandmasters and 9th rank saints possessed sufficient resources to increase their source energy purity, thus elevating their rank and acquired evolution. Now an SS-class ability user stood right before them. How could they not be overwhelmed? Sarah's beautiful eyes sparkled with profound wonder. She finally understood why Ethan had been able to single-handedly destroy Crimson Coast Nation. The battle team was capable of obtaining 5th-tier mid-stage vicious beast crystallized from blazing salamander. It all came down to the sheer difference in superpower magnitude. Its SS rank ability, that is incredible. Ryan and Mu Xin were equally astonished, yet their surprise did not breed jealousy. Instead, it sparked delight. With Ethan on the team, this year's champion would surely belong to Valor College, and it would be incredibly easy. Last year, Grand Citadel Academy had won with immense difficulty. Wang Jai, however, displayed a subtle hint of shame crossing his rugged features. It was his own petty mind that felt so. As he spoke, Ethan unleashed his skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. In an instant, a wave of icy coldness emanated from him and spread outward. With the dissipation of the icy chi, 30 ice swords materialized, forming a perimeter around Ethan. He casually waved his hand, causing the 30 blades to change direction and fly rapidly toward the testing equipment before him. The impact was heavy and rhythmic as the ice swords struck the machinery. The blow was powerful, carrying an aura that suggested imminent destruction. Yet, the testing equipment proved incredibly robust. It did not shatter with the force of the attack. Nevertheless, the sheer impact caused the numbers displayed on the instrument to jump wildly: 300 tons, 500 tons, 700 tons. The figures continued their ascent, leaving all four men momentarily stunned. It's not over yet. 1,000 tons, the readings kept climbing, and even after surpassing the 1,000-ton mark, there was no sign of the rate of increase slowing down. It's still going up. It's actually still going up. Seeing this relentless climb, the pupils of the four men widened in shock. David Chen, in particular, appeared surprised, though a flicker of relief crossed his face. He thought to himself that he had been fortunate not to express his dissatisfaction with Ethan earlier. If such a powerful figure had voiced their opinion, resolving this issue might not have been as simple as just an apology. Ethan remained oblivious to Emma's internal assessment. Even if he learned of it, the young man was confident that Ethan wouldn't take it too seriously. Following Ethan's gaze, the numbers on the testing equipment finally stabilized at an astonishing 1,530 tons. My God, 1,530 tons. So this is Captain Ethan's true strength. David Chen and Ryan stared, utterly astonished, their breaths catching in their throats. Such a terrifying outburst completely exceeded their understanding of a mere fourth-tier esper. They wondered, you are a fourth-order esper, and so am I. How can there be such a vast difference? Ultimately, they could only conclude that the disparity must stem from an SS rank ability. In truth, it was not merely the gap in superpowers, but also the chasm in proficiency. Top students like David Chen and Ryan, hailing from the Apex Academies, typically possessed an SS rank skill level of intermediate, or at best, advanced. Reaching master level required dedicating an extremely long period to rigorous training. Ethan was different. His skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, had reached the ultimate level far beyond master. Junior Ethan, you are very strong, truly very strong, Sarah murmured softly, a hint of awe in her voice. Even she, who had once been the strongest student at Grand Citadel Academy, felt a tremor of genuine shock that made her beautiful eyes widen. Her full breasts rose and fell slightly with her rapid breathing. At this moment, Jessica Hayes, standing to the side, interjected with a surprising remark. Since Captain Ethan is so strong, does that mean we don't even need to train? After all, Captain Ethan can wipe out an entire opposing team by himself. We could just relax in the back. No, it's not that bad. Ethan quickly waved his hand and spoke with feigned humility. Then, his expression turned serious. Of course, training is still necessary. He was absolutely confident that he could lead Grand Citadel Academy's battle team to first place in the Grand Collegiate Trials. However, if the entire team became arrogant and complacent, they risked losing simply by underestimating their opponents. Arrogance and laziness were unacceptable. Just like Ethan himself, back in the real world, he hadn't spent his time lying in bed or being overly affectionate with his girlfriend, Clara. Instead, he had maximized every moment, immersing himself completely in the Crystal Spire Hall at school. I was just joking. The training will continue as scheduled, not a second less, Jessica Hayes concluded. Other schools did not require much attention. Of course, the other three prestigious universities were worth noting. However, apart from the team captain being the strongest in their respective schools, it was difficult to make definitive statements about the other participants. One point was that, aside from the captain, everyone's realm abilities were quite similar, showing no significant difference in overall strength. Another crucial factor was the rationality of the lineup. For example, apart from Ethan, the remaining 4 team members already possessed a balanced structure, ranged plus melee plus defense plus support. Thus, they analyzed the strongest performers from the other 3 prestigious universities. First was Arcane Crest College. Their strongest member was named Song Fei. His awakening ability was S-rank dark magic, a very rare power. He was at Realm 4th tier upper rank. Next was Summit Academy. This year, they did not seem to be performing well. Surprisingly, none of their current seniors reached the 4th tier upper rank. Their Esper only stood at 4th tier middle rank. Finally, there was Obsidian Peak College. Their strongest member was Li Zia, and her realm was 4th tier upper rank, which was normal. However, it was her special ability that captured everyone's attention. Her awakening was an extremely rare beast taming type. Beast taming was a specialized ability, far rarer than elemental skills. The unique feature of this power allowed the user to contract with multiple companion beasts. Most importantly, it could also sync with Realm. 4th tier upper rank in Realm, she could contract 4 companion beasts, and all of them were at 4th tier upper rank. Even setting aside team battles, just considering a one-on-one fight, 1 versus 4, who could survive that onslaught? We need to be careful with this lazier. Ethan narrowed his eyes. Of course, even though the Beastmaster type Esper was so powerful, it must possess its own weaknesses. The weakness, naturally, lay in the nature of being an Esper. Unlike normal Espers, Beastmaster Espers could not learn defensive combat skills and had to rely entirely on their companion beasts to withstand damage. Therefore, this presented a potential breakthrough opportunity. After the analysis, the group entered a virtual reality simulation and began their training for the day. The content was simple teamwork. Their enemy was the approaching horde of the Crimson Menace from afar. Following a thrilling battle, today's training session came to a close. See you tomorrow, Captain Ethan. See you tomorrow, Captain. The group waved goodbye to Ethan and departed. Junior Ethan, Sarah wanted to say something more, but as she looked up, she could vaguely see a slender figure standing in front of the large warehouse. Senior Sister Sarah, what's wrong? Ethan raised an eyebrow, asking with a hint of curiosity. No, it's nothing. At the same time, Jessica Hayes, who had just left not far away, stopped and smiled knowingly. The usually aloof Sarah actually possessed this side to her. Time flowed onward, marked by a relentless cycle of discipline. Mornings were reserved for Ethan's personal training. Afternoons demanded his presence with the battle team for group drills. Evenings belonged solely to him, dedicated to mastering the formidable technique known as the Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. It was worth noting that all this rigorous study took place within the venerable halls of Thomas's residence. Clara, though naturally inclined to spend every moment by his side, possessed a deep consideration for Ethan's schedule, ensuring her presence never encroached upon his necessary training time. She would content herself with accompanying him on leisurely walks after his sessions, and occasionally the night would draw them together. One evening, as the day wound down, Ethan approached his teacher, Thomas. "Teacher," he stated, a hint of finality in his voice, "I probably won't be back here tomorrow." Thomas paused, surprise mingling with concern crossing his features. "What is it? Did something happen?" "It's nothing, teacher," Ethan assured him. "I have finally mastered the Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. I can leave this skill scroll for you to study independently." He spoke the truth, a calculated revelation. All he needed was the initial spark. From there, allocating skill points would be a straightforward process. Thomas, however, operated on a different plane. To truly grasp an elementary proficiency, one had to absorb its entirety, understanding every nuance from beginning to end. The difficulty levels were inherently complex. Unaware of Ethan's true comprehension, Thomas merely stood stunned after hearing his words. It took him several seconds to regain his composure. He could not shake the feeling that his student was deceiving him. A wide smile finally spread across his face, and he clapped Ethan warmly on the shoulder. "You are quite something, kid. You have already surpassed your teacher in skill acquisition." Ethan scratched at his head, a faint air of nonchalance about him. "It's nothing, teacher. After all this time teaching you," Thomas chuckled, raising an eyebrow playfully, "how about I take the chance to be taught by you this time?" This suggestion was born purely from the deep bond between them. It was a testament to their relationship that he spoke such words. Ethan touched his nose lightly. That wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. It was the strength of their connection that allowed Ethan the audacity to make such a request. "You little rascal," Thomas teased, though his smile remained bright despite his words. "Acting all innocent after receiving a discount, aren't you?" He felt immense joy at having encountered a student as talented and humble as Ethan. With that understanding settled, Ethan left the skills scroll of the myriad flower ice mirror in Thomas's residence. It was nearly 9 o'clock, still too early for him to rest. Time was a commodity he could not afford to waste, so he headed straight for the crystal spire hole. Since defeating the clone of the soul-devouring king, Ethan's evolution points had accumulated to 455,000. He surveyed his inventory: spearmanship at Great Master, martial arts at Intermediate, Ice Prism Ring Body at Advanced, Ice Extreme Flash at Advanced, Ice Blade at Master Level, Ice Seal Shield at Master Level, Ice Burst Technique at Advanced, Winter Cage at Advanced, Divine Investigator Technique at Ultimate Level, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array at Ultimate Level, Frost Spear Continuous Attack at Master Level, and Myriad Flower Ice Mirror at Elementary. Naturally, as his only SS rank skill, Ethan directed the points there. The expenditure of 6,500 evolution points caused a change in the skills rank, moving it from lower to intermediate. The moment the evolution points were consumed, a torrent of memories flooded into Ethan's consciousness. Though he had never officially utilized this skill before, detailed recollections of countless hours spent practicing it day and night materialized in his mind. "Sigh," Ethan sighed, feeling a profound sense of relief. "Looking at these memories, the practice will be quite demanding. Intermediate is not enough, far from enough, give me more." As Ethan's low shout echoed through the hall, the point expenditure continued relentlessly. The deduction of 19,500 evolution points caused the skill to advance from intermediate to advanced. He pushed for more points. Adding these dots was an art form in itself. The subsequent deduction of 70,000 evolution points advanced the Myriad Flower Ice Mirror from advanced to master level. After breaking through to master level in the Myriad Flower Ice Mirror, Ethan still retained 358,800 evolution points. With such a vast reserve of points, he could potentially push the skill's proficiency even further, as indicated by the remaining upward arrow. But Ethan chose to stop. Although he had not used it in combat yet, his newly acquired memories informed him. The master-level Myriad Flower Ice Mirror could disperse 60% of impact force. Furthermore, its inherent defensive structure was capable of withstanding an impact force of at least 1,000 tons. To shatter the Myriad Flower Ice Mirror, the impact force of its glowing light would need to reach a minimum of 2,500 tons, approaching 3,000 tons. An impact force of 2,500 tons was more than sufficient. Even Ethan's most powerful burst barely exceeded 1,500 tons, falling short of even half that threshold, not to mention the power wielded by others. "Let's try it out and see what this skill truly looks like." Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. This was Ethan's first time activating the Myriad Flower Ice Mirror in a practical sense. He mobilized his internal source energy, and a burst of icy cold power erupted from him. The first elements to appear were small, fragmented pieces of crystal lens. With clear, resonant sounds accompanying their movement, these fragments rapidly coalesced. What formed was a massive, breathtaking ice mirror. Despite the elaborate description, the entire process took less than a quarter of a second. The surface appeared uneven, yet it was precisely this intricate irregularity that allowed it to effectively dissipate immense impact forces. Under the soft glow of the hall's indoor lighting, the mirror shone with dazzling brilliance. This heaven-defying skill, when used in its entirety, consumes only 40% of ice-type yuan energy, less than half. Ethan praised himself silently. It is quite efficient. During an actual match, he would not need to unleash the complete myriad flower ice mirror at all. At that point, the consumption of ice-type yuan energy would naturally be even less. The remaining evolution points count flickered in Ethan's mind, 358,800. He continued to draw upon his reserves, points flowing like a tide of pure energy. 55,000 evolution points vanished, leaving him with 303,800. This monumental upgrade to his spearmanship was more than just a title change. It unlocked a profound new understanding of the weapon's physics and flow. Ethan felt an immediate surge in capability, allowing him to move with impossible speed. 10 precise shots could now be unleashed in the span of a single second. When combined with the skill Frost Spear continuous attack, this efficiency meant rapid, devastating stacking of combo hits, resulting in terrifying melee burst damage that seemed to tear reality itself. He pushed further, breaking through his proficiency in another SS rank skill. The cost was staggering, a full 110,000 evolution points, reducing his reserves to a mere 193,800, but the expenditure felt entirely justified. Ethan could sense the raw power now coursing through him. Thanks to the ultimate level spearmanship's hyper-efficient combo stacking, each of his shots could generate an impact force approaching 200 tons in less than 3 seconds. 200 tons might sound modest against true titans, but he was firing 10 shots per second. Even accounting for the impossibility of striking a target every single time, this represented a staggering leap in offensive capability. If one were to capture its essence in a single image, it would be described as a dragon drawing its weapon. Using his remaining points, Ethan enabled the skill Winter Cage to undergo 2 successive breakthroughs. The dimensions of the ice prison expanded dramatically. Its radius and height swelled to 18 meters. Now, only 101,800 evolution points remained. The improvements continued, culminating in an even more terrifying expansion. The radius and height shattered through to a massive 25 meters. This was already an immense scope, a cylinder approaching 50,000 cubic meters. Of course, charging the power for such a colossal ice prison would take well over half a minute, and the consumption of ice-type yuan energy would be equally draining, likely leaving Ethan completely depleted upon release. Fortunately, the skill now granted him proportional control, allowing him to compress the required charge time and energy expenditure by adjusting its height. Furthermore, this proficiency upgrade introduced a new effect. Within the confines of the ice prison, a thin layer of ice mist would permeate. Under the influence of this chilling fog, opponents' senses, not merely their vision, would be significantly dampened, slowing both their physical actions and their thought processes. "Not bad," Ethan murmured, a faint smile touching his lips. He felt an undeniable anticipation for the grand collegiate trials. The days that followed were marked by relentless routine. Ethan maintained the same rigorous habits. There was no slackening whatsoever. On the eve of the competition, the final battle team training session concluded. "The competition starts tomorrow. Are you all nervous?" Ryan asked Emma, a smile gracing her lips. David Chen displayed an air of practiced indifference. With Captain Ethan leading the way, what is there to be nervous about? After days of collective drills with the battle team, David Chen had become an ardent admirer of Ethan. "Why are we so nervous? Look over there." Jessica Hayes chuckled softly and gestured toward a specific direction. Following Jessica Hayes's gaze, the others turned their attention. "Junior Ethan, would you care for some water?" Sarah asked Emma, holding 2 bottles of mineral water in her right hand. Her expression was unreadable. It was merely a casual gesture. Want? Ethan nodded and accepted the bottle she offered. He twisted open the cap and drank deeply. David Chen scratched his head, looking genuinely perplexed. It was just handing out bottled water. What could possibly be so interesting? Oh dear, you are all brawn and no brains. Jessica Hayes stamped her foot lightly, giving him a look of utter disbelief. When did Sarah start bringing water to others? Ryan crossed her arms, stating the observation plainly. She was still somewhat sentimental, recalling the time she had represented the Silver Wolf battle team to recruit Ethan, promising him the position of vice captain in the future. Before his freshman year was even complete, Ethan had already surpassed the strength of every member of the team, including Sarah herself. Moreover, judging by her recent actions, Ryan felt certain that Sarah harbored deeper feelings for him. But that's good, Ryan mused. At least her mindset isn't solely focused on becoming stronger. As the vice captain of the Silver Wolf battle team, she naturally shared a close bond with Sarah. Previously, Sarah had been purely driven by strength, like a machine. Only now, with this subtle shift in her behavior, did Ryan feel that she was truly living as a human being. Captain Sarah likes Captain Ethan, David Chen stated unexpectedly, but I distinctly remember Captain Ethan having. He barely finished the sentence when Jessica Hayes covered his mouth with her hand. What are you doing? David Chen asked Emma after Jessica Hayes removed her hand. Is this something one can utter aloud? Jessica Hayes pouted and rolled her eyes at him. All right, but Captain Sarah has been outmaneuvered, so the chances of him losing are quite high. David Chen scratched his head again. Emma, if I were Ethan, Jessica Hayes chuckled softly, I would accept 2 girlfriends simultaneously. Heh. Hearing this, Ryan seemed to fall into deep contemplation. Given Sarah's personality, she would never act impulsively toward Ethan's other potential love interest. It was also too delicate to address directly with him. It was highly likely that she would keep this crush a secret within her heart. Right, having 2 girlfriends isn't out of the question, provided they meet the 8th rank Grandmaster requirement. With both Realm and S rank ability, one could maintain multiple spouses within nationally regulated limits. Given Captain Ethan's terrifying rate of cultivation, achieving that should not be difficult. David Chen then seemed to realize the underlying complexity of the situation. The regulations existed because, for a couple to conceive an S-rank ability child, at least one spouse must possess such an ability for the probability of that outcome to exceed 10%. If neither party held an S-rank ability, the chance was extremely low. Such individuals were rare across the entire planet Earth, and Ethan was one of them. However, a mere 10% probability wasn't high. It wasn't a guaranteed drop after 10 attempts. Yet, as Realm advanced, this probability increased, particularly at the 8th rank Grandmaster level. When that realm was achieved, the probability usually soared to 40%, but paradoxically, the higher the realm level, the more difficult it became to procreate. In this chaotic world, nations desperately needed S-rank ability individuals. Thus, these regulations were established. Of course, there was a major premise: one could not defy the wishes of others. It wasn't simply about meeting the 8th rank Grandmaster requirement. The dual conditions of Realm and S-rank ability meant that whoever you desired as a spouse must also be accepted by them. Ethan's status metrics glowed faintly in his mind's eye. His evolution points were 100,800, source energy purity was 81%, and his special ability was Frozen Throne, an SS rank. He was at the 4th tier middle rank, with a spirit level of 3720 Hz and chi blood measuring 13,700 calories. After 3 weeks of dedicated cultivation, the increase in his chi blood was modest, registering only 600 calories compared to where he had started. However, the spirit level showed a more remarkable gain. Thanks to the medicinal pill crafted from ice crystal glazed fruit, the spiritual increase in numerical value not only surpassed the 600-calorie jump in chi, but rose by a full 700 Hz. The attributes of the 4th tier middle rank were undeniably formidable: possessing an almost heaven-defying quality. Many Esper instances, even those residing in the fifth order upper realms, could not match the sheer potency of Ethan's current profile. With attributes like these, he murmured to himself, a faint sigh escaping his lips. And the myriad flower ice mirror skill, which I recently mastered at the advanced level, it will be difficult for me to lose. Ethan, accompanied by the rest of the battle team, walked toward the waiting fighter jet that would transport them to their destination. The National College Student Superpower Competition was a massive event. Universities across the entire country were on holiday. Not just those with superpowers, but even general liberal arts institutions had paused their routines. This provided ample time for everyone to watch the thrilling competition unfold. Despite the venue boasting hundreds of thousands of seats, tickets remained impossibly scarce. This provided ample time for everyone to watch the thrilling competition unfold. Despite the venue boasting hundreds of thousands of seats, tickets remained impossibly scarce. According to incomplete estimates, the annual viewership for the National College Superpower Competition numbered in the tens of millions. Securing a single ticket required more than just preparation. It demanded an element of pure fortune. Yet even if one couldn't secure physical attendance, live streaming offered a viable alternative. Ethan had already allocated 5 tickets as a contestant. He assigned them with care. Thomas, his teacher, deserved to witness the brilliance of his disciple on the field. Elena was a given, she was his mother, and an understanding had been reached beforehand. Furthermore, Ethan wanted her to see the peak of his achievement so that all her previous sacrifices would feel validated. Clara, naturally, received one as his girlfriend. The final 2 tickets were gifts, one for Lucas, his good friend from high school, and another for Director Lee, the head of student affairs at his old academy. Finally, they landed on solid ground. Even so, Lucas maintained a profound admiration for Esper abilities, especially for Ethan, who possessed an S-rank ability. What boy wouldn't be drawn to such power? Now that the Grand Collegiate Trials was fast approaching, he, as a college student, was also on break. He intended to take advantage of the holiday to watch the competition up close and make amends for past regrets. Unfortunately, he had failed to acquire a ticket, but an hour later, Ethan presented him with one. Lucas felt deeply moved by the gesture. Upon receiving his ticket, Director Lee burst into unrestrained laughter in his office. His booming mirth echoed out of the room and down the hall toward the principal's suite. He seemed to believe himself a veritable angel investor. As for Robert, the principal of Grand Citadel Academy, Ethan offered no gift. As the head of a participating school, he had naturally received an accreditation pass from the event organizers. On both sides of the fighter jet stood students who came out to cheer them on. Though they could not participate, as members of Grand Citadel Academy, they felt a powerful sense of collective honor. Look at this school, they won first place in this year's National Ability University competition, a voice exclaimed, drawing immediate attention. What an impressive display. The cheers erupted. Go Valor College. Valor College, victory is certain. Go Valor College. The sound was deafening, like a sudden landslide meeting a massive tsunami. Meanwhile, dazzling fireworks exploded across the sky on both sides of the crowd. Hearing the roar of their supporters, Ethan and his team smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. They then boarded the fighter jet. After confirming that every member was seated securely, the fighter jet soared into the vast expanse of the sky. This was an A-class model. Its maximum flight speed could reach 5,000 kilometers per hour. Such advanced aircraft were subject to strict state control. The fact that they had been dispatched merely to transport athletes underscored the immense importance the country placed on this competition. To say nothing of the fact that Ethelgard Empire boasted 256 superpower universities, necessitating the deployment of 256 class of fighter jets. As the engine roar gradually subsided, the jets came to a smooth stop at the airport. The entire battle team would then transfer to the venue via specialized transport. Observing the Esper soldiers stationed in the vehicle's rear compartment, Ethan again felt the weight of national expectation placed upon this competition. The scenery flashed past their windows with dizzying speed. Soon after, they arrived at the hotel specially arranged adjacent to the competition grounds. The competition was set to begin officially at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Grand Citadel Academy Battle Team was assigned rooms between 101 and 100, and 5 a fitting placement for last year's champions. The night passed in quiet anticipation. If any conflict were to erupt now, the school belonging to the battle team would face a 4-year ban from all competitions. The government's allocation of resources to educational institutions hinged heavily on the results of this National Ability University competition. To be banned was tantamount to having one's lifeline severed. The next day, Ethan stepped out of the hotel. Moments later, the other team members followed suit. "Keep it up, everyone. Victory ultimately belongs to Valor College." Ethan smiled calmly, a quiet confidence settling over him. Emma. The venue for the National Ability University competition had been constructed by the government in Summit Citadel, a monument to human potential. It was an immense structure, boasting tiered stands that curved alongside the main stadium floor, capable of holding hundreds of thousands of eager spectators. The air thrummed with a palpable energy, a chaotic symphony of excited shouts and murmuring anticipation. "Welcome, everyone, to the 2052nd National Ability University competition," announced Marcus Thorne, his voice amplified across the vast space. "I am your host." He paused, allowing the applause to crest before continuing. "After several years of development, Ethelgard Empire now boasts a total of 256 universities specializing in superpowers." He gestured expansively. "These are categorized into the 4 great famous schools, the 24 School Alliance, and 228 other distinguished institutions." He smiled, an enthusiastic glint in his eyes. "Let us give a round of applause to these incredible school teams." "The first team to arrive," Marcus Thorne continued, his voice adopting a tone of dramatic reverence, "is from Grand Citadel Academy. I recall the dazzling spectacle when Grand Citadel Academy claimed the championship last year. One wonders if this year's cohort can continue their glorious reign." As he spoke, the representatives from Grand Citadel Academy marched into the arena. A wave of fervent support rose from the stands. Many students and fans cheered loudly for the university. Focusing on the team itself, the leader was unmistakably Ethan, the captain of the Grand Citadel Academy squad. He wore a sleek black battle suit, an ice blue spear resting against his back, an accoutrement that lent him an aura of contained, formidable power. Beside him moved a colossal python with an icy blue sheen, Ethan's companion beast, Piper. This magnificent creature did not seem to intimidate the crowd. The existence of companion beasts was common knowledge in Ethelgard Empire. Following closely was Sarah, whose bright silver hair and cool demeanor immediately drew the attention of many male students, present a classic aesthetic that rarely failed to captivate. Trailing them was Jessica Hayes, radiating warmth and generosity. Whenever her gaze swept over an audience member, she offered a bright smile and enthusiastic wave. Bringing up the rear were Ryan and David Chen. As the group advanced, dazzling fireworks erupted behind them, painting the sky in brilliant patterns that formed the unmistakable emblem of Grand Citadel Academy. From a seat within the grandstands, Elena watched the display unfold, her heart swelling with joy. "My son has truly grown up." Across the aisle, Clara remained silent, yet deep within her heart, she sent quiet well wishes to Ethan. Lucas and director Lee were visibly stunned by the scene. While most people might not know Ethan personally, they couldn't help but be struck by him. A year ago, he had been a student among them. Now, a tremendous transformation had occurred. They were already surprised that he was representing the school at this national level, but seeing him as the team leader elevated their astonishment even further. The next 3 teams to enter were from Summit Academy, Arcane Crest College, and Obsidian Peak College. Each arrival was met with enthusiastic roars of support. Following these 4 great schools, the next representative group was the Alliance of 24 Schools. The name itself suggested a collective might, 24 battle teams. These were not merely any institutions. They represented 24 universities with special abilities, all holding the prestigious 985 or 211 status. Unlike the four great famous schools, which entered in staggered waves, these 24 teams marched together as one formidable unit. After this massive contingent came the remaining 228 universities with special abilities. The sheer scale was breathtaking. Over 200 battle teams entering the arena simultaneously spoke volumes about the magnitude of the competition. To visualize it, the playing field stretched out like a vast rectangle, roughly 3 kilometers long and 2 kilometers wide. The opening ceremony is concluded, Marcus Thorne announced, his voice regaining its authoritative cadence. Now, I will formally outline the rules and schedule for this National Ability University competition. He paused to ensure every ear was attentive. The regulations are straightforward. Participants may only utilize S-grade alloy battle suits and S-grade weapons. No other equipment, medicinal pills, or similar items are permitted. Any infraction will be deemed cheating. His expression hardened, emphasizing the gravity of his words. Regarding the full schedule, he continued smoothly, we must draw lots to determine the initial groups. There will be 4 main divisions in total. He leaned into the microphone, making his next point sound monumental. To ensure both excitement and fairness, each group numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4 will feature exactly one school from the 4 great famous schools. Based on last year's rankings, these schools are assigned in order: Grand Citadel Academy, Summit Academy, Arcane Crest College, and Obsidian Peak College. Each group will comprise a total of 64 universities. The teams within each division will compete against one another daily for 4 days. Each university team must secure at least 3 victories out of 4 matches to advance to the promotion match. Those who fall short will proceed directly to the elimination rounds. He elaborated on the structure. Following these preliminary group stages, we will hold the promotion match and the knockout stage. The promotion match pits you against other advanced universities. It spans 2 sessions, morning and afternoon, over a single day. The subsequent elimination rounds challenge all participants against a randomly generated Crimson Menace scenario for 1 full day, with rankings determined by cumulative scores. The victor of the promotion match advances to the finals, while the loser enters the ranking matches. The structure for qualifying and knockout stages is identical. As for the final championship round, that will depend on the number of schools ultimately reaching it. He paused dramatically. Finally, to safeguard every participant from any potential field accidents or injuries that could affect their future, this entire competition will be conducted within a virtual reality environment. The immersive VR scenes will be projected directly and synchronously across the entirety of the arena. Marcus Thorne spoke for an extended period, yet as the host of such a grand spectacle, he showed no hint of fatigue. His delivery remained unhurried, measured, and utterly commanding, a testament to his own specialized awakening ability. The competition among 256 universities was undeniably complex, but the audience members in the stands were anything but bored. They listened with rapt attention. After all, the longer the tournament, the more valuable their tickets became, and every dramatic highlight promised a truly unforgettable experience. A surge of palpable energy swept through the field. The contestants could not contain their fighting spirit. Hands rubbed together in anticipation, and battle intent flared brightly from every corner. Charge, charge, charge! A unified roar erupted, echoing off the stadium walls. This is our moment to make a name for ourselves. We are here. Valor College's inaugural match was about to begin. The rules and schedule have been fully explained, Marcus Thorne announced, his voice echoing through the vast arena. Now, I invite the captains of all participating teams from every university with superpowers, with the exception of the Apex Academies, to gather here for a drawing to determine your groups. After allowing the audience and contestants a moment to absorb the information, Marcus Thorne continued, his tone shifting slightly. We must draw lots now. Let us hope that fate grants us a group composed of fewer overwhelmingly powerful players. A palpable shift swept through the crowd. The fiery intensity in the eyes of many contestants instantly dimmed, replaced by a collective sigh of relief. After all, the majority were merely average. Once the 252 team captains had gathered, and their groups were assigned via the draw, the preliminary rounds for the large group were poised to commence. "Everyone, please return to the edge of the arena," Marcus Thorne directed. "The preliminary matches for the major groups are about to begin." At the boundary of the arena stood a specialized device, a chair-like apparatus designed for entry into virtual reality. As before, contestants would lie back in these chairs to enter the simulated battlefield and engage in combat. The entire spectacle of their battles within the virtual realm would be projected directly onto the massive screen covering the whole arena, ensuring that every viewer, whether present or watching the live stream, could witness every brutal detail with crystal clarity. The preliminary group competition spanned 4 grueling days, providing each battle team with 1 match per day. Furthermore, the teams from Group 1 would compete and conclude their matches before Group 2 began, followed sequentially by Groups 3 and 4. This staggered schedule was designed to grant all participants ample time for rest and recovery. The first group to take the stage was Group 1. Ethan looked up, his gaze fixed on the massive screen suspended in the sky. The match was identified as Grand Citadel Academy versus Ironwood Academy. Their opponent was identified as Ironwood Superpower University. Since this was a 2-on-2 format and there were 64 schools participating in the large group, it meant a total of 32 matches. The number 21 indicated that their bout was positioned far down the series. Ironwood Superpower University, an utterly unremarkable superpower university, ranked 188 last year, Ethan murmured softly, glancing at the information displayed on his phone. After researching the details, Ethan did not take the opponent seriously. It wasn't that he was arrogant, it was simply that the gap in power was too vast to ignore. His opposition was merely weak. A contestant ranked 188 should barely qualify as a second-tier esper. Moreover, their superpowers generally peaked at level C or B. Given the gulf of 2 major realms and the sheer disparity in ability quality, there was genuinely no need for him to expend excessive focus. The difference between the Chi bloodline and pure spirit energy alone was monumental. To give a vivid example, even if Ethan merely stood still using a minor ice seal shield, they might struggle to penetrate it with more than a dozen combined skills. "It's the 21st match, there's no need to rush," Jessica Hayes suggested, a smile gracing her lips as she addressed Ethan. "Why don't we head back to the hotel and rest first?" Ryan echoed the sentiment. "Let's go back, staying here is getting rather dull." Indeed, the group returned to the luxury hotel adjacent to the stadium. This establishment was connected directly to the arena, meaning that even within their private rooms, they could watch the live broadcast of the games unfold. The view from their own quarters was even clearer. They could monitor precisely when their turn to compete would arrive. Ethan silently acknowledged this as a thoughtful gesture by the competition organizers. However, the relaxed atmosphere at Grand Citadel Academy belied the tensions surrounding them. Meanwhile, Ironwood Superpower University looked visibly distressed. The faces of their 5 members were pale with dread. "What kind of luck is this?" one member whispered, his voice laced with disbelief. "Grand Citadel Academy, how are we supposed to compete against them?" They could not fathom why their fortune had been so relentlessly poor. They had barely begun the competition when they found themselves grouped with one of the Apex Academies, and worse, the reigning champions from last year, the battle team from Grand Citadel Academy. "Captain," another team member suggested quietly, "how about we just surrender?" The disparity in strength was simply too great to overcome. Their strongest member, the captain, was only an esper who had awakened a B+ level ability and resided at a second-tier upper-level realm. As mere team members, their skills were not even comparable to the captain's own. Surrender or not? The captain of the Ironwood Superpower University battle team hesitated, wrestling with his pride. With such an overwhelming gap in power, fighting was pointless. Yet would surrendering so openly not be deeply undignified? Finally, the captain gritted his teeth and spoke to his team with a semblance of resolve. Regardless, the pain level will be mitigated in virtual reality. We have no choice but to fight. Whether driven by respect for their captain's pride or swayed by his conviction, the other team members echoed his sentiment. More than an hour later, Marcus Thorne raised the microphone and announced with theatrical flourish, "Now, let us welcome the 21st match of Group 1, Grand Citadel Academy versus Ironwood Academy. Grand Citadel Academy. Grand Citadel Academy." The moment Marcus Thorne finished speaking, a thunderous roar erupted from the audience. It was an overwhelming wave of sound, like a landslide or a tsunami. All the voices were in unified support of Grand Citadel Academy. There was nothing they could do about it. The difference in strength between the two sides was undeniable. On their way to their designated seats, one member of Ironwood Academy stumbled, his legs giving out beneath him. In virtual reality, unless otherwise specified, a standard competition consisted of individual and team events. The rules were fundamentally similar to the previous 4 great schools' freshman competition. The only notable change was the introduction of companion beasts. The individual competition began. All 5 members of Grand Citadel Academy adhered to the principle that giving it your all is the greatest respect you can show to your opponent, showing absolutely no mercy. But precisely because they showed no quarter, the contestant from Ironwood Superpower University was instantly neutralized the moment his feet touched the field. He didn't even have time to utter a word of surrender. 5 matches concluded in barely 1 minute. On average, each game lasted only 12 seconds, including setup and transition time. The actual combat duration did not exceed 3 seconds. According to the rules, after the individual rounds, Grand Citadel Academy led Ironwood Academy by a score of 5-0. They were able to skip the team competition, meaning Grand Citadel Academy had secured a decisive victory on the very first day of the preliminary large group rounds. "Keep it up," Ethan extended his fist toward them. "I hope you can achieve excellent results." The captain of Ironwood Superpower University's battle team, who had been profoundly dejected moments before, managed to smile again. He raised his own fist and met it with Ethan's, returning the gesture in a silent blessing. The next 3 days unfolded predictably. Grand Citadel Academy's battle team continued its unstoppable momentum. 4 days later, the promotion match arrived as scheduled. A moderate number of universities were included in this specific match, totaling 80 teams. As for the remaining 176 universities, they would be relegated to a standard knockout tournament format. "Celine, are you watching the game? My new iPad has a bigger screen. Do you want to use mine so we can watch together?" In their 4-person dormitory room at Ethereum College, a girl approached them, her movements accompanied by a light, airy laugh, and displayed her newly arrived tablet. "Okay," another girl sitting at the table nodded in agreement. If Ethan were present, he would have immediately recognized that the other girl was none other than his high school class monitor, Amy. She possessed an 11 water element ability, and her stellar performance in the college entrance examination had secured her a place at this prestigious 211-level institution, Ethereum College. The 2 girls settled down to watch the live stream of the National Ability University competition on the tablet screen. The first team to arrive is from Grand Citadel Academy. I vaguely remember the dazzling scene when Grand Citadel Academy won the championship last year. I wonder if Emma and his team can continue their glory. Accompanied by Hostess, with Marcus Thorne's powerful, passionate voice, the banner of Grand Citadel Academy slowly emerged from the intersection. Upon hearing the name, Grand Citadel Academy, Amy was instantly transported back to memories of her high school crush, Ethan. Of course, as time marched on, she had gradually let go of that youthful attachment. Now, when she thought of Ethan, only a faint, bittersweet sentiment remained. She wondered how classmate Ethan was doing now. He should be nearing the 2nd stage by now. The two girls hadn't been in contact since graduation, so she was unaware of his current status. After nearly a semester, he had advanced to first-order middle-rank Esper. That realization led her to guess that Ethan must be close to entering the second stage now. Celine, look, look. The captain of Grand Citadel Academy is so handsome. Amy's roommate, sitting beside her, was so animated with excitement she nearly rose from her seat. It was this sudden burst of enthusiasm that instantly dragged Amy's thoughts back to the present reality. How could he be so handsome as to surprise you so much? It was clear that her roommate possessed an extremely discerning taste. If she found someone handsome, they must be breathtakingly so. Amy smiled faintly and then turned her gaze back to the tablet. But what unfolded next completely stunned her, making her rub her eyes in disbelief. After confirming that the scene before them had not changed, she reached out and pinched her roommate's thigh. Celine, what are you doing? That hurts, the roommate pouted, her tone a blend of 3 parts dissatisfaction and 7 parts skepticism. Amy, Celine murmured, ignoring her friend's complaint as she spoke to herself, would you believe me if I told you that the captain of Grand Citadel Academy is my high school classmate? Her roommate stared at her in utter shock. Back at the Grand Collegiate Trials venue, how many matches had been played over the first 4 days? There were 4 large groups in total, and each group contained 64 schools. This meant there were 32 matches within one group alone, totaling 128 matches across all 4 large groups. All of this happened in a single day. 128 matches in a day was indeed overwhelming. Even the most thrilling contests could become exhausting for the viewers. Fortunately, after 4 days, came an even more exciting promotion match. In the preliminary rounds of the group stage, a total of 80 universities with superpowers had met the condition of winning at least 3 out of 4 matches. They would advance to the promotion match, meaning their respective institutions had qualified for the top 80. As for the rest, they were relegated to competing in the knockout stage for spots ranging from 256 to 81 place. The promotion match, round 1, featured Grand Citadel Academy versus Ethereum College. Ethereum College. After learning who their opponent would be in the first promotion match, Ethan checked the information on his phone. This was a 211 level university specializing in superpowers, and they had ranked 23 in last year's National College Superpower Competition. Last year, the level of their participating teams was roughly equivalent to awakening a rank ability Esper of the 3rd Order Upper Realm. Your strength isn't bad, but unfortunately, you've run into us. Ethan shook his head slightly and led the other 4 members away from the arena, heading back to the hotel for a short rest. They would naturally emerge when it was time to take the stage. Meanwhile, the members of Ethereum College turned visibly pale upon learning their opponents in the first promotion match. Grand Citadel Academy, a star-studded lineup with everyone at S-rank ability. How are we supposed to compete? Can we even fight them? One team member from Ethereum College said dejectedly, addressing Emma. It wasn't just this player. The others shared his profound disappointment. After all, this was Grand Citadel Academy, the institution that had claimed first place in the National Superpower Competition last year. There were 79 opponents in total. How did I end up matched with them? Victor, as the team leader, sighed repeatedly. Most of their potential opponents in the promotion match were people they could beat. As a result, they had run into such a formidable rival. They could only blame their bad luck. But even if we can't win, we can't give up easily. The next moment, Victor's eyes blazed with what seemed like a raging fire. He clenched his fists and spoke with passionate conviction. In the individual competition, we are no match for them one-on-one, but that's okay. We can ask them to come to the team competition first. As long as they accept, we will at least make them lose 1 player. We cannot let them win too easily. Victor's words reignited the passion of his 4 teammates. They raised their right hands high, their eyes resolute, and declared, we can't let them win too easily. But at that moment, one team member abruptly asked Emma, Captain, what if they refuse to accept a team competition? Victor found the thought terrifying, but then he considered, if the Grand Citadel Academy team didn't agree to his request, it might be used against them by people with ulterior motives. After all, fame brings trouble. Grand Citadel Academy certainly had many fans, but they also harbored quite a few detractors. Yet, he thought further. Since they were already among the apex academies, why would they fear the words of mere haters? After deep contemplation, he scratched his head and could only utter, "You have to try everything right." Inside the echoing halls of a girls' dormitory at Ethereum College, the air was thick with disbelief. "He's only a freshman," one girl whispered, her voice laced with skepticism. "No matter how formidable Realm is, he simply cannot compete with the seniors. Why would they even let him participate?" Amy tried to explain, but her roommate remained unconvinced. "You must be mistaken," she countered gently. "Perhaps he merely bears a striking resemblance to your high school classmate." The second girl added another word of doubt. Amy felt herself sinking into frustration. It was impossible to argue against their collective skepticism. After all, the Grand Collegiate Trials was designed for upperclassmen at minimum, for junior students. To see a mere freshman participating in an arena dominated by seasoned veterans seemed utterly miraculous, almost unbelievable. "Hey, wait a minute." Amy suddenly remembered something crucial. She pulled out her phone and opened the photo album, scrolling through the memories until she found what she was looking for. "Okay, I found it. Look, this is my entire senior year graduation photo." As she spoke, she displayed the image. The photograph had been taken a month and a half before the college entrance examination, meaning Ethan was clearly visible within its frame. Amy zoomed in with her two fingers, and suddenly, Ethan's figure materialized before them both. "Zhizhai," Amy murmured, a sly smile curving her lips. "Now you can't say anything, can you?" Her roommate leaned closer, eyes wide. "Celine, is this his biological younger brother? They look almost exactly alike. Quick, send me his brother's QQ contact information." Amy simply stared, speechless. "Okay, Celine," she quickly recovered, waving a dismissive hand. "I was just kidding." The roommate, however, pressed the issue again. Then another girl chimed in, "But what kind of cultivator is Ethan?" "A genius," her roommate exclaimed, suddenly energized. "Representing the school in the Grand Collegiate Trials as a freshman and serving as the team captain. It's impossible that the leaders of Grand Citadel Academy would misjudge someone so profoundly." The combination of freshman and school representative was enough to momentarily shatter her worldview. "Wait," the second girl said, regaining her composure. "Isn't our school facing your high school classmate this time?" Amy nodded slowly. "Yeah, it seems our school can only go so far as to participate in the promotion match." She shook her head slightly. While she possessed a strong sense of institutional pride, faced with such an overwhelming disparity in strength, she wouldn't lose herself and blindly support her own university. The 11th round of the first day's promotion match was about to begin, the clash between Grand Citadel Academy and Ethereum College. "We will see Grand Citadel Academy on the field again," one spectator mused. "I wonder how long Emma's opponent can last." Another sighed, "It's only truly enjoyable when two equally matched opponents fight. If you already know the outcome beforehand, it loses its luster." "No rush," a third advised. "The real excitement will come in the finals." "Am I the only one who cares about who the captain of Grand Citadel Academy is?" a woman murmured. "I remember last year's captain was that silver-haired beauty." In the hostess's voice, Marcus Thorne announced, "Please welcome the contestants from Grand Citadel Academy and Ethereum College," immediately drawing a flurry of excited discussion from the audience. Elena, seated among them, couldn't suppress her smile as she listened to others praise Grand Citadel Academy, especially their captain. On the field, next to the seating area, Victor approached Ethan. "Can we play the team competition with you first?" By regulation, individual matches were supposed to precede team events. However, if both sides agreed to switch the order, it was a minor adjustment. "Team competition, that's fine by me," Ethan replied. These past few days, he had fought 5 individual battles and won them all without any surprise. It left him feeling somewhat bored. Playing a team match on the side would make things less monotonous. After all, it wouldn't affect the final outcome of the competition. Thanks, Victor even offered with a genuine nod. Ethan thought to himself, if he could reduce the number of enemy soldiers, that would be a true display of power. Though defeated in the past, one remained glorious. The two men then approached hostess Marcus Thorne and communicated their request. Upon hearing the situation, Marcus Thorne raised the microphone, her voice echoing throughout the massive arena. Both sides have agreed to start with the team competition. Very well, then the contest is about to begin. 10 people in total from both universities took their designated positions. Their images were projected onto the empty stadium floor, capturing the attention of every spectator. In the virtual reality space, 10 figures stood ready, instantly summoning 10 companion beasts. Both sides' support units happened to be light-type espers. The light of the sanctuary. The light of purity. With a combined effort, they were the first to unleash their special abilities. The warm glow emanating from them was breathtaking, making them resemble fallen saintesses and inspiring no sense of disrespect. The light of the sanctuary was an S-rank ability, while the light of purity was only a rank. The difference in power was obvious at a glance. Although the white light was suppressed, it still managed to illuminate a significant portion of the arena. Bathed in this radiant glow, the participants felt warm and gained an estimated 30% boost. Grand Citadel Academy, however, experienced an even stronger surge, reaching 45%. That is the terrifying power inherent in S-rank abilities. Charge, focus, fire on. The target is. Victor hesitated briefly. Jessica Hayes, positioned at the very back as support, was naturally out of their reach. Sarah knew Emma, the previous captain of Grand Citadel Academy's battle team, had difficulty breaking through. Ethan, now the current captain, would surely face similar challenges in penetrating their defenses. David Chen was tough and thick-skinned. His position guaranteed him a defensive role that made him nearly impervious to damage. Only one person remained. Then Victor pointed directly at Ryan. The other team members immediately understood the implication. Ryan looked momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Did I do something to offend you? Purple sun blazed, but she did not falter. If she backed down now, her pride would be shattered. Therefore, Ryan mobilized the fire-type Yuan energy within her body. The next moment, purple flames swirled around the large sword in her grasp. Disparity between the two teams was not merely limited to their superpowers or their innate realm. It lay deeply within the skills they had learned. In prestigious institutions like Grand Citadel Academy, a single department could house dozens of S-rank skill books, and even SS-rank ones were not uncommon. Even at Ethereum College, a respected 211-level university, searching its entire library might yield no more than 10 volumes on S-rank skills within one department. The final result spoke for itself. Ryan's extreme flame slash shattered the illusions of the 5 opponents. This cut was executed at a temperature estimated to be at least 2,500 degrees Celsius. One strike, one decisive blow. Grand Citadel Academy had secured its victory in the initial promotion match with overwhelming force, leaving no doubt of their superiority. The second bout proved even more telling. They faced an opponent significantly weaker than before, a mere first-tier university. Confronted by such formidable strength, the opposing captain visibly faltered. Fear gripped him until his legs betrayed him, and he eventually conceded defeat without a struggle. With this decisive win, Grand Citadel Academy successfully advanced to the finals of the promotion match. Joining them were 15 other universities possessing unique special abilities, bringing the total number of contenders in the final round to 16. The next 2 days would be dedicated to elimination rounds. The first would be a knockout tournament determining placement between the 256th and 81st place. The second, another bracket aiming for ranks between the 81st and 17th. The format remained consistent. All participating battle teams were gathered within a vast, designated area, a space so immense that each team was separated by at least 20 kilometers. The objective was twofold: hunt the resident Crimson Menace or engage in combat with members of rival teams. The outcome, naturally, held no bearing on Ethan's personal journey. The following afternoon, outside the hotel where the contestants were housed, Ethan informed Clara that her mother had arrived and was staying at a nearby establishment. A subtle flush instantly graced Clara's beautiful features. What did Alistair mean by this? Was this an introduction to the parents? What if his mother was not pleased with me? Alistair, Clara started, struggling to find her words. Olivia, there is also. Before she could finish, Ethan's mother appeared at the entrance of the hotel. She had clearly come searching for her son. She paused when she saw him with the slender young woman beside him. "Mom," Ethan called out softly. "Hello, Auntie." Clara's face deepened in color, turning as vivid as a ripe apple. Ethan quickly intervened. "Mom, this is my girlfriend, Clara. You can call her Chloe." He then added a polite nod to the newcomer. "Hello, I am Ethan's mother," Elena said, offering a warm smile and extending her hand. "My son has found such a beautiful girl." "Hello, Auntie. I'm Alistair's girlfriend. It's a pleasure to meet you." At this moment, Clara finally regained her composure. Following the introductions, Elena led Clara away for some shopping. The next day arrived. After 2 days of grueling elimination matches, the rankings for this year's National Ability University competition from the 256th to the 17th had been finalized. The moment all viewers had awaited finally dawned: the grand final. "Hello everyone, the finals are almost here. I am sure you have waited a long time for this, so please let me hear your cheers. Go for your favorite school's battle team." Marcus Thorne spoke passionately into the microphone. A roar erupted from the audience. "Valor College, Valor College. Silverwood Academy, Silverwood Academy. Abbreviation for Crestwood Institute, abbreviation for Crestwood Institute. Iron Peak College, Iron Peak College." The sheer volume was deafening, with the 4 great famous schools leading the charge in a near-perfect tie. Even the cheers for the other 12 universities were faintly audible beneath the wave of noise. "I can feel the immense enthusiasm radiating from everyone here," Marcus Thorne continued, her voice rising above the din. "The final rules are now officially announced. The final round is structured into 3 distinct phases: the quarter-finals, the semi-finals, and finally, the grand finals." She paused for effect. "In the quarter-finals, all teams will enter a virtual reality-generated deep vaults to hunt Crimson Menace and accumulate points. This phase will last for 12 hours. Note that each team enters a different deep vaults. A circular light screen materialized before every spectator's eyes. The point structure appeared. Second Order Superior earned 100 points. Third Tier Lower Rank accounted for 150, 250, or 400 points. Fourth Tier Lower Rank was worth 1,000, 2,000, or 4,000 points. And Fifth Tier Lower Stage to Median yielded 10,000 or 25,000 points. The lowest rank encountered among the participating schools was the 4th Tier Lower Rank, which accounted for the intentionally modest point values assigned to killing creatures of the 3rd and 2nd realms. "Sigh," Ethan murmured inwardly. "Why isn't there even a Crimson Menace in the 5th Order Upper Realm? I wanted to push my limits." He understood that just as human abilities varied, so did the bloodlines of the Crimson Menace. The blazing salamander of the 5th Tier mid-rank was already comparable to a regular bloodline. Reaching the 5th Order Upper Realm would be a monumental leap. Amidst Ethan's sigh, Marcus Thorne resumed her announcement. The top 4 teams from the quarter-finals advance to the semi-finals. The remaining 12 will proceed to the final ranking round. This team competition consists of 3 matches, and the winner will claim 20% of the loser's accumulated points. The semi-finals will be a team competition where 4 schools are randomly paired into 2 one-on-one matches. The 2 victors will advance to the finals. Guanfeng paused again, letting her words hang in the charged air, and as for the rules of the grand final, she let the suspense build until every eye was fixed upon her. The final is divided into two parts, a team competition and a practical competition. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. In the team competition, there are 5 bonus percentage slots available: 10%, 10%, 15%, 25%, and 40%. The team captain decides how to allocate these bonuses. This phase lasts for 5 minutes. After the competition concludes, the surviving members' bonus percentages can be used to add points. Of course, you will gain extra points, but you must first establish an original score. That raw score comes from the practical competition. In the practical competition, through virtual reality, all contestants' abilities and attributes are neutralized, leveling them all to a single standard. 10 people face oncoming Crimson Menace in separate spaces. Defeating these beasts will earn the team its foundational points. The final winner is determined by combining the original score from the practical competition with the percentage bonuses accrued during both phases. A few audience members shook their heads, murmuring about the sheer complexity of the rules. This final is so complicated, but others smiled knowingly. Too complex. This statement drew nods of agreement from many spectators nearby. Quarter-finals. After Marcus Thorne finished announcing the lengthy rules for the finals, the stage was set. The quarter-finals were about to begin. 16 teams entered the virtual reality device, and simultaneously, the scene before them shifted dramatically. They found themselves in a vast, square expanse and arena spanning approximately 50,000 meters by 50,000 meters, covering an area of 2,500 square kilometers. This was their initial location within the deep vaults. Upon entering this subterranean realm, Ethan immediately activated his skill, Divine Investigator Technique. Previously, the pervasive fog had severely hampered even those with ultimate-level proficiency. The mist acted as a veil, effectively blocking the perception of mental energy. However, coupled with the growth of his own reserves, the scope of the technique had expanded dramatically. Back in the Whispering Caverns, if he had expended a large amount of mental energy, the radius would have been limited to 42,000 meters from the user. Now, it stretched out to an astonishing 43,000 meters. This immense range allowed Ethan to pinpoint the whereabouts of the Crimson Menace deep within the deep vaults. Though such a massive expenditure of mental energy was taxing and could not be maintained indefinitely, knowing the general direction of the target was enough. Killing a 5th-tier vicious beast would secure more than enough points for them. The time is limited, only 12 hours, David Chen observed to the group. Why don't we split up? If we hunt separately, we can be far more efficient. At that moment, Sarah suddenly had a thought and turned to Ethan, who stood beside her. Captain Ethan, what is the approximate detection range of your mental energy? She recalled that during the Crestwood Academy training camp, Ethan had mentioned his remarkably wide detection radius. She knew that for most Espers, mastering energy detection was difficult. They often stagnated at the elementary level unless they were true spirit Esper lineage. Furthermore, she remembered that reaching even elementary proficiency offered little practical advantage over simply not learning it. The solution, she realized, lay in advancement. Once one reached 5th level Esper and mastered the spirit refining art, the technique corresponding to body tempering their mental energy would undergo a massive leap forward. This progression wouldn't make it difficult for them to improve their spirit-related skills. Moreover, they would gain the freedom to choose their specialization. A Chi bloodline might lead them toward becoming martial artists, while those who focused on pure spirit could become mages. Unlike Ethan, who possessed the unique ability to allocate skill points directly using evolution points, allowing him to break through to the ultimate level of Divine Investigator Technique without prior practice. When Sarah posed her question, Ethan simply replied, "All of them." Though his words were delivered with an air of absolute calm, as if discussing mundane weather, those who heard him froze. They knew his detection range was considerable, but they had never imagined it could be this vast. While the others remained momentarily stunned, Ethan extended a hand, pointing southeast. "There is a vicious beast from the 5th-tier mid-rank realm over there. Let's head that way." Yes, the rest of the team agreed immediately. They all understood that Ethan had successfully defeated the blazing salamander in the Whispering Caverns. A fifth-tier mid-rank beast might prove overwhelmingly difficult for others, but to their captain, it was merely a challenge. In the stands, the audience members narrowed their eyes as they watched Ethan and his group move out. Are they heading that way to find the Goliath beast? Did you guide them specifically? Doesn't this feel like a coincidence? I don't know, someone murmured. We'll just have to wait and see. With their god's eye view, it was painfully obvious. They were heading directly toward the Goliath beast's known lair. The beast itself was one of the most formidable vicious beasts in the fifth-tier mid-rank realm within this virtual reality competition. About an hour later, the group arrived at the location of the Goliath beast. Great, finally, some intense fighting. Before, Valor College's matches were all over the place. It was so dull. Many viewers began discussing the spectacle with palpable excitement. Elena, however, frowned slightly, a deep worry etched across her face. This vicious beast is as tall as a small building. I hope Olivia and the others can manage it. But she quickly shook her head, replacing the concern with fierce determination. It will work. It absolutely will. Back in the virtual reality, Ethan offered a faint smile. Goliath beast, after traveling for more than an hour, I've finally run into you. He then gestured to his teammates. David Chen, Ryan, Sarah, control it. Jessica Hayes, give me a buff. The four nodded in unison. With a swift swing of his broadsword, Ryan instantly erected a wall of fire before the Goliath beast. When that fiery barrier was shattered by the beast's immense strength, David Chen immediately followed up, manifesting a solid curtain of water. Because David Chen specialized in defense, the resilience of his aqueous shield far surpassed the initial burst of flame from Ryan. Sarah, meanwhile, unleashed her SS-rank skill, Thunderstorm. Several bolts of lightning plummeted from the sky, momentarily restricting the Goliath beast's movements. Time is up, Ethan snapped his fingers with crisp finality. In the next instant, a massive ice prison erupted from the ground. It soared nearly 20 meters high, completely sealing the colossal Goliath beast within its crystalline confines. The sheer scale of the cage shocked the audience in the stands. It was an enclosure large enough to trap such a behemoth entirely. But the Goliath beast was no prisoner for long. After being trapped, it roared and slammed its massive fist against the ice prison. Its power remained immense. After only a few blows, several shallow cracks spiderwebbed across the surface of the ice. It's too late, Ethan murmured, his voice echoing with finality. Extreme ice illusion killing array. The next moment, 30 razor-sharp ice swords spun rapidly around Ethan. The Goliath beast, in a desperate effort to overwhelm its foe, a manner that cost it dearly, pounded its fists until they swelled and cracked the prison open. But what awaited it was not freedom, nor the thrill of impending revenge. It was the deadly convergence of 30 flying ice blades. Still trapped within the failing structure, there was no way to evade the attack, and the ice swords struck with full force. The Goliath beast proved utterly incapable of resisting the onslaught. With a deafening thud, the beast, known for its thick hide and tough flesh, lost its life. The audience was momentarily stunned into silence by the sheer violence of the conclusion. Then, the entire stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. The quarter-finals were over. What did Principal Robert want with me? What did I see that wrong? He used only one skill. What kind of technique is this? It's so overwhelmingly powerful. Grand Citadel Academy's new captain is incredibly strong. Who even is he? The sheer astonishment radiating from the audience was palpable. Many couldn't help but utter their shock aloud, and several people rose to their feet in disbelief. The scene had been nothing short of miraculous. It should be remembered that the Goliath beast was renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities. For Ethan to eliminate a threat instantly with a single move was enough to demonstrate a terrifying level of power. Meanwhile, the students from Grand Citadel Academy were equally perplexed. They had initially dismissed Ethan's demonstration video in the official Heart in Valor College app as nothing more than a clever illusion. They never imagined it held such profound depth. No wonder the school leaders were so determined to elevate Ethan into the team captain. It was clearly no mere whim. A moment later, they quickly smoothed their expressions and smiled again. With Ethan leading them, Valor College seemed destined to claim another championship title this year. The principals of the other three prestigious universities, seated in the front row, narrowed their eyes slightly. Their gazes gradually hardened with seriousness. Valor College remained as formidable as ever. In the virtual reality simulation, the match had spanned 12 grueling hours. After defeating the fifth-tier mid-stage vicious beast Goliath Beast, the members of the Grand Citadel Academy battle team scattered to hunt down nearby beasts. Ethan closed his eyes momentarily, allowing himself to slowly restore his mental energy. A few hours later, once his reserves were nearly topped up, he opened his eyes and began channeling his mental focus into the divine investigator technique. As had been noted, higher-tier vicious beasts offered greater point values, making it imperative that they locate as many powerful creatures as possible. 12 hours passed in a dizzying blur, culminating in the end of the quarter-finals. A light screen descended before the audience, displaying the final rankings and specific points. First place, Grand Citadel Academy, points, 92,400. Second place, Summit Academy, points, 62,000. Third place, Arcane Crest College, points, 59,500. Fourth place, Obsidian Peak College, points, 58,800. Fifth place, Grand Citadel Academy is far ahead, one student murmured. Of course, it's not just the quarter-finals. Our Valor College has made tremendous strides in both the semi-finals and the finals. Another countered with forced confidence. So what? Mental energy perception won't be much use in the upcoming team competition. Crystal Academy will surely emerge as the ultimate winner. Obsidian Peak College possesses an extremely rare beast taming program called Awakening. I have high hopes for them, a third mused. The moment the leaderboard was revealed, discussion erupted among the viewers. According to the points ranking, Grand Citadel Academy held a commanding lead over the other three prestigious universities. The reason for this massive point differential was simple: their mastery of the divine investigator technique. With the quarterfinals concluded, everyone eventually left their seats. The students from the rival schools were not entirely immune to the impact of the rankings. They had merely been killing monsters within a virtual reality, the deep vaults. Luck played a definite role. This ranking means little, they reasoned. As long as we reach the semi-finals, that will suffice. The real showdown is yet to come. But then, when their eyes fell upon the points total, a flicker of genuine shock crossed their faces. Grand Citadel Academy possessed an enormous lead, a gap so vast it bordered on unbelievable. It was difficult to discern whether this achievement stemmed from sheer luck or superior skill. We shall see, they muttered amongst themselves. The semi-finals will be the true measure of our strength. None of them spoke aloud. The atmosphere remained thick with tension, punctuated only by a faint, metallic scent reminiscent of gunpowder. 12 hours had passed during the quarter-finals, leaving all contestants profoundly exhausted. Consequently, from the afternoon until evening, it was designated rest time for everyone. The following day, the 12 top high schools would compete to determine rankings from 16th to 5th place. The semi-finals were postponed until another day. In Ethan's room, he pondered aloud. Arcane Crest College, the Crimson Menace Robert, extremely skilled in stealth and assassination. Fortunately, my divine investigator technique can pinpoint locations, which should prove highly effective against this kind of esper. He considered Li Zier from Obsidian Peak College, who is widely regarded as a favorite to win. However, the four fourth-tier upper-rank vicious beasts only held a numerical advantage. It was nothing to fear. Summit Academy, though its strongest member was only a fourth-tier middle rank, lacked one realm player compared to the other three schools, yet they were ranked second in the point standings, a threat that could not be underestimated. After exhaling a breath of chi, Ethan, having nothing else pressing to do, settled down for meditation. He closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. Cultivation was generally an intensely painful process for ordinary aspirers. Yet, Ethan found a strange sense of enjoyment in it. It was similar to the difference between top students and struggling ones, the insights they gained, while solving problems were vastly different. Of course, body tempering techniques were entirely excluded. He was not a masochist. As Ethan deepened his cultivation, time began to slip away from him. A few hours later, the doorbell rang. It turned out that Robert wished to speak with Ethan about something, but since Ethan was deeply immersed in his practice, Robert had been unable to reach him by phone. So after calling Sarah, who was having dinner, back to the hotel, he had asked her to check if Ethan was present. Out of kindness, Sarah had brought some fruit for Ethan following dinner. At that moment, Ethan had just recovered from his meditative state. What time is it now? His gaze drifted around the room, and through the window he could see that the sky outside was already dark. He checked his phone. The time read 6:30 p.m. In the north, dusk arrived very early in autumn and winter. It was only 6:30 p.m., yet the world outside was nearly pitch black. Not only the time, but after unlocking his phone, Ethan also saw a message from Robert. "What does Principal Robert want with me?" Ethan scratched his head, a slight look of confusion crossing his face. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Ethan quickly walked to the door and opened it. "Classmate Ethan, Principal Robert needs to speak with you." As soon as the door opened, Sarah spoke softly, "Emma." "Yes, I understand, thank you," Ethan replied, nodding respectfully. "No need for thanks, I was just passing by, and I bought too many fruits." Sarah waved her hand and then handed the fruit she held to Ethan. Ethan arrived at Robert's residence. He had stayed in a hotel specifically set up for the contestants, while Robert occupied a different establishment. "Ethan, you've arrived," Robert said, offering a calm smile. For reasons Emma could not fathom, he always felt an unusual sense of ease whenever he saw Ethan. "Principal Robert, what can I do for you?" Ethan inquired of Emma. "Ethan, do you have time? How about coming out for a walk with me?" Robert responded to Emma, though his words were deliberately indirect. "Yes," Ethan nodded. "This is an 8th-rank Grandmaster, Principal Robert, inviting me for a stroll. How could I possibly refuse?" He paused, feeling a sudden pang of hunger. "That's good." Robert showed no sign of displeasure at the change of subject and continued speaking to Emma. "Then, we can have an extra meal while we're at it." Inside a private dining room, the atmosphere was intimate. "Ethan, are you confident about the upcoming matches?" Robert picked up a piece of beef with her chopsticks and placed it in his bowl before speaking. "Certainly," Ethan replied, nodding slightly, his expression remaining perfectly composed. "To be honest, Zai Leagui and I, who is also the president of Citadel College, were classmates when we were young. Back then, it was always a fierce rivalry between you or me. If one of us fell behind, the other would compete relentlessly until he caught up." "Doesn't that sound impressive?" "It really does," Ethan agreed, nodding. "It was undoubtedly a tremendous advantage to have someone who could push you toward improvement. However, nowadays, and since we are both principals of schools, competition is unavoidable. It has been going on ever since. Now individual realms can't compete either, so he and I have a bet every year. The wager naturally concerns which school ranks higher in the grand collegiate trials, and the stakes are several hundred million." Ethan fell into deep thought. Principal Robert would usually follow this by mentioning the reward he promised himself after leading his team to victory. Sure enough, Robert did so. After the competition concluded, Ethan would receive a mysterious reward. However, the requirements and stakes were slightly different. The requirement was simply to lead the team to first place. Ethan accepted the terms with genuine pleasure. Anyway, I don't have to pay anything myself. Besides, winning first place was my original goal. Getting a mystery reward along the way is truly wonderful. The next day arrived. Currently, only 4 schools remain without a ranking. And these 4 are the ones everyone has been most anticipating. Hostess Marcus Thorne held up the microphone and shouted with palpable excitement. With a flourish of her hand, the light screen before the audience shifted. The logos of the Apex Academies were displayed. The semi-finals will be determined by random matches among these 4 schools, featuring 2 teams competing in a 1-on-1 format. Only team matches will take place. The matching result will be decided by a randomized algorithm. A series of electronic tones sounded as the light screen shifted. The audience's eyes were glued to the display, their hearts thrumming with anticipation. Next, the random algorithm determined the pairings. The results flashed. That morning, Arcane Crest College versus Summit Academy. That afternoon, Grand Citadel Academy faced off against Obsidian Peak College. In the morning match, Arcane Crest College, come on, Arcane Crest College, we will win, the crowd roared. Crystal Academy mighty, Crystal Academy invincible. In this crucial semi-final, unlike previous matches, it was not a complete rout. The action was far more engaging. Consequently, the audience brought out their support flags in enthusiastic waves. Ethan did not leave his seat. One of the 2 schools would certainly be an opponent in the upcoming finals, making the spectacle worthwhile. Similarly, the battle team from Obsidian Peak College shared that sentiment. On the field, tension was palpable between the 2 sides as they summoned their companion beasts. It became a 10 versus 10 confrontation. First, the superpowers of both sides' support abilities erupted into the fray. Arcane Crest College utilized its water element Esper to greatly improve damage resistance, while the opposing side featured a wind-type Esper, which naturally enhanced speed, movement agility, and most critically, skill-casting velocity. Shadow Strike, Song Fei slipped into the darkness, his companion beast vanishing with him into the night. Simultaneously, defenders from both sides activated their defensive skills, remaining hyper-vigilant against every incoming attack. The air filled with the clash of metal on metal. Amidst the flashing blades, each side managed to take down a companion beast and an Esper. However, due to Song Fei's ability to remain invisible, many Espers present could not locate him. Consequently, as time wore on, Arcane Crest College gained a slight but noticeable advantage. Go Crystal Academy, go Crystal Academy. Fans of Summit Academy continued their cheers for Summit Academy. Yet the volume and vigor of their shouts gradually began to wane. Arcane Crest College, come on, Arcane Crest College is invincible. Yes, yes, that's it, take them down. The fans of Arcane Crest College were in high spirits. They clenched their fists with excitement, unable to hide the triumphant smiles spreading across their faces. Many young women, upon seeing Song Fei's ghostly figure, could not conceal the admiration in their eyes. Given the current situation, Arcane Crest College will win the competition sooner or later, but is Crystal Academy really that weak this year? Only Ethan frowned slightly. He sensed something was fundamentally amiss. In the virtual reality simulation, Zhang Yang, a team member, allowed himself a faint smile. The teammates have bought enough time, the skills are fully charged, and it's finally my turn to make my move. To everyone else, he appeared merely like an ordinary team member, but that was far from the truth. The moment his superpower mutated, he ceased to be anything ordinary. Just as Zhang Yang had planned. A year ago, his superpower mutated, transforming from the rank ability Bone-Eating True Fire into the S-rank ability Red Lotus Karmic Fire. At the same time, his cultivation speed underwent a qualitative leap. The current Fengyang was an awakening fourth-tier upper rank of S-rank ability Esper. This represented Summit Academy's biggest hidden trump card. Blazing Sun, using his wind-based superpower for sheer velocity, Fengyang quickly stepped forward and swung his longsword. A fiercely erupting flame immediately burst forth. One must understand that Blazing Sun is an SS rank skill. Not only was its temperature close to a terrifying 5,000 degrees Celsius, but its range was also ridiculously vast. Caught completely off guard by Arcane Crest College, the water shield covering them instantly evaporated under the relentless flames. The result was the loss of 2 Espers and 2 companion beasts. Liam Vance's Blazing Sun instantly shifted the momentum of the game. What had been Summit Academy's previous disadvantage was suddenly transformed into a commanding advantage. Observing this display, every member of the audience present wore expressions of sheer horror. Some even rose to their feet in shock. What is happening? Why are these flames so ferocious? Crystal Academy truly devised a cunning strategy to prevent their strongest individual from taking command. Is this Crystal Academy's hidden trump card? The neutral spectators widened their eyes, exchanging glances filled with profound disbelief. After a long silence, the supporters of Summit Academy looked on in incredulous awe before bursts of laughter erupted among them. With this man present, Crystal Academy might finally manage to hold its head high this year. Abbreviation for Crestwood Institute, keep it up. Owen Miller, keep it up. Meanwhile, the fans of Ethereum College continued their cheers, though the sound was noticeably subdued compared to before. At the same time, a voice transmitted through mental energy reached them. Old Robert, Jason Reed from our school, possessed a mutated ability about a year ago. His current power is S-rank ability, Red Lotus Karmic Fire, and his realm stands at 4th-tier upper rank. I have investigated, the voice continued. Your team leader this time possesses only an S-rank Ice Elemental ability, and he is still a freshman. Although his breakthrough was incredibly fast, a genius rarely seen in decades, he remains a mere freshman. No matter how swift his advancement, his realm cannot be that high. The speaker let out a knowing chuckle. Let us see how you manage to win this time. Several kilometers away, Brandon Carter, the president of Summit Academy, projected his voice using mental energy. The intended recipient was, naturally, Robert of Grand Citadel Academy. After all, they still held a bet between them, as Robert had reminded Ethan just yesterday. HMPH, Brandon Carter mused mentally. Just wait and see, then you will understand the truth. After receiving Brandon Carter's telepathic message, Robert merely smiled and returned the communication using his own mental energy. Brandon Carter received Robert's reply, and a knowing smile spread across his face. Jason Reed's S-rank ability was still only at the 4th-tier upper rank. He was definitely not the strongest among the contestants. Moreover, it was an S-plus level fire-type ability, Red Lotus Karmic Fire, which directly countered Ethan's ice element. In Brandon Carter's view, Grand Citadel Academy had only one way to win. Some of their team members must also possess supernatural mutations. But how could that be possible? It was originally an S-rank ability. If it were to evolve just one more time, would it not become an SS rank ability? The thought crossed his mind. SS rank ability? How precious. He continued. If you could transform yourself merely by thinking about it, you might as well lie in bed and dream for the rest of your life. With this cynical realization, Brandon Carter shook his head, dismissing the most outlandish idea that had surfaced in his mind. On the field, leveraging their numerical advantage, Summit Academy quickly overtook their opponents. They managed to neutralize almost all the humans and beasts belonging to Ethereum College's team. Only Owen Miller, with his dark-type awakening ability, remained standing. However, even the strongest fists could not withstand a large group of attackers. No matter how powerful Owen Miller was, it was impossible for one person to fight multiple opponents simultaneously. Consequently, Summit Academy won the semi-final and successfully advanced to the final. Capital Academy, mighty. Crystal Academy, you are the best. The moment the projection in the arena showed that Owen Miller had been defeated, the fans of Summit Academy erupted into a frenzy of cheers. They waved their support flags and shouted until their voices were hoarse. Summit Academy has a trump card up its sleeve this year. Jason Reed's outstanding performance successfully propelled them into the finals. Hostess Marcus Thorne used her microphone to explain the situation with professional flair. As Marcus Thorne spoke, both teams left the virtual reality and returned to the real world. Summit Academy, led by Jason Reed's battle team, departed without lingering. At that moment, Jason Reed secretly rejoiced. "Ethan, I heard you are a genius. I admit, for a freshman like you, your cultivation speed is truly terrifying. You certainly deserve the title of genius. Too bad, we have the Grand Collegiate Trials champion in our hands. How could I possibly lose when I've unleashed an S+ level Crimson Lotus flame? As for the future, the grown-up version of me, I won't be able to meet you anymore because I am a senior this year and then I will graduate." Jason Reed laughed heartily, feeling intensely smug. It was amazing that he had managed to defeat a cultist like Ethan. Even if it were only once, the victory felt incredibly comfortable. On the Grand Citadel Academy battle team side, Ryan crossed her arms and observed. "Jason Reed's fire is quite intense. Based on my experience, it appears he should possess an S-rank ability." "Indeed," David Chen agreed. "His awakening is S-rank ability Purple Sun Blazing Fire, and his realm is also 4th tier upper rank. However, the flames he unleashed were nowhere near as powerful as Jason Reed's performance on the field. Therefore, we can only deduce upwards. It must be a mutation in superpowers." After the mutation, the news must have been blocked by those people at Crystal Academy. Otherwise, I would have found related information on their campus forum. "Hey, what are you all afraid of?" Jessica Hayes interjected, her tone sharp. "Captain Ethan possesses an SS rank ability. SS rank ability, understand? I doubt you would." Jessica Hayes pursed her lips, appearing completely indifferent. David Chen also narrowed her mouth and chuckled softly. At this point, no one else spoke. It was just the two of them bickering as usual, a pattern that had already been established during the battle team training camp. Jason Reed, Ethan thought to himself, S-rank ability. It is true that your flames are incredibly fierce, but you are still a long way from burning through my myriad flower ice mirror. Jason Reed's presence did not cause Ethan any panic. After this match, the next contest was scheduled between Grand Citadel Academy and Obsidian Peak College. However, that match was in the afternoon. By the time the semi-final results were announced that morning, the audience had already departed. "Never mind," someone said. "Things have come to this, let's eat first." "That's true, I'm starving. How can we play a game this afternoon?" Amidst laughter and cheerful conversation, the group from Grand Citadel Academy departed. After casting a glance at Ethan's retreating figure, Liam Vance, the captain of Obsidian Peak College, wore an expression of solemn determination. The semi-finals in the afternoon. They must give everything they have. This was because Obsidian Peak College had not reached the finals for 3 consecutive years. This time, the burden fell entirely upon her shoulders. She had a reason to win. The pleasant lunch had concluded, marking a swift transition toward the afternoon. The sun beat down with exceptional intensity, lending a palpable, almost passionate heat to the semi-final match. Fortunately, the venue provided extensive sunshades, shielding the assembled audience from the scorching glare. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final match of the semi-finals." Marcus Thorne's voice boomed through the microphone, carrying across the vast arena. "Enough with the pleasantries. The competition is about to begin. Let us cheer for our favorite school one last time before the battle, and let them feel the sheer force of our determination." The roar that followed was immense. As soon as Marcus Thorne finished speaking, the audience erupted in a cacophony of sound, a wave of noise, like a landslide meeting a tsunami that instantly engulfed the entire stadium. Amidst the surging cheers, both teams approached the virtual reality installation. After settling into the helmets, the consciousness of the 10 competitors sank away from the physical world. The competition arena was an exact replica of the real-world field, a vast rectangle 3 kilometers long and 2 kilometers wide. The initial separation between the opposing sides was nearly 3 kilometers. The match began with the classic auxiliary ability burst phase. The light of the sanctuary. Jessica Hayes closed her eyes tightly, clasping her hands together. Behind her, two phantom images of pure white angel wings materialized. Simultaneously, a brilliant eruption of platinum light enveloped the four teammates surrounding her. This was the support effect she offered, an increase in both damage and defense by 45%. On the opposite side, Alice murmured softly, "The cry of the wild." From the crown of her head sprouted a pair of delicate, lively deer antlers. This was an Esper ability specifically assigned to team leader Lee by Obsidian Peak College. Although Alice currently held only a fourth-tier lower rank realm, her unique power allowed her to genuinely amplify Lei's capabilities. Alice's wild shout caused the companion beasts on the field to elevate their status by a minor realm. The four fourth-tier upper-rank companion beasts summoned by Lee instantly transformed into four fifth-tier lower stage realm companion beasts. Since neither Alice nor Lee possessed overwhelming combat prowess, Lee strategically left two companion beasts in place for defense, while dispatching two more to join their three Esper teammates in launching a coordinated assault. They were met with an immediate counterattack from Ethan and Ryan. While Sarah was capable with a spear, the current situation demanded the ranged precision of Thunderstorm and Thunderbolt. Explosive flame slash. A torrent of crimson flames erupted from Ryan's broadsword. Frost spear continuous attack. Thick rime formed instantly on Ethan's spear. The combination of ice and fire was breathtakingly harmonious. However, Ethan's performance proved even more astonishing. It should be noted that before the Grand Collegiate Trials began, Ethan's mastery of spearmanship had already reached the ultimate level. His movements were like the wind, his strikes like a dragon. He could unleash 10 shots in a single second. The speed was so extreme it left visible afterimages as he wielded the spear. Furthermore, the damage output was ridiculously high. The opponent launched an attack against a fifth-tier lower stage realm's Crimson Menace. Under Ethan's lightning-fast thrusts, the creature could not endure even a second. My God, his speed is incredible and so fierce. Indeed, has anyone managed to gauge what level of proficiency he has achieved in spearmanship? I would guess, perhaps master level. Heh, my spear is fast too, just not quite as devastating. The audience members in the stands watched with profound surprise. Meanwhile, the president of Arcane Crest College, seated in the first row, suddenly widened his eyes, a look of sheer astonishment crossing his face. He was over 90 years old. What storms had he not weathered? Yet, this was the first time he had ever witnessed someone master spearmanship at the ultimate level at the age of 19. He himself was skilled with the spear and reached the ultimate level about 20 years ago, but had not improved since. It was therefore possible for him to recognize a fellow practitioner who also wielded the ultimate level proficiency on the field. 19 years old, and ultimate level spearmanship, having lived over 90 years, he never imagined these two facts could ever intersect. Back on the field, Ethan alone was fully capable of handling the opponent's sustained offensive. Ryan served as crucial support, absorbing blows when necessary. A few minutes later, 3 Esper members from Obsidian Peak College fell one after another, leaving only Lei and Alice remaining. Grand Citadel Academy suffered virtually no losses. Yes, it was true. In close combat, Ethan was an absolute master. Under such ferocious spearmanship, the opposition had no chance to get even a fraction closer. And their ranged attacks, while potent, were not easy to aim. Even if they connected, forget about Myriad Flower Ice Mirror, they couldn't even breach the Ice Seal shield. Facing the menacing presence of Ethan and Ryan, Lee narrowed her eyes. Clearly, the tide had turned against them. In any case, at least one person needed replacement. Since Ethan was too formidable to challenge directly, he decided to target Ryan next to him. But now, Ethan's combo count had reached a critical peak. A single ice spear he casually threw possessed an impact force exceeding 500 tons. As the two figures came into Lee's view, Ethan unleashed another ice spear. The projectile flew at an extremely high velocity, producing a noticeable friction sound as it sliced through the air. With a graceful parabola, the giant bear that Li was riding was pierced by the spear. Instantly, a large amount of blood gushed from the wound like a fountain. Simultaneously, raw ice elemental energy poured out of its body. Within seconds, the beast faltered in all four limbs and collapsed. Seeing this, Li had no choice but to jump clear of the fallen giant bear. The rest was merely a matter of time. Grand Citadel Academy easily defeated Obsidian Peak College, securing their ticket to the finals. The instant the projected image vanished from the field, the previously silent audience gasped collectively before erupting into a deafening roar. Amazing, absolutely incredible, what genius. Ethan, awesome. Am I the only one concerned that Sarah, who was the captain last year, didn't even get a chance to make a move? There is nothing we can do about it. This green field never lacks geniuses. They couldn't even penetrate Ethan's defense. It's a pity. No matter how strong Ethan is, he remains an ice element, and he will be countered by Jason Reed's fire type. That is just theory. We will only know the truth when we actually fight it out. The entire audience was struck dumbfounded. The semifinals were concluded. Marcus Thorne, the hostess, held up the microphone and announced, "Let's give a tremendous round of applause for the outstanding performances of all four schools." A wave of thunderous clapping erupted instantly, echoing through the vast hall and sustaining itself for a long time. The 20 contestants from the Apex Academies offered nods or smiles to their enthusiastic supporters. Only when the roaring ovation finally began to subside did Li, representing Obsidian Peak College, stride forward until she stood before Ethan. "Ethan," she said warmly, "you are incredibly powerful. I admire you greatly. I truly hope you can win the next championship." Ethan simply nodded in acknowledgement. With that, he turned and left the area with his team members from Grand Citadel Academy. Watching Ethan depart, Jason Reed's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought to himself, the more potent your power becomes now, the more isolated you will be in the future. His spearmanship was undeniably formidable, but if he were to bombard him from a distance using fire, how would His Excellency respond? Let him see the true might of S-rank abilities. Ethan remained oblivious to Jason Reed's internal machinations. Even if he had been aware, he wouldn't have cared. He thought, as I said before, let him witness the power of SS-rank ability. The following day dawned amidst palpable anticipation. The finals of the 2052 Grand Collegiate Trials had officially begun. Fans supporting Grand Citadel Academy waved vibrant blue flags, while supporters of Summit Academy held aloft crimson banners. They cheered and shouted their allegiance. From a distance, the number of blue and red contingents appeared to be roughly equal. Under the intense gaze of the assembled audience, freshmen from both prestigious universities walked confidently into the arena through the grand entrance. Leading one side was Ethan, who exuded an almost chilling aura. He wore a black battle suit and carried an ice-blue spear across his back. His steps were measured and composed. Not a trace of tension marred his face. The opposing side was led by Jason Reed, whose lips curved into a look of profound contempt. He deliberately slowed his pace, perhaps savoring the moment before the finals commenced. "It seems all our contestants possess remarkable spirit," Marcus Thorne announced through the microphone. "Without further ado, please welcome our participants from both schools to take their places at the virtual reality devices." The two groups walked straight toward their respective stations without exchanging a word. After donning the helmets, consciousnesses were gradually pulled into the digital realm. Virtual reality. The final competition was structured in two parts, a team challenge and a practical skills assessment. The former controlled the percentage of bonus points, while the latter determined the raw score. Therefore, the initial step was to allocate the bonus percentages. The options for Grand Citadel Academy were displayed. David Chen received 10%, Jessica Hayes received 10%, Ryan received 15%, Sarah received 25%, and Ethan received 40%. The allocation rested entirely on individual capability. Summit Academy faced a similar selection process. At Marcus Thorne's command, both sides summoned their respective companion beasts. Then, the assistants unleashed their superpowers. The light of the sanctuary, a beam of platinum light, enveloped every contestant from Grand Citadel Academy, granting them boosts in both attack and defense. A light and breezy breeze, a stream of turquoise energy encased all contestants from Summit Academy, providing only an increase in speed. But this was no ordinary acceleration. It enhanced not just movement, but also reaction time, skill casting velocity, and so on. Ethan mused to himself, frozen throne. The next moment, a cloud of icy blue mist suddenly erupted, obscuring the vision of everyone present, including the audience. When the fog finally dissipated, what was revealed was a magnificent frozen throne, upon which Ethan sat. Even through projection, the sight commanded a sense of profound submission from the onlookers. What kind of superpower is this? I recall that Ethan from Grand Citadel Academy possessed the ice and snow crown ability. What is happening here? Such an overwhelming aura. I can feel it even through the projection. I wonder how the others in the arena feel. The audience murmured amongst themselves, their faces etched with shock. Clara could not suppress a slight smile as she watched Ethan shine on the field. A wave of pride washed over her. As expected of brother Ethan, he is incredibly handsome. Liam and Lucas's eyes lit up, both giving him an invisible thumbs up. Brandon Carter, sitting opposite Robert, suddenly widened his eyes as if a profound realization had struck him. On the field, Jason Reed, who moments before had been laughing wildly, saw his smile vanish entirely. Even with his S-rank ability, he felt that even his own flames could not ignite. Impossible. Jason Reed took several steps back, muttering under his breath. He thought, Ethan's awakening ability must be the S-rank ice and snow crown, but based on his current impressions, this was definitely not an S-class ability. It seemed far closer to SS rank ability. An incredible idea suddenly exploded in Jason Reed's mind. Moreover, the more he contemplated it, the more logical it appeared. He thought, if I can mutate with superpowers, why shouldn't others be able to do the same? It is merely that their starting points were different. What are you all standing there for? I must charge up my skill first. You guys stall for time, Jason Reed said urgently to his teammates. Ethan had indeed made him feel wary. Therefore, it was imperative that he quickly determine the winner, and the SS rank skill, Blazing Sun, was the means by which he chose to decide the outcome. The others nodded in agreement. As long as Jason Reed could unleash his skill, with the terrifying wide-range, devouring power of Blazing Sun, their chances of victory were exceedingly high. If you refuse to come, my sword will find you. Ethan, seated upon the frozen throne, waved a hand. By mobilizing the source energy within his body, 30 ice swords rapidly condensed. Although this expenditure would quickly consume his source energy, the benefits it provided to Ethan himself were equally immense. It would further enhance his control and activity of that very energy. Like a raging tempest, these 30 ice swords, accompanied by the sound of tearing air, flew swiftly toward the formation of Summit Academy. Quickly defend, protect Jason Reed, the group from Summit Academy shouted in unison and immediately sprang into action. The overall strength of the other seniors at Citadel College this year was indeed lacking, and Jason Reed represented their only hope for victory. Moreover, since Jason Reed's fire-type ability still restrained the ice element, his safety was of paramount importance.